Shepherding Humanity Chapter 197 to Chapter 251. What kind of disciple did we have? The god-slaying sage murmured. Damn it, we were worried that his Tao heart was unstable. We thought our efforts would go to waste. Thunderhammer clenched his teeth. We were worrying for nothing. The deity striking whip was stunned. He had yet to react. Meanwhile, the Mother Earth Vine had also sneaked into the sky. A lady in a green shirt was secretly taking photos from a dark corner. Shocking. Apart from beating up the heavenly monarch, Dao Chongqing is going to fight 11 heavenly monarchs alone to be their sword, hammer, and whip. Is he immoral, or? Instantly, the other three looked at her in unison. They glared at her angrily as if they wanted to skin her alive. Cough cough cough. What are you doing? You red-named players have such scary gazes. The cute girl said with an embarrassed smile, I didn't teach him to act tough. Even though I raised him, he didn't learn bad things from me. I'm a good person. He thinks he's the strongest existence in the world. The crowd continued to stare at her. The battle was extremely intense. Both sides began to fight with their lives on the line. Even though Dao Chongqing claimed to be able to take on two opponents, their strength was on par with each other. He relied on his thick skin and immortality to drag his opponents to death. In less than half a day, Dao Chongqing was still as ferocious as before, while the heavenly monarch was slowly losing his strength. You've lost. Dao Chongqing took one step at a time. Meanwhile, a Paradise Realm god-slaying stage slowly approached with the lightning hammer and the deity striking whip, staring at the heavenly monarch. I see, it's you guys. The heavenly monarch stared at them with blood trickling down the corner of his lips. In his eyes, the shocking plan that had been going on for a long time had finally surfaced. The god-slaying stage said calmly, you cultivated your primordial spirit and occupied a human body. Dao Chongqing cultivated his body, not his primordial spirit. Do you know what we're talking about? Simply put, the two of you fused together. The Thunderhammer said with a smile. His Dantian needs a solar furnace to be his primordial spirit. The deity striking whip walked out in an indifferent manner, like a charming snake demon. She swayed her buttocks as she walked out. We've thought about it. The indestructible golden body needs a source of energy. The cute girl also walked forward. A solar furnace, generating electricity from the sun. It's a clean energy source, environmentally friendly, and pollution-free. My Dantian primordial spirit as Dao Chongqing, the heaven-shattering monarch's figure was drenched in sweat as his hair stood on end. How many things had they schemed to the point that even he was a part of their plan? The heaven-shattering monarch blurted out, a living being's inner world would not be able to withstand the presence of a martial monarch Dongxiu. Otherwise, the 11 ancestral sorcerers would not have killed an ancestral sorcerer and used his inner world as the heaven of Daluo. Thunderhammer shook his head. Your bodies are too weak and naturally cannot withstand it. But what about body cultivators? What about the strongest indestructible golden body in the world? The heaven-shattering monarch was startled. Furthermore, there are 9 great spaces surrounding one of them. Using a special pattern, the stability of the space is strengthened, which is enough for a great monarch Dongsu to live in. To you, you're just changing your body. The god execution stage calmed down. Dao Chongqing is the body and you are the primordial spirit. The two of you fusing together isn't as simple as 1 + 1. Furthermore, you've given up your emperor's body. This Emperor Dongsu's inner world can be absorbed into Dao Longevity's inner world to expand his internal space, 9 orifices, and Dantian. The heaven-shattering monarch said, the divine sense can be merged? The divine sense could not be merged. It was the rule of the heavens and earth. Otherwise, the inner worlds of the Purple Palace Realm and Dao Palace Realm experts would not be broken into pieces. Over the years, how many experts had died? If they could be merged, it would be a huge heavens and earth, comparable to half of the heaven realm. It would be countless times bigger than Emperor Dongsu's inner world. The god execution stage added, we've already come up with a solution. Spatial resonance. Every divine sense has a different frequency of the soul. We can find a frequency that resonates and is compatible with each other. It requires a special calculation technique. Calculation? The heaven-shattering monarch asked again. He had more questions than he ever had before. The things they were talking about were too bizarre. However, he understood that this was not the place to ask questions. If that was the case, he would have to die now. He was going to be killed by Dao Changxing, who would then claim the throne and hide the culprit behind the scenes. He would have to fake his death too. Do I really have no other choice? The heaven-shattering monarch let out a wry smile and looked around him. Don't panic. At that moment, Meng Mei approached him. Heaven-shattering monarch, give me an autograph before you die. The heaven-shattering monarch was dumbfounded. What did she mean by autograph? He stared at the beautiful lady in the ancient costume with a blank face. He vaguely sensed a familiar aura from the ancient era and blurted out in a trembling voice, Mother Earth Vine? The Mother Earth Green Vine, the most ancient primordial being in the legends, the one who bore the weight of heaven and earth, the Mother Earth Green Vine, who was as famous as the Duke of Heaven, had also broken free. She had left her most powerful body and transformed into a human. Wasn't she afraid that those with ill intentions would take the opportunity to kill her? Just write your name. Meng Mei passed him the pen and paper that she had prepared earlier. The heaven-shattering monarch lowered his head and signed his name. Can you help me with a pose? The lady in the green dress said in a crisp voice, you have to lie on the ground and pretend that you've lost the battle. I'll step on you and make a V-shaped victory sign? The heaven-shattering monarch's face instantly darkened. Ha ha ha. The lady giggled, forget it, you can die now. The heaven-shattering monarch took a deep breath. What kind of truth was hidden in this world? Even though the Mother Earth Vine was the most ancient existence, she still had the temperament of a little kid despite the passage of time. It was easy to disguise a person, but it was too difficult to disguise one's temperament. The Mother Earth Vine did not give him the impression of having experienced the vicissitudes of life. Besides, what were these connate spiritual treasures planning? Well then, let's do it. The heaven-shattering monarch glanced into the sky and hesitated for a moment. A moment later, a broken body fell from the hole in the sky, splattering blood. Is that the heaven-shattering monarch? The crowd fell into a dead silence as they stared at the sky with their eyes and mouths wide open. The heaven-shattering monarch is dead? The three great martial monarchs blurted out in a trembling voice. They could clearly sense that the space of the heaven-shattering monarch's divine sense had been shattered and his primordial spirit had vanished. I'm the winner of the battle between the two monarchs. An imperious voice could be heard coming from the heaven realm. The deities stared at the magnificent figure of Dao Changxing in the sky with complicated gazes. They knew that from this day onward, an old legend had fallen, and a new era was rising. Today, I shall be the heavenly monarch. A figure slowly walked out from the sky and calmly glanced down at the mortal world. Normally, Dao Changxing should be named the heavenly monarch longevity, as it was too arrogant of him to use the word Dao. The Dao was the extreme, the Dao was the one, and everything. However, Dao Changxing dared to name himself as the heavenly monarch, as he assumed that he was the first heavenly monarch in history. The new heavenly monarch, some were cheering, some were crying out in agony. The heaven-shattering monarch was publicly acknowledged by the heavenly court for his talents. Many people were impressed by his temperament, thus many people were saddened by the death of the heavenly monarch. However, no one dared to speak ill of the heavenly monarch. After all, the world was ruled by the strong. Only by defeating the previous heavenly monarch would one be able to ascend to the heavens and earth. In terms of talent, Dao Changxing was indeed more talented than the heaven-shattering monarch. Otherwise, he would not have been able to defeat the previous heavenly monarch. Most importantly, the heavenly monarch was not even 50 years old. Meanwhile, the heavenly monarch calmly said in the sky, since the beginning of the heavens and earth, I am the only one who has not proven my Dao heart or the heavens and earth. I have broken through the Dao with my strength and entered the paradise realm. As the heavenly monarch, I shall preach to the world. On top of the builder tree, a heavenly monarch slowly sat with his legs crossed and his voice echoed across the heavens and earth. When I ruled the world only fought for the present, not the future. There's no need to wait until the era of emperors fall to fight for the position of heavenly monarch. Whoosh, the heavens and earth held their breaths. Many people were breathing heavily. They all knew that Dao Changxing had used a special method to surpass his Dao heart, which allowed him to become the second heavenly monarch and defeat the heaven-shattering monarch. My method only cultivates the physical body, not the primordial spirit. I shall create the heaven expansion scripture for the world. There are 50 heaven expansion scriptures, and 49 of them can be used. There are 49 volumes of the heaven expansion scripture, which can be practiced by both physical and Taoist cultivators. When cultivated to a high level, one can simulate the heavens and earth, fortify the grotto heavens, calculate the future, and travel through the past and present. The heavenly monarch did not explain further. A terrifying aura emanated from behind him. He pointed a finger, and a huge ancient scroll with a vast aura slowly unfolded in the sky. I will now teach you one of the 49 volumes, the calculation scripture of minor expansion. This is the legendary heaven scripture? The experts of the world shuddered. They could not help but raise their heads to take a look. It was difficult to understand and complicated, yet it seemed to contain the truth of the heavens and earth. They could not help but take a closer look. When they looked up again, they saw square Chinese characters on the scroll that they could not understand at all: elementary mathematics, decimal system. Back then, when the alchemy emperor descended, he had already popularized mathematics and units of measurement to the sorcerer world. Otherwise, without precision and all kinds of calculations, there would not have been an alchemy era. In the barren world, this day had come a little late. However, to calculate their own inner world, they naturally needed more profound knowledge and calculations, which made up for their rough foundation. This sermon was spread to middle school mathematics in one go. After all, these experts were extremely smart and had already invented tools similar to the ancient abacus. As for the cultivation method, it was only spread to the meridians in the dantian. There was no cultivation method for the 9 acupoints or the calculation formula. The 9 transformation mysterious art was not spread not only because it was extremely difficult and required great talent, but also because it was a secret passed down from generation to generation. After all, how could one's own blood and sweat be spread to the public? Even so, the heavenly monarch had also created the line of physical cultivators for the world, bringing the world into the era of emperors. He had opened the door to all the experts of the world to become emperors. The Western era recorded Frowny Face founding Heavenly Court, year 311, 2 emperors fought for supremacy. Dao Chongxing killed the heaven-shattering emperor on the Heaven Realms World Tree. The heavenly monarch ascended to the throne and created the era of emperors. Heavenly Court of Creation, 314 years. Another 3 years passed. Heavenly monarch Dao didn't work hard. He was like an invader, plundering the world's resources. He ordered people to dig the earth, collect water, pluck the stars from the sky, and plunder the treasures of this world. On the throne, heavenly monarch Dao's 8-armed golden body held the thunder god hammer, god-beating whip, world tree root, god-slaying blade, and ancestral sorcerer pot. Ha ha ha, we finally rule the world. Meng Mei was happy. We fused again. We're really good at fusing. Bale couldn't help but say, but can't you give my body back to me? Don't get chopped up in the moon palace. Why does the food in the heavenly court need to be so good? It's back to the era of our Cthulhu evil god. A bunch of people combined to rule the world. The only difference is that we have 2 heaven emperor natives. The god of thunder hammered Yamada. His voice was filled with indifference, but it was as if he had just survived a calamity. But with 2 heavenly monarchs as the main bodies, why did they become weapons of the heavenly monarchs? They had no right to rule at all. They had no choice. This was a special time. The 11 shamans were about to come out. In less than 5 years, Daluo heaven would open. They would see a new heavenly monarch. According to their predictions, the next time they appeared, there might be a half-sage who would come out to bathe the world in blood and start the catastrophe of the shamans. What are we going to do? We'll be killed by the Dao monarch if we destroy this world. Idiots. Don't panic, have some confidence. There are signs of activity in the Forbidden Zone. The dark chaos has begun. The ancient monarchs are going to come out to eat people and walk the path of immortality. We are doing this to fight against the dark chaos. Isn't this more terrifying than the dark chaos? They conversed in Chinese. Even the sun furnace and his dantian, golden crow. Heavenly monarch Duantian couldn't understand them. He was used to it. He felt that these pre-celestial beings were born with the creation of the world. On the throne, Heavenly Monarch Dao said, Jing Wei and Qua Fu have taken the water from the oceans and rivers? A man and a woman, two immortal officials, walked out. Reporting to Heavenly Monarch, all the rivers and oceans in this world have been taken by the gods. The land is dry and the people are living in poverty. The surroundings were deathly silent. As soon as the Heavenly Emperor ascended to the throne, he ordered the gods to harvest all the water in the world, causing famine in the world. This was simply unfathomable. The people have no way to make a living. The gods reign, and we can barely make a living. Dao Tiandi asked calmly, Foolish old man, have you led the gods to move the mountain? Another heavenly deity walked out. Thousands of mountains have been moved, and the amount of sand is innumerable. The surroundings were dead silent again. Large pits had been dug out on the ground, and the environment had been greatly damaged. It was a tragic sight. The celestial Arch asked again, What about the vegetation and living beings? For seasons God Su Wei said, I have led the cloud gods and gathered many of them. The surrounding gods fell silent again. Many of the trees on the ground had already been uprooted. It was as if locusts had passed through, leaving the area in a complete mess. Then we can begin. The celestial Arch nodded and pointed to the sky. Voila, 9 holes suddenly appeared in the sky. There were 9 other barren worlds in the void. In the past 3 years, Dao Chongqing had absorbed the inner worlds of countless experts since the creation of the sacred grounds. He had continuously devoured and expanded the inner worlds. The 9 acupoints added up to the size of a small part of the heavenly realm, which was equivalent to 20 acres. Lead the gods and bring resources into the world. After another 3 months, the 9 acupoints had formed a blessed land. There were birds chirping and the fragrance of flowers. The celestial Arch said again, Gods, lead the sacred grounds and mortal experts to move the living beings of the various countries into my body. Everyone was shocked and completely understood what he meant. The celestial Arch wanted to rebuild a living world in his body? The 9th heaven, the celestial Arch had already destroyed this world and extracted all the water, life, and plants in this world. There was no way to survive here, so they could only enter. Another march. The world was barren, and there was almost no sign of human habitation. There were only lush green plants and land. The 9 apertures were packed to the brim with people, piled up into a ball. 20 mu of land was already packed to the brim. The celestial Arch said, Bring all the food that you've stored. Dig the plants if you can, bring the animals if you can. If you can't, kill them and turn them into souls. The heaven-shattering monarch was drenched in cold sweat. This was insane. He was a tyrant, who had destroyed the entire world. You've made up your mind to face the calamity of the heavens and earth, but you still haven't made up your mind to sacrifice yourself. Dao Chongqing said to the heaven-shattering monarch, Do you think the greater success stage of the immortal golden body is the limit? No, it's not the limit. The real limit is the Panga golden body. 1 man for 1 world. There's a galaxy in my body, with 9 great stars revolving around it. In the Dantian in the center, there's a sun. The 9 great stars are inhabited by living beings, and in the center, there's a solar furnace that constantly burns incense and provides me with energy. The heaven-shattering monarch was drenched in cold sweat. It was the most generous plan he had ever made. So a single person was a world? In this way, the living beings of a world live in my body and provide incense for me. Their emotions are emitted at every moment and every little bit makes a mickle. Moreover, they are inexhaustible and inexhaustible. They are my eternal source of power. This is the real Panga true body. Dao Chongqing said honestly, there is a world living inside my body, which is circulating on its own. The living beings are living inside my body, supporting me in my battles. I alone can defeat 11 ancestral sorcerers. Suji was sleeping. After all, he had become stronger. The immortal cells continued to expand inside his body, allowing him to sleep for 4 hours a day. He did not notice what was happening outside. After all, only 5 to 6 years had passed in the primordial world, while only an hour had passed in reality. When he collected his thoughts, his face was filled with question marks. Suji? What are you assholes doing? He was so frightened that he hurriedly went down to the cellar. With a dumbfounded look on his face, he saw that the green mountains and clear waters had turned into dark brown soil. It was as if it had been gnawed on by dogs more than a dozen times, becoming lifeless. Even the water that he had painstakingly poured into the water pipe was gone. Are the ghosts in the village? Not even a needle or thread was left, the ground was dug 3 feet deep, yet the living beings that could not be taken away were killed and their souls stuffed into their inner space? This is the end of the world. Suji's scalp went numb. He quickly logged into the forum and saw that it was getting rowdy. Xiaoming Shan, ha ha ha. That's what we're going to do. Chaos in the darkness? The ancient emperors from the Forbidden Land are coming out to eat us? The calamity of the world? They must be confused when they come out. Did we travel to another world? Where are they? Where did they go? Haruko loves to learn, ancient emperors, F***K, we're so unlucky to have run into you idiotic players. Can't you just play your cards normally? Is there something wrong with your heads? Aren't you supposed to gather the power of the entire world to fight an honorable battle to the death? Aren't you supposed to be the current celestial emperor, ruling the world by himself, fighting a bloody war and guarding the Forbidden Land alone? Everyone laughed. This was something they had come up with after discussing it. Do you think our brain circuits are so normal? Only idiots would stay and fight with you. They would just pack up and run. Learning medicine to save the alternate world, ha ha ha, those emperors from the Forbidden Land of Dalua want to compete with us players? Compete with invasion? Don't you know that we are famous for not growing weeds? Not to mention life, we won't even leave you water. We will first destroy the world so that you have no world to destroy. We will first eat people. If we don't leave a single person for you to eat, are you going to bite me? Laughing emoji, Xiao now scares down the mountain, you guys are poisonous. Is this really okay? Immortal of deceit, he really believed you when you said he could fight 11 ancestral wizards alone. You just want him to use this method to escape with the money. I can already imagine that the honest scholar will be beaten to death. Sad emotic. JPG, cute girl wants to evolve into a dragon, calm down, we are not lying to him. Our 9 revolutions mystical art has indeed reached this point. There is a world living in his body, providing him with incense, which is indeed close to an eternal power source. He can transform into Pangu and create the universe, but having unlimited energy does not mean that his combat power will increase by so many times. He will definitely be beaten up. They are 11 celestial emperors. Are you afraid of being surrounded by a bunch of chickens? Having a group of people living in his body to provide him with energy is just a little more endurance. He will continue to be a human punching bag, kind eyes, nameless dragon, ahem, it will indeed greatly increase his combat power. Theoretically, he really can fight 11 heaven-shattering sovereign, we did not lie to him. But even the heaven-shattering sovereign can hide his strength, why can't 11 ancestral wizards? You guys are underestimating them. Each of them is terrifying, able to topple 13 ancient gods, even old cunning Bibble was defeated by them. They are really not weaker than us red names. If they do not have a lot of tricks up their sleeves, I can twist the sorcerer ancestor's head off and turn it into a ball. Sorcerer ancestor's head. JPG, top of the food chain bell, as if you won't be defeated? Hanging upside down dragon. JPG, Suji? A bunch of little bitches. Suji stared at the forum in a daze for a long time before he silently spat out this sentence. When the water was too clear, there would be no fish. When a person was too despicable, he would be invincible. When these people saw that the catastrophe was coming, they directly carried a world and began to run through the night. The catastrophe would be dumbfounded. Where was the world? Do you dare to be more shameless? Suji was speechless. You guys are really taking advantage of me. You crazily flaunted on the forum that you carried a world away, but in the end, you emptied the 2-story cellar of my orchard. Do you want to die? They were really getting bolder. Previously, when they built Cthulhu, they were always thinking about rebelling against the gods. Now, they even dug up a world. Suji had originally thought that, logically speaking, when the calamity of the world descended, all living beings would resist in the 2-story cellar of his orchard, starting an epic historical story that could be sung and moved forward with the rule of civilization. Forget it. Suji raised his eyebrows and came to the entrance. He looked at the black soil that had been gnawed by dogs. It was full of dead silence and desolation, as if it was a land of death. Not even a soul was left. I just moved most of the living beings in the entire world away, just like Noah's Ark back then. This is not a loss. Even if it is a loss, it is worth it. If the derivation of the golden body of Pengu is successful, the benefits will be too great. The golden body of Pengu, who knew what terrible things these guys had come up with? Just looking at this prototype was enough to defy the heavens. In terms of nature, the result this time was no less than that of Cthulhu. It would be the second heaven-defying existence. By the way, where is Phoenix? What is she doing hiding in the dark? Only then did Suji think of a certain ancient existence. As a primordial chaos saint, he was still in that world, exploring the path of the small space. At this moment, Phoenix was also dumbfounded. She was hiding in her own small world and also noticed the barren world outside. The heavenly gods were moving trees and digging mountains. For some reason, she felt vaguely frightened. Fortunately, I moved fast. This was too terrifying. They were simply a bunch of shameless people. They actually used this method to stop the other party from reaching the Tao. She felt that if she delayed for a few hundred years, what would have happened? She was bewildered, and she felt numb from their performance. She could already imagine the expressions of Diki and the other ancient celestial emperors when they broke through the semi-saint realm in the Daluo heaven. They were wild with joy, and they began to slaughter all living beings and condense the Tao fruit. However, the Phoenix was not in the mood to participate. She withdrew her consciousness and only silently looked at the barren world outside. She said indifferently, another great calamity of the world is about to arrive, and all living things will be wiped out. Ever since the creation of the world, I have proven my Tao and reached primordial chaos. I have experienced many eras and transcended all living things. I have watched the tides of history and the rise and fall of heroes. All I need to do is hide in the dark and absorb the achievements of the eras and civilizations. 9 Revolutions. Mysterious art, indestructible golden body. Her expression remained unchanged as she turned her head to look at the entire inner world. Her expression was cold and indifferent. It's a very good art, but now, it's mine. She seemed to have erased the imprint, but she still left a trace of her divine sense to monitor their every move. Naturally, they could not detect the means of the primordial chaos saint. She could clearly sense that these extraterrestrial demons must be from an extremely aggressive advanced civilization. They seemed to be the same race that had invaded the sorcerer world. They had spent 400 to 500 years, and in order to rise, they had painstakingly deduced this nature-defying technique step by step. It's hard for me to imagine how these extraterrestrial demons communicate with each other. Spatial dimension? Some kind of thought transmission? The world was too vast. There were too many terrifying means of powerful civilizations in the universe. She had experienced the rise and fall of the world. She had also experienced the rise of the sorcerer world, and she had already guided the rise of the world in front of her. Outside of these two worlds, there must be other worlds, or even higher worlds. But no matter what, my goal is to find the path after level 8, to break the dimension of this world, to escape the cage of the world, and to travel to new, vast worlds. This golden body of Pengu is perfect for me. In the inner world, she was like a golden sun, illuminating the space. Birds sang and flowers bloomed on the ground, and many lovely animals and plants lived there. It was a beautiful scene of a fairyland. She did not like intelligent species such as humans, ancients, and witches. She felt that they were too ugly and scheming. Therefore, there were only some lovely animals and creatures here as a foreign paradise. The indestructible body seems to be tailor-made for me. It matches my phoenix's indestructible primordial spirit. My main body's Tao fruit is just right to reside in my dantian. As a sun surrounded by 9 stars, it will shine and nourish all things, creating a vast galaxy. Moreover, there is a world living in my body, which will provide me with eternal power, enough to allow me to cross the universe without fear of energy exhaustion. She silently waited. Previously, on the path of primordial spirit cultivation, she had already cultivated a phoenix primordial chaos Tao fruit and placed it on the virtual sky. However, it was difficult to explore the path ahead of level 8, so she could completely cultivate her physical body and cultivate it to level 8. Since there is no path ahead, I will cultivate both internally and externally. I will walk 2 paths at the same time and attain primordial chaos. In the forum, a group of people was very enthusiastic. As for the cute girl, she was a little excited, feeling that it was so exciting that she could explode, but also a little uneasy. We carried the world on our shoulders and ran away in the night. Did the Tao Lord leave this world? Will the Tao Lord come out and beat us to death? We did it for a reason. In order to protect world peace, we destroyed it first. We didn't do anything wrong. We are good people. The cute girl felt uneasy and kept comforting herself. She still had some psychological trauma about the Tao Lord. After all, she had been beaten up as soon as she entered. However, her worry was gradually replaced by excitement. She had already begun to imagine the scene of the celestial arch in the zenith heaven's forbidden area coming out to eat people. She could not help but mutter, I can already see their expressions of eating sh*t. At this moment, another year passed. The world was reorganized. The land was barren, pitch black, and dead silent. There was no sunlight, wind, sun, moon, formation, or water. Only the world tree that split the world apart was left standing on the land. The world seemed to have returned to chaos. A majestic celestial arch was standing on the land of the heavenly realm. He slowly held his breath and closed his eyes. There seemed to be an eternal star furnace in his body that was scorching hot, providing endless power that nourished his body and slowly increased his power. This is the Panga golden body. Dao Chongqing wore a calm expression as he sensed the changes in his body. The heavenly gods have started to take charge of their own guilt in the 9 heavens and stabilize the world. The mortals are living in peace, even though the secluded sacred grounds and sects are dissatisfied. The golden crow primordial spirit in his dantian frowned and said, Dao Chongqing, you have a world on your back. You shouldn't fight against 11 celestial thearchs. Dao Chongqing was serious. He sat with his legs crossed and said, I won't feel at ease if I don't get rid of the ancient presences. Heaven-shattering monarch, the 2 of us are working together. One of us is the primordial spirit, the other is the physical body. Together with the living beings in the world, what's there to be afraid of against 11 ancient celestial thearchs? You are the heaven-shattering monarch. You should be the ruler of the world and eliminate the rotten presences. The heaven-shattering monarch could sense Dao Chongqing's surging power and his indomitable will. He could not help but exclaim, I finally understand that he's not being arrogant, he's being honest. He has been cultivating step by step, and his master has been telling him that he's the strongest in the world. Even if there are 100 celestial thearchs in front of him, he thinks he can defeat 100 celestial thearchs. His master would not lie to him. He has a pure heart, advancing without any distracting thoughts. No wonder he's able to achieve his current cultivation level. He has a pure heart, untainted by the mortal world. He's the purest Tao seeker. Maybe I'm getting old. When I was young, I dared to yell at a celestial arch who was drinking at the foot of the mountain. My heart was determined to move forward. The heaven-shattering monarch did not speak further. His heart was no longer pure, and it could never go back. He was bound by the mortal world, and his future was covered in dust. His talent was not any weaker than Dao Chongqing's, but his heart had been influenced by the mortal world, and he had chosen a different path. Since he decided to take the path of ruling the world, his heart was no longer pure. He was suddenly envious of the young man with clear eyes. Just like his name, he only pursued the Tao and immortality. It's about to begin. Dao Chongqing suddenly spoke. Whoosh, inside the heaven realm, the Daluo heaven slowly opened. Thick white spiritual energy rushed over, and wisps of turbid immortal energy revolved around it. 11 towering ancient existences slowly walked out of the open spatial rift. Their bodies were majestic, sacred, and vast, giving people a trembling feeling. They couldn't help but kneel down and prostrate themselves in worship. They were the ancient celestial thearchs who overthrew the rule of the ancient innate gods. They were the heroes of the postnate living beings. Where is the heaven-shattering monarch? An eerie voice was heard. The heaven-shattering monarch is dead. Today is the era of the heavenly monarchs. Dao Changxing strode forward, his majestic figure stood outside the Daluo heaven with an unstoppable aura. Back then, the human race had only one life. He sat in front of the Sun Palace and stopped the 9 golden crows from destroying the world. Today, the heavenly monarchs will follow the example of the human ancestor and rule the Daluo heaven. All heavenly monarchs, please return for the sake of the world. As soon as he finished, he dropped to his knees and kowtowed to the 11 heavenly monarchs. He said in a loud and sincere voice, "Everyone, the world is indebted to you." When Dao Changxing first started cultivating, he only wanted to save his mother. He did not want to go against the 11 ancient heavenly monarchs. Heavenly Monarch Di Qi, 10 heavenly monarchs, please return for the sake of the world. Bam bam bam, he stood in front of the Daluo heaven and banged his head on the ground, resounding across the world. The 11 ancient presences remained still. Suddenly, a mocking laughter came from the surroundings. The young new heavenly monarch, Di Qi? He's Long Hong. Dao Changxing shuddered and stared at them in disbelief. The leader of Di Qi who overthrew the ancient innate god's heavenly court was heavenly monarch Long Hong? He descended to the mortal world as a witch and overthrew the rule of their ancient gods. Dao Changxing shuddered with fear. What was even more horrifying was that Di Qi's true identity had been exposed to the 11 ancestral witches, but they, the great heroes who overthrew the Khanate ancient gods, were still talking and laughing with the oldest Khanate ancient god, the Celestial Emperor. Why is that? Dao Changxing's face was filled with bitterness. His speculation had finally been confirmed, and he was devastated. Drip. He stopped kowtowing and stood up. Crystal tears rolled down his cheeks and fell to the ground, creating deep pits. Dao Changxing had a heart of glass. He did not know how to hide his emotions and did not know how to endure. His emotions were exposed in front of everyone. If he wanted to cry, he would cry. If he wanted to laugh, he would laugh. He was honest and did not lie. In his inner world, the gods, and the people living in the mortal world looked up at the vast wall in the sky and were shocked. What? The ancient presences, its celestial emperor Long Hao. He turned into the woodcutter of the mortal world and overthrew his own rule. In the beginning, they did not know why the celestial emperor wanted them to hide in his body and complained. But now, they understood. The world was about to face a great calamity and Celestial Emperor Dao was protecting all living beings in the world. A great horror that had been hidden in history had been completely uncovered. At this most dangerous moment, the calamity had arrived. The ancestral witches who had protected all living beings had decayed and appeared in the exalted heaven to kill all living beings to prove their Dao. Only Celestial Emperor Dao stood up. Celestial Emperor Dao, this made countless people feel bitter. Even though they knew that it was almost impossible for one celestial emperor to win against 11 celestial emperors, they couldn't help but shout at the wall in the inner world, hoping that Celestial Emperor Dao could stop the calamity and restore peace to the world. But was it really possible? It was already a dead end. The sacred grounds, sects, and the gods in the sky wore miserable expressions, as they clearly understood the situation. Celestial Emperor Dao had begged the ancient celestial emperors to return to the exalted heaven, but he did not receive any response. He had made up his mind to slaughter all living beings in the world, including the heaven gods, the sacred grounds, and the sections. Cry, scream, this is what it feels like to be drenched in blood. The living beings of the world, the heaven god who once protected you has turned into an evil god, the celestial emperor shattering said coldly. As a brilliant golden crow, he stared at the living beings in his body and cried. Even the eyes of the 3 great martial monarchs turned gray. Tell me, Celestial Emperor Dao, are you the last resistance of this world? Celestial Emperor Dao flapped his sleeves and said calmly, I was born with the world at the beginning of the world. I've seen too many geniuses like you to be able to live until today and experience all kinds of calamities. Each of you was brilliant enough to light up the mortal world of the heaven realm, especially during the era of the ancestral witches. I was terrified. He turned around and looked at the 10 ancient heavenly monarchs behind him, before he suddenly let out a smile. What a pity, all of you only knew how to show off your brilliance, not how to endure. In the end, all of you died in front of me, wailing in pain and despair. I watched from the sidelines. Long Hong's strength was incredible, but I've never fought with my full strength. It's true that I was talented in the past, But do you really think I was defeated by him? Dao Changxing was already prepared for this, but he still couldn't help but be shocked after hearing the truth of history. Meanwhile, the living beings in the inner world stared at the murals in the sky with despair. Celestial Emperor Dao Changxing was not bothered by the sorrowful expression on his face. This young heavenly monarch was a righteous man, his Dao heart would most likely crumble in an instant after suffering such a heavy blow. He continued, "Since the beginning of the world, I have existed in this world forever, hiding in the dark. But you heroic heavenly monarchs, you have roared in anger, bathed in blood, and fought for the world, but in the end, you have fallen, or succumbed to the passage of time and surrendered to me. This is the bloody truth of history." Behind the innate ancient god, Long Hong, stood the 10 heroic heavenly monarchs who had once overthrown the innate ancient gods. They were staring at Dao Changxing coldly, which was undoubtedly the greatest mockery. Dao Changxing lowered his head as if he was trembling. After a moment of silence, he said, "Golden Crow Emperor Long Hong, you have unparalleled combat strength and are known as the most powerful celestial emperor in history, but you have never used your full strength. You are the most mysterious and ancient. Even the human ancestor Su Yonyan died in front of you. Do you really think you can convince me with words?" Dao Changxing immediately understood his intention, but he still took a step forward. "There's no point in talking anymore. I'm going to stop this catastrophe." "This young celestial emperor with clear eyes is still so determined," the ancestral sorcerers whispered to each other in surprise. "You're not running?" An ancestral shaman had an extremely terrifying aura. His entire body was flowing with brilliant light as he let out a cruel laugh. "To protect the people? You're digging your own grave." Dao Changxing said calmly, "The emperor is the leader of the people. Without the people, there would be no emperor. I am the celestial emperor and countless people are standing behind me. How can I run? I don't need to run. I want to fight you." "Hey? This celestial emperor is too honest. He wants to fight against 11 ancestral sorcerers alone. What a joke." The ancestral sorcerers snickered. Their eyes were extremely cold as they discussed among themselves. "It's better that he doesn't run. If this celestial emperor runs away and hides in the dark, it will be difficult for us to deal with him. Our bodies are deteriorating and we are not in our prime. Every time we attack, we will consume a lot of energy. We have to end this quickly. There must be a conspiracy. How can a celestial emperor be so reckless as to fight against 11 celestial emperors alone? Beware of traps." Dichi stood on the spot with a calm expression. The 10 ancestral sorcerers attacked together without any regard for their dignity. When Dao Changxing saw the attacks of the 10 ancestral sorcerers, he could not help but feel sad. Like an innocent child, he began to shed tears. Why don't you go back? That way, you can still leave a last trace of heroic glory in my heart. I don't want to destroy your image in my heart, and I don't want to be your enemy, because if I fight you, I can kill you all by myself." Countless ancestral sorcerers were stunned. They looked at the honest young celestial emperor and did not know how to describe his arrogance. How could he say such a simple and honest sentence? In the next second, they dodged the taunts and attacked from all directions. Rumble, their Taoist magic was extremely exquisite, and they attacked from all directions. It was so natural that Dao Changxing had no way to defend himself. He could only use his golden body to resist the attacks of the 10 ancestral sorcerers. Clang! His entire body was made of colored glass, and when the attacks landed on him, the sound of the golden bell rang out continuously. Dao Changxing could not help but bleed from the corner of his mouth as well. "My master didn't lie to me. I thought I could defeat 20 of them after cultivating the golden body of Pengu and becoming an invincible celestial emperor. Now that I've tried, I can defeat 10 of them. Moreover, he can only trade injury for injury." His body seemed to grow with the wind, inch by inch. Facing one of the ancestral sorcerers, he pulled his 8 arms out from under his armpits, crisscrossed them, and formed 8 divine fists that smashed down like a storm. The ancestral sorcerer was caught off guard. His head was instantly smashed by the 8 fists, and his bones quickly shattered, turning into a thin piece of paper made of blood and flesh. One of the ancestral sorcerers died on the spot. The whole place fell into a dead silence. An ancient ancestral sorcerer who had once fought against 13 Khanate ancient gods and bathed in blood for hundreds of years in the War of Ancient Gods died in just a few blinks of an eye. Another one. Dao Chongqing was bathed in blood. His body was broken, and half of his head was missing. His eyes flickered with a burning desire to fight. His body is already so broken, how is it possible that he is still alive? His 8-armed golden body is so powerful that each of his fists is comparable to the full power of a celestial emperor. He is an incredible figure. He can kill an ancestral sorcerer even when we 10 ancestral sorcerers are working together. This is shocking. The other 9 ancestral sorcerers were shocked, and they quickly joined forces to attack. Each of the ancestral sorcerers' cultivation level was between that of the heaven-breaking monarch. The heaven-breaking monarch was indeed in the middle of their cultivation level, and his combat strength could be ranked 5th or 6th. However, Dao Chongqing's body contained a world with a solar furnace, which gave him a terrifying defense. Although he was in pain, it was not life-threatening. Rumble, the second ancestral sorcerer, died in the blink of an eye. The Taoist priest forcibly withstood the attacks of the remaining 8 ancestral sorcerers and rode on this ancestral sorcerer. Like a street brawl in the mortal world, he was pounded into a bloody pulp by the 8 fists as if he was a rice cake. How can there be such a monster? The remaining ancestral sorcerers looked at each other. They were terrified when they saw one of the ancestral sorcerers being beaten to death. He fought against 10 celestial emperors alone. We still have hope. Inside the world, inside his body, countless people were stunned. They stared at the bloody ground outside. Dao Chongqing's combat strength was too shocking. He fought against 10 ancient celestial emperors alone, and his body was terrifyingly strong. He was able to kill 2 of them even though he was wounded. The remaining ancestral sorcerers. Dao Chongqing's slender figure was covered in blood. His eyes were as clear as water, and he was full of fighting spirit. How do you want to die? The ancestral sorcerers stopped. They could not help but feel a chill in their hearts. They could not help but tremble in fear as they looked at the honest young celestial emperor in front of them. He said he could fight against 10 of them, and he really could. A funny and creepy thought appeared in their minds. He really wants to kill all of us. In the inner world, Meng Mei and the others were discussing. They were in the cockpit of the indestructible golden body, watching the terrifying battle outside. Dao Chongqing was fighting against 10 ancient celestial emperors alone outside the Daoyuo heaven. Advisors, 2 of them died so quickly. It's not what we expected. As the final boss, these cunning bastards must have countless tricks up their sleeves. Did they fake their deaths? I think so. These ancestral sorcerers are all honest now. No matter how I look at them, they are full of evil tricks. Screenshots. Screenshots. Boom, the entire heavenly realm was shaking. The earth began to crack, and the ground gradually collapsed. Dao Chongqing's defense was extremely strong, but he was also severely injured. There was almost no flesh left on his body. He had turned into a pale white skeleton with spider webs all over it. One of his eye sockets was empty, and the other was staring at them from the corner of his eye. Dao Celestial Emperor. In the inner world, the 4 major races looked at the mural in the sky. The figure of an unyielding man who would rather die than submit. Their voices were already numb and trembling. The great tribulation of heaven and earth is coming, and the world is already dark. Are we really going to die? The entire inner world was surrounded by despair and fear. There was no hope. Dao Celestial Emperor was the last hope. He was fighting against the ancestral sorcerer's tribulation alone and fought against the ancient celestial emperors. Dao Chongqing gradually became silent. I can hear countless living beings crying and calling for me. They are full of despair. Their calls seemed to gather into a kind of incense that floated into the sky. It was the hope of all living beings, and it became the source of power for his indestructible golden body. I can't move anymore, and it's very inconvenient for me to fight. It's time to recover my body. Dao Chongqing took a deep breath. He had been relying on this indestructible golden body to survive until now. It was broken and had never recovered. And he couldn't recover. The indestructible golden body's characteristic was its super strong vitality. Was it possible that he could still move his legs like a cockroach when his head was cut off? he could totally recover his body to its peak, but he didn't have to recover just because he was injured. The energy in his body had gathered the faith of an entire world, and it was constantly being replenished. It was like an eternal power furnace. It would be difficult to destroy him unless he was instantly destroyed with a terrifying force. This was the real Pengu indestructible golden body. I can't move anymore. Let's start recovering. Dao Changxing thought of this. His flesh and bones were wriggling, and in the blink of an eye, he had returned to the appearance of the young celestial emperor. He looked at the 9 celestial emperors again and fell silent. He was full of emotions. As expected of the ancient celestial emperors, you overthrew the rule of the 13 ancient Khanate ancient gods. I can't believe you took one of my lives. I risked my life to kill 2 of your ancestral sorcerers. You should know that even with my Pengu golden body, I only have 100 lives. Boom, Dao Changxing suddenly attacked. He used his golden body to resist the attacks of the other ancestral sorcerers. He swung his 8 arms and killed one of the ancestral sorcerers. Another ancestral sorcerer had fallen. The crowd was even more shocked. Dao Changxing's body was in tatters, but he quickly recovered and charged at the next ancestral sorcerer. The battle lasted for half a day. The ground was covered in blood, and the bones of Dao Changxing were piled up. In the end, the 10 ancestral sorcerers were killed, and Di Qi was the only one left. You're the last one. Dao Changxing's expression became calm as he looked at the strongest celestial emperor. Dao Changxing knew how terrifying the other party was. He slowly approached the corpse of a celestial emperor that had been beaten into a pulp. The corpse of a celestial emperor is more or less energy. I can put it into my inner world. After all, my body can only accommodate one living celestial emperor Dong Su, but I can put the dead one in. He grabbed a piece of flesh and was about to shove it into his inner world. But he could not shove it into his inner world. Dao Changxing? The celestial emperor whose flesh had been beaten into a pulp. The piece of flesh nudged him and pointed at another ancestral sorcerer's corpse. Dao Changxing was dumbfounded. He suddenly put down the piece of flesh and walked toward a celestial emperor's corpse that had been beaten to the point where only the skull was left. He tried to put it into his inner world, but he could not. Dao Changxing? The celestial emperor's skull? No matter how honest Dao Changxing was, he finally realized that the celestial emperors that he had killed were all playing dead on the ground. He took a few steps back in fear and looked at the puddles of flesh on the ground. You ancient celestial emperors have been hiding your strength so well that I'm afraid you've only revealed less than half of your strength, or even a quarter of it. All of you are playing dead on the ground. Then, when I kill all of them, you can reap the benefits. Dao Changxing was drenched in cold sweat. He had thought that he could defeat all of them, but it turned out that all of them were playing dead. They were all scheming to reap the benefits. Each of them was shockingly powerful. He was afraid that he could only defeat 2 of them, not 11 of them. The 10 ancestral sorcerers were unwilling to use their true strength. They were all playing dead and using him to eliminate and probe the hidden strength of the other ancestral sorcerers. They were even using him to test Dickie's strength. In his inner world. They're really just like you people, good at playing dead. The cute girl was also stunned. These 10 ancestral sorcerers are so shameless and despicable, but they're not as good as us. Thunderhammer looked pained. This silly boy doesn't know the ways of the world. The other ancestral sorcerers pretended to go easy on him and let him keep skipping levels so that he could fight the big boss, Dickie. In the end, he made a scene and the other ancestral sorcerers lost face. Indeed, he talks and acts all day long. Now that we're at a critical moment, they take advantage of the situation and help you act. They want you to fight Dickie, but you don't want it. Ancestor Sorcerer held a stick of tobacco in his mouth and puffed out clouds of smoke. His face was full of worry. Now that he has exposed them and prevented them from lying on the ground to rest, those ancestor sorcerers can only stand up. He is about to be cursed. An ordinary Dao technique Heavenly Emperor would have no chance of survival after being smashed into minced meat. However, they were the ancestral sorcerers. Even though the 12 ancestral sorcerers did not have the true inheritance of the sorcerer progenitor, the 9 revolutions mystical art, they must have walked the path of the sorcerer tribe over the years. They were able to achieve immortality and possess a strong life force. The heaven-shattering monarch was dumbfounded. He initially thought his combat strength would be ranked in the middle of the 12 ancestral sorcerers, but he was only at the bottom. It was because the ancestral sorcerers had hidden their strength too well. They cultivated both the Tao and the physique paths. He had estimated the Tao and primordial spirits of the 12 ancestral sorcerers, but he did not expect them to have such a powerful physique. Meanwhile, the ancient ancestral sorcerers moved their flesh and blood and gathered into human figures. They rose to their feet and said with a smile, "I didn't expect you all to think the same way. Fellow cultivators, your Tao hearts are no longer pure." They looked at each other and smiled, revealing pure, friendly, and kind smiles. Heavenly Monarch Feng was really killed. His cultivation has fallen behind us all these years. He only cultivated the Tao and primordial spirit. Doesn't he know that we are the sorcerer tribe and that we are walking the path of the sorcerer progenitor? What an honest man. Heavenly Monarch Ping, your aura is unstable. I believe you have some trump cards, but they aren't very powerful. You are severely injured, we should treat you. The ancestral sorcerer sneered. They had been hiding in the heaven of great law for hundreds of years and had not fought against each other. They had no idea how strong the other party was. Even though they were pretending to be dead, they were still able to see through the other party's hidden strength. At this moment, they had completely revealed their true forms of the ancestral sorcerers. They no longer looked like humans. Some had the body of a bird and the face of a human. Some had the body of a beast and the face of a human. They had the body of a human and the tail of a snake. They had 7 arms on their backs. They were covered in spikes and had 4 wings on their backs. They also had 6 claws on their chest, stomach, and legs. They had the bodies of the ancestral sorcerers of various shapes. Even though they were not the authentic 8-armed golden body, they had explored their own unique body cultivation paths. The ancestral wizard is not united. Dicky stood calmly off to the side. Although there are many living beings in this world, only 2 of them can attain the Tao. I'll take one of the 2 origin Tao immortals, and the remaining one will be fought over by the 10 of them. Dao Chongqing's face turned pale. Everything was back in Dicky's control. In this era, there was no need for him to make a move at all. He could hide in the shadows and watch these once heroic decaying heavenly emperors fight for the primordial chaos holy seat. So what if one of them emerged from the blood and became a saint together with Emperor Qi? Dicky was not afraid at all. An Emperor realm expert could not defeat him, and a primordial chaos saint would not be his match either. To Di Qi, it was just another primordial chaos saint's subordinate. Everything is still within his calculations. Dao Chongqing's hair stood on end. This was indeed his terrifying black hand that caused people to be terrified to the extreme. It was like a vast and majestic mountain that pressed down on them until they couldn't breathe. Dicky's eyes flashed. Dao Chongqing, you're only in the top 3, but your vitality is so tenacious. Disciple of the voodoo forefather, you said you have 100 lives. Is that true? Of course it is, Dao Chongqing answered honestly. Even so, you're still nothing to worry about. Dicky turned his head and looked at the 9 ancestral shamans as if he was chatting with someone else. Only Celestial the Archfeng had been beaten to death. The power of Celestial the Archdongxu was comparable to the souls and lives of countless living beings, so the other ancestral shamans would naturally fight for it. The lives of all living beings weren't enough for the birth of a second primordial chaos saint. The other ancestral shamans would have to kill the other primordial chaos saints and obtain the power of a dozen primordial chaos emperors. Therefore, they were rivals in the dark. One primordial chaos saint stood on the corpses of countless others. That's mine. The ancestral shaman stared at the injured Celestial the Archping and Celestial the Archfang's corpse with hungry eyes. Boom, in an instant, the ancestral shaman started fighting toward the injured Celestial the Archping. They're waiting for each other to be injured. If anyone is injured, kill them when they are down. Dao Chongqing was terrified. This is the truth of human nature. I've never really fought before. I'm just waiting for you celestial thearchs to fall and fight each other. The 13 innate ancient gods of my generation, Su Yonyan, the 12 ancestral shamans, Celestial Duan, and now you, Dao Chongqing. Dicky sat down leisurely and looked at the pitch-black sky. He took out a bottle of wine from the space and drank it slowly as if he was thinking about his past rivals. Dao Chongqing was still standing on the spot, panting and trembling. Dicky didn't plan to fight him at all. That was the greatest disregard. At that moment, the voice of the Mother Earth Vine came from the space in his body. Disciple, sit down and drink some tea. Relax and calm down. When they're done, it'll be your turn to be beaten. Dao Chongqing couldn't help but answer honestly, I have 100 lives. Will I be beaten to death by them? I don't know. It depends on how thick your skin is. They're all old, a bunch of trembling old men. They might not be able to beat you to death. Maybe your bones are tough and prickly. You might be able to tire them to death. Dao Chongqing's hair stood on end and he quickly said, then they won't be able to beat me to death with my thick skin. But I'm afraid I'll die from the pain. Thunderhammer advised, my good disciple, only by enduring the pain will you be able to stand above others. You were struck by lightning, hammered, and beheaded by us, but didn't you endure it? Although it's 100 times more painful, you're the strongest celestial arch in history. You have to endure it. Come, drink some tea to warm your stomach and do some warm-up exercises. When they're done, it'll be your turn to be beaten. Mother Earth's gentle voice came from him, when that happens, your stomach will probably be pierced through. Drink it now and digest it faster. Dao Chongqing nodded and took the tea table with a serious expression. He moved a small table out and sat opposite Di Qi, drinking tea together. Heaven-breaking Emperor, who was hiding in his body, was dumbfounded. Oh my God, so this is how they teach their disciples? You ancient beings, no wonder you teach people to be so strange. Di Qi, who was drinking tea, also looked at Dao Chongqing with a puzzled expression. Isn't he afraid of being beaten to death if he doesn't take the chance to escape? Boom, in the blink of an eye, heaven-breaking Emperor was surrounded and killed by the ancestral witches. This heaven-breaking Emperor died a few times, and his body couldn't recover. He was soon killed, and the second ancestral witch had truly fallen. When Dao Chongqing saw that their battle had ended, he couldn't help but stand up and keep the tea table. He stood straight and walked over. The ancestral witches were stunned. What was this young celestial arch doing? They couldn't understand why he didn't escape when heaven-breaking Emperor was surrounded and killed. Their true battle power wasn't just that. Dao Chongqing was strong, but he wasn't that much stronger than them. At most, he could fight 3 ancestral witches alone. If Dao Chongqing stayed, he would definitely die. However, Dao Chongqing was a tough nut to crack, so they didn't want to bother with him for now. When Dao Chongqing saw the gazes around him, he said honestly, I'm already prepared to be killed. I admit that I can't defeat you guys. You guys are too good at pretending. However, I have 100 lives, so I can still hold on for a while. The surrounding ancestral witches sneered. How could they waste time on him? One of the ancestral witches said coldly, I'm going to the holy land of building wood. There are more than a dozen old monsters of the Grotto Heaven realm living there. Some of them have even reached the realm of a quasi-emperor. Each of them has a terrifying life force. The entrance to the void Grotto Heaven of the ancient race is extremely mysterious, but it's an inheritance that I've left behind. I'll go there myself and get rid of my disciples and disciples. Don't kill them all, and don't destroy the inheritance either. You have to leave some seeds of hope for the future generations. Thousands of years later, the seeds will bloom again and give birth to more powerful cultivators, an ancestral witch said coldly. The ancient ancestral witches discussed among themselves and quickly descended to the mortal world. When they saw the desolate land, they were dumbfounded. They couldn't believe their eyes. Where are the people? Where did they go? Why did the pitch-black land look like it had been gnawed by dogs? The mountains and rivers had been dug up, and not a single drop of water was left in the rivers. It was even more shameless than plucking feathers from wild geese, nothing was left behind. They must be hiding in the small Grotto Heaven. Their eyes were cold. In an instant, they went to search the various sacred grounds. They dug up every inch of the land and realized the terrifying truth. The world seemed to have been destroyed. Where did they go? The ancestral witches returned to Dao Chongqing's side. Their eyes were cold and filled with anger. If you don't tell us, we'll kill you. We'll make you wish you were dead. They're in my body. You guys ran so fast that I didn't have time to tell you, Dao Chongqing answered honestly. He never lied, and he even gave them a solution. As long as you guys work together and kill me, they'll come out. The ancestral witches almost couldn't catch their breath. Is this guy crazy? They had been scheming against each other for hundreds of years, and they were used to seeing vicious and cunning ancient beings. At that moment, when they saw his honest and simple face, they couldn't help but feel frustrated. They felt that he was even more hateful than those cunning celestial emperors. I can understand why you guys want to eat me alive. Dao Chongqing felt that their gazes were terrifying, so he obediently squatted down and laid on the ground, ready to be beaten. He looked up at the sky and said in a low, muffled voice, "Because my teacher once said that sinister and cunning people like you can't stand an honest and trustworthy scholar like me the most. You're courting death." Boom! In an instant, the ancestral witches were completely enraged. They felt like they had lost their minds. They attacked with all their might and quickly surrounded Dao Chongqing. The combat strength of each of them had increased by 3 or 4 times. When they joined forces, they instantly killed one of Dao Chongqing's lives. It hurts. Dao Chongqing was sweating from the pain. Boom! In the next second, they unleashed their terrifying combat strength and killed another one of Dao Chongqing's lives. After dozens of breaths, Dao Chongqing was killed 16 times. At first, Dao Chongqing was screaming and struggling. However, as time went by, he gradually lay on the ground with his clothes untidy. He spread his arms and legs and let them ravage his body. He did not make a sound and only looked at the sky with a pale face. It was as if he had fallen into complete despair. The eyes of the surrounding ancestral witches lit up. They could not help but sneer. This torture is even more miserable than death. You finally can't take it anymore. Let those living beings out, and we won't beat you up. He lay in the pit on the ground. Suddenly, he turned his head and looked at the ancestral witches like a resentful wife who had been ravaged. You can continue. I've already given up. My teacher said that life is like being healthy. If you can't fight back, you should just lie down and enjoy it. The ancestral witches? The ancestral witches were instantly choked. Their Dao hearts were about to become unstable, and they spat out a mouthful of blood. Are you crazy or not? What kind of weirdo are your teachers? Are they all idiots? How did they teach you? They were completely enraged. After unleashing their full strength to kill Dao Chongqing, they gradually became exhausted. They took a deep breath and could not help but feel their hair stand on end. Is he really that honest? Does he really have 100 lives? Another ancestral witch's expression changed slightly. He weighed the situation and said, if that's the case, we've only killed 17 of his lives. He still has 83 lives left. Is this why he's so fearless? The number was enough to make them despair. We must kill him. Otherwise, we'll definitely die. Boom! Countless forces exploded again. Dao Chongqing was pressed to the ground by the terrifying physical strength of countless ancestral witches. He was punched and kicked like a rice cake, and he was turned into a bloody pulp. He grimaced in pain. However, seeing that they had misunderstood him, he endured the pain and forced himself to open his mouth. He reminded them honestly, ancient heavenly rulers, you've made a mistake. I still have 85 lives left. The ancestral witches looked at him hesitantly. They were confused. They calculated again and felt that he was right. However, Dao Chongqing was an honest man and had not lied to them even once. I do have 85 lives left. Dao Chongqing quickly explained, there's a world in my body that provides energy. My indestructible golden body recovers very quickly. I've already recovered 2 lives. If you don't kill me quickly, you won't be able to keep up with my recovery speed. I'll kill you faster. The ancestral sorcerers almost vomited blood. Whose sinister plot was this? If it was the sinister celestial emperor, it would still be fine. This young celestial emperor answered honestly and never spoke a single lie. Instead, it made them feel even more aggrieved in their hearts. Who taught him this? They wished they could drag his teacher out and skin him alive. Since they'd left exalted heaven, their lifespans had started to rapidly decline, and they couldn't condense Dao fruits either. So, it probably wouldn't be long before their lifespans would come to an end. Dao Changxing, on the other hand, was at his wit's end. Even if he were to unleash his full strength, he might not be able to kill Dao Changxing. That was because they had used up too much of their physical strength and accelerated the aging of their Dao injuries. They might even die of exhaustion. Screenshots, ha 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 ha. Could it be that he's a disciple taught by us netizens? He's too honest. The cute girl's expression was extremely strange, and her smile was red. I was waiting for this moment to successfully capture their expressions of eating **T. In an instant, the picture was sent out. Everyone was extremely excited. Ha ha ha. Look at that expression. Awesome. It's already my ancient heavenly emperor rampage emoticon pack. The one above, send me a copy of the emoji pack when you're done. Cough, cough, cough. Let's have a serious discussion. This indestructible golden body is the same as the evil god Cthulhu that we created back then. They are both super heaven-defying existences that are invincible within the same realm. It's impossible to kill them within the same realm, unless you can cross a major realm and crush them with the advantage of your realm, just like Ermin did back then. However, the indestructible golden body has many functions, but it isn't as strong as evil god Cthulhu's combat strength. Evil gods are truly undying and can revive from a single drop of blood. Yes, they are lucky. If it's the heretic god Cthulhu, just an indescribable alone would be enough to render them immobile in the same realm. Even if 100 celestial emperors came, they would just be throwing their lives away. It wouldn't be as difficult as it is now. Indeed, if the indestructible golden body were to face Cthulhu, it would most likely be destroyed in an instant. No matter how many lives one has, it wouldn't be enough. That's because Cthulhu isn't an individual life form, but a collective life form. Everyone was extremely excited. These screenshots of ancient celestial emperors going berserk were simply too cool. Only now did they realize that they had emptied the world. They were disgusted. This was equivalent to putting a world into a safe. They wanted to destroy the world, but the safe was too sturdy. They had no way of doing it. This is the consequence of offending us players. Cute girl was very proud. She sent a few more screenshots, intending to record this historic moment. At this moment, Dao Changxing was still pinned to the ground and was being pummeled crazily. The pain this time was even more terrifying and bloody than the lightning hammer, the deity striking whip, and the god execution stage. It was so painful that he almost fainted. They're no match for me in a one-on-one fight, but I can only take on 3 of them at once. They're all too strong. Dao Changxing was terrified. He had cultivated the most powerful indestructible golden body in the world, and there was a world inside his body that was filled with countless living beings. Inside his body was the Golden Crow, the Arch, 3 sub-thearchs, and countless Grotto Heavens, Purple Palace, and Dao Palace experts. Even so, he had only been able to fight against 3 of them alone. This was enough to prove how powerful the ancient heavenly thearchs were, but gradually, his body became tougher and tougher. It was as if the 8 ancestral sorcerers were peerless blacksmiths. They were waving their fists at him from all directions to forge his golden body. A while later, the other ancestral sorcerers also gradually realized this. Dao Changxing's body was constantly being tempered and strengthened to the point that it could no longer be easily destroyed. A spine-chilling thought emerged in their minds. He's using our hands to become stronger and become a half-saint. Dao Changxing was like a sticky candy that was difficult to kill. Every time they killed him, he would become stronger than before. If they didn't kill him, they would have nowhere else to go and would die of old age. It was an unsolvable problem. The mastermind behind Dao Changxing was too terrifying. He had schemed to such an extent that they were forced into a dead end. Moreover, what terrified them the most was that they were already exhausted. Although they had killed more than 40 of him, they were also almost exhausted. Their dermic powers and physical strength had been depleted by more than half. At that moment, Dicky finally spoke. Go back to the Daluo Heaven and recuperate. I'll be his opponent. The ancestral sorcerers were stunned and nodded. Then, they returned to the Daluo Heaven. Whoosh, the ground was covered in blood and dead silence. There was no sign of life. Only the corpses of Dao Changxing were left on the ground. Their flesh and blood almost filled the ground. Dicky walked forward step by step. Dao Chongqing, you have a pure Dao heart and a heart of glass. You definitely wouldn't have thought of such a sinister scheme to scheme against us and establish yourself in an invincible position. Are you backed by ancient existences like Ancestor Sorcerer and Mother Earth? Dicky took a step forward and said calmly, since ancient times, 13 ancient gods, Su Yonyan, and the ancestral sorcerer. I've dealt with them all calmly. You're the first to force me to fight. You should be proud of that. However, you'll die with that pride. Other than my wife, the moon god, no one has ever seen my true power because they're all dead. The strongest ancient god, Celestial Emperor Long Hong, the strongest ancestral sorcerer Emperor Qi. Dao Chongqing's expression turned grim. His flesh and blood grew. He didn't dare to be careless anymore. His life force was strong, but if it was destroyed in an instant, he would die too. Dicky looked at Dao Chongqing and smiled faintly. Do you know why I'm called the strongest celestial emperor? I'm not as talented as Su Yonyan in opening up realms. I'm not as talented as Celestial Emperor Duan in studying Dao. I'm not as talented as the 11 ancestral sorcerers in studying witchcraft and body. I'm called the strongest because my learning ability is amazing. I can gather everyone's strengths and stand on their shoulders, on the shoulders of giants. I'm at the top of the world. I've learned all the achievements of the celestial emperors. Watch closely. This is my full power. No matter how strong your life force is, you'll die if you're killed in one shot. Dicky's body expanded and revealed the ancestral sorcerer golden body. It was red like a god of war. He slowly raised his arm. Bang, heaven and earth froze. Dao Chongqing felt like his body was about to explode. In an instant, he suffered an attack that was even more terrifying than the joint attack of the ancestral sorcerers. Boom, Dao Chongqing's body exploded. I was almost beaten to death. Dao Chongqing's flesh and blood grew in the next second. Layers of bones formed and he returned to his human form. He said in shock, he could fight 3 of me alone. Besides, if he knew how to count, he could have located my position and shattered my 9 orifices. He would have killed me just now. He was too powerful, he was unbelievably powerful. It was the first time he met someone who was stronger than him. No wonder the other 11 ancestral sorcerers were so afraid of him. He could fight 3 of me, which means he could fight 9 ancestral sorcerers alone. From this exchange, he understood why Dicky was so powerful. He could only fight 3 ancestral sorcerers because he had the indestructible golden body. But what about Dicky? Dicky was so powerful because he had absorbed the strengths of all the celestial emperors and mastered them. His ancestral sorcerer body had the cultivation techniques of the 11 ancestral sorcerers. He had secretly learned all the techniques of the 11 ancestral sorcerers. His dermic Dao had the traces of Su Yonyan and Celestial Duan Emperor. He seemed to be the combination of all the celestial emperors. He had absorbed all their strengths. All the celestial emperors were his teachers. Moreover, he was proficient in the dermic Dao of all the celestial emperors and the bodies of the ancestral sorcerers. Everyone's flaws were exposed in front of him. If they were to fight, he would kill them instantly. However, no matter how powerful Dicky was, it was not enough to completely crush him and destroy him in one go. This meant that Dao Chongqing could not be killed completely. He would use Dicky to kill him again and again to become stronger. I won. Dao Chongqing took a deep breath. He was still fearful. This attack has decided the outcome of our battle. As expected, I can't kill you in one go. Your immortality is too strong. If I can't kill you, I'll lose. Dicky murmured and shook his head with a wry smile. He lowered his head and touched his dantian. But I've been watching from the side. So, this is your meridian route? There was a buzzing sound in his body. A space opened up in his lower abdomen. Dao Chongqing looked at him in disbelief. He was already there, secretly learning my 9 revolutions mystic art and starting to open up his dantian. Is he still human? I see. I've felt your path. It's very powerful. Dicky felt a burning sensation in his lower abdomen. If I put my golden crow Yuanshan into it and use it as a power source, my combat strength will definitely multiply. In the next second, Dicky's aura suddenly grew stronger. He had successfully opened up his dantian. But that was not all. He murmured again, you don't just have a space in your lower abdomen. There are also 9 mysterious small spaces. Is that the characteristic and secret of your immortal golden body? As he said this, he frowned. It seems like the first chakra is here? He closed his eyes and began to try to open the first chakra. Pfft. In the next second, Dickie was wounded all over and blood seeped out of the corner of his mouth. No, it's in the same place as you. So that's how it is. Does it vary from person to person? Then, there must be some kind of algorithm to locate it. At this point, Dickie suddenly smiled and said, I take back what I just said. That was no longer my strongest attack. I've learned your cultivation technique and opened up my dantian. I'm now 30% stronger than I was before. That was my strongest attack. He raised his arm high. Let's see if I can kill you now. Boom. Dao Chongqing's body exploded but recovered in the next second. He was drenched in cold sweat and his mind was blank. Is this the heaven-defying aptitude of the most powerful celestial emperor in history? How could such an existence exist in this world? He's learning and deducing my 9 revolutions mystic art while fighting? Dao Chongqing recovered. I'm already much stronger than I was before, but I still can't kill you in one go. Dickie frowned. However, if I learn your cultivation technique and master it, I'll be able to find your flaws and kill you as easily as I killed the other celestial emperors. He attacked with another palm strike. Boom. Dao Chongqing exploded. Dickie's eyes were unfathomable. His body kept moving around and smashing him from all directions. He was carefully observing Dao Chongqing's indestructible body. He only stopped after killing Dao Chongqing 3 times and muttered to himself, so, this is how to locate the first chakra? Boom. In the next second, Dickie's first chakra was opened. Dao Chongqing. Cute girl? Wizard ancestor? Oh my god. What kind of monster is this? We've kicked a steel plate. Is this a boss that humans can defeat? Game designer, get out here. He doesn't know how to do mathematics, calculus, linear algebra, or solid geometry. He taught himself without a teacher. Did he use his butt to deduce it? They were overwhelmed with grief. What a marvelous cultivation method. As expected of my former teacher, the sorcerer ancestor. Just like that, I've opened up a small space, and I'm 2 levels stronger than before. Dickie looked at Dao Chongqing with his hands behind his back and said calmly, I wonder if I can kill you in one go now. Boom. Dao Chongqing exploded without any resistance. In the next second, he recovered and was drenched in cold sweat. He had already understood the situation. Not only was he becoming stronger in the battle, but Dickie was also becoming stronger. He was absorbing and learning his 9 revolutions mystic art on the spot. Both of them were advancing their cultivation levels at a terrifying speed until they were completely stronger than each other and then killed each other. It still doesn't work. Dickie kept moving around and touched Dao Chongqing's body, pulling out every inch of his meridians, flesh, and blood. He studied carefully and said with a frown, my battle prowess is getting stronger, but you're also getting stronger. Your body's cultivation technique is too terrifying, and it's sucking away my power. Every time I kill you, your body will show a great resistance to my power. If it was you a few times before, with my current strength, I should be able to beat you to death. Dickie pondered for a moment, stared at Dao Chongqing calmly, and turned to leave. This time, I won't destroy the world. I'll go back to the Daluo heaven. Why? Dao Chongqing trembled. Dickie waved his hand and said calmly, both of us are improving crazily. If this goes on, I don't know if I'll learn your 9 revolutions mystic art first and kill you, or if you'll break through and kill me after dying again and again. I'm already worried that I won't be able to learn as fast as you. After all, the remaining 8 chakras are getting more and more difficult. If this goes on, one of us will die. If that's the case, why should I gamble? He left. I just need to wait. I've deduced the first chakra and memorized the battle today. I've also memorized every part of your body. It will only take me 100 years to return to the Daluo heaven. By then, I'll definitely deduce the remaining 8 chakras and learn your 9 revolutions mystic art. By then, you'll be like the other celestial emperors, full of flaws in front of me. I can kill you easily. Dicky slowly disappeared from the Daluo heaven. At this time, the cute girl and the others in the inner space were drenched in cold sweat. The cute girl was stunned. Damn it, I pissed my pants. What kind of monster is Dicky? How can there be such a person in this world? Learning his opponent's cultivation technique while fighting? Our 9 Revolutions mystic art has been cosplayed by him in an instant. The sorcerer ancestor could not help but say with a trembling voice, no wonder he said he's never met a good fighter. He keeps learning and defeating his opponents. Everyone is transparent in his eyes, they were terrified. Suddenly, a shocking thought flashed through their minds. Oh no! He might return to the Daluo heaven to kill the remaining sorcerer ancestor and become a primordial chaos immortal. Though some of the 12 shaman ancestors had died, the energy they left behind was carried by the others. If all of them died, the energy they would bring with them would be no less than that of all life in the world. Since Dicky had been stopped from leaving Exalted Major, he could kill the other shaman ancestors and rely on their energy to reach the Origin Dao realm. Once he became an 8th level Origin Saint, he could easily kill Dao Changxing. Stop him. It's no use. Dao Changxing is no match for him now. Despair reigned all around. If Dicky wanted to prove his Dao, there was no stopping him. He could only resign himself to fate. Exalted Major. Dicky was bathed in blood as he looked at the terrified shaman ancestors. You're no match for me. I've secretly learned your secret arts and combined them into the exalted scripture, which encompasses everything in the world. I've already surpassed your predecessors in this domain. I know every flaw and weakness. Dicky strode forward, his expression calm. You won't last more than a few moves against me. Rumble, after a long while, the earth suddenly fell silent. Dicky looked at the shaman ancestors' corpses. He'd killed all of the celestial emperors. If not for Dao Changxing's tenacious vitality, even his indestructible golden body would have been blown to smithereens by now. Dicky's expression was calm. Unfortunately, this energy is still lacking. I need the energy of the last celestial emperor to attain Origin Dao, he murmured. He could not help but murmur. He looked at the moon deity beside him. Originally, this world was enough for 2 people to prove their Dao. I planned to trick these ancestral sorcerers into slaughtering the world for me and then kill them so that we could transcend. Unfortunately, it is not enough now. The moon goddess suddenly laughed. I'm dying of old age. You just happen to lack the energy of the last celestial emperor. You can kill me and attain Origin Dao. Dicky shook his head and chuckled. Then what's the point of me becoming an Origin Dao immortal without you? Dichi revealed a touch of gentleness and looked at the corpses of the ancestral witches on the ground. He said faintly, since it's not enough for a primordial chaos saint's energy, let's keep it for now. I'll go out in 100 years. Let's go back to our lives. He smiled and pointed at the moon palace in the distant exalted heaven. There were birdsong and fragrant flowers. Wu Yun, I've said it before. No matter how the world changes, no matter how the world is destroyed, as long as I can live on, I will bring you along to live on. I will build the most beautiful palace for you, a happy life. The moon goddess looked at Dichi calmly and nodded slowly. She knew very well that Long Hong was the most talented celestial emperor in all of history. His talent far surpassed that of any other celestial emperor. But Dicky still chose to remain dormant for her sake. In the orchard. Suji was sitting in the living room, looking at the computer, sipping spiritual tea and eating the sweet and delicious funeral chicken. Suddenly, he was stunned. Emperor Qi. Suji was also stunned. Is he still human? Not only did the sleazy players, who had always been successful, suffer losses at his hands, but even Suji was shocked by his performance. Oh my god, I didn't design this, boss. This cheat is scary. Learning while fighting, too shameless. Suji was speechless. He felt that such an existence was crazy. The subbrain beside him said, this is a person with the talent to become a Zerg hero. Suji took a deep breath, his face suddenly calm. In other words, his talent could reach the ultimate level of 5 genes. The heroes of the insectoid race were terrifying geniuses that could only be born from the billions of insectoid race beings on a huge planet. Each of these geniuses had their own terrifying talents and strengths. And only 2 worlds had passed, and so quickly, a Zerg hero with true talent appeared. Genius clone, Dicky, Phoenix and Cthulhu. Cthulhu were both 4 gene talents. They were talented, but they were at most fake Zerg heroes. They had the potential to become real Zerg heroes. But even if they had the potential, they might not be able to take that step. They just had a higher starting point. And the one with the most hope was Dicky. Although he only had 1 gene position at the moment, his talent was simply terrifying to the point of being shocking. I didn't expect a hidden monster to be exposed this time. Suji was pleasantly surprised, but also troubled. But a future Zerg hero suddenly appeared in the sand table. This was too much of a disruption to the balance of the version. He was an existence that could only be born on a huge and vast planet. You suddenly appeared in a small orchard in my house. What are you doing? Now the players had created the golden body of Pangu, combined with the technological civilization of a world, and the wisdom of a group of players who had experienced the sorcerer world, but they still couldn't beat him. Moreover, he had secretly learned it. He said that he would come out 100 years later and kill them. This is the legendary main character of the world. And 100 years later. Isn't that just a day later? Suji took a deep breath, feeling that this was too much. It was one thing for the players to be heaven-defying, but even a native like you was causing trouble. It was not that Suji did not allow Dicky to win, but he was too much of a bug that affected the balance of this version. There were not even many fake heroes now. Suddenly, a monster with hero quality appeared. It was like holding a Gatling gun in kindergarten. Moreover, Suji seriously suspected that after Dicky achieved enlightenment, he would even drag out his own master, Tao Lord Phoenix, to hang him up and beat him up. This was very likely. After all, although Phoenix had become a mixed origin saint for hundreds of years, she might not be a match for this cheat. He could fight while secretly learning Phoenix's research results and then quickly surpass her. If he beat up the Tao Lord who created the world, wouldn't it be a slap in the face? And now, Phoenix was researching space travel. After all, she was the master of inner space. She was the first to cultivate, so naturally, her achievements were the highest. She had already made some progress and started to perform short-distance space jumps. She wanted to break through dimensions and go to the myriad worlds. If Dicky secretly learned Phoenix's research results and surpassed her, he might really run out of the orchard and jump across the range of activity set by the nest to come to Earth. Even I want to beat him up, Suji made a sorrowful expression. Is this the powerful aptitude of an insectoid hero? If there is no external interference, he is destined to be invincible in every realm, and it is very likely that he will reach the ultimate level of 5 genes. The appearance of a Zerg hero was indeed an SSR hero for Suji. It was extremely precious, but he could not control it now. Yes. Suji had the power to control his life and death and control the collapse of his genes, but he could not control his consciousness and thoughts. What others wanted to do was his business. And it would be a pity to kill him directly. One had to know that during the peak of the previous Zerg Queen, there were not many Zerg heroes under her command. Each of them was extremely precious, and the Zerg Queen would be distressed for many years if one of them died. Blissful trouble. Suji coughed twice. Right now, he is stuck because he does not have enough energy. When he proves his Tao and becomes a level 8 mythical, he will be able to fly as high as the sky. Even Phoenix will be destroyed by him. His talent is too heaven-defying. No, I will imprison him and slow down the flow of time. When the world rises and I become stronger, I will release this big boss. Suji sat on the chair and pondered. Suddenly, he thought of something and looked at the blue sky outside the window. The orchard was too small. If he was inside, it would affect the balance of the entire orchard world. Why not throw him outside and let him develop on his own? A small step for humanity, a big step for Earth. Suji looked at the sky and stood up in high spirits. Maybe I can send Dicky away, let him take his wife, carry a Daluo, and send him to the depths of outer space to wander and show off his love. There is a vacuum there, and no one can copy or learn from him. Let him mess around on his own. Suji suddenly felt that his idea was genius. He wanted to take a small world to outer space to develop, but after thinking about it, he revealed a touch of worry. He is a terrifying mastermind behind the scenes. He is too sinister. He has crossed many eras and watched the rise and fall of the heroes of the era. Will he come to outer space and meet the Scions and the Trisolarans and start hiding in the dark to learn from them? Suddenly, a mechanical voice came from the subbrain. Zerg Queen, are you planning to explore the outer space? That's an idea. Suji nodded. Since a Zerg hero has appeared, we can use this opportunity to launch the first ocean universe spaceship of the Zerg race. A small step for humanity, a big step for Earth. Let Dickie find a suitable habitable planet. In fact, according to the records of the previous Zerg Queen, she had developed a civilization. When a living level 8 mechanical god appeared, it was already the pinnacle of a planet's civilization. At that time, the Zerg race had begun to explore the outer space. After all, level 6 could fly in the sky, but could not stay in a vacuum environment. A level 7 Great Emperor could stay in a vacuum for a period of time. And a level 8 god could travel through the void for a long time, crossing planets after planets. The previous Zerg Queen had begun to develop a civilization in outer space at this time, embarking on a long journey to find a habitable planet. After all, a planet suitable for the growth and reproduction of life was too precious, and it was even extremely difficult to find one. Large amounts of liquid water, atmospheric ozone concentration, temperature. Even now, Earth had detected countless extraterrestrial planets, but it had not found a planet that was suitable for life and reproduction. It could only find a few similar planets. The previous Zerg Queen had also explored the universe for 70,000 years. After 70,000 years, she finally found a second planet suitable for dropping spores other than her mother planet. After all, no matter how strong the Zerg race was, no matter how strong their adaptability was, they were still a fragile carbon-based life form like humans. They might lack oxygen, water, sunlight, or even be exposed to strong cosmic rays. Their strong vitality could overcome one or two through evolution. However, the environment was too harsh, and there were dozens or even hundreds of them. It was impossible for them to overcome them all. Otherwise, if the Zerg race could drop spores on every planet, the Zerg race would have been invincible for a long time. As for modifying a planet's environment, the initial Zerg race would not have the power to modify a planet. Even if the previous Zerg Queen had developed to the later stages and could modify a planet, she was not willing to do so. The resources required were too terrifying. Destruction was 10,000 times easier than creation. Why don't I release my ocean universe spaceship, Daluo Sky, and bring a small grotto heaven to the depths of the Milky Way galaxy to find a planet suitable for life? Suji's eyes gradually became fiery. If I can find it, then this brand new suitable planet will be my new orchard. Although that might be a little long and whimsical. The universe was too vast. Back then, the bug race had also spent a long period of 70,000 years, however, the insect race's life acceleration was indeed an extremely heaven-defying ability. They could explore the surrounding world at a terrifying speed. A god was constantly flying outwards. He had explored for 100 years, but in reality, only a day had passed. 70,000 years seemed long, but in reality, it was still acceptable. After all, these 70,000 years were not the real 70,000 years, but the 70,000 years of the insectoid race. It was important to note that only 20 days had passed in the real world, but over 2,000 years had passed in the sand table. Originally, although Suji had already developed to the realm of a level 8 god, he did not intend to reach this step so quickly. After all, the initial investment was too large, and he needed a powerful god, at least a pseudo-insect race hero, who had terrifying talent and adaptability. The gap in harvesting the fruits of his labor was too long. It was impossible to obtain results in a short period of time. If he was unlucky, tens of thousands of years might be wasted. But Dickie just happened to appear. He has great talent and strategy, he knows how to endure, he secretly learns, and he is invincible. He controls the eras of the Celestial Emperor behind the scenes. He hides too deeply, and it is only now that I, the master of creation, have discovered his talent. Suji's eyes gradually brightened. This kind of devilishly intelligent person is unprecedented. He is simply the best person born to shoulder the great mission of the revival of our insect race. At this moment, he was eating a delicious chicken on a white plate, sitting on the sofa and sipping Phoenix Spirit tea, watching a movie on the computer not far away. He was very leisurely in this simple and crude life in the village, making a great decision to explore the vast universe. Although I only have a small orchard, you can't stop my dream of the sea of stars. In the vast universe, Earth was definitely not the only planet with life. Human scientific and technological civilization had only left Earth today and entered the vacuum, but they were unable to carry out long-distance travel in the universe. The most common application was the satellites orbiting Earth. Moreover, a new world, the wandering Earth, that drifts in space in search of a planet with life. This is my third new sand table world. This might be a transcendent civilization of adventurers. A wandering space world, constantly drifting in the starry sky, constantly passing by planets. Powerhouses constantly went out and landed, exploring, collecting planetary resources, and mining various precious materials. Suji took a deep breath, and his face became downcast. Now that 11 celestial emperors have died, this is another mass extinction, but not too big. It's a bit less than the Phoenix. After all, it's not as big as a mixed origin sage's, but it's enough for me to break through from the peak of level 5 to level 6 legendary sorcerer. Level 6 sorcerer was a terrifying qualitative change. Only by breaking through to level 6 sorcerer could he fly. Only then could he grab Dicky, fly into the atmosphere, and throw him into outer space. Of course, this is just an idea in the early stages of the sand table. It will take a long time to completely take shape, and I don't know what problems will arise in the process. But first, I have to think of a way to get this plan into shape. He closed his eyes slightly, silently absorbing the energy of this mass extinction, and then weighing the next step of the plan, how to implement it. After 3 hours. Click. Suji silently absorbed the energy, vaguely heard a crisp sound in his mind, and slowly opened his eyes. I'm already a legendary sorcerer. What was the concept of a legendary sorcerer, flying between heaven and earth, free and unfettered? It was the strongest power below epic and celestial emperors. Being able to fly meant that in the future, he would not need to ride an electric scooter. He strode out of the door of the room, looking at the endless blue sky, wanting to test the power of a level 6 sorcerer. He intended to try flying. But it's 35 degrees today, it's practically roasting, and the sun in the sky might be even more terrifying. He thought about it and decided that he had to do some sunscreen before he went out. He picked up a sun umbrella at the door, then put it down after some thought. He picked up a black sun hat, put it on, and wrapped his skin with long sleeves. He also carried a black oxygen tank on his back. Invisible chi body. He stretched out his hand. Whoosh! The transparent distorted air enveloped Suji, making his body blurry and hazy, as if it was a refraction of optical camouflage, making it difficult to see him. He stretched out his hand again, and gradually rose into the air, flying into the vast sky. Whoosh! He heard the whistling sound of the wind, sweeping around him. The strong airflow in the sky was isolated outside the translucent barrier of the chi sorcery. Occasionally, some birds flew around, and the orchard on the ground gradually became smaller. Behind it, the entire land of the village came into view. The mountains, the rivers, and the whole land looked like an exquisite sand table. This world is too beautiful. He took a deep breath, looking down at the world in the sky. This was the power of a level 6. Previously, he had been looking at the little person in the bottle in the sand table world, and then doing the equivalent conversion. At this moment, he truly understood the horror of this power, and it had a sense of reality. And this was the real breakthrough into a high realm, the basic threshold of becoming a powerhouse. He stood in the clouds, and under his feet were thick layers of white clouds, giving off a vast and magnificent atmosphere. Usually, he had only seen such a situation from the window of the plane. Unfortunately, there is no plane for me to ride. Suji looked around with regret, and there was no passing plane in the blue sky. He was a little regretful. After all, flying mounts were a man's romance. Suji paused for a while, put on the oxygen mask, and flew higher and higher, gradually approaching the limit of the sky. Any higher and it's almost a vacuum environment. My wizard's protective shield may not be able to hold up. Suji tried to explore it for a while and gave up. He thought again, the consumption is really too much. Just flying consumes nearly 70% of a legendary wizard's huge mental power. It's a problem that can be solved by a hot air balloon, but in the end, the legendary wizard is exhausted to death. But landing doesn't require so much. This is the end of testing the power of a level 6 wizard. Boom, Suji took a deep breath and began to free fall. This is much more exciting than bungee jumping. Suji came back from bungee jumping. He was sweating, and his head was still in the strong discomfort of falling. He went to take a shower and felt refreshed. After that, he walked out of the living room in big underpants, took a deep breath comfortably, lay on the black sofa, and began to think about how he could carry Dickie into space and fly into the universe since he could already fly into the sky and was qualified to be a rocket. At this moment, the forum exploded. What the hell? Game developers come out and get beaten up. That's terrible, hanging on the wall, Dickie the Celestial Emperor. Is this boss so hardcore? We worked so hard to get the 9 Revolutions mysterious art, but it was learned in an instant. Angry, this reminds me of some terrible martial arts geniuses. Wuji, is that you? Golden-haired Lion King's blind picture. JPG, Dickie, he's too strong. He's shameless. He doesn't have the talent to open up new research paths, and he doesn't have the ability to innovate, but he has an amazing talent for learning. He copied and pasted crazily, and then integrated them together, turning them into his own things, and even constantly improved, integrated, and then beat the original creators. Unify the whole world. This reminds me of a factory. But no matter what, he has crushed an era, and we can't beat him. They opened the door and released Dao Chongqing, using this honest young man who had once made them cry in anger to anger those ancestral sorcerers to death. Everyone was still discussing and laughing happily, hoping to lighten the trauma in their hearts. Who knew that Dao Chongqing would be beaten up by Di Qi, who was even more powerful than him, not long after he pretended to be calm. They were all stunned, his smile gradually froze on the spot. He felt that the development of the situation had caused extreme discomfort. How could there be such a person in this world? Originally, they had deduced the plan countless times, and Dao Chongqing was absolutely invincible. He was the safe of the world, and no one could destroy him. But in the end, there was a cheat, ancient desolate world. According to the Western era, in the 321st year of the founding Heavenly Court, the Dao Great Emperor appeared out of nowhere and turned the tide. He supported the collapse of the skyscraper and fought a bloody battle against 11 ancient heavenly emperors in the Daluo heaven to avert the calamity of the world. Dao Chongqing said, Di Qi is too arrogant. He has a terrifying temper and will not go back on his words. He will come out of the heaven of Zenith heaven in 100 years and defeat me easily with my 9 revolutions mysterious art. All living beings in the world can come out and recuperate in the next 100 years. The living beings on the ground began to go out one after another to recuperate. After all, Dao Chongqing's inner world was too small for long-term survival. It was only suitable for taking refuge in emergencies. Dao Chongqing remained silent. He looked at his teachers and slowly bowed. Teachers, I will walk the path from now on. The people around him looked at him and nodded. They were at their wits' end. It was only then that Meng Mei and the others realized that Dao Chongqing had been walking the path that they had planned. He had been cultivating and never had his own opinions. He was only 50 years old, could he really not defeat Di Qi in the remaining 100 years? Perhaps, the teachers could no longer help him grow. Instead, they had limited his talents. At this moment, I no longer have anyone to rely on. Even my teachers could not solve the problem. Dao Chongqing took a deep breath and sat cross-legged on the ground. For a full 3 months, his mind was constantly measuring the terrifying man, his figure, and his every move. My talents are far from his. He is too terrifying, unsolvable, almost unsolvable. Dao Chongqing's eyes became complicated. That terrifying, perfect man did not have a single flaw. The next time he appeared, he would definitely master his 9 revolutions mysterious art and defeat him with it. Dao Chongqing fell silent again. Another 3 years passed. He did not move. His surroundings gradually turned into a green grassland. His body was already covered in green moss, as if he had turned into a statue. He suddenly opened his eyes. There is another way. Although he is 10,000 times more talented than I am, he is an extremely partial talent. He does not have the ability to innovate. The Only advantage I have over him is my ability to innovate. I can improve my cultivation method like crazy. As long as the 9 Revolutions mysterious art continues to grow stronger, his learning speed will not be able to keep up with mine. I will be able to leave him far behind. He began to integrate the cultivation method. Although the teachers had developed this cultivation method, he was the one who cultivated it. He was the only one who understood the various insights. He could clearly feel that the 9 Revolutions mysterious art given to him was fragmented, imperfect, and flawed. It was just an embryonic form. Although the 9 spaces were powerful, they had not been truly integrated into one. They had not turned into an iron plate and become one. I have been cultivating the 9 Revolutions mysterious art for 50 years. Now, I have 100 years to perfect it. If I can completely integrate the 9 Revolutions mysterious art, I will be countless times stronger than I am now. He took a deep breath. The scary thing about Di Chi is that he learns. Next time we fight, as long as I improve fast enough, Di Chi will not be able to keep up with my learning speed. On the contrary, because he has learned my old cultivation method, he has the fatal flaw of the 9 acupoints. This gives me the only chance to defeat him. Dao Chongqing murmured. He was too young. He was only 50 years old. At this moment of crisis, he had truly matured. He truly had the bearing and vision of a celestial emperor who could dominate the world. Oppression made people grow. He had been living under the protection of his teacher. His teacher had solved all his problems for him, and he was only responsible for cultivation. Now that a problem that even his teacher was in despair had appeared, he began to explore his own unique path. After another 50 years, he gradually and thoroughly innovated the 9 Revolutions mysterious art he had learned and turned it into his own cultivation method. He connected the 9 acupoints and the dantian in the center to form a whole. He named it, 9 stars aligned. At this point, the 9 Revolutions mysterious art had been thoroughly integrated and he had walked out of his own style. What a terrifying battle wisdom. Mingmei's eyes were bright. He has a pure and flawless heart of glaze, which leads to his single-mindedness. He may be able to create miracles. His talent is indeed unprecedented and can be ranked in the top 3, but he is far from the monstrous Di Chi. However, his battle wisdom and strategies are no less than Di Chi's. He may be able to defeat him. Seeing that the child she had raised had completely grown up, she still felt a little emotional. After all, she was only in her early 20s, but the child she had raised was already more than 100 years old. You are no longer pure. Lei Chui said. Another 10 years passed. The prosperous heavens and earth were once again united as countless living beings moved in. The land became dark and gloomy once again. Countless sacred grounds, Taoist sects, and even the gods of the heavenly court were in a heated discussion. Don't worry, the Tao heavenly monarch had once stopped them. He might be able to create another miracle. The heavens have blessed the living beings. A Tao heavenly monarch has appeared in the heavens and earth with terrifying strength. He has stopped the ancient heavenly monarchs from destroying the world. The blood of the living beings will not be shed in vain. The heaven-breaking monarch murmured, the illusory era of the human race, the age of the ancient gods, and the age of the witch ancestor will soon come to an end. Today, we will destroy the ancient existence. They began to move in. Some were crying during the process, thinking that they could not win, while others were comforting each other. The battle that had taken place today was an event that would shake the history of the primordial era. It would surely be recorded in the history books. It was not an exaggeration to say that the Tao heavenly monarch was one of the strongest heavenly monarchs in history. In the past 100 years, the 3 quasi-emperors from back then had also proclaimed themselves heavenly monarchs. The Tao heavenly monarch had also perfected his golden body, allowing him to accommodate a few more heavenly monarchs. Apart from the 3 quasi-emperors from back then, there was also the heaven-breaking monarch, the god-slaying monarch, and the azure monarch. A total of 6 heavenly monarchs had entered the heavenly monarch's body, strengthening it to the extreme. However, they were about to face the strongest heavenly monarch in history. 100 years was enough to change a lot of things. Dao Chongqing's eyes gradually turned deep. He no longer had the youthful temperament. His clothes were old and his black hair was draped over his shoulders. His body did not have the faint white glow of the past, and he even looked a little skinny. He stood calmly on the spot, waiting for Diqi's arrival. He suddenly looked at the sky and exclaimed, "When I was young, I only wanted to save my mother. Who would have thought that I would be shouldering the hopes of the entire world? Perhaps, after today, I won't be me anymore." Whoosh, the heaven of Daluo opened. A magnificent and perfect ancient being with a crystalline body, like some kind of treasure of the heavens and earth, emitting a faint white glaze light, walked out. He stared at Dao Changxing calmly and said with a cold voice, "Young man, we meet again." He paused and a look of surprise flashed across his eyes. "You've changed." There were two reasons why Diqi said that he had changed. First, his temperament had changed. Before, he was like a young man who had never seen the world. Now, he was mature. Second, his 9 revolutions mysterious art was different. It was hard to tell its original structure and shape. "You've really changed. You've really made me pay attention to you. You've also walked your own path," Emperor Qi said indifferently. "Although I've learned your 9 revolutions mysterious art, I still can't understand your current body. What's going on with you now?" "I'm actually looking forward to it." Diqi looked at Dao Changxing, who was dressed in rags and seemed to have returned to his natural state. His face was full of admiration and admiration. Suddenly, he didn't want to kill him. He wanted to see how far Dao Changxing could go. After all, he was too proud and magnanimous. He could tolerate the rise of geniuses and even challenge him. He looked forward to seeing these geniuses shine and then reap the fruits of their labor. He was confident that no matter how powerful they were, they would not be able to defeat him. "I have changed my mind. I will not kill you," Diqi said. Emperor Qi said lightly, "How many eras has it been? You are one of the few geniuses that I admire. You were radiant and ambitious for the sake of the world. It was as if I saw the ancestor that I admired, Su Yonyan. He was the one who made me feel difficult to deal with, so I overthrew myself. At that time, I hoped that he could live longer, but unfortunately, he left too early." Diqi looked at Dao Changxing and said calmly, "After I prove my Dao, I will leave. I hope that you can live a little longer, so that you can grow stronger with hatred in your heart. When we fight again in the future, you will be even more beautiful than before. Diqi, don't think that I don't know what you are doing. You are too cunning." Dao Changxing took a deep breath and stretched out his 8 arms. "While you are talking, you have been looking at me from head to toe. You are secretly learning my art." Almost at the same time, the two of them attacked. 2 extremely terrifying indestructible golden bodies collided with each other, creating a terrifying tremor that swept across the entire world. Although their ancestral golden bodies were small, they shook the entire sand table. Rumble, invisible shockwaves spread across the entire heavenly realm with the 2 of them as the center. Any living creature that got close to it would be instantly killed. They were terrifyingly strong. Even if other celestial emperors were present, they would be slapped to death by a single palm strike from them. Their terrifying battle prowess was already close to that of the heretic god Cthulhu of the past. "Didn't you want to learn from me? I'll show you my results." Dao Changxing's body grew inch by inch. 100 meters, 1,000 meters, 10,000 meters. In an instant, he looked like the Panga giant who was holding up heaven and earth, towering between heaven and earth, enormous and terrifying. He was too enormous. His feet stood on the ground, and if he raised his arms, he would be able to reach the entire wall of the sky. "This is..." Diqi suddenly had an ominous premonition. Boom! Dao Changxing let out a roar that turned into a terrifying sound wave. The giant moved with terrifying speed and slapped Diqi away as if he were swatting a tiny fly. "This is my own path, the true body of Pangu." Dao Changxing looked at Diqi, who was smashed to the edge of the world. His body had already been smashed into pieces and turned into a pile of meat paste. He said calmly, "I'm using the terrifying regenerative ability of the immortal true body to keep growing. My flesh wriggled, my bones enlarged, and I finally became a giant that could split heaven and earth apart. I've condensed all 100 of my lives into one. Diqi. I've been thinking about how not to be imitated by you in this battle." Dao Changxing strode forward, his voice cold and decisive. "This is my immortal golden body, the true form of the second ancestral witch, the true body of Pangu. However, it requires too much energy, Without the living beings of a world to store energy in my body, and without the 6 celestial emperors to support me, I can't go on. Cough, cough, cough. Dichi spat out a mouthful of blood and was smashed into a pile of red meat paste that stuck to the wall of the heavenly realm. He slowly condensed back into a human form. This was a young man with shoulder-length black hair. Your 9 Revolutions mystic art is really good stuff. It has a terrifying life force. Otherwise, I would have been seriously injured. He looked up and stared at the towering giant in shock. He was only the size of a strand of his hair. This was the true form of the ancestral witch. Dao Chongqing kept growing his flesh and expanding his body. The amount of energy required was unheard of, and it was difficult for him to do it now. Dichi took a deep breath and looked at the giant Pangu in shock. He smiled. You're very powerful. I can't learn it now, but this cultivation method will still be a part of me in the future. Crack. 8 arms suddenly stretched out from under Dichi's ribs, each with a snake tail and scales. His current true form of the ancestral witch not only had the immortal golden body, but it also contained the cultivation methods of the 11 ancestral witches. Not only that, but he also had 8 arms. One of them was clenched into a fist, the other was a seal, and the other was a palm. He had the unique skills of the ancient celestial emperors, the azure the arch, the heaven shattering the arch, Su Yonyan, and the 13 connate ancient gods. His body cultivation and Dao cultivation were all condensed and integrated into one. Dao Chongqing looked at the terrifying man. There seemed to be the silhouettes of celestial emperors standing behind him. He was too terrifying. He integrated all of the celestial emperor's ultimate arts and brought forth new ones from the old. It was as if he alone represented all of the celestial emperors from ancient times until now. There were more than 30 of them, and there were even other Dao immortals among them. Do you understand now? I'm good at summarizing. Anyone's cultivation method will be combined into one in my hands. Dichi spoke with confidence and assurance. In this world, the past, present, and future celestial emperors will all become a part of me. Their talents, unique skills, and innovations will all provide me with knowledge. I can't learn your Panga golden body now, but it will still be a part of me in the future. He was the most terrifying mastermind in history. Celestial Emperor Long Hong was the first celestial emperor since ancient times. He had unimaginably terrifying aptitude. He could understand the theory behind any ultimate art of the later generation geniuses with a few glances. Even if it was a celestial emperor level existence, he could also easily learn it and master it thoroughly, surpassing them. That's why I must kill you today. Dao Chongqing's face darkened. He leaped up and grabbed at Dichi. Roar. The 2 invincible golden bodies collided. It was as if an ant-like being was fighting against a sky-covering giant. The heavenly realm was shaking. The earth was shaking. The walls in the sky started to creak as large amounts of stars fell from the sky, creating a beautiful meteor shower. The moon god palace also collapsed in that instant. Rumble, the 2 of them continued to exchange blows in a frenzy. 2 powerful auras clashed against each other, causing the surrounding scenery to distort and change. No one was able to see what was happening inside. The invincible golden body was hard to kill in the eyes of others. But in their eyes, they knew the location of the other's acupoints and fatal points. Crack, the black ground was cracking. A huge crack suddenly appeared on the wide ground of the heavenly realm. It quickly cracked like a spider web and began to collapse rapidly. The earth instantly collapsed, and the land of the mortal world seemed to be covered by a huge black mudslide that fell from the sky. The stars are falling. The sky is falling. For a moment, everyone had the same thought. Boom, the land of the heaven realm began to crumble and fall to the ground, sending up large amounts of black dust. The immortal realm and the mortal realm of the antiquity world were originally separated into 2 layers, but now they had completely merged into one. The sky cracked, and their battle descended into the mortal realm. The terrifying battle caused the pitch-black ground to crack inch by inch, creating horrifying fissures. On the mortal realm, a Pang-like giant strode forward. The giant's palm turned into a series of afterimages as it fought against a terrifying man. This is appalling. Inside the inner world, countless people looked pale and nervous. The battle between the two celestial emperors had exceeded the limits of imagination of other celestial emperors throughout the ages. It was like a mythical battle that split the heavens and the earth. The world might return to chaos. The entire land was stained with blood, and shattered stars littered the ground. Boom, Dichi was sent flying backward. He slowly rose to his feet, his expression extremely grave. He had become extremely powerful after cultivating the 9 revolutions mysterious art, but it also gave Dao Chongqing a chance to seize his fatal weakness and kill him. They had already located the acupoints of both sides. Just now, one of his hidden acupoints was almost destroyed by Dao Chongqing. He frowned. Maybe I'll have to wait for the next era. He already had the intention to retreat. Although it was difficult to master the golden body of Pengu in a short time, he could still learn from it, find his weakness, and use it to defeat him. I won't give you a chance to leave. Dao Chongqing looked at him coldly, his black hair dancing in the wind. He stretched out his 8 arms and punched Dichi. Dichi, you're too scary. I won't let you escape. The results of the past 100 years are all I have, which will allow me to fight against you for another era. The next time you show up, I won't be able to open up a new path. If you show up with my golden body of Pengu, I won't be your match. So this is my only chance to kill you. He strode forward. 100 years had completely matured him. He punched Dichi again and again, exploding with terrifying energy and swirling light, filled with a resolute killing intent. In this battle, I have the determination to die without any worries. But you have fetters and worries. Dao Chongqing had made up his mind to kill. In fact, he was already prepared to perish together with his opponent. Emperor Qi looked at Dao Chongqing, frowned, and began to back up. He did not want to risk his life against Dao Chongqing. Dao Chongqing's foundation had been exhausted. In another 100 years, Dao Chongqing's 9 revolutions mysterious art would not be able to keep up with his learning speed. He still had a long lifespan. Back then, the 12 ancestors of sorcery overthrew the rule of the 13 Khanate ancient gods and fought for hundreds of years. The Dao injuries they suffered were too severe and they were about to die in 500 to 600 years. Meanwhile, he was different, hiding himself quite deeply, not being injured at all, still having 900 years of lifespan. Meanwhile, the reason why he took action was because his wife and Yun's lifespan was about to reach its end, and that was why he wanted her to break through and continue living. Kill. Dao Chongqing roared and charged straight at Dichi. He would not give him a chance to escape, nor would he give him another chance to grow. If Dichi left, no one would be able to defeat him. Boom, the two of them fought again. Dao Chongqing risked his life to destroy Dichi's 9 acupuncture points. Dichi had no choice but to accept the challenge. Both of them began to attack each other's acupuncture points in a frenzy. Rumble, the heavens and earth cracked. The third heaven is collapsing. Screams rose and fell incessantly, and countless screams mixed together in a chaotic mess. Countless mortals walked out of their rooms and onto the bluestone streets. Their eyes were blurry and filled with tears, and they felt like crying. This great calamity was too cruel. The heavenly Dao Emperor was already starting to be injured, and they could only hide inside. There is no hope, but he is still stubbornly resisting. An old man looked at the terrifying slaughter outside. Dao Celestial, the Arch is the last resistance of our world. Run. Suddenly, the dimension cracked at a visible speed, and the earth trembled. Countless buildings and palaces began to collapse like building blocks. The twisted dimensional cracks were hundreds of meters long and kept expanding like man-eating monsters. Run. The Grotto Heaven Realm and Great Emperors cried and danced in the sky, saving the mortals on the ground. Got it. Suddenly, a calm voice was heard. Boom, a giant hand with black and red muscles quickly passed through space and grabbed at the entire small aperture world. Pa, the entire world was destroyed. Countless mortals died in an instant. Only some Grotto Heaven Realm experts survived the destruction of the dimension and fell out of their inner worlds, coughing up mouthfuls of blood. Dao Chongqing's voice resounded through the world, and his fighting spirit soared. Over the past 100 years, you have merged the inner worlds of 11 celestial thearchs into your acupuncture points. Your inner worlds are several times larger and more stable than mine. Now that I have destroyed one of them, let's see who will die first. Boom, Dao Changxing's bones were broken, but he still pressed forward with a huge hand. Di Qi, you are too terrifying. I must kill you and restore peace to the world. Di Qi began to show a hint of fear. His body was broken, but he could only fight back. The two of them had fought to the point of madness. Just as Dao Changxing said, Di Qi had worries in his heart, and Dao Changxing's indomitable determination to fight to the death gave him the advantage. After another hour, the life and death battle erupted. Dao Changxing was risking his life for Di Qi's. One by one, his acupoints began to crack. Di Qi's face gradually turned pale. His acupoints were also cracking. For the first time, he felt the threat of death. If this continued, they would only end up dying together. He might even die before Dao Changxing. After all, no matter how strong he was, he had been fighting with all his might for half a day, and he was starting to get exhausted. Dao Changxing, on the other hand, was not human. His Pangatru form was so terrifying, but he could still last longer than Di Qi. Dying together? Am I going to die here? This unbelievable thought flashed through Di Qi's mind. His talent was unbelievably strong, but he was forced to this state by this lunatic. At this moment, many past events flashed through his mind. His past opponents, his long years in the heavenly court, and the only woman on his path of seeking the Dao realm. Dao Celestial, the Arch, you have everyone behind you. If you die, they will die. I have someone behind me too. If I die, she will die too. In the next moment, Di Qi's face turned completely cold, and a terrifying aura burst out. In his long journey of seeking the Dao, he had not been ruthless, and Yun was his only weakness. Di Qi had never really fought before, and he had always crushed his opponents with ease. This was the first time he had experienced the madness of being on the brink of death. He was actually showing signs of a breakthrough. He had completely mastered it, and his combat strength was gradually becoming stronger. What a monstrous talent you have. You are so difficult to deal with. You still want to break through like this. The more you fight, the stronger you get. Dao Changxing growled. Boom, heaven and earth were swept away as the two most powerful great emperors in history fought madly. They were fighting with their lives on the line. One by one, their acupoints were broken and crumbling. They were walking toward death. The battle lasted for another half a day. Di Qi was extremely terrifying. He gradually grew stronger and stronger through the battle. Even though he had the upper hand, he was slowly running out of energy. He was only one person. No matter how strong he was, there was a limit to how long he could last. On the other hand, Dao Changxing was still as strong as ever. After all, he had a world behind him. The speed at which he became stronger could not keep up with the speed at which he was running out of energy. That made him feel miserable. He clearly had terrifying talents, but he did not have enough time. If he had more time, Dao Changxing would have been easily killed by him. Go to hell. Dao Changxing's eyes were like flames. He looked like a mighty god of war as he slammed down. The most ancient heavenly emperor, I can't let you grow any longer. Di Qi's strength was gradually drained. Seeing the incoming attack, an unknown burst of strength and obsession forced his body to meet it. He said fiercely, "You're the one who's going to die." Boom, a terrifying blast of air erupted again. At that moment, not only was the sky collapsing, but the 9 pillars that held up the sky also began to crack. The first pillar. The second pillar. The third pillar, the sky and earth are completely collapsing. Our world is returning to chaos. Someone looked at the sky in horror. In ancient times, the Dao monarch split the heavens and earth apart, propping up the world from the chaotic darkness. At this moment, the entire vast world was actually beginning to be unable to withstand the terrifying battle between these two powerful celestial emperors, and gradually collapsed, about to begin to gather together. No. Dao Changxing looked at the collapsing walls and sky and roared. He instantly stopped attacking Di Qi. His black hair stood on end as he raised his head and roared. He quickly grew taller and turned into an indomitable giant. He strode toward the collapsed heaven and earth, his arms fiercely supporting the sky. Whoosh! Get up there! His body held up the sky. Light bloomed and the entire world was illuminated for a moment. I have to melt it again. Dao Changsheng roared. The Dao patterns on his arms were releasing the Dao of fire. They were melting the sky and stabilizing the collapsing world. Diqi stood up and stumbled while bathed in blood. Suddenly, he froze and turned to look at Dao Changsheng. At that moment, both of them were like arrows at the end of their flight. He only needed one strike to easily kill Dao Changsheng, who had given up resisting and was supporting the world. However, he did not do so. He only looked at Dao Changsheng quietly. He was also the oldest innate ancient celestial god, celestial monarch who created this world. Kacha, the sky was sinking, cracks appearing one after another. Dao Changsheng pulled out his arms one by one and grew a few more. He turned into a towering giant standing on the ground. His hands forcibly held up the sky while his feet stepped on the cracked ground. Crack, crack, crack. He had long been exhausted, pressed down by the sky until he was sinking layer by layer, facing extreme madness. The sky cannot fall. Dao Changsheng was covered in blood. He was exhausted to the extreme, but his expression was more determined than ever. His eyes were filled with the extreme madness of a martyr. Without the Dao Lord's connate chaotic flames, we don't have enough power to create a new world out of chaos. He raised his arm high. I'm going to lift you up. Dao Changsheng roared furiously, causing the entire world to tremble. He crazily spread his flesh arms and unleashed one Dao technique after another to stabilize the crumbling walls of heaven and earth. Rumble, blood gushed out from his arms, and the world seemed to have fused with the color of blood. Kacha, Dao Changsheng's remaining fifth aperture point, was shattering. A blood-red glow blossomed in the world, and the crumbling sky suddenly lifted up slightly. He felt his consciousness fading away. He was too tired, and all his thoughts were fading away. His teacher, his mother, and the young man on the world tree with a book basket on his back, Kacha, another aperture point, began to shatter. Dao Changsheng felt his consciousness fading away. We've actually lost. We were born at the wrong time. If we were any later, Dicky would have died. At the very least, we would have perished together. The inner world was filled with mournful cries. From time to time, people would sob and cry their hearts out. They wanted to go out and help, but unfortunately, the Panga Golden Body's energy consumption was too terrifying. The experts and heavenly gods had already given up all their energy, and some even began to faint. Dao Celestial the Arch, in the remaining few broken inner worlds, countless sects of the Antiquity era and secluded sacred grounds were crying and praying, and the mortals of the entire world were weeping. Everything Dao Celestial the Arch had done was too selfless. He was doing it for his people. When the sky collapsed, he used his own body to bear the weight of heaven and earth to prevent the world from collapsing. That moved all living beings. There had never been a Celestial the Arch whose prestige had reached such a level. Perhaps he had surpassed the primordial era, when he single-handedly stopped the 9 golden crows of the Divine Sun Temple, and that period of war that made people feel indignant and hopeless. That yearning turned into an ocean and surged into the sky, injecting into Dao Changsheng's body. His exhausted body regained some strength, and he pushed the sky up another inch. Young man, let it go. Your soul is in the 9 apertures, and more than half of it has been destroyed. If this goes on, you will die. Dicky spat out blood and sat up. For some reason, he still tried to persuade Dao Changsheng. So what? Dao Changsheng countered with a bitter smile. But it's a pity that I couldn't kill you even after I did so much. I was just one step away. Dicky didn't say anything. Amidst the blood, Dao Changsheng suddenly stared at Emperor Qi with a face full of hope. He stared at the strongest celestial emperor in the ancient era, who he could have almost killed and perished together with him, with a pair of clear, pleading eyes. Can you promise me a favor? Dicky looked at him and remained silent for a while. Speak. There was a hint of calmness in Dao Changsheng's eyes. I don't have any more strength left. I hope you can wait for me to restore the world and then kill me. You can use my corpse to become a saint and let the world go. Dicky was stunned. Young man, I don't need charity. He smiled faintly as he stumbled, as if he had aged countless years in an instant. His body bent and he turned to leave. In my eyes, I've already lost this battle. This is the first defeat in my life. I'll remember it and place you in a corner of my memory, eternally preserving you. Over the years, I've lost my opponents one after another. The ancient gods of heaven, Xianxia, the 11 shamans. Now, I'll lose you too. He stood up, staggered, and disappeared. Dicky, you want to slaughter the world, but you let me go. Dao Chongqing supported the world, and his consciousness gradually faded. He didn't know how to describe his pride and strangeness. His body pushed harder and harder against the sky, as if he could stand for eternity. He could clearly feel that he was losing himself. Dao Chongqing's eyes were bloodshot. He continued to support the world, and his consciousness fell into darkness. After an unknown period of time, he vaguely saw a black-haired, black-clothed giant young man approaching with a bucket and an axe. This is... Dao Chongqing was now covered in blood. His black hair draped over his shoulders. This blood-drenched giant raised his arms up high. His consciousness was fading away. This was the first time he had seen a giant other than himself. Was it an illusion? The two celestial sovereigns had fought so fiercely that there were no more living beings in this world. No, it's not an illusion. He struggled to support the world with his arms and gradually lost consciousness. He saw the figure walking toward him and couldn't help but ask in a hoarse voice, "Who are you?" That person only smiled. On the other side, Dicky was leaving this barren land. He couldn't return to the Daluo heaven because he had already integrated it into the 9 revolutions mysterious art. This was a battle he was sure to win, and he didn't leave himself a way out. Whoosh. The dark and boundless land was desolate. He walked on the vast land and turned his head to look at Dao Chongqing's giant figure. He seemed to recall the ancient times when the world was created. In the dark, the world was as chaotic as a chicken's egg. The young god was born in the egg and went through the 7 tribulations. He was ordered to come to this world to create the world. He roared angrily and divided the world. He burned the sky and the earth. The sun was 10 feet high and the sun on the earth was 10 feet thick. The world was thus created. He was the oldest being in the world since the world was created. He used to be passionate and ambitious, but he was defeated by time and chose to transcend with Wu Yun. So what if it was the lives of all living beings? The lives of all living beings were like weeds that would grow again after being harvested. Until Su Yonyan appeared. That person was so powerful that he came to the Sun Temple to suppress the 9 golden crows. At that time, he was indeed shocked. It was the first time in the world that someone could be so powerful that he could open a new path. At that time, he indeed couldn't defeat Su Yonyan and chose to endure. He was like 100 years ago when he fought for immortality and retired to the Daluo heaven. He kept studying Su Yonyan's cultivation method in the dark. When Su Yonyan went to the sky to suppress the Sun Temple for the 2nd time, he could easily defeat him. However, he sat on the golden throne in the Sun Temple and watched as the old man bathed in blood fought against the other golden crows in front of the Sun Temple. In the end, he chose to endure and did not leave the throne. He killed the old man. He didn't like the weak, but respected the strong. He had a great spirit, choosing to give Renzu a lifetime of dignity, not wanting to shatter his undefeatable legend and leave behind a beautiful legend for the later generations. He even hoped that he could live a bit longer, but he had too many hidden injuries and passed away too early. The world is a cycle of reincarnation. The Tao is immortal. You're just like Su Yonyan back then. Even if I don't kill you, you'll be exhausted for the sake of the world. You'll die of old age, and I'll continue to live forever. However, I'll place you in a corner of my memory, Dicky muttered to himself as he strode forward. As he walked, his body suddenly stopped and started to crack and bleed. Gotcha, wisps of blood began to flow out from the corners of his lips. He could only stop on a small black hillside and sit there. He was too tired, almost dying. He needed to rest. No one would believe that a dignified celestial emperor would also feel tired and need to rest. In fact, if Dao Chongqing didn't stop, he would definitely die of exhaustion. The battle was too tragic, as if they were the only 2 left in the world. He sat on the ground and took out a table, chair, and wine from his inner space. The Tao Lord has already left this world. Is there anyone in this world who has lived longer than me? No. In this life, he had lived 2 lives and experienced too much. He looked back at the past, the glorious years that spanned the entire ancient era. He had witnessed the Tao Lord of all the world ruled the innate ancient gods, and ruled the celestial court of ancestral magi. If he didn't expose himself, who would believe it? But suddenly, his expression froze, and he was in disbelief. The flow of time in the primordial world, it was changing at an extremely rapid speed. His mind shook fiercely. He saw a mighty giant that blotted out the sky and the earth. It was as if he had entered an uninhabited land. He silently passed through the barrier of this world and landed gently on the ground. He was like an ordinary woodcutter that had arrived with a bucket and an axe. He was tall, had black hair, and black eyes. His eyes shone with a clear light and were filled with a harmonious charm. His body was shrouded in a faint white light, and his face could not be seen clearly. Dickie's hair stood on end, and he had goosebumps all over his body. An unbelievable thought flashed through his mind. A mixed essence saint came from another world? Suji walked over in small steps. The barren black land was covered in blood, and there was a terrifying silence. He was wearing a pair of black canvas shoes that were covered in blood and mud. He looked as relaxed as if he was taking a stroll in his own yard. Carrying a bucket and an axe, he went down to the ground to carry out the construction. Looking up, Dao Chongqing was now several times taller than he was. He was already 8 meters tall, and he was holding up the sky with both hands. He's already unconscious, but he's still holding up the sky to prevent my cellar from collapsing. He's indeed meritorious. His normal golden body of Pangu should be more than 3 meters tall, which is the most suitable form for combat. Now, to hold up the sky, he's forcibly enlarged his body to 8 meters, but this will cause his flesh to be weak, and his bones to become thinner. His combat power will decrease. Suji kept evaluating the golden body of Pangu's heaven-defying cultivation method. He had stacked the energy of 100 lives together, and naturally, his body had enlarged to become a giant. His combat power had naturally multiplied, but it also consumed a lot of energy. His body had increased by tens of thousands of times, but his combat power had only increased by a dozen times. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to fight evenly with Dickie's Daluo scripture. It was a form of Dharma world. This transformation increased his combat power by a dozen times, but it consumed a lot of energy. It was a form of a life and death battle. The cellar under this orchard isn't on the surface, so you can do whatever you want. Now that we're fighting like this, the sky will naturally collapse, and I have to come out to clean it. Suji was a little speechless. He slowly took out a piece of green arrow chewing gum from his jeans, peeled off the wrapper, and put it in his mouth to chew. He put down the bucket in his hand and began to hold the axe with both hands, chewing the green arrow gum in his mouth. He came to a huge green tree that required several people to encircle it, and slowly swung the axe. Chop down the world tree and use it to mend the sky. Can. As the axe fell, it actually made a clanging sound of metal colliding. With the help of witchcraft, Suji began to quickly swing the axe, chopping out many dents, and the world tree gradually collapsed. This giant came to our primordial world to chop down the world tree with an axe. In the distance, Dickie hid in the dark, and his expression gradually changed. And this ancient primordial chaos saint can interfere with time. It's too terrifying. What did he eat? He kept chewing with a serious expression. Is it some kind of unimaginable ancient treasure? He had never seen such a creature before. He began to instinctively feel fear and awe. After all, this existence could pass through the barrier of a primordial world, traverse the heavens, and cross the myriad realms. It must be a terrifying ancient saint at least at the Tao Lord level. Dickie's eyelids drooped, and he hesitated for a moment. Let's go and observe. If it were other celestial emperors, they might be so scared that they would break out in a cold sweat and run away to hide. However, he was approaching, dragging the dripping blood on the ground, and constantly approaching carefully. He came to a hidden spot, intending to observe from a close distance. His talent was terrifying to the extreme. He understood that this might be a crisis of death, but it was also an extremely terrifying opportunity. A supreme ancient existence that was at least a primordial chaos saint had appeared in front of him, and it was the best time to observe and learn his dharmic Tao. His eyes shone brightly, filled with enthusiasm and fanaticism. It's enough to make me reach the sky in a single step. Boom, another axe fell fiercely, and the world tree almost cracked. A terrifying sound gradually resounded between heaven and earth. Boom, another axe fell, and the world tree collapsed. Suji then chopped the world tree into 4 pieces. With a wave of his hand, the 4 huge dark green world tree pieces covered the sky and flew into the air, landing where the 4 broken heaven-supporting pillars had been. Then, he gently pointed at the 4 pieces of world tree. Whoosh, the round wooden stumps of the 4 pieces of world tree were like withered trees in spring. They constantly grew, sprouting out jade-green leaves and constantly growing taller. Gradually, they turned into a towering jade-green tree that began to support the sky and earth. He chewed on the green arrow chewing gum and leisurely carried the bucket to the roots of the world tree to water it. The 4 world trees obtained water and gradually grew taller, becoming new pillars of heaven and earth. He's actually mending the sky. When Dickie saw this, he finally understood everything. His voice gradually became hoarse, and his expression was solemn. This world is about to collapse. This primordial chaos saint crossed worlds and descended into this world. He might be a friend of the Tao Lord who created the world, and he's here to help her mend this world. This was the best guess. A primordial chaos saint already had the ability to cross worlds, and these ancient, terrifying existences would definitely get to know each other and call each other Tao friends. They would participate in the rise and fall of each world. Whoosh, the 4 world trees continued to grow taller, emitting endless green, entangling and condensing. Dickie's voice trembled slightly, and he was secretly shocked. The world tree is the mother of green vines. It takes hundreds of years to grow to this level, and yet he's doing it so easily. What kind of Tao spell is this? A saint woodcutter. The technique of mending the sky must be earth-shattering. A rare expression of excitement appeared on his face. He hurriedly observed carefully, and his fiery eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He was afraid that he would miss a trace of the energy flow, and his brain worked furiously to calculate. However, his expression gradually froze. He looked at the young primordial chaos saint, who was chewing and growing world tree and carrying a bucket of water. He began to show traces of shock and doubt. Impossible. Impossible. He muttered. The more he deduced, the more shocked he became. It was as if a crack had appeared in his Tao heart. In an instant, his mind shook, and he was so frightened that he took a few steps back. He murmured in disbelief, no matter what method I use to observe, there are no ripples of Tao spell energy. It's as if it's natural. This is the first time I can't see through his technique. So, this is the power of a saint? Dichi looked into the distance, but his shock only lasted for a few seconds. He gradually calmed down and stopped trying to figure out the cultivation method. He knew that it was impossible for him to figure it out at his current level, and it would affect his Tao heart instead. Back then, when the Tao Lord created the world, I was weak and only had a level 6 grotto heaven, but I could still vaguely see the outline of the Tao Lord's cultivation method. But now, this saint can't see it. This saint came to the world and directly interfered with time. I'm afraid he's not an ordinary origin immortal. Dichi's expression gradually became solemn. He knew how terrifying it was. He pondered and looked into the distance with great ambition. However, I'm confident that with my aptitude, it won't be long before I enter the primordial chaos saint realm. I'll be able to catch up to these veteran saints and sweep through the myriad worlds. He was originally worried that the world would collapse. He and Dao Changxing had fought until they were exhausted, and Dao Changxing might not be able to hold the sky. When the world collapsed and he returned to the origin immortal, even he would find it difficult. That was because he had absorbed Daluo Heaven into the 9 revolutions mysterious art and turned it into one of the acupoints. He had nowhere to go. If the world collapsed, he would be buried in the chaotic darkness, unable to move. However, since an ancient origin immortal saint had come to the primordial world to save the world, carrying the saint's bucket and giant axe to repair the primordial world, there was no need to worry. He kept hiding in the dark, wanting to carefully observe and figure out what was going on. Rumble, the world tree continued to grow, becoming taller inch by inch. It rumbled as it propped up the sky, replacing the position of the 4 pillars. At that moment, Dao Changxing was still supporting the sky. The pressure on his body had been greatly reduced, but he still stood there with his hands supporting the sky. His consciousness seemed to have become blurry. Suji took a look and saw that he could not communicate with Dao Chongqing, so he ignored him. It was the first time he had seen a giant that was bigger than him, and he found it novel. Dao Chongqing's body was so small, but his second transformation, the panga-real form, could already become so huge. His flesh and blood grew at a crazy rate. If he cultivated it, he might be able to stand on earth and treat it as his garden. A 10,000-foot-tall giant could kick the moon like a football. Thinking about it that way, this kind of transformation was quite exciting. It's just that these 4 temporary heaven-bearing pillars are too thin. Suji suddenly weighed the situation and said, I think it won't be long before we can't hold on anymore. We have to find a way to rebuild the stone pillars. Suji put down the axe and threw it into the bucket. However, that's their problem in the future. They can fix it themselves. I'm just here to wash the floor. There's no need to wash it so thoroughly. At this moment, a small crack suddenly appeared in the space, and an ancient existence emitted a terrifying aura. Suji pursed his lips. It was not surprising that a phoenix was about to appear. After all, if he appeared in this world, the reclusive phoenix Tao Lord would definitely come. He quickly spat out the chewing gum, put it into the wrapper, and hid it in his trouser pocket. God of creation, soon, a beautiful woman in an ancient costume slowly flew in front of Suji with an excited and complicated expression. The Tao Lord has appeared as well. In the distance, Diqi's expression changed to one of shock. The Tao Lord had left this world a long time ago. Now, he had crossed over and returned to this broken world to repair it. Were these 2 saints conversing? It looked like this saint woodcutter could interfere with time and was stronger than the Tao Lord who had split heaven and earth apart. After all, the Tao Lord had a respectful attitude. I'm a life form created by the Tao Lord. Maybe I can use my relationship with the Tao Lord. He began to hesitate and hide in the dark, wondering if he should go and pay his respects to the 2 saints. This might be his chance, a huge opportunity. The 4 builder trees stood on the ground, slowly bearing the weight of heaven and earth. Creator. The phoenix's eyes shone with a clear and joyful light. She floated in the air in front of her, looking happy and joyful. Suji stretched out his palm and let her rest on it. He lowered his head and looked at the phoenix in the center of his palm. She had already become a small, long-legged beauty in an ancient costume. She was full of celestial air, and he couldn't help but sigh. A girl changes 18 times between childhood and womanhood. It could be used to make tea a while ago, but now it couldn't be used anymore. Perhaps, the phoenix spirit tea in his fridge would be peerless, and there would be 1 less bottle to drink. After all, her main body, the phoenix egg, had already become a god. It was difficult for her to descend to the mortal world and void sky, so it was impossible for her to pick up a level 8 god phoenix egg. Great and one god, do you need help? The phoenix stood on his palm and turned her head to look at the heaven and earth that Suji was repairing and bearing the weight of the 4 builder trees. She couldn't help but cry out in excitement. No need, it's just repaired like this. It's fine as long as it doesn't collapse. There's no need to waste too much effort. Suji thought about it and said softly, Phoenix, you've gone through 7 tribulations of death to descend into this world and split heaven and earth apart. You have great merit and have become a primordial chaos saint. You've achieved enlightenment and surpassed all living things in the world. That's right. Thank you, great God of creation. Can you take me away now? The beautiful woman in the ancient costume stood on Suji's palm, and her eyes shone with longing and longing. Suji said, you've become a god and are above the world. You can leave the world on your own and traverse the paths of the heavens. Phoenix Tao Lord was silent for a moment before nodding. She knew that it was indeed the case. She should rely on her own efforts to open up a path outside. After all, she was already a god and had some results. She wouldn't need to wait long before she could open up a Tao art that allowed her to traverse through space. At that moment, Diqi dragged his broken and bloody body over. He slowly bowed and said respectfully, Greetings, 2 saints of heaven and earth. Greetings, Tao Lord and the other primordial chaos saint. Thank you for crossing worlds and saving the primordial world. How dare you? This is... The phoenix shouted angrily and was about to explain. Just treat me as a saint. Suji interrupted the phoenix and looked down at Diqi on the ground. He said calmly, Di, what's the matter? Saints, please accept me as your disciple and take me away from this world. I'll enter the ancient saint's secluded mountain and cultivate supreme arts, Di said respectfully. Suji immediately lowered his head and looked at him. He couldn't learn it secretly just now. Now, he wanted to become a disciple and then kill the old master. However, since he came knocking on his door, Suji saved himself a lot of effort. He smiled and said, "What do you want to learn?" "I want to learn Tao," Di replied. "What is Tao?" Suji asked. "Tao is the beginning. It is said that Tao gives birth to one. It is called the beginning. The one Tao transforms into all things. It is all-encompassing and contains heaven and earth," Di answered seriously. Suji was stunned. He suddenly understood Di's ambition and great aspirations. That was why he created the great firmament heavenly scripture, wanting to reach the ultimate realm of extraordinary creatures. He wanted to comprehend the laws and principles of all things in the world. He wanted to continuously cultivate other cultivation methods to complete his cultivation path and become all-encompassing. Suji said, "If you want to cultivate Tao, it is 10,000 times more difficult than becoming a saint. I can't teach you. In this world, there are 129,600 worlds. Among them, there are 3,900 Saint Grotto heavens. No one can teach you." Phoenix Tao Lord couldn't help but tremble. There were 129,600 worlds in the world. This was an unbelievable number. Even if one became a saint and reached the end of their lifespan, they wouldn't be able to visit 1% of the world. And the Creator could create so many worlds. It was terrifying. This number is eternal. Worlds have birth and death. It is constant. Suji turned to look at Phoenix and said, "Therefore, 129,600 is 1 yuan. It can be called an era. There are ups and downs in an era." Phoenix nodded respectfully. Di's eyes darkened. What this mysterious ancient saint meant was that he didn't want to take him as a disciple, and he couldn't. In fact, in the 129,000 worlds, none of the 3,900 sects founded by the saints could teach him. However, Suji continued, "Since you wish to seek the Tao, you must know that the Tao is the law of the heaven and earth. No one can be your teacher. You have astonishing talent and can seek the Tao in all things. I can bestow upon you a great opportunity. Enter the sinkhole and seek your own opportunities." "What is the ultimate?" Di asked respectfully. "The ultimate is real and the worlds are fake," Suji answered. Di was shocked. "The ultimate is real?" "It is the truth of the great Tao. It can cultivate heaven and earth." Suji pointed at the broken stones on the dark ground. He said calmly, "The worlds are built on the ultimate. They are like stones inlaid on the boundless land. In the ultimate, there are endless worlds floating. They are all-encompassing. They can create worlds and cross the void. They can see the mysteries of heaven and earth. They can practice the three creeds sect. To see the mysteries of heaven and earth, to be able to develop the three creeds sect, to be precise and complete." The ancient primordial chaos saint's voice was not loud, but it exploded in Di's heart like a clap of thunder. When Di had just sorted out the saint's words, the towering chaotic essence saint said indifferently, "Di, you are talented and intelligent, do you still not understand the meaning of this? This is a little disappointing. Please enlighten me, teacher." Di took a few steps back and looked up at the huge ancient chaotic essence saint, bowing respectfully to listen. Suji said faintly, "The ultimate is real, the myriad worlds are fake, and what is real? What is fake? The ruins of end is like a chessboard, and the myriad worlds are the chess pieces. The chessboard is simple and unadorned, and there are 129,600 chess pieces on it. They seem to be radiating light and attacking ceaselessly, illuminating the entire universe, but so what? So what if it was glorious?" Di's body trembled, he was smart and instantly understood. "I see." Di exclaimed, "There are 129,600 chess pieces on the chessboard, and they are all like heroic celestial emperors. They have roared, they have been hot-blooded, they have bathed in blood, they have reached the peak, they have become the victors, but they have fallen. This is the cruelest fate." Di was clearly injured, his body soaked in blood, but his mind was shaken and he could not control himself. And the chessboard is real. Since the creation of the world, it has existed in the world forever, like a lofty existence behind the scenes, hiding in the dark, not revealing its light. It quietly watched as the chess pieces shone brilliantly, as the worlds fell on its body. As the only existence that has never changed since the beginning of time, it contains the fundamental laws of the world. It is profound and profound, so it must be unspeakable. Suji nodded with a smile. I see, the ultimate is indeed real. Diqi's eyes were burning to the extreme. This was too in line with his philosophy. Wasn't he the same in the primordial world? Those celestial emperors of the past era, glorious but fell again, they were ultimately fake, while he hid in the dark, stirring up the world, standing tall for eternity. That was the bloody truth. He wanted to be all-encompassing and had great ambitions. He didn't just want to be a saint. If that was the case, then heading to the sinkhole chessboard was indeed his greatest opportunity. The more Diqi thought about it, the brighter his eyes became. Suddenly, he bowed respectfully. He was finally convinced. As expected of the primordial chaos saint. Diqi has only meditated for a short while, but I've already benefited greatly from it. The path before me is no longer shrouded in fog. I don't even need too much energy. My Taoist heart has already sensed that with the ancestral sorcerer's energy, I can directly enter the primordial chaos realm. Covered in blood, Diqi felt that his mind was completely clear. A terrifying aura suddenly emanated from him, as if his heartstrings had been unraveled. He turned his head abruptly and looked at the unconscious Taoist immortal, who was still supporting the sky, and smiled. Heavenly Emperor Dao, I've already left first. I'll wait for you at Primordius. Swoosh. His voice reverberated throughout the deathly silent world, reverberating throughout the entire world. The corners of Suji's mouth twitched. Oh my god. Are you a freaking monster? Not only did you get stronger the more you fought, but you also broke through crazily in battle. Now that I've casually tricked you into going into outer space, your Taoist heart has been enlightened. Suji was a little flustered, but he smiled and said, the chessboard is the earth and the heaven. This Tao is difficult, but there's no need to kneel to a saint. You only need to worship the heaven and earth. The heaven and earth are your masters. Do you want to become a disciple of the heaven and earth? I'm willing. Diqi bowed his head respectfully. Suji's gaze was calm as he looked down at the tiny figure on the ground. He said calmly, but this path is lonely. The sinkhole chessboard is a land of death. It's vast and endless. I might not encounter a world even after countless years. Diqi stood up straight. I'm willing. In the future, he would be crossing the void and seeking the Tao of all creations in the sinkhole chessboard. It was not impossible to use it as a journey. As for loneliness, he was already used to loneliness. Otherwise, he wouldn't be in the dark, quietly watching the heavenly emperors lead the era. Moreover, he cultivated the 9 revolutions mystic art. There were 9 grotto heavens and 1 dantian in his body. Although a few of these spaces were shattered, the fragments were still in his body and could be smelted again. Moreover, he used the inner worlds of the 11 ancestral witch celestial emperors to smelt them. He even fused the Daluo heaven into them. His inner world alone was much bigger than Dao Chongqing's inner world. He could reproduce a large number of living beings in it and let them recuperate in his body. Like Dao Chongqing, they would become an eternal source of power in his body. It was enough to support him in his journey through the dead sinkhole chessboard. Moreover, his wife, Si Yun, was already in his body. He could bring a small grotto heaven with him to roam the sinkhole chessboard. He thought for a moment and bowed. Ancient Saint, Diqi, is sincerely willing to go to the sinkhole chessboard. Suji revealed a smile. Sure. Phoenix, who was beside him, could not help but ask, can I also enter the sinkhole chessboard to seek the truth? Suji was speechless. I'm trying to trick him into entering, not you. That's outer space. All living beings have their own opportunities. Your opportunity is not here, so there's no need to force it. Suji rejected Phoenix's request and added to Diqi, those who seek the Tao obtain the Tao. Those who seek the truth obtain the truth. Only then can they survive the calamities of the eras, escape the chessboard, control the chess pieces, become a chess player, and become an eagle that soars through the myriad worlds with each epoch as its year, placing its chess pieces in the myriad worlds. Dicky and Dao Lord trembled violently as if they had heard the most terrifying secret in the myriad worlds. They felt as if they were sitting on 1,000 layers of waves. They could no longer describe their feelings as if their minds were being assaulted. Jumping out of the chessboard, controlling the chess pieces, it referred to jumping out of the sinkhole and controlling the various worlds above it. Then, what was the calamity of an era about, one epoch, 129,600 greater thousand worlds would face a calamity? How terrifying was that? Even sages would not be able to escape from it, right? How many ultimate existences were there in the world to last until the next epoch? Their hearts trembled violently, and they were just about to ask for details. Suji did not say anything more. He took out a small cultivation Rubik's Cube space. It was not big, only at the level of a level 3 wizard, but it was enough to accommodate an ant. Come in, I'll send you to the sinkhole. Thank you, Sage. Dicky nodded. He was already completely respectful and convinced. His gaze was already extremely firm. The sinkhole was the most correct path for him. Jumping out of the chessboard and becoming a chess player, as an eternal existence behind the scenes, watching the rise and fall of the various celestial emperors. These words deeply touched the softest part of his heart. He floated lightly and entered. Suji nodded when he saw the scene. Dicky was taken away, and the next thing to do was to banish him into outer space. The matter of the sky collapsing was also settled, and the goal of this trip was considered complete. He turned to look at Phoenix and said softly, "This world has been stabilized again." After saying this, he picked up the bucket and axe and strode away. Phoenix looked quietly at the huge and vast figure leaving, a little reluctant. However, after a moment of silence, she stretched out her arm and opened up the space, returning to the emerald green wonderland to continue hiding. There are 129,600 greater thousand worlds. This is called a yuan, an epoch. An epoch may have a catastrophe. Thinking of this, she could not help but feel a little creeped out. At this moment, she clearly understood how huge the gap between her and sages was. Only level 8 sages could leave one world after another and roam the heavens and the myriad worlds, and this was just the beginning. So I've only just started, but I'm also about to break through and leave this world. I'll follow in your footsteps. Suji carried the bucket and axe and strode up the tunnel. Yes, that's right. There's an epic catastrophe, and it has already descended. Only your 2 worlds are left. I just didn't tell you. He paused, took out a chewing gum, tore open the wrapper, and put it in his mouth. Speaking of which, Phoenix couldn't have really researched it, could she? Could she really run out of the subbrain sandbox range? Look at how good Ermin is, how peaceful and quiet, researching and expanding the netherworld all day long, and taking the path of farming and construction, while you want to go out all day. The subbrain's self-isolation was equivalent to a hidden door in the genetic sequence. Based on the nature of life, in principle, it was impossible to go out. However, if there really was a way to travel through space, it was a little unknown. Phoenix was the founder of the space system, and her research was the most profound. Maybe she could really develop such an application. Space travel, she might really run out of the orchard. If she really did run out, she would probably be stunned when she saw the steel jungle city and the cars outside. Forget it, let's not think about her for now. Suji walked out of the basement and put the axe and bucket back into the storage room. Then, he tidied up, put on an oxygen tank, put on a coat, and applied sunscreen. After all, the last time he came back, he had peeled off his skin. The invisible body of air could not block the ultraviolet rays, and the body of a sorcerer was as fragile as a normal person. This led him to start thinking about the path of a body cultivator. Invisible body of air. He stretched out his hand, and the waves of witchcraft vibrated. Soon, Suji began to slowly take off like a human-shaped rocket, about to send Dicky into the sky. The first long-distance spaceship was about to leave for outer space. Above the blue sky, the sun was hot. So beautiful, this is the planet of life. Suji rose into the air again. The entire remote mountain village, with countless fields, houses, and trees came into view. And now, he was going to leave Earth and send Dicky to outer space. Suji was not calm, and his heart was even surging. He had only seen that kind of barren scene on television. It was unimaginably barren and desolate, and Earth was only a very small planet. Outside, there were giant planets that were hundreds or even thousands of times bigger than Earth. They were everywhere. Back then, the Zerg Queen had also stepped into the level of a level 8 god and started to explore outer space in search of resources. After all, a planet was too small, and the planet of life was relatively barren. Because of environmental problems, many precious resources were scarce. I didn't expect that I would be so fast. The opportunity came so suddenly, just like a civilian player suddenly drawing an SSR card and picking up a Dicky. Suji was very surprised, thinking about the plan he had already made. I just need to push him out of outer space, and then let him drift on his own. As for how to stop him from returning to Earth, it was very simple. He just had to shield Earth. Just like how he had shielded the outside of the orchard sand table, he could also set a circle to cover Earth, the surrounding satellites, and the moon, so that he could not see them and could only drift outward. He was not afraid of being discovered by Earth's satellites. After all, he was the size of a grain of sand, equivalent to cosmic garbage, and would not be noticed at all. Satellites mainly monitored Earth, so how could they monitor the periphery of Earth in the vast universe at all times and be accurate to a grain of sand? This level of difficulty was equivalent to monitoring every grain of sand on Earth at every moment of every day. Moreover, the time flow on his body was 100 years per day. His movements were too fast, and his figure turned into a shadow that could not be caught. The huge difference in the flow of time seemed to isolate the world into two different dimensions. Whoosh, he flew higher and higher into the sky. The soup paper was wrapped in a formless body of air. The translucent storm element sorcery isolated the strong wind and gradually flew to the azure sky. The Earth became smaller and smaller. He could even vaguely see the huge arc and vast outline of the Earth. It was all dark blue. He flew out a little more and gradually came to a stop. He looked up and muttered, "I'm close to Earth's limit. Any further and it'll be a complete vacuum. Leaving Earth, it's time to launch Dicky." He took a deep breath and took out the Rubik's Cube. It had been wrapped in a special metal shell and could be considered a simple space capsule. He began to prepare the level 6 spell, Hurricane Arrow. This was an explosive spell with the longest firing speed. For an object the size of a grain of rice, the instantaneous propulsion force it brought was not inferior to that of a rocket. Throw it as far as possible into outer space. After pondering for a while, Suji flicked his finger. Whoosh, the metal ball instantly transformed into a terrifying meteor and shot out at an extremely terrifying speed. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared without a trace as it turned into a stream of light and disappeared in the vacuum of space. Great Emperor behind the scenes, go and seek your Tao. Suji hovered in the sky and looked at the vast, pitch-black universe outside. In the universe, there is no air resistance or gravity. It can be launched for a very long distance. In fact, if there is no resistance, it can theoretically fly forever at this speed. It's time for me to go down. Suji took a deep breath and felt that things were going well. Suddenly, he descended rapidly. Strong winds held around him. There's no hurry. I'll let it fly for a while longer. I'll wait until it hits something like a meteorite during the propulsion process and then stop. Dichi's plan to release the universe could be considered to have been preliminarily completed. The third sand table world, the Wandering Earth, had already sprouted. By the time Suji returned to the orchard, it was already close to dusk. He strode to take a bath and then looked at the primordial world that he had left for a few hours. The ground was a mess. Bloody bones and flesh were everywhere. These were the body parts left behind by Dao Chongqing. He kept regenerating and leaving behind pieces of flesh during the battle. There was too much flesh and it looked a little strange. Dao Chongqing was still unconscious. He maintained the posture of a giant supporting the sky. In the grotto heaven world inside him, the exhausted quasi-emperors and celestial emperors gradually recovered their strength after a few days. They slowly stood up. What's going on? We can't see what's happening outside. Celestial Emperor Dao can't be dead. He should be unconscious. The mortals around him started wailing and crying. They could not help but whisper with panic and confusion. Meanwhile, the cute girl and the other players took a deep breath. Of the 9 grotto heavens that contained his entire soul, 4 have been shattered. He has lost nearly half of his soul. He has almost lost himself and is about to die. What should we do? Everyone panicked a little. Dao Chongxing was exhausted and on the verge of death. Although he had 9 orifices, more than half of them had been shattered. He had completely lost himself. He lacked memories, emotions, cultivation techniques, and self-awareness. All that was left was an incomplete remnant soul. Moreover, it was still shattering. He was gradually approaching death with serious injuries. He had lost himself and could not wake up. There was no way he could save himself. This was also the reason why Diqi let Dao Chongxing go. He knew that Dao Chongxing's limit was approaching. 4 of his 9 orifices had been shattered. He was only left with a remnant soul and could not wake up. The only thing waiting for him was death. He's about to die. He can't wake up unless his soul can be restored, the Lotus the Arch suddenly said. But how are we going to restore it? Half of his 3 souls and 7 spirits have been shattered, the heaven-shattering monarch said in a serious tone. How could one restore a person's soul after it was shattered? It was unimaginable. At that moment, the Lotus the Arch spoke again. He pointed at the sky. 4 of his 9 heavens have been shattered. He's missing the soul of the 4th heavens. But now that he has transformed into the heavens and earth, this is the only chance to save him. We can rebuild the shattered 4 heavens. Since his soul has been shattered, we can use the wishes of the people inside his body to pray for him to be resurrected. Through that, we can restore his 4 souls and 7 spirits. Let the people pray for him to be resurrected. Was he trying to use the wishes of all living beings to turn into incense to complete his soul? Everyone's eyes widened. The soul was like a stick of incense, constantly emitting incense. The wishes of the incense was the energy emitted by the soul. In some sense, it was a type of soul. However, this was a brand new 3 souls and 7 spirits. Even if half of his soul was restored, would Dao Chongxing still be him? This is the only way. If we don't hurry, we won't make it in time. The Lotus the Arch stared into the sky and said with a complicated tone. Nearly half of his soul is missing. If we gather the power of will and prayers from all living beings in the world to make up for his soul, perhaps his existence will transform. He will no longer be a living creature, but a soul life formed from the will of all living beings. We can call him the true Tao, the heavenly Tao. In that case, he could only complete his soul. Everyone took a deep breath. The heaven-shattering monarch said, "It doesn't matter if it's him or not, it's better than being dead. He can't die. Pangu's golden body contains a boundless world. It's too important to our prehistoric world." Yes. Celestial the Arch-God-slaying immediately spoke. Dao Chongxing must not die. If he died, all the efforts of these teachers would be wasted. Since that's the case, then let all living beings pray for eternal life and resurrection. Let him become the heavenly Tao and control the 9 heavens. That's how it should be. Since the heavenly court has already been destroyed, then a new court will be established in the 9 heavens. Generation after generation of heavenly emperors will rule over the world. And above them, there should be the heavenly Tao. It exists in the unseen world. The heavenly Tao is formed from the will of all living beings. It is definitely a selfless existence that can depose generation after generation of heavenly emperors. How intelligent were the people present? In an instant, all of his conjectures were fulfilled. In this way, he could truly establish a moral code for the world. Humans have their own selfish desires, and the heavenly Tao is impartial. The heavenly Tao in the unseen world is monitoring the celestial heavens and everything in the world. It is impossible for a mastermind like Long Hong and Diqi to appear behind the scenes. Celestial emperors, begin mending the heavens. Heavenly emperors walked out one after another. After recovering their cultivation, they rose into the air. They came to the broken aperture points and moved pieces of space fragments to reorganize and refine the aperture points. At the same time, a hearty shout resounded throughout the heavenly realm. All living beings in the world pray for the resurrection of the heavenly emperor. Tao Celestial the Arch, please revive. Our world cannot do without a heavenly emperor. Instantly, countless people in the inner world wept and knelt on the ground. Their longing mixed together, forming strands of longing and emotions that floated in the sky. They prayed to the heavens to return this heavenly emperor to them, even if it meant sacrificing their lives. The prestige of the Tao Celestial the Arch had long surpassed that of all the celestial thearchs since ancient times, reaching the peak. Countless people were sincerely grateful to the Celestial the Arch, and incomparably pure wish energy and worship flowed into the sky. Heavenly Emperor Tao, please come back to life. An old elder from the Holy Land closed his eyes as tears flowed down his face. Seeing this scene, his heart felt heavy and filled with sorrow. But if the Celestial the Arch returns, will he still be the same? A young man cried loudly, not caring about his appearance. The whole world was praying. Tao Celestial Thearch's life was extremely legendary. He was a mixed blood of the witch tribe and the demon tribe. The first time he appeared in the world tree, he fought his way out of the hidden holy lands and left behind the legend of immortality to save his mother. After that, he waged war against the celestial court, became enemies with many deities, and fought against the celestial emperor for the celestial throne. He withstood the 3 celestial punishments and did not die. Instead, he created the indestructible golden body. He fought against the celestial emperor for the second time and suppressed the celestial emperor of great overarching heaven with the determination to die. He fought against 11 ancient celestial emperors alone. This period of time was too legendary. He had been fighting his entire life, bathed in blood as he slaughtered his way up. In the end, he fought a bloody battle against Heavenly Emperor Di Qi. He fought until he was exhausted and lost consciousness, but he still supported his arms with an unyielding will, supporting the heavens. How could they not grieve for such a heroic celestial emperor? It's not enough, it's still not enough. His soul is too powerful. I'm afraid we'll need a martial monarch to repair the heavens with his soul, to complete his consciousness. The heaven-shattering monarch's voice suddenly turned cold as he glanced at his fellow cultivators. Everyone, it's time for me to fulfill my ambition. When I knew that the ancient era was just a lie, and that the people of this world were deceived by the terrifying truth, I hoped that I could make a comeback and eliminate the culprit behind the scenes. Now, we, who share the same ideals, have achieved it. In the future, we will only strive for the present, because, once the heavenly Tao is established, it will completely sever the past, and no one is allowed to decay. A brilliant golden sun uttered a furious cry and soared into the sky, shattering his soul and turning it into the purest primordial energy, merging with the dantian at the center. Whoosh, a huge amount of blood poured down. The heaven-shattering monarch's aura completely merged with the dantian. He had chosen death. A sun hung high up in his dantian, illuminating the 9 heavens. Countless people on the ground cried out in agony. The heaven-shattering monarch was dead. The ancient celestial emperor that was respected by the people of this world had chosen to merge with the Tao. At that instant, countless people roared furiously as if they had gone mad. Their eyes reddened and filled with tears as they burst into tears. It's not enough, it's still not enough. The Lotus Monarch stepped forward and calmly stared into the sky. Lotus Monarch, don't. An old man of the beast tribe choked with sobs. The Lotus Monarch remained calm. He did not say a word as he continued to walk forward. He immediately revealed his true form, the green lotus. A huge dark green lotus flew up and merged with the dantian in the center. The huge soul instantly exploded and slowly floated in the center, causing the entire dantian to reflect a faint green color. The crowd burst into tears. Qinglian. The adorable girl burst into tears. Her face was covered in tears. Qinglian was the person she was closest to. He was a man of few words, but he was always reliable. She had unknowingly treated him as her best friend in her second life. If she was a celestial emperor, she would rather die in Qinglian's place. Unfortunately, her cultivation level was not high enough. The people of the 9th heaven began to wail again. Another celestial emperor had fallen. This was destined to be a dark era. The calamity of heaven and earth was even more terrifying than the ancient god's celestial court. Not only had the heaven realm collapsed, but celestial emperors were also falling one after another. They were using their bodies to mend the heavens and revive the celestial emperors. Suddenly, someone pointed to the sky and exclaimed, "What is that?" Everyone looked up. The giant green lotus in the dantian world had turned into an ocean. A golden sun and a golden crow floated in the ocean, blue sky and red sun. Someone shouted at the phenomenon in the central sky. He was abnormally excited. The 9-star alignment had already connected the 9 acupoints around the dantian in the center. They looked at the incredible dantian phenomenon from afar in their small worlds. Suddenly, in the blue sky and red sun, a faint shadow began to return. A supreme and terrifying aura filled the air as if it had transcended time and space. Heaven and earth trembled as the terrifying power of heaven and earth rushed over. Who am I? The figure suddenly spoke, revealing a sense of confusion. He slowly sat cross-legged in the bright blue sky and red sun. He lowered his head and looked at the people of the 9 worlds around him. They were all staring at him with a calm expression. You created me. Why are you crying? The people sobbed more and more. They clearly understood that the celestial emperor had come back to life and had forgotten the past. His 3 souls and 7 spirits had been mended, and he was no longer himself. Whoosh. The wish power and emotions of countless living beings gathered and fused into his body. His sorrow made him feel an indescribable emotion. Drops of tears fell from his eyes. He didn't know why he was crying, but he felt very sad in his heart. Who am I? He suddenly murmured. His eyes looked into the distance as if he was looking through an ancient time. His mind suddenly shook. A child appeared in his mind vaguely, reading a book. A voice sounded beside him, Child. You have the Khanate Supreme Taoist body. I am the Mother Earth's green vine. Are you willing to take me as your master? The scene flashed. On the grass under the bright sun, an innocent and naive young man held his mother's hand and walked into the distance. Mother, your path, your immortality, just like your son's, has returned. Come and walk on the path of seeking Tao again. Gradually, a quiet but stern middle-aged man appeared in front of him. Master, what are you looking at? I'm looking at this land and thinking about my future. Then, Master, what future are you thinking about? If I become the Azure Monarch, I will repay my debt to the peach blossoms here. Boom, his mind shook as he lowered his head to look at the massive dark green lotus that was slowly spiraling beneath him. He had a complicated expression. He looked up again and saw the golden red sun. It was as if he was looking at another magnificent celestial emperor with his hands behind his back. The fellow cultivator who once had the same goal as him was telling him his dream. As the heaven-breaking monarch, I will rule this world and the world, and eliminate all the ancient existences. Master, best friend. He was silent. It was as if thousands of thoughts flashed through his mind. In the end, he saw a young celestial emperor. It was himself. He knelt in front of the Daluo heaven and cried, begging the ancestor of sorcery. Ancient celestial emperors, please return for the sake of the world. What he got in return was a series of sneers. He could feel the sorrow of the young celestial emperor. He was unwilling to fight against the hero he respected the most. But in the end, that youth stood tall, shouldering everything on his back, fighting a bloody battle against Emperor Qi, fighting to the death without yielding. Is that me, my whole life? He suddenly lowered his head and sighed. It was a blur, as if it was his past life, but it was also an unforgettable pain. His calm and indifferent eyes were stirred. He suddenly said to the world, I am the heavenly Tao of all beings, and all beings are born to serve me. Since I live in the sky and the red sun, I shall be the sky. I am immortal for Tao, but not immortal for Tao. Sky, the beings on the ground shuddered. The celestial emperors could not help but look surprised. He suddenly came to a realization and let out a faint smile. He reached out his hand and released all the creatures inside the 9 spaces. Let's go. The heavens and earth have their own rules. This is the heaven realm. Mortals cannot stay here for long. Whoosh. The beings suddenly flashed and appeared on the barren blood-colored soil. They turned their heads and looked at the giant that was still standing tall. Its unyielding body seemed to have turned into a statue, holding up the sky. Rumble, in the next second, the entire terrifying giant collapsed with a loud bang, turning into a mass of flesh and blood on the ground. A tiny figure slowly walked out of the collapsed body. It was Dao Chongqing, but he was much colder. He looked at the land. After the sorcery catastrophe, there will be a golden age. My spirit is the 9 heavens, and my body is the earth. He pointed one hand at the sky and the other at the ground. The collapsed giant Panga's body quickly began to circulate. The entire corpse turned into a mountain of flesh and blood. Many green branches and leaves grew out, and the bones began to turn into sturdy jade-like treasures. His skin was extremely tough, and his hair was as tough as divine threads. They could be used as treasures by all beings. It was equivalent to the creation of the world again. All kinds of connate spirit treasures appeared, and the world had entered a completely different era. He calmly flew up and merged with the sky wall, gradually disappearing. I am the heavenly Tao, and the will of all beings is gathered. If a tyrant is tyrannical, the will of all beings can gather into the sky and enter my body. I will use the body of the heavenly Tao to kill the celestial emperors. Rumble, the world seemed to have sensed it and shook. The people on the ground were silent and sorrowful. They looked up for half a day and saw that the heavenly Tao had completely disappeared. They could only pack up their belongings and walk on the dead and barren land again. They began to rebuild their houses and start a new life. The war is over, the calamity of the heavens and earth is over, we are still alive. Some of them cried tears of joy and rebuilt their houses numbly. It took a few days before they finally burst out crying. Their limbs fell to the ground as they could not believe what they had just witnessed. It was the pain of war. Mortals were mortals after all. They could not fight back, and could only endure the pain it brought them. The scenes of the heavens and earth collapsing might never be erased from their lives. It would turn into nightmares, and they would wake up in the middle of the night. And to reach this step, it was really too difficult. Many hot-blooded heroic celestial emperors were also determined to overthrow the ancient rule, paying too much of a price. This time, the ancient heavenly court was completely overthrown, and the ancient existences were no longer involved. It was a great victory, but what about the new era after the victory? Just as the heaven-shattering monarch had said, fighting for the geniuses of the current era, to establish a new era, that would be something that would happen a long time later. The scars left by the calamity would not be healed in a few hundred years. The number of sacrifices was unexpectedly few. After the battle, most of the celestial monarchs were still alive, but the three most ancient and powerful celestial monarchs were far away from the crowd. Another 10 days passed, and the people resumed the slash-and-burn era. The gods maintained the order of the heavens and earth in the sky, and the rain fell and the spring plowing. A female monarch was sitting in a shabby wooden house. Sui looked at the deathly still black soil outside the window, and a new green sprout was slowly glowing. She sat in front of the window, holding a brush on a black slate, and recorded this difficult and long period of the calamity. In the end, she wrote this postscript: the sky was shrouded by the ancient gods. When the corpses all over the ground sighed at the weakness of humans, the human ancestor still stubbornly dragged his broken body to block the sky, and used his tenacious old body to write his will: don't give up hope. When the fruit was eroded by the dark worms, when the flowers of victory bloomed in someone else's garden, the blue sky still stubbornly stood in front of the Deluo heaven with his broken body, and used his indomitable body to write his determination: don't give up hope. Generation after generation of heroic celestial monarchs advanced in the decaying darkness. Brave hearts with the determination to die. Finally, they overthrew the invincible ancient existences. Among the ancient slate would record their unyielding legend. Human ancestor Sui had years, the blue sky and the red sun, the Tao lived forever. Sui suddenly stopped writing, stood up, and seriously hung the black slate, which was filled with densely packed words, on the stone wall of the straw hut. She strode out to welcome the rising sun of another day. The bright sunlight shone on her beautiful face, and she seemed to see the cold and aloof heavenly Tao that was already high above her. She could not help but smile slowly. The long years, only for the Tao to live forever. No matter how sorrowful and angry the surviving people were, or how terrifying this era was, time was still merciless. It was washing away all the brilliant past, and the countless years of the Eastern era recorded. This moment was still simple and cruel. At the end of the Western era, the calamity of the heavens and earth descended. The world of creation collapsed, the heavenly realm shattered, and all living beings were wiped out. The Tao of the celestial monarch merged with the Tao to become the heavens, and the blue sky and the red sun, the heavenly Tao was formed. Ancient desolate world. The land was barren and pitch black. 100 years had passed, and the people's pain was still difficult to erase. The world had completely ushered in an unprecedented upheaval. The World no longer had a world tree that supported the heavens and earth, and there was no longer the immortal world and mortal world. The sky was empty, and it was now twice as high as before. It was incomparably high, and it was inlaid with countless resplendent stars. Dao Chongqing had transformed his body into a world of immortals. His body contained a high-dimensional grotto heaven, which was known as the Nine Heavens. It was also called the Nine Heavens. The sky had 9 clouds, meaning the extreme of numbers. It could accommodate 9 celestial emperors ruling the world. Back then, the 3 quasi-emperors had already become heavenly emperors of a region. Sui, Fenteng, and Zhang Wuwei had successively assumed their positions and were in charge of one day, ruling over this realm. At the center of the 9 heavens was a heaven Dao primordial hall, and there was a shocking phenomenon of a blue sky and a red sun rising and falling, indistinct and vast as it illuminated the 9 heavens. The orbit of the sun and moon was controlled by the heaven Dao administrator, and they moved on their own, no longer under the control of the celestial emperor administrator. At this point, the celestial and mortal worlds had reversed day and night. When the sun was circulating in the mortal world, night fell in the heavenly realm. When the sun shone brightly in the heavenly realm, night fell in the mortal world. Time slowly passed, and the after effects of the Age of Gods began to show. The ancient mythological era where humans and gods coexisted became nothing more than an ancient legend. There were no longer any traces of gods in the mortal world. The cultivation speed of the various races on the ground became extremely slow. They could not imitate the ancients and worship the gods that filled the sky. They absorbed the aura that they emitted, and their cultivation began to decline rapidly. The 4 clans of the earth could only visualize mortals, mountains, rivers, and trees. Most of their cultivations stopped at the beginning of the foundation establishment and spirit concentration realms. The ancient myth of the cohabitation of humans and gods in the Western era was gradually spread as a legend. Countless literati wrote about it and praised it. There were even various mythological biographies, such as the love between humans and gods, the immortality to save one's mother, the head suppressed at the foot of Mount Chongyang, the legend of the laurel, immortals and mortals are different. In the Western era, were humans and gods really living together? Impossible, right? In that era, geniuses of the sex who were in their teens could cultivate to the 2nd realm of spirit focus, or even the 3rd realm of divine treasure. We might not even be able to reach this realm in our lifetimes. Grandpa, are you lying to us? Ever since we were young, we have never seen the existence of a heavenly god. Could it be that they have descended to the lower realms? Mortals like us have no way of sensing them? I yearn for that era very much. Yesterday, I dreamt of ancient times. As a mighty figure of the mortal world's secluded holy land, I actually drank with a deity under a tree in the courtyard. Halfway through the drink, the deity put down the cup and rose into the sky. He said that he had something to do and wanted to go up to the heavens to strike the thunder hammer and take charge of the rain today. Time flew, and another 50 years passed. Cultivation in the mortal world was still slow, and cultivators were called cultivators or necromancers by the countries in the mortal world. They served the imperial court and sensed the heaven and earth. They were great scholars and important ministers of the imperial court. They absorbed the incense offerings of the people within their jurisdiction and had 3-tiered divine treasures. They were already rare spell masters and imperial preceptors of a country. On the other side, a new force was rising. Spell cultivation gradually declined. On the other hand, body cultivators relied on their bravery and some Jianghu heroes appeared. They cultivated their dantian and didn't rely too much on heaven and earth visualization. Instead, they used food and blood to replenish their energy, transforming it into blood qi and meridian techniques, which were integrated into their dantian to expand it. They hunted demons and used their flesh to nourish themselves. Moreover, various martial arts of the Jianghu appeared, and sects were established. It vaguely turned into a flourishing age of martial arts. In the lower realms, dozens of warlocks were far from being a match for a martial artist. Gradually, warlocks were ridiculed as Jianghu tricks that could only be admired. However, martial artists still couldn't quickly increase their cultivation. Therefore, they focused their mind on the meridian and dantian circulation method and opened up many internal techniques. They refined their moves and reached the acme of perfection, transforming them into martial arts moves that were famous in the Jianghu. Another 10 years passed, and peerless heroes gradually appeared. There was an old man in his 40s named Xianxia who was trembling. He obtained heavenly treasures and broke through to the fourth purple mansion realm before he died. He actually regained his youth and started to roam the Jianghu with a green sword in his hand like a young hero. He defeated hundreds of elite soldiers by himself. He could break a mountain peak with his sword, and when he pointed his sword at the sky, his sword cheek could shoot down eagles in the sky. The world was shaken by him. I saw the traces of the sword god with my own eyes. It's too terrifying. He passed by a bandit stronghold and saw that they were bullying the people. He could break a mountain peak by himself and fight against thousands of caddies. That's impossible. Is he still human? Sword god Xianxia who broke a mountain with one sword. Another day, the great Zhou emperor heard about this and was suggested by the imperial tutor to announce to the world that a hero was breaking the rules with his martial arts and wanted to control all the sects in the world. On the other side, on the Spore Evolution forum, everyone was filled with emotions after knowing the whole story. They had watched Dao Chongshan grow up. Now that he had transformed into the heavenly Dao, it would be a lie to say that they didn't feel complicated. Cute girl wants to evolve into a dragon, ahem. Let me say this. Dao Chongshan still has his own consciousness, but he is limited by the will of the heavenly Dao and can't do too many things. He can't do as he pleases. I still go over to chat with him occasionally. He's still the same as before. Screenshot. Screenshot. In the image, cute girl was talking to a blurry figure of the heavenly Dao. Cute girl, this generation's heavenly Dao is immortal, but his own soul has a lifespan. He will die of old age, and the part of his soul that belongs to him will dissipate. When that time comes, his entire soul will be filled by the wishes of all living beings, and he will completely become an emotionless heavenly Dao. Of course, that's the matter of the next heavenly Dao. After hearing the explanation, everyone was instantly relieved. He would have died without a doubt. Being able to survive was already the best outcome. Although he was limited, he still had his own consciousness, which was not bad. Instantly, countless people were very excited. This was a great ending. This battle was too tragic. It was already a victory for us players to be able to last until this point. The 9 Revolutions mystic art was awesome. He had lost half of his soul, but he was still able to survive and become a heavenly Dao. Learning medicine to save the alternate world. To be honest, after I watched the entire process, I was touched countless times in my heart, and a myriad of emotions burst forth from me. This was too inspiring, and it made me feel excited that I had to do something. So, I flipped over on the bed with my phone in my hand and set it as my wallpaper. From now on, he will be my Prince Charming. Cute girl begged, the one above, are you asking for a beating? Thunderhammer smacking farts. JPG, an embroidery needle, the bootlicker above, your name disgusts me. I have never been bewitched by women. And cute girl, you can write a book called The Heavenly Dao is My Disciple. I have even thought of the introduction of the book title for you. I once listened to the Taoist lord who created the world and became brother and sister with the Qing emperor. I once incarnated into the indomitable Jianmu and enlightened the primordial spirit of the human ancestor. I once saw the blood of the ancient gods spilling over the world and the blood of the 12 ancestors of witchcraft in the Daluo heaven. I once accepted a disciple, who was later known as the Heavenly Emperor and became an eternal heavenly Dao. But today, I chose to let go of all the glory of the past and live in seclusion in the mortal world. I sat in front of the computer and wrote a book to brag to you netizens. 666. The one above is awesome. This book is cool, it will definitely be popular. If it doesn't go viral, it will go viral. Explode, it's quite awesome to write, but in fact, it's just a salted fish that has lived the longest. Funny, Heaven Realm, Purple Cloud Heaven. Are you guys really going to keep researching? Meng Mei looked at the group of red-named players. We're comrades after all. I'm going to die of old age. Don't accompany me to spend my last moments. The few of them were very calm. No. It was really not easy to finally reach this step. The few red-named players had already broken through to become great emperors of hollowness. Now that there was the heavenly Dao, they did not dare to cause trouble. The 4 of them each controlled a heaven and kept recruiting talents. They did not fight for power and began to study in seclusion, once again establishing the Celestial World Research Institute. TSK. Then I'll descend to the mortal world to take a look. It's been more than 100 years. She glared at the few of them. She was already too old and was still stuck at the sixth realm, Grotto Heaven. Previously, she walked the path of Tao cultivation and then switched to the path of body cultivation. However, it was too late for her to change her cultivation level. She could not break through and was now about to die of old age. As for those red-named players, they were still alive and kicking. Speaking of which, I've really witnessed many eras. Meng Mei recalled the words of the netizens outside and immediately felt a little emotional. It was just that she seemed to have lived the longest, but most of her time was spent in a deep sleep. The actual time that she had lived here was only over 50 years. But I'm already an old granny over 50 years old, she said crisply. In the end, she still found it somewhat unbelievable. She took large strides forward, tore open a passage, and strode into the mortal world. The old era is over, and I'm also walking towards the end. The mythological era had come to an end. She just wanted to witness the end of it all. She felt happy and relaxed at the same time. Dao Chongqing was not dead, but Qing the Arch and Wantian Emperor were both dead. She was greatly touched. She wore a green robe and held a long sword. She gradually descended into the mortal world as she walked along the ancient streets. I wonder what will happen in the future when there are no gods in the mortal world. She widened her eyes and looked around. Their cultivation speed is too slow. She walked past one town after another and saw many heroes. There were even some who stood on the city walls and competed in martial arts. Below them, countless commoners watched. She continued forward and suddenly saw a student of the Confucian school of necromancy standing on a mountain. They were working together to make a simple hot air balloon and cheering. Yes, make it bigger. It will allow us to fly into the sky. Is there really a heavenly realm in the sky? I don't know, but there must be stars. We can go to the sky and pick the stars to prove our ability to us Confucian school necromancers. A few years ago, a meteor fell from the sky, and countless people went there. A hero picked up the meteor, and with the meteor metal, he forged it into a famous peerless divine weapon in the martial world, the demon warding sword, which can slay demons. There are demons in the Cloud Mountain swamp. Our townspeople often go there and are bewitched by the demons. If we have a treasure, we won't be weaker than those martial artists. We can go there and slay demons. She continued to walk past small towns. She saw heroes in green robes walking in the Jianghu with swords in their hands. The Dharma cultivators were too weak in the lower realms. Body cultivators had a great advantage. It's only been 150 years, but the world has changed. She felt a little lonely walking on the ground. In this era, the demons were the most miserable. The demons were born from the world. In this environment, it was difficult for them to transform. They were completely extinct. On the contrary, the Aboriginals were slightly better off than the demons. The Aboriginals were descendants of the ancient gods, and their bodies were naturally huge. Due to their grotesquely shaped bodies, people called them demons. From time to time, they would enter villages to eat people, and they would attack humans at night. They would even gather in the Great Cloud Mist Swamp to resist the chivalrous warriors who subdued demons. As for the current barbarian shaman tribe, they were tall and sturdy. They were driven beyond the Great Wall to graze on the grasslands and formed their own barbarian kingdom. They were called barbarians. The other three races each have their own survival. Are there really no more demons? After all, she was a member of the demon race and belonged to the same race as Qinglian. Once Qinglian died, she became the demon ancestor through and through. The revival of the demon race fell on her head. She was a little lost as she wandered around the earth. Another day, a terrifying piece of news resounded throughout the heavens and the earth. The martial god, Duan Xianyu, had broken through to the Violet Palace realm, entered the imperial palace by himself with a single sword, and defeated the imperial guards and all the civil and military officials. He questioned the emperor of the Great Zhou dynasty and ordered the emperor to abolish the laws that restricted martial sections. As an earth immortal, I should establish my own sect. Duan Xianyu announced to the world, in ancient times, the world tree was the ancestor of all spirit roots in the world. It shattered and remained in the world. I was fortunate enough to obtain a branch of it, and I planted it as the ginseng fruit tree. I planted it in my courtyard, and it continuously produced fruit, allowing me to cultivate to this point. Anyone who is fated in the world can come and take me as their master. Countless scholars in the imperial court were filled with grief and indignation. Boasting shamelessly, claiming to be a god? The power of a martial artist can rival an entire country. What should we do? Martial artists ran amok, and no one could restrain them. As for these scholars, they were local officials and needed the offerings of the common people. They wholeheartedly thought for the common people and cultivated openly, absorbing the incense offerings of the local people. However, it was not as fast as them. After all, no matter how many mortal auras there were, they were too weak when gathered together, and their progress was slow. This is truly a sorrowful era. She revealed a faint calmness and continued to stride forward. She wanted to see more of this world and taste all the delicious plants in this world before she died of old age. This was her original intention. On this day, she passed by a barren village in gloomy weather. She suddenly felt something, and her faith was shaken. There was the aura of a demon. How can there be demons in this mortal world? Without experts, there wouldn't be the rich energy of the inner world to nourish it. Living beings shouldn't have the chance to gain wisdom. She stopped and slowly entered a simple and crude house. I've studied hard for 3 years, and I must serve the country. Now, martial artists run amok, and they don't care about the common people. Disasters happen all over the world. Outside the southern region, there are many mountains and rivers, and hidden demons eat people. In the northern region, there are barbarians of the grassland, and they are like tigers eyeing their prey. A young scholar was constantly reading pages of a book. She lowered her gaze and looked at a small white fox beside the scholar's table. Its eyes were dark, and it was dressed in old, gray human clothes. Only its head was exposed, and it was also reading with great interest. It was reading the Minor Computation Sutra. Suddenly, the little fox's nerves stirred, and it hurriedly said in a simple voice, "Greetings, exalted goddess." The scholar shuddered, and he also turned his head to look at the girl in green who suddenly appeared at the door. "The sky is going to rain, and I passed by this place, so I temporarily took shelter under the eaves." She smiled, ignoring the scholar and the little fox, and turned to look at the flower pot in the windowsill. It was a world tree. "You are?" The scholar could not help but exclaim. "She is the mother green vine. She said that the sky is going to rain, and the sky is her disciple." An explanation came from the side. The scholar and the white fox shuddered, and their minds went blank. The cute girl turned her head, and she followed the voice to sense the familiar aura. It was an old friend. Would wishes come true? She looked at the world tree potted on the windowsill. This was Dao Chongqing's biological father, and she did not expect him to be so down and out. Once, on the world tree, he was beaten up by Dao Chongqing in the Supreme Wood sect, and after avenging his mother, he cut off all ties with him. Swoosh, suddenly, heavy rain poured down, and the rain fell on the eaves, making the broken house sound continuously. She looked at the old vine potted, and did not say anything. "Mother Green Vine, I knew you would come." The green vine said, "I have been waiting for almost 100 years, why are you here?" "Back then, I was the only heavenly god who was not brought to the celestial court," Mu Wishes Come True explained in a low voice. Mu Yuanqing explained in a low voice, "They all knew about my relationship with the heavenly the Arch, so no one dared to bring me along. As a god from the old era, I could only bring my wife and family to survive in the mortal world for hundreds of years." "Where is your family? Where are they now?" "Humans. It's humans. They are slaying demons, and we were constantly being chased. I was too old, and my cultivation kept regressing. My wife was also a demon, but their cultivation was too low, and they were getting old. They could not take it anymore, and turned into ordinary plants and animals. I buried them by the side of the road. Our later years were too painful. We kept running, and in the end, only my daughter and I were left," Mu Yuanqing said. 2 years ago, I was subdued by the young swordsman. I kept running and even lost my human form. Only my primordial spirit managed to escape, so I planted myself in a flower pot. I've been waiting, I'm clearly about to die, but I'm still persevering, because I feel that I can't die so easily. His voice was completely hoarse, and the sect leader of the secluded Holy Land actually began to sob. I've used my entire life to pay for the mistakes I made back then, but the era that belongs to the demon race shouldn't end like this. His voice was extremely complicated, and he slowly stretched out a withered leaf, as if calling the little white fox over. The mistakes of the father should not be passed on to the child. She is Dao Chongqing's brother and sister, so she should be the last demon in this world. Father. The white fox in human clothes suddenly cried. The mother green vine looked at him. According to your lifespan, you should have died long ago, so you persevered until now? Yes. The extremely withered gray-black vine looked at the scenery outside the window, and its hoarse voice sounded emotionless. I should have died long ago. Looking at the green-robed heroes, the Confucian scholars, and the lively Jianhu filled with disputes, I have been running like a crazy demon, wanting to escape from this world. I couldn't help but go to many places, looking for the traces of our mythological era, but I couldn't find them. You have all disappeared, hidden in the heavenly court, and I am the only one left. Whoosh! Outside the window, it suddenly rained heavily. The raindrops fell on the green vine potted on the window, and the two mahogany windows were constantly being beaten by the storm, making cracking sounds. In this world, I am the only one left. There are no new people of the same kind. It is so cruel, and it makes me feel very lonely. I have been abandoned by the era. The green vine lowered its head, and its weak voice sounded again. The cute girl was stunned. In fact, I am also about to die. In the sound of the storm, she suddenly sat down on the windowsill and looked at the vine. How can it be? Even the most ancient demon ancestor is about to leave? Could it be that the demon race can only exist in the Western era's mythological era? The lifespan of a great emperor shouldn't end so soon. Mu Yuanqing's voice was bitter. I haven't broken through to Celestial Emperor. Suddenly, Mu Yuanqing fell silent. The cute girl suddenly put down her pride and sat by the window. In the storm, she looked at the green vine potted plant and talked about the story of the mythological era. Mu Yuanqing also talked about his struggle for the throne when he was young, and how he got to know Qing Yiran. At that time, he had never wanted to be a heartless man. He was just pushed by the times and the sect, and he went with the flow. Gradually, his heart became cold, and under the guidance of his father, he inherited the heaven-splitting wood sect and became the sect master. In this life, I betrayed the woman I once loved the most. Maybe I should have died long ago. However, I also feel that my life was worth it. Because without me, this evil person, there might not be a celestial emperor. No one could stand up and roar at the heavens. Perhaps the current era is different. Every era has its ups and downs. Who can calculate the gains and losses clearly? The rain became heavier and heavier, and Mu Yuanqing's voice became softer and softer until there was no sound. Mother Earth. Maybe it's not that you can't break through as heaven's teacher, but you feel that it doesn't matter in your heart, and you never pursue it. You feel that you have nothing to fear even if you die. Her body trembled as she looked at Mu Yuanqing's lifeless body. A faint sense of loneliness flashed in her heart. Maybe it's because I didn't do my best to break through. After Dao Chongqing and Green Deity left, I felt that it didn't matter. She seemed to have understood something, and her gaze moved past the green vine potted plant and looked at the rain outside the window. Drip, drip, clear. Rainwater fell into the windowsill, scattering clear white water droplets. Maybe the demon race is really going to decline. She laughed self-mockingly as she stood in the dark room. The vermilion window was still beating with the rain, and the potted plant was completely silent. Behind her, the young man who was studying and the little white fox trembled. They stood respectfully on the spot with their heads lowered. Suddenly, the green vine turned to look at the little white fox. Once, I gave advice to an old man who wanted to go to heaven. He suppressed the era of the ancient gods. Later, a child became my disciple, and he became the celestial emperor, suppressing the era of witches. Now, are you willing to become my disciple? Can I really do it? The little fox's voice trembled. Almost everyone in the mortal world had never seen a heavenly god before. Even one or two Dao palace or grotto heaven realm heavenly gods descending was enough to shock them, not to mention the legendary mother green vine of the builder tree, the teacher of the heavenly Dao. The cute girl looked at the little white fox. Her father was a shaman, and her mother was a demon. She was still a mixed blood of a shaman and demon, but from the looks of it, she didn't have a natural phenomenon of her primordial spirit and wasn't as good as Dao Chongsheng. "I'll only teach you for 3 years," the cute girl said to her. She also had a direction in her heart. Mu Yuanqing's reminder before his death made her want to fight. Did she really try her best to break through? In reality, she knew that she didn't even try her best. Mu Yuanqing being able to hold on until now moved her. "Those red names are the same, they're crazy. I've always been a spectator. It's too easy for me. I've never fought personally, always hiding at the back and watching. I've never really worked hard," she muttered to herself. "I'll teach you the 9 revolutions mysterious technique." The cute girl looked at the little white fox and said, "This is a technique to prove the Tao through strength. Whether you can learn it or not, whether you have the aptitude or not, will depend on fate." The cute girl opened up her space and took out books that had been flipped through many years ago. Spatial analytic geometry, from entry to giving up, calculus, from exuberance to baldness. They instantly piled up into a small mountain. Secret manuals to become an immortal. The little white fox's eyes lit up, and she treated them like treasures. At the side, the youth couldn't help but hesitate. After some hesitation, he mustered up his courage and said, "Mother Earth, our dynasty can't beat those heroes of the pugilistic world. Are technique cultivators really inferior to body cultivators? Can you give us a way to solve this?" The cute girl turned to look at him. This youth's gaze was pure, and he had always been reading. He probably had the ambition to save the world and become an official. To be chosen by Mu Yuanqing and adopted together with her daughter, the little white fox, his aptitude and talent wouldn't be simple. After a moment of silence, she said, "These few days, I've been walking through countless mountains and towns to see the new era after the mythical celestial heavens. Naturally, I've also seen your imperial court. You've fallen into a wrong path." "Wrong path?" The youth's voice trembled. "The great Zhou dynasty is indeed full of unique ideas." Meng Mei strode forward and pointed at the distant mountain village in the storm outside the window. She said lightly, "In this era, the mortal world has lost the protection of the gods, so you can only protect yourselves. The great Zhou dynasty has let the local scholars who are well-read, or the well-known kind-hearted people in the village divide the land, govern the people, and absorb the incense of the people to cultivate and protect them. However, everywhere is absorbing. Although there are a lot of people, their cultivation is not strong. So what if there are a lot of people, it is not as good as a qualitative change. In the past, when the human ancestor was young, he gathered the fate of an entire clan to strengthen himself. Why is his cultivation so terrifying?" The youth's body shook violently. That was indeed the case. Everyone could only reach the first level of foundation establishment and the second level of spirit focus. Although it could greatly increase the number of guardians and protect more people, their cultivations were generally not high. The Green Vine Earth Mother smiled and said, "You should divide the ranks of the officials and submit incense at each level. The local magistrate will pay part of the incense to the magistrate above him, and the local magistrate will pay part of the incense to the state magistrate above him, and so on. In the end, the great Zhou Emperor can gather the fate of an entire country, so his cultivation is naturally very high. He can move mountains and fill oceans. After all, how scary is it to be able to strengthen the fate of an entire country? It will definitely surpass the ancient cultivation environment." The youth was shocked. He could not control himself. He was so smart that he understood immediately. This was a marvelous plan that surpassed nature, and it contained terrifying potential. The officials were divided into 9 ranks, and the officials would receive incense and salary according to their rank. The higher the official's rank, the better the cultivation environment. Even the prime minister and the imperial advisor would be an earth-shattering existence. Moreover, the effect of gathering incense this way would not be bad. In fact, it would be better. The local government was weak, but if there were demons and other strong enemies, they could submit the matter to the higher authorities. If the magistrate could not handle it, they could report it to the magistrate, and then to the state magistrate. This was a complete system, or maybe, this was not a human imperial court, but a celestial dynasty. When one cultivated to a flourishing age, all the officials of the country would be gods, and the whole country could ascend to the celestial world. Without the ancient gods for people to cultivate, people could use this method to build an imperial court to cultivate. The Mother Greenvine said again, the Great Zhou dynasty is not simple. If their imperial court could think of dividing the land and let the magistrates cultivate, how could they not see this level? They must have thought of gathering incense, but it is difficult to do. The youth's mind suddenly woke up. That's right, there must be someone capable in the Great Zhou dynasty to think of this and use it to protect the people of the world. However, Duan Xianyu still killed his way into the palace and humiliated them. They definitely couldn't realize this celestial dynasty system. Salary and incense would increase gradually. It looked simple, but it was actually difficult to realize because there was no way to transport incense. It was extremely difficult to implement, and it was unimaginably complicated. Then Mother Earth. The youth couldn't help getting excited. Naturally, there is a solution. I call it the dragon vein method. Dragon vein? The youth was puzzled. The Mother Greenvine said with a smile, I am Mother Earth, and I am in charge of the earth. I can bury the dragon vein in the earth, and it will be like a spider's web of roots that spread throughout the entire dynasty. It will be buried under the mountains, in the rivers, and in the earth. It will connect to the magistrate's manor and county magistrate's manor on the surface, transporting incense to all places. However, this dragon vein is the foundation of the country, and we have to prevent local evildoers from taking the chance to steal it. If not, the fate of the country will be lost. Especially the main dragon vein, if it is stolen, the Great Zhou dynasty might fall. Dragon vein, fate of the country, the youth trembled. The dragon vein method had opened a whole new world for him, a way to rule a country. He couldn't help saying, since the dragon vein concerns the rise and fall of the dynasty, I can set up an inspector to patrol the world and pacify the people. I can investigate those who are corrupt and search for the dragon vein to prevent evildoers from stealing the fate of the country. The cute girl took a look at him and nodded. He was indeed smart. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that those magistrates were the landlords and mountain gods. After all, they managed the land, ate incense, and protected the people. This might be a new era, a flourishing celestial dynasty. There would be great scholars of the imperial court who would wear court robes and hold official positions. They would have incense on their bodies, and they would be filled with righteousness. There would also be strong men who would transform into inspectors to stabilize the dragon veins of the earth, calculate fate, and behead corrupt officials. There would also be chivalrous men who weren't willing to become officials of the imperial court. They wouldn't cultivate the sea of consciousness, heaven and earth, and incense. They would cultivate their dantian, uprooting mountains and rivers, and becoming immortals of the land. I can already see a new era, the era of incense, and the fight for fate. And the dragon vein is naturally the root of my builder tree. After all, I'm a tree made from twisted vines, and I can spread underground to transport energy. She continued to analyze, and her eyes became brighter and brighter. Looks like I'm not fated to die. I can't die, I have to work hard to break through. This era can't be without me. The people of the world need me. I have to break through, and I have to lie down and eat the dragon veins commission every day. I have to eat until my stomach bloats and I have to burp. Even the heavenly Tao will covet me. Suji drank the phoenix spirit tea and almost spat out a mouthful of water. Are you crazy? Just now, you looked like you were going to die, but now you're so excited all of a sudden. This person's head is full of lewd thoughts. Suji glanced at Meng Mei, who was already eager to give it a try, and ignored her. After all, the new era was gradually recovering, and she still had some time to teach her disciple. Meanwhile, on the other side, after more than a day and more than 30 hours of continuous high-speed flight in outer space, Emperor had encountered a small meteorite and stopped. He had already begun to walk out of the space hatch. As a matter of fact, Suji did not expect it to stop so soon. Although the instantaneous explosive force of the level 6 spell, Hurricane Arrow, was used on a small ball, it would explode with a speed that far exceeded that of a normal bullet. However, even if it flew at this terrifying speed in vacuum for more than 30 hours, it would not go too far. Bad luck. Suji had a helpless look on his face. He sat in the orchard and ate the apple with a helpless look on his face. As a matter of fact, it had already crashed into a few rocks and meteorites in the sky, but the powerful force was able to send them flying. However, after a few times, its speed had completely slowed down and had stopped. The satellites of the other countries on Earth had to fail a few times before they succeeded. Did I fail my first time too? Since I don't have a strong astronomical background, a bunch of people from the Institute of Science and Technology helped me calculate the trajectory, but it ended up crashing around randomly. He pondered and controlled the insect's subbrain to sense the environment on Dickie's side. Even though the Rubik's Cube had flown for over 30 hours in the real world, it had been over 100 years for Dickie in the inner dimension. Meanwhile, Mu Yun was in a deep slumber as his lifespan was nearing its end. Dickie had long recovered from his injuries 100 years ago. With the help of the energy from the 11 ancestral sorcerers, he had achieved a breakthrough to the mixed origins Saint realm. His 9 heavens had merged with the inner worlds of the 11 ancestral void monarchs, making it even bigger than Dao Changxing's heaven realm. Meanwhile, lush plants, animals, and living beings continued to reproduce. There were mountains and streams, a scene of birds chirping and flowers blooming. It was a paradise that stood aloof from worldly affairs. In the beginning, the Daluo heavens did not bring the 4 great tribes. It only brought insects, fish, birds, and beasts to beautify the environment. Dickie could only start breeding the ancient tribes and let them cultivate. The ancient tribes were born by relying on the primordial spirits of the ancient gods. After all, apart from the golden crow that the heaven-shattering monarch had taken away, the 11 primordial spirits of the ancient gods were left behind. The reason why the ancient desolate world declined was because there were no more humans and gods living together, the presence of so many innate ancient gods. But now, they were all here. The environment was comparable to the ancient Xianxia era, and the ancient race's cultivation speed was extremely fast. Over the past 100 years, a new generation of descendants of the ancient gods had reached the 5th stage Dao Palace. The golden crow essence soul in my body has broken through to the primordial chaos saint realm and is residing in the void sky. Diqi's golden crow essence soul was already a primordial chaos saint. He sat on the pavilion in his central dantian, talking to himself. Dao Changxing's 9 revolutions profound art has been improved by me again. His 9 apertures have 9 souls, but they are floating in the apertures without any physical objects. On the other hand, the 9 souls in my 9 apertures have 9 nascent divinities of ancient gods. He was blessed by the heavens. Right now, 90% of his soul was living in the 9 innate ancient gods. The 9 revolutions mystic art and the immortal golden body are famous for their indestructibility. Their defense and regeneration abilities are terrifying, but their actual combat power is not strong. Otherwise, Dao Changxing would not have created the Panga golden body and condensed all his life to increase his combat power. But I'm different. My 9 revolutions mysterious art has 9 celestial emperor avatars in my 9 orifices. Each of them has a portion of my knowledge. Some are good at Dharmic Dao, some are good at essence soul, some are good at escaping, and some are good at physical strength. I'm invincible in every aspect. Dao Changxing's 9 revolutions mystic art had been improved by him and integrated into the Daluo heaven scripture. The 9 avatars lived in the 9 heavens and turned into 9 celestial emperors, each suppressing a heavens. In fact, only one of his 9 nascent divinities had become a primordial chaos saint. What if the remaining 8 souls all became primordial chaos saints? He already had 9 avatars, which made him 9 primordial chaos saints. As the insectoid hero who had reached the ultimate realm, his talent was unimaginably strong. However, although it was a good dream, the energy needed to become 9 primordial chaos saints was too great and far away. At this time, the living beings of a world are born and dead in my body, providing me with incense, enough for me to move forward in the ultimate ruin. But I need to replenish soil, water, and all kinds of resources. I need the soil to be fertile so that the world in my body can produce more living beings and plants. He pondered for a moment. Suddenly, with a bang, he felt that the outside world had stopped. His saint essence soul was still drinking tea in the inner world, residing in the virtual sky. However, he controlled his indestructible golden body. Outside, opened the metal cabin door that enveloped him, and slowly walked out. Whoosh! In the dark and deep world, there was a terrifying suction force like a black hole, squeezing his blood, heart, breath, and body temperature. This is the ultimate ruin? Dichi's expression was calm, as if he was not afraid at all. He strode out. As expected of a land of death. There's no air at all. Not to mention mortals, even a Dao Palace realm cultivator would explode instantly. It's too scary. But I'm not afraid at all. I have the indestructible golden body, and I can cross the ultimate ruin with just my body. He walked out and looked at the dead silent stars around him. This world, he was so shocked that his eyes lit up. This was a vast world that he had never seen in his entire life. Standing in it, he felt as if he had fallen into a vast sea of stars that shone brilliantly. The stars that filled the sky flickered with white light, and they were like countless silver pearls that emitted a brilliant silver radiance as they were embedded within the black curtain of the deep sky. The entire river of stars was like a multicolored ribbon that was dotted with stars, quiet and vast, profound and beautiful, and it was difficult to see the end of it. Is this the galaxy? The ultimate ruin? Our primordial world is too small, not even a billionth of it. It's so beautiful. This is the beauty of vastness. He suddenly trembled all over. It was an expression of extreme joy. This is the sun. The next moment, he walked forward step by step, soaring through the void and looking at the huge golden fireball. He was like a martyr on a pilgrimage, filled with endless obsession and intoxication. In a trance, his mind flashed back to the ancient era when the world was created. At that time, a slender, graceful woman of the Tao Lord realm was standing atop the multicolored skywall. She gently waved her hand, causing a series of dazzling pearls to swirl together into a silver vortex that slowly came to rest atop the skywall, flashing with multicolored light. At that time, he asked immaturely, "Why do we have to inlay stars in the sky? Why does our world have a moon and a sun? Can't we not have them? There is no why, the rules of the world should be like this. This is the color of the night sky. In my hometown, the world is like this." The Tao monarch answered. She pointed at the black sky wall. In the sky, there is a dazzling galaxy, a moon, and a sun. Thus, he and his brothers turned into the sun, and the dark clouds turned into the moon. At that time, he thought that his sky wall was the most beautiful existence, and that they, the connate ancient gods, were the most beautiful part. They were powerful, invincible, and high above. But now, when he saw the real stars, sun, and moon, his heart was ruthlessly shattered. Thinking back, it was like a group of laughable ants that wanted to replace the vast sky. The ruins of End, was this the great world that the Tao monarch, had seen, and I have come here personally. What is real? What is fake? He laughed bitterly with great difficulty, his voice hoarse. I was right to come. We are fake, the sun, the moon, and the stars are all fake. The world is fake, and this is the bloody truth. He suddenly turned his head and looked coldly at the terrifying sun fireball. Even from a great distance, he could feel the terrible heat that could burn everything in the world. This was the real sun. And he was not worthy of this name at all, it was vast and boundless. It was terrifying to the extreme. It contained an enormous energy that even 100 million Tao monarchs did not have. Dichi had never seen such a huge sun in his life. In front of its majesty, he was so small that he was not even comparable to a flame on its body. Vast and magnificent, shining since the ancient times, existing forever in the world. The Tao monarch stood in the pitch-black void in a daze, as if he had turned into a statue, completely intoxicated by the beauty of its flames. Finally, he looked at the golden flaming sun in the starry sky, and an unbelievable and arrogant thought emerged in his mind. Will I be able to match up to it and become a real sun in my lifetime? He looked at the sun and suddenly had an incomparably arrogant ambition. He wanted to replace it. Since there's a sun and stars, then, where's the moon? He paused for a moment and looked around. He wanted to find a moon in the entire universe to show Kong Yun his previous self, but he couldn't find it no matter how hard he tried. Maybe the moon isn't here. He was silent for a while and started to give up on the idea of showing the moon to Kong Yun. After all, she was already asleep, and waking her up would be incomparably troublesome. This world was too huge, and the structure of the starry sky world was very strange. Huge stars floated in the void, and any one of them in the distance was so big that it almost made him despair, He paused for a moment and looked at the scattered rocks and the pitch-black vacuum before focusing on the sun again. He stood silently in the void with his hands behind his back. This sun is too terrifying. It's just that the jumping speed of its flames is extremely slow, as if it's still. The speed at which the cells in his body were dividing was too terrifying. A day was 100 years. It was like a sand table world. At that moment, the entire universe was close to being still to him. The fiercely burning sun was practically motionless, and the terrifyingly fast meteorites were also slowly moving forward in his eyes. But no matter what, he had to get away from this sun and run outwards. He clearly understood that his ambition couldn't be realized now. That terrifying sun was so far away, yet it was already burning him to the point that he felt hot all over. He couldn't get close, so moving outwards was the only choice. I want to explore outwards and leave the sun. His gaze turned again and looked at his inner world. Suddenly, his expression changed drastically. The plants in the water in his inner space suddenly became turbid, as if they had split into some strange spores and sprouts, turning into primitive life forms and evolving at a strange speed. Genesis. He suddenly thought of a word in his mind. It was a blurry image of the moment when Tao Lord split heaven and earth apart. He could still barely remember that the life forms of that era had evolved and multiplied at an unbelievable speed. But how did it happen to me? His expression was completely unsettled, and he felt his hair stand on end. He suddenly remembered Saint Woodcutter, who had sent him into the ruins of End, as well as Tao Lord's excessive respect for him. He couldn't help but recall an ancient record in the Ancient Gods, which he had asked Tao Lord back then and helped him record the history of opening the heavens. The young god was born in the egg. After experiencing the 7 tribulations of Hunyuan, he was ordered to descend into this world to open the sky. With a roar of anger, he divided the world, burned the sky, and burned the earth. The sky was 10 feet high, and the earth was 10 feet thick. He had received orders to descend to this world to open the heavens. All of a sudden, his mind shook violently as if he had understood something. Back then, he had asked the Tao monarch who had commanded him to create the world, but the Tao monarch had avoided the question. Now, perhaps there was an answer to this riddle. That Saint Woodcutter, what kind of ancient existence was he? I'm afraid he far surpassed the saints. One epic, 129,600 worlds, the calamity of an epic. This world is too huge, there are too many secrets, it's terrifying. After he entered the sinkhole, his Tao heart finally trembled violently. He saw the real sun and the terrifying phenomenon of creation. All his pride from before was instantly shattered. He used to be arrogant. Now that he had truly seen the terrifying existence at the top, he felt how insignificant he was. He couldn't even imagine how that Saint Woodcutter was able to control the plants in his inner world, allowing life to return to Hunyuan, the beginning of life, and evolve anew. This kind of Tao skill was too unimaginable, but no matter what, that Saint Woodcutter had no ill intentions and even provided him with a supreme opportunity. A Genesis appeared in his 9 heavens and evolved into a world of life. And since it's already like this, I'm not in a hurry to fly out. The world in my body is currently creating a new era, so I have to find more resources. Soil and water. I don't have enough now. His body was slender and majestic, and he looked around. Finally, he chose the direction of a sea of stars with the most stars and flew out. Whoosh, after traveling for half a month, he came to the front of a slowly drifting black meteorite. I can't find a water source, but I have to find soil first. I can shatter this little star. Every object in the ruins of End was unbelievably huge. Although it was small, it was actually very huge. Just this small star alone was comparable to half of the heaven realm, which was about 30 acres in size. His body was not even worth mentioning in front of it. I have to use the Panga golden body. Boom, 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 his body grew taller inch by inch, growing in the wind. With the support of a large number of living beings from the 9 heavens in his body, as well as the primordial spirits of the 9 clones of celestial emperors, providing him with terrifying energy, his Panga golden body had already reached 2 meters, 5 meters, 10 meters, his body became huge, and the Panga real body was still surrounded by a green ancient Taoist robe. He was elegant and handsome, fully displaying the demeanor of a formidable celestial emperor. At his level, His clothes were bound to be torn in battle, so celestial emperors like him had long developed protective divine arts and skills that could transform into clothes. It was also one of the most important defensive divine arts in battle. Originally, his Daluo Heaven scripture could fight Dao Changxing without the Panga Golden Body. Now that he had the Panga Golden Body, his combat power instantly skyrocketed to an unimaginable level. Dao Changxing would be killed by him with one blow. Moreover, he had already broken through, and there was a primordial chaos saint in his body. He reached out. Bam, a terrifying light bloomed, easily shattering the floating meteorite. He quietly looked at the huge meteorite in front of him and chuckled. As expected of a small star. Most of it is metal that the Tao Lord used to create the stars. Only a small part of the soil can be stored in the inner world. There's water. He looked at the meteorite and was slightly stunned. In fact, water in space naturally existed, and there was even a small amount in meteorites and comets. Water is too difficult to obtain in this ruins of End. But, since there is water in these small stars, I'll break more of it, and it will add up. He instantly made up his mind. Shatter even more small stars. He stepped on the huge Panga body and walked in the void step by step. He continuously left in the opposite direction of the sun and continuously traveled around. He spent several months smashing the meteorites floating in the sky, extracting the soil and extremely scarce water within them. When he was tired, he would sit cross-legged on the small star to recover his strength. It was already a pitch-black night on Earth. At this time, the streets of the bustling city were crowded. People were still surfing the internet and chatting. In bars and milk tea shops, young men and women, couples, and many people were chatting. The hottest topic at the moment was the real game that transcended time, Spore Evolution. They were passionate about learning. They talked about the recent development of the game's plot. The background world had already entered the tragic epic story of the Tao Heavenly Emperor. They were moved by the characters and story in the game. They could also feel the strong sense of history. Time was merciless, and everything was crushed by history. In addition to the ordinary life of surfing the internet and playing with mobile phones, there were also some astronomy enthusiasts who yearned for the vast universe. They would often choose a high place with a clear view, set up an astronomical telescope, and look into outer space, hoping to see the Cowherd and Vega star. What's that? On the balcony of the second floor of a suburban villa, a young man holding an astronomical telescope shivered. That was a place he often observed. The small meteorites floating in space in that area had disappeared one after another, forming a true vacuum zone. It's a little strange. Is it some kind of rare natural phenomenon? He looked carefully and adjusted the scope. His equipment was bought for more than 200,000 yuan, and the clarity was very high. Crack, one meteorite after another shattered. He was stunned for a moment. He pulled up the recording of the telescope and slowed down the speed frame by frame. Finally, in one frame, he saw a hazy figure flashing at an extremely fast speed, and then the meteorite exploded. F***CK. His eyes widened. What the hell? A cosmic ghost? Crack, he continued to watch. 10 seconds later, a small meteorite that was a little further away also exploded in an instant. He was excited and quickly recorded it. Unfortunately, it was too fast. This time, he couldn't capture the shadow. The previous time was because Dickie stopped to rest. Now, he couldn't see the speed at all. He could only see the small meteorite shattering. He quickly posted on the internet. I found aliens. As soon as he logged in, he found that the internet was already quite heated. Someone had noticed it earlier than him. From the moment the first meteorite exploded, they had already noticed it and had already posted, saying that there were immortals in the sky tonight. However, this person didn't capture the figure at all, but the meteorites did shatter one after another. Everyone, there's no time to explain. It's only been a short 10 minutes, and now it's the 11th meteorite that exploded, and each meteorite is extremely far away. An unknown humanoid creature is shattering them at an unimaginable speed. I saw it too. I also have a screenshot as proof. At this time, everyone was in an uproar. An alien incident, just as everyone was debating, someone couldn't help but say, everyone, the foreigners have also noticed it. I just checked the internet and found out that there are rich foreigners who have mines at home. They used their own observatory and large astronomical telescope to capture a clear picture. Screenshot. The young man quickly opened it and found that the clear picture was just to scare people, but the screenshot was indeed clearer than he was. He only captured a hazy green shadow, but this one was vaguely humanoid. It was sitting cross-legged on a meteorite, eyes closed, and seemed to be dressed in ancient clothes. This poster was more excited than anyone else. On our Earth, there may be hidden immortal cultivators in outer space, extracting meteorites, refining spirit treasures, and preparing to ascend. Immortal cultivator, everyone looked at the picture and was a little dumbfounded. Wearing a green robe, he did look like an ancient person. F***ck, could he really be an ancient person? Eh? Look at the picture, there really seems to be a person sitting cross-legged on a meteorite. That's pretty awesome. Immediately, everyone was discussing it, finding it unbelievable. The figure was too blurry. After processing the picture with software, it was difficult to see it clearly. However, regardless of whether the figure was real or fake, the meteorites in that area were rapidly shattering was indeed a fact observed by countless people. At the very least, it was a rare astronomical phenomenon. Immortal? I don't think it's necessarily an immortal, but there might really be some kind of creature, aliens. Spaceships passing by our Earth are replenishing energy and smashing meteorites to obtain some kind of power resource. If they see our Earth, will they destroy us? Shivering, two-way foil, dimensional reduction strike. Scary, you idiot above, I'm your wall-faced man. Serious face, you people are too superstitious. You only know how to make blind guesses and cause panic. It's too much to say that it's an immortal or some kind of unknown creature. You have to believe in science. I think it might be some kind of natural phenomenon. Don't be so pessimistic. At this time, someone came out to comfort everyone. Everyone felt that he was more reliable, but the next second, he said, speaking of meteorites shattering, it reminds me of a natural phenomenon that might cause meteorites to shatter. It's most likely. Maybe it's just a black hole approaching our Earth? Everyone? Everyone's face darkened, they felt that their intelligence was being illegally transferred, F***ck. What kind of F***king scientific explanation is that a black hole is approaching Earth? But don't drag us down with you if you want to die. Netizens were always a bunch of magical animals. There would always be some idiot in any serious astronomy post. At this time, sitting in front of the computer, Suji was also stunned. He didn't expect Dichi to be so troublesome. He had thought that his tiny ant-like body would not be noticed by Earth and would silently fly into space. He didn't expect that the mastermind behind the scenes, who was usually so low-key, would walk with such fanfare while smashing meteorites and demolishing crazily. He even used the golden body of Pangu to become so huge and arrogant. It would be a lie if he didn't get a picture. Did they really think that the sinkhole was their home? Was it desolate and uninhabited? In fact, Dichi usually keeps a very low profile, hiding behind the scenes during the eras of the Celestial Emperor. That's why I'm not worried about him. He thinks he's as low profile as ever, that no one has seen him, but he doesn't know that the entire Earth is watching him. Suji made a sad expression. No matter how much they calculated, they didn't expect our low-profile Black Hand Emperor to be so arrogant. However, Suji was very calm. That picture is too blurry, it looks like whatever you say. At the moment, they were just discussing it. They felt that it was extremely novel and curious, but they couldn't confirm its authenticity. Most of them were discussing it as gossip. It's just a small disturbance. He moved so fast that it's hard to capture him unless Dicky did something even more ridiculous. But I don't think that's possible. He's probably smashing the meteorites for resources and then slowly leaving. Suji looked calm as he silently took a bite of the apple. At this moment, the netizens were all discussing it as gossip, but no one really believed it. After all, the picture was extremely blurry, and no one was stupid enough to join in the fun. As for the major space stations and ground research institutes, they had already entered a state of extreme urgency. Every heartstring was stretched taut. A large number of people in white coats were walking in the corridor. The target's movement is too fast, it's almost impossible to capture the picture. Most of the meteorite's structure is metal. To be able to smash a large meteorite, it's comparable to a large number of high-energy explosives. The power level is being calculated. One by one, they walked around, fiddling with precision electronic equipment. The space stations nearby have already captured a higher resolution picture, and the large astronomical institutions on the ground are also capturing the image. Move faster. They didn't even have time to care about the netizens' discussion. The pictures taken by the netizens were too blurry, and everyone had their own guesses, but they had clearly captured the picture. It was indeed a humanoid creature that was continuously destroying the meteorites in the area. They felt a fatal threat. Only they clearly knew that this was an unprecedented earthquake. It could be an extraterrestrial civilization, aliens, or a real god that had entered Earth, and it could even bring destruction. Everything was unknown. What were the rules of an extraterrestrial civilization? What about the myriad worlds? Would it destroy the weak Earth? At this moment, it was almost related to the life and death of mankind. Suddenly, a series of hurried footsteps entered the room. The preliminary results have been obtained. The old foreign professor's eyes suddenly trembled. Speak. The creature is suspected to be wearing ancient clothes. According to calculations, its body is about 10 meters tall. Its movement is almost constant at the speed of light, and it moves according to this pattern. Its thinking can keep up with the movement at the speed of light, which means that its thinking speed is terrifying to the extreme, far surpassing any current living creature. We can't capture it. It will only leave an image if it stays in the same place for more than a period of time. The faces of the scientists at the scene were filled with shock. With every word said, the old man sitting on the high ground trembled more. An unknown creature with a body size of 10 meters, comparable to a 3- or 4-story building. This was not the most important thing. The most important thing was that the speed of thinking was beyond human cognition. Time was relative, not absolute. The flow of time was mainly reflected in the perception of the outside world. If a creature's thinking speed was 1,000 times faster, the time outside would be very slow for it, which meant that other people in front of it were almost at a standstill. It was like a creature of 2 dimensions. In theory, a 4-dimensional creature could easily destroy a 3-dimensional creature, and you wouldn't even be able to sense its existence or the dimension it was in. If it really wanted to destroy mankind, and it came to Earth, no one could resist it. In the midst of the tense atmosphere, an even more pressing piece of news came. In just a few minutes, the unknown creature had shattered a few small meteorites. This made people even more frightened, and they didn't know what its goal was. Suddenly, another researcher in a white coat walked in with big strides. The Research Institute of Japan sent a message, saying that they might have guessed the origin of the unknown creature. Speak. There was a buzzing sound, and the whole room shook. The researcher's expressions quickly changed as they stared at him. The researcher looked at the anxious eyes around him, and his heart was also tense. His voice even became incoherent. They suspect that the unknown ancient creature outside Earth might be a Tao Lord. What? Everyone's mind went blank. It's the Tao Lord who created the world and the primordial world. The researcher pursed his lips and said in a low voice, after all, we previously guessed that the Tao Lord was an ancestor of the ancient myths on Earth, and had once traveled around the world to come to our side. Therefore, the Research Institute of Japan had their own people secretly communicate with the Tao Lord when the lightning struck, and secretly handed over a letter in Earth's language. What? They secretly communicated with the Tao Lord of the primordial world? The old man was instantly furious. He stood on a high place and slammed the table, pointing at the figure on the big screen behind him. Are they crazy? Don't they know how terrifying that existence is? It's a mythical figure who created the world. What if something happens to it, and our human civilization is destroyed? They want to apologize to the people of the world. How dare they? Don't they know the consequences? Everyone was in an uproar. Previously, they had also guessed that the Tao Lord knew the Earth's language, and this ancient sage might have come to Earth before. However, they didn't expect that there was already a research institute communicating with him behind his back. And now, could it be that the blurry figure was really the Tao Lord who had disappeared for God knows how long? After leaving the primordial world, he had been traveling here, and now he had finally come to our Earth. Countless people were drenched in cold sweat, and their bodies trembled slightly. At this moment, when a real mythical existence appeared in real space, they no longer doubted the authenticity of the Spore Evolution game. It was indeed a real world. This was an entrance that allowed Earth's backward and simple civilization to enter the vast transcendent world to search for opportunities, but now, they had actually communicated with the Tao Lord and came to Earth. Then, why was this ancient person who was suspected to be the Tao Lord constantly smashing meteorites outside? Maybe he's here to warn us not to be too presumptuous. It's already a favor to give us the opportunity, but we still want a foot after taking an inch. He's warning us, to destroy us is but an instant, someone said. There's no time to question him. Now, we can only continue to monitor. The old man took a deep breath and reminded the other researchers. At this moment, another researcher strode in with an anxious and fearful expression. After careful consideration and analysis, the other research institutes have decided that we can't let go of this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. This might be our ancestor. They have already asked the nearby satellites and space stations to find a way to get close. They even have the idea to let their satellites emit white light to form the Earth's frequency band language in an attempt to communicate. What? Everyone turned pale with fright. Inform the other research institutes not to try to get close. Don't try to get close. The foreign old man warned solemnly, his voice solemn and powerful. There will still be opportunities in the future. But if we come into contact with him and anger him, our civilization of 1,000 years might be destroyed. We can't be the sinners of our civilization. That was indeed the most rational choice. However, the other research institutes did not listen to such a conservative opinion and still chose to come into contact with him. If he really wanted to destroy Earth, they could not stop him. But if it was really the Tao Lord, the mythical ancestor of mankind, an ancient sage from Earth, then it would be a terrifying opportunity. They could not give up. Communicate. A research institute issued an order. The light has been adjusted. Should we let the satellites send light over? Fire. At this moment, Dickie was resting on a black meteorite. After all, these small stars were too huge. The surface area of one was comparable to half of the primordial world. Moreover, after drifting for a long time, they had become extremely hard and had many metal components. Although his primordial spirit was that of a primordial chaos saint and his Tao fruit resided in the void heaven in his body, his indestructible golden body was still at the realm of a celestial emperor. In the past few months, it was extremely normal for him to stop and rest constantly. However, I still have a strange feeling that some unknown weak existence is staring at me and observing me. Dichi frowned. His intuition and divine will were extremely sharp, and he couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. It was as if countless people were watching him. Suddenly, a strong white light flashed and enveloped his entire body. A thought flashed through his mind, and he frowned. I'm indeed being monitored by some weak existence. What is it that's sending light over to test me? I can't find the source? He cupped his fists on the spot. In the ultimate, which fellow Taoist is here? I am the sage of the primordial world, would you like to come out for a chat? Crack. Another ray of light came. Who are you? Dickie was instantly enraged. Crack, another ray of light came. Dickie snorted coldly. Do you think you can do whatever you want just because you can't find your location? Don't you know that I used to be the head of the 9 sons of a world? Previously, he had only used his body and did not use the terrifying power of a primordial chaos sage. After all, a sage personally descending into the mortal world required too much energy. But now, he had completely raised his guard. No matter what conspiracy they had, he would directly eradicate all the ants in the dark. Rumble, he suddenly opened up his sea of consciousness. Whoosh, a primordial chaos saint-level flaming golden crow appeared in the void of the universe. It was like a great sun furnace, emitting a blinding light comparable to the sun, instantly illuminating the surrounding void. Do you know what the consequences of provoking a primordial chaos sage are? Those below the sage level are all ants. No matter where you hide within 10 million feet, even a celestial emperor will die without a doubt and turn into a charred corpse. Whoosh, the world was bright, endless scorching heat smelted the void, and fiery red light covered the sky and the earth. Even the meteorites nearby that had not been shattered instantly melted, creating an extremely terrifying scene of destruction. At this moment, the researchers of the major research institutes were wearing white coats and sitting on chairs. The person in charge stared nervously at the big screen in the large conference room. The message had been sent. No matter what, they could only wait for the results. Whoosh, it was as if a small sun had appeared in an instant, bursting out heat and light. The distant satellites and countless observation equipment were instantly destroyed. My eyes. They looked at the screen and were instantly pierced by the snow-white light. They covered their eyes and felt a sharp pain, feeling like they had been blinded by the light. What a terrifying power. It's comparable to a small nuclear explosion, but he didn't go to destroy our satellites. He only burned them on the spot. With such a terrifying power, he only hit a huge vacuum? He only destroyed our detection equipment from a distance and issued a warning. Countless scientists looked horrified. The light and heat that erupted in an instant were extremely far away. Even people as far away as Earth could vaguely see the strong light. Now, countless people with astronomical telescopes were holding them and observing that area of the starry sky, intending to see if there were really unknown creatures. Maybe there were really immortals. Countless people were extremely excited, thinking that they should have had a fortuitous encounter. They began to pick up their telescopes to peep. As a result, screams rang out crazily. F***ck. I won't peep at you anymore. Ah, my dog eyes. They felt that their eyes were about to be blinded by the light. Although it wasn't as bright as the sun, it was still a huge source of light close to Earth. They immediately went back to their rooms to look for eye drops. After a few minutes, they could barely open their eyes. When they looked in the mirror, their eyes were already bloodshot and slightly swollen. They were shocked and couldn't help but post on the internet. Oh my God. Which bastard asked me to look at it? I was blinded by the light. Look at my bloodshot eyes, screenshot. We don't have any grudges against each other. Why do you want to harm me? Angry, I was also blinded by the light. The deity might have found out that we were peeking at him. Don't panic. I was also blinded by the light, but this might be a test of our aptitude. Unfortunately, my eyes are ordinary and I don't have 24K titanium dog eyes. Otherwise, I would definitely be able to pass the test and become a disciple of a deity. Everyone was speechless. Maybe it was some kind of meteorite explosion? Or maybe it was a natural phenomenon caused by the collision of two small meteorites? Could this explain the continuous disappearance of small meteorites in that area? Immediately, everyone began to discuss intensely. Some held the view that it was a cosmic phenomenon, while others said that it was aliens or deities from outer space. In the starry sky, it was as if the space had been deformed by the heat. It was barren and dark. The surrounding meteorites had completely melted. Is he dead? Dichi said lightly. After tearing apart the space and launching an attack, he had already placed the Dao fruit in the virtual sky again. He didn't feel any traces of those spying on him anymore. He thought about it for a moment, then gave up. He turned his head again and stepped into the void step by step, heading out and officially beginning his journey in the pitch-black void. He sighed faintly and said, "The sinkhole is really a mysterious place. There are even unknown and mysterious life forms that are constantly spying on us. I need to be extremely vigilant." Since the soil and water had been collected, he should be busy with his own things. On Earth, the major research institutes had completely exploded. This was an out-and-out demonstration and a warning. Although he didn't come to Earth, such a terrifying power had exploded on the spot and shattered the observation equipment of the nearby satellites. This had completely explained what he meant. Don't try to get close. Don't try to get close. At this time, the old foreign professor roared in a low voice. His face was flushed with excitement. He informed all the major research institutes and solemnly warned them again. At this moment, they did not dare to peek into outer space again. They only felt their hair stand on end as they seemed to have understood the other party's intention of not coming into contact with them. They could only silently pray in the research institute, hoping that they would not be angered and come to Earth to destroy it. Otherwise, they would truly be the sinners of humanity. After a full 3 hours, they quietly waited in fear, observing the situation of the various provinces on Earth. Only when there were no disasters did they silently heave a sigh of relief and activate the astronomical telescope again to observe that batch of areas. It was completely empty, and nothing could be seen. Whoosh, at that moment, everyone almost collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. When they came back to their senses, they saw that their foreheads and backs were covered in sweat. They felt that their civilization had never been so close to destruction. In these 3 hours, it was as if they were waiting for judgment, suffering in the midst of doomsday. The Tao Lord left, but this is a warning from a saint to the greed of humans on earth. Weakness is the original sin. We are too insignificant in the vast starry sky. The Tao Lord did not destroy a low-level civilization like us. He only warned us not to have ambitions that do not match our strength. Yes, he gave us a great opportunity. We can enter the universe, but don't be delusional, everyone still could not recover. It took a long time for them to completely recover. They remembered what they had done in the sorcerer world and the futile attempt to invade the primordial world. They were afraid that these evil acts had caused dissatisfaction, which was why the Tao Lord came to warn them. Now, they had completely understood the truth. Our blood is a bit similar to that of the God of creation. Earthlings may be the descendants of the God of creation when the world was created. Moreover, after the world was created, in the ancient era of Earth, the Tao Lord came to Earth and left behind various myths and legends, and now, the Tao Lord came again to give us a warning. How terrifying! The ancient historical truth of the birth of humans on Earth is gradually being completed. This old man, who had been in a high position for a long time, completely understood how insignificant he was. He took a deep breath. It was really unbelievable. If the truth of Earth were to be spread to the outside media, they would definitely think that we were spreading rumors. Would they think that we were talking nonsense? But all of this was true. No matter what, this scene affected the nerves of the entire Earth. This was the first time in human history that they had real contact with an extraterrestrial extraordinary civilization. It was recorded in human history and entered into the top-secret files, called the 3 Hours of Darkness. In it was a clear summary of the incident that made one's scalp tingle, as well as the conclusion, this is a warning from an extraterrestrial saint to humans on Earth. At that moment, we were infinitely close to death. The destruction of us had nothing to do with us. After confirming that the Tao Lord had left, everything gradually returned to normal. Inform the other research institutes. Let our people do their research in the primordial world and completely go into seclusion, the old man said. In fact, the help that the external research institutes could bring was gradually decreasing. Even though the major research institutes had now collected the 1,000-year-old civilization of the sorcerer world, the people in the research institutes could not learn in a short time. Absorbing the wisdom of more than 1,000 years, after all, more than 2,000 years had passed in the primordial world, but less than a month had passed in the real world. No matter how smart one was, it would be difficult to learn the essence of a civilization in a month. In fact, the red names inside had now lived for hundreds of years. Their knowledge had long surpassed that of countless elite professors in the entire research institute. The development of the 9 revolutions mysterious art was an example. It was done by a few red names, but there was very little they could do to help. That was why every red name player had become extremely important. The wisdom and knowledge they possessed represented the hope of their country. Each of them was a wise person who had lived for more than 1,000 years and had experienced 2 civilizations. The professor said, since the sorcerer civilization and the primordial world cannot advance our progress in a short time, then let them advance our civilization. They have a lot of time. Let them learn mathematics, physics, and all the scientific knowledge on Earth. Let them learn all the disciplines that Earth has developed to this day. Then, no matter what they research, whether it is our science or the extraordinary system inside, they must produce results. If they really can't use extraordinary power, then start on the path of our science. Let them start researching spaceships. Let a few of them research spaceships? The surrounding researchers were stunned. They looked at the old man as if they were looking at a demon. What a huge amount of work it was. Moreover, many aspects of modern technology could not be achieved at all. They needed new energy sources, new structures, new space alloys, too many. It was equivalent to opening up a technological path with zero foundation. Yes, our research institute is no longer of much use to them. We can only do our final warm-up. The research institute has gathered many top talents in various fields, including physics, biology, medicine, energy science. They can all be their teachers. Let them learn the entire Earth civilization by themselves. Then, they stand on the shoulders of giants and bring forth the new. Let them advance our country's technology by themselves. The old man had sparse hair and was a person of virtue and prestige. He fiddled with his fingers. Send this suggestion to the other research institutes as well. Yes. Instantly, the red names of all the countries were notified. Nameless Dragon? Top of the food chain bell? One-sword turtle breath? Oh my God. What just happened? Did all of you receive some kind of shock? Physics, medicine, biology. Each of these fields was extremely profound, and they might not be able to study it even if they spent their entire lives. Now, countless top experts and scientists were coming to teach them, piling up a huge book, and then the big shots were coming up with questions for them to study. They could already feel the hopeless future. From the beginning, they had not had a good time in this world. They had become thunderhammers, god-slaying platforms, osmanthus trees. They had been tormented in pain. Now, they had finally made it out. They had not even enjoyed their lives, and they were already learning these things? We F*** King want to transform the knowledge of the sorcerer world into reality. The primordial world is the same. Although we have stolen the wisdom of the civilization, we do not have the corresponding evil eye or primordial human bloodline. What can we do? We are also in despair. Ah! When they heard the news, they roared at the sky and were about to collapse. The entire 9 heavens was also shaking violently. The 4 celestial emperors roared at the same time. What happened? The 4 ancient celestial emperors are roaring so terrifyingly. Another calamity is coming? Especially the Thunder Celestial Emperor. Such a roar seems to remind me of the ancient Western era. In the 9 heavens immortal world, ancient existences from various sacred grounds and hidden sects walked out with solemn expressions. They even alarmed the other new celestial emperors, such as Su Wei and Fen Teng. The 4 ancient celestial emperors suddenly roared in grief and indignation. It was definitely not simple. Dicky is back again? Impossible. The heavenly Tao already said that while he was unconscious, the Tao Lord and another ancient sage descended and took Dicky away. We are fine. After the 4 celestial emperors roared, they waved their hands and let them leave. They only expressed that they had suddenly sensed heaven and earth, comprehended many truths, and cried tears of joy. After dismissing everyone, the celestial emperors returned one by one, entering the void that they controlled. This was a game that they loved to learn. The heavenly Tao is such a cycle. They looked up at the heavenly Tao in the center of the heavenly realm, and their minds were blown. They vaguely remembered the child who carried a book basket on his back. The basket was filled with books like linear algebra, from introduction to burial. Just the mathematics alone was enough to make people despair, but in front of them were all the subjects on earth. It's our turn to be buried. In the countryside, the sun rose slowly. After the exciting night last night, the sunlight gently sprinkled on the entire Magus world in the orchard. The miniature mountains, rivers, towns, and rivers looked extremely exquisite and spectacular. Suji got up and brushed his teeth. He peeked at the major research institutes and was instantly speechless. These red-named players were too pitiful. I want you to study spaceships. Was he stimulated by my imperial chi launching him into the sky? Unexpectedly, Dicky's appearance had inadvertently knocked the research institutes of various countries. They immediately restrained themselves and didn't dare to exploit the primordial world and colonize everywhere. They chose to do the opposite and began to exploit their own people. Finally, they've come to their senses. Suji nibbled on an apple. Causing trouble in my small orchard all day long, thinking of invading territory and incorporating it into the territory of their country. The consequences are very serious. Did you see that? A sage came to Earth to give you a warning. Suji also didn't expect Dicky to hit the nail on the head and be of great help. Finally, they began to settle down. It could already be imagined that these red-named players would have to leave for a long time in the future and endure the pain of seclusion. Moreover, they had no way to resist. Although he was a celestial emperor in the primordial world and had lived for more than 1,000 years, he was just an ordinary person in reality and had no choice. This is a good thing. The environment between the players has been purified. Suji stood up and sat down in front of the chair by the door. He looked at the evolution of the spores in the small sand table. They won't be able to come out and join in the fun in a short period of time. Let them do their research. It's much quieter now. In fact, at this point, the power in the real world was indeed unable to keep up with the progress. A certain aspect of the great alchemy emperor's knowledge could turn around and beat everyone in a research institute. This was destined to be an era where individual geniuses were kings and ancestors, and geniuses rose one after another. Suji looked at the internet. There was still a heated discussion. The phenomenon had already disappeared. This popularity would die down sooner or later, and there would be people coming out to clear the name. This matter couldn't be blown out of proportion. Thinking of this, Suji looked at the current dicky. He had already collected enough soil and water. He guided them into his inner world and quickly poured them out. However, he didn't know that the soil and water in the meteorite had been exposed to the vacuum of the universe all year round. They contained terrifying rays, radiation, all kinds of heavy metals, and toxic substances. The entire world was turned upside down. After absorbing the soil and the toxic heavy metal radiation water, the plants and animals originally planted in the primordial world instantly died. The emerald green wonderland instantly withered as it was poisoned to death. The original creatures of the ancient races were also almost all dead. The entire world seemed to be in radiation and had entered an apocalyptic world. And the spores also began to go extinct. However, some ocean spores actually survived the water radiation. In this world, new radiation species gradually appeared. The water was like a deadly poison that quickly permeated the land. In just a few days, the lush trees started to rot, and drops of sticky sap covered the land. Animals started to weaken as they ran and fell to the ground with a thud, unable to get up again. Life was being destroyed, and there was panic everywhere. Help! What's wrong with the world? An ancient tribe screamed as they ran in the tribe. Gradually, they fell to the ground and bled from their eyes, ears, mouth, and nose. Then, they stopped breathing. Strange. Dead silence. Emptiness. Even the newly born cultivators in the inner world were contaminated and severely injured. In his dantian, a fiery red sun looked at the barren world that had been ravaged by nuclear radiation. It was like the end of the world, and it was confused and incredulous. In the primordial world, there was almost no such thing as poison. No celestial emperor developed in this direction either. They all cultivated Tao skills and the corporeal body. These two traditional great Taoists were incomparably orthodox, so he never thought that the poisonous water and soil would destroy his inner world. The ruins of End, a golden crow floated at the center, watching the 9 worlds erupt with terrifying apocalyptic disasters. Life wailed as they died, and its eyes were filled with rage. As expected of the place where all things returned to silence. I've underestimated it. I can't use my knowledge of the primordial world to understand it at all. This place of death is filled with unimaginable mysteries and dangers. Not only is there no life here, but even the water is poisonous. Dichi never thought that the long journey into the ruins of End would cause his inner world to suffer such great damage. Whoosh, the earth seemed to have died, and it fell into a deathly silence. The native species that the primordial world brought out were almost all destroyed. Their corpses sank into the sea, and after a few days, the corpses started to rot and stink. Some spores actually grew on their corpses and gave birth to strange life. Another 3 days passed. Suddenly, an aquatic plant that looked like rotten mud gradually appeared in the water. At that moment, he felt as if his heart that was hanging in the air was finally at ease. He knew that he was extremely close to death. If all life in the inner world was destroyed, he would no longer have any incense. He would be like a rootless duckweed, and sooner or later, he would run out of energy and die in the ruins of End. That mysterious Saint Woodcutter of the ancient times had great foresight. Maybe he had already predicted that the life forms of the ancient desolate world that I had brought out would be wiped out, so he had a backup plan. Dichi was completely convinced. He felt that this ancient saint, whose level was unknown, was too mysterious and meticulous. He quietly looked at the land and suddenly said, "It seems that a new life has adapted to the poison and is growing in the decay. It is actually taking root in the corpses of the desolate era and sucking their nutrients. What kind of environment would create this kind of life? If that's the case, what if I toss the corpses of the 10 martial monarchs into it?" He killed the 10 celestial emperors in exalted heaven. Each of their enormous inner worlds was equivalent to a megaplexus heaven, which he had long since absorbed into his body to expand the 9 heavens. Their innate Yuan Shen had also been refined by him, becoming a part of his Yuan Shen avatar. As for their corpses, the bodies of great emperors Dong Su, they were all stored away by him, not used at all. Now, they might be able to nourish this world and contribute their last bit of use. Back then, Tao Lord used his own blood and bones to fuse with this world to create us 13 innate ancient gods. If I use the corpses of the 11 ancient celestial emperors, what kind of life will be born from them? His eyes gradually lit up. After the disaster, he had this new thought. These were the corpses and bloodlines of the celestial emperors, incomparably noble. What would happen if they were absorbed by living beings? He slowly stretched out his hand. Whoosh, in the distant tomb of the celestial emperors, the tombs were flipped open. The bodies of the celestial emperors, with 8 arms, snake bodies, and sharp tails, rose into the air. They were heroic and tall, even giving off wisps of emperor's might. Go! Bang! The flesh and bones of the celestial emperors shattered. Their blood vessels, tendons, and bones burst into bloody mist, splattering the 9 heavens and earth. Countless spores started dying. They had endured the heavy metal poison and radiation, but now, they couldn't withstand the terrifying flesh and blood of a celestial emperor-strong practitioner. The first mass extinction had begun. Natural selection, survival of the fittest. There was a deathly silence in the whole world. Gradually, after a few days, another life took root in the rotten soil, sucking the flesh and bones of the celestial emperors, gradually evolving and mutating. Moreover, the structure of their life was somewhat ugly, sticky, with sickles, arms, sharp claws. If that's the case, then I'll make the best of it. I'll continue to go outside and search for a large amount of soil and water. Dicky said indifferently. In fact, this was also correct. It was very unrealistic to search for normal clean water and soil. Perhaps it could only be found in a relatively large planet with a protective atmosphere. And the small meteorites floating in the sky were similar to the existence of garbage impurities, to begin with, and could not be clean. Thinking of this, Dicky, who was outside, stepped into the pitch-black void, constantly drifting outward, and began to collect all kinds of star resources along the way. It was as if he had turned into a human-shaped resource harvester. The Panga golden body did not disappear. After all, this was using terrifying energy to expand the body, growing flesh and bones, forming a huge combat body, but it was difficult to shrink. After all, a person could provide energy to grow, but after growing up, the body could not shrink to the size of an infant. If he wanted to give up the Panga form, he could only abandon such a huge body and walk out with his tiny body, just like Dao Chongqing back then. This is also the reason why every time I use the Panga form, it takes a lot of energy. After collecting the resources, I naturally can't give up, but the energy to maintain movement is also very terrifying, so I can only fall into a deep sleep and use it when I need it. Since the resources have been gathered, then I'll begin my long journey. Hibernation. Rumble, his entire huge body began to bend, curl up, and squat down. His 8 arms hugged his entire body, turning into a ball. Gradually, a layer of hard dark bone protective shell began to cover the outside of the Panga true body. The bones were like gold and jade, extremely hard. In this way, I no longer have to fear the detection of other life forms, and the light from before will not happen again. I can disguise myself as a star, and I can also hide my life aura through hibernation. He curled up into a ball, like a round bone meteor, and flew at an extremely fast speed towards the depths of the universe. Hua, surrounded by stars, in the brilliant night sky of the galaxy, he was already gradually leaving the solar system. This world was too beautiful. The stars were bright and sparkling, and the scenery of the pitch-black sea of stars along the way never repeated. Wandering in the brilliant galaxy, he did not feel bored. He felt satisfied just by looking at its magnificence and vastness. Dichi was even curious enough to approach the terrifying distant galaxy in the distance. What exactly was contained in the hundreds of millions of huge stars over there? Was it a new life form, an alien civilization, one of the myriad worlds in the heavens, or was it some completely unexpected phenomenon of the sea of stars? His heart burned, feeling that this was what his great overarching heaven scripture truly needed, all-encompassing. Eh? What laws of the ruins of End are these? It's fine if it's just the small stars, but these huge and vast stars seem to have some kind of orbit and pattern. They're moving in a fixed orbit? And there's a terrifying and thick white protective shield of atmosphere, with mountains, valleys, and earth inside? He flew all the way, revealing a solemn and thoughtful expression. As a celestial emperor, everyone was erudite and knowledgeable, let alone him. He looked at the shattered galaxy around him again. Not far away, there were huge and silent planets, also surrounded by an atmosphere. There were even big stars and small stars orbiting the big ones. He said plainly, these big stars actually have a terrifying natural gravitational force that absorbs the small stars, forming the phenomenon of satellites, and the natural fog that envelopes these big stars is like the defensive Tao skills of the celestial path, a natural protective shield that can block damage. Is this the natural law of the ruins of End? This is the truth of the world. Since this phenomenon is common in the ruins of End, there must be a reason for it, and it coincides with the laws of heaven and earth in the ruins of End. I can try to imitate it. As Saint Woodcutter said, the Tao follows the laws of nature, and I'll take heaven and earth as my teacher, to explore the true essence within. He was good at learning from others, secretly learning the ultimate arts of the various celestial emperors. Now, he even wanted to learn from the stars. As the strongest celestial emperor who crossed the primordial world, the mastermind of every era, he was extremely daring now that he had just stepped into the ruins of End. The first thing he had to do was to start learning from the planets. How about using the protective Tao skills of our primordial world to imitate the atmospheric protective shield, he said plainly. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Violent winds howled, and strange phenomena rose from the surface of his body. The translucent ancient clothes that originally enveloped his Panga golden body began to transform into a layer of gaseous energy, gradually wrapping around his body. White air currents slowly circled around his round body. It was as if he was really a vast atmosphere of clouds. Isolating the outside world is indeed not bad. Furthermore, it's a protective Tao skill of our primordial world. As long as I'm not attacked, the amount of energy needed to maintain it is very small. The world in my body is enough to easily recover. He had a thought. In that case, can I inject air into this protective shield to allow life to survive on the surface of my stars? He looked at the stars in the distance. Some of them actually had rivers and mountains on their surface. This was no longer an imitation. There was no life on these dead stars, but for his planet to have life, this was surpassing. However, he was already used to it. He had learned from others, integrated them, and incorporated them into the great overarching heaven scripture. But that's still not enough. These large stars all have gravity, so only soil and water can adhere to them. But I can use the Tao skill of gravity to attract soil and water to surround my body. Boom. He was extremely decisive. The sphere flew along, smashing many meteorites along the way, absorbing the soil and water on them and wrapping them around his body. In that case, let life reproduce on my body and see what happens. In the next second. Splash. He tried to release a field of spores from his inner world, and a river gushed out, covering the surface of his planet. It was like a miniature planet of life, and life quickly began to reproduce on his surface. His vast divine sense kept scanning, carefully observing the microscopic spores on his body. In this way, they will recuperate on my body. If they can really reproduce, the incense emitted by their souls will continuously fuse into my body. In fact, the more experts survive on my body, the stronger the energy I will obtain. In this way, I can slowly accumulate the energy of the second origin immemorial sage and let Kongyan break through. He kept weighing and began to size up the spores on his body. Then, he began to create a suitable land environment. There must be an ocean. With his words, the heavens and earth of the planet shook. Splash. His body suddenly caved in, converging into a vast ocean. It was a huge radioactive water source, and the spores were still struggling to survive in it. There must be wind. The sound was loud, like faint thunder, enveloping the entire planet. Whoosh! A scorching volcano suddenly rose from the ground, and a tiny hole appeared, like the crater of a volcano. The breath of the Pangatru body came out from it, bringing with it thick and terrifying heat, turning into the flowing wind of the entire planet. There must be light. In the protective shield, there was suddenly a faint light, and an energy ball appeared in the atmosphere in the sky. It turned into a sun, constantly rotating, as if it had turned into a satellite, constantly moving. The entire land of the planet seemed to be plated with a magnificent golden color at this moment. This planet is the mortal world, and there are 9 heavens. Boom! The entire planet trembled slightly. The entrance of 9 apertures vaguely appeared. As long as the experts cultivated to a certain level, they would be able to sense it. I will fly all the way, shattering pieces of stars, constantly wrapping around my body, and gradually expanding. It will soon be comparable to the area of the primordial world, or even surpass it. The ground will gradually thicken. If these life forms reproduce, they will not be able to understand my true existence. But how will they describe and call me, the consciousness of this planet? He showed curiosity, and then said lightly, but if they are not powerful to a certain extent, they will not be able to detect my existence. I will hide in the dark, watching the rise of one era after another. On this planet, one hero after another will lead the era, and then the curtain will fall. No one knows that this planet is formed from the body of a vast giant, quietly watching them on the surface of its body. The surface of this world is covered by 70% of the environment, and 30% of the land. Let's call it Aquamarine Planet. His voice suddenly calmed down. A planet floated outwards, looking at the boundless sky and universe outside. After another period of time, he continued to move outwards, his speed getting faster and faster. Moreover, he began to feel that something was amiss. My speed is too slow. There's a limit to the sinkhole's speed, so it's impossible for me to accelerate indefinitely. It's as though I'm restricted by a membrane. If I were to use this speed, I wouldn't be able to travel for long even if I spent my entire life. As a primordial chaos saint, he was limited by the speed of light. The lifespan of a sage was about 8,000 years. It seemed long, but the sinkhole was too vast. If this continued, he might not be able to fly far in his lifetime. I have to break through this speed limit. His heart sank. I must research the secret art of speed. It can shatter the void and leap over the stars. He allowed the life in his body to multiply as he began to secretly integrate the great overarching heaven scripture, searching for a way to break through the limit of the speed and reach a new height. Suji felt that Dicky was indeed terrifying. He lived up to his expectations and was still the same as before. He's too outstanding, learning from Celestial the Arch behind the scenes. As expected, he lives up to his reputation. As soon as he arrived, he began to imitate the stars. He felt that he was incompatible with them, so he tried to find a way to blend in and hide as the mastermind behind the scenes. He's still plagiarizing our Earth? Suji suddenly froze, then burst out laughing. This was not plagiarism. It was deduced by accident. It could even be said to be a kind of inevitability. As long as one observed each planet carefully, they would find a pattern and come up with such ideas. This could also be considered as achieving diversification. The first sand table was on the surface, the second one was underground, and the third one was in space. However, although the subbrain of the insectoid nest can monitor every branch of the insectoid race and report the progress, I can't go there myself. Suji shook his head and said. Now, Dicky had only been out for a few days, and the biological explosion had yet to begin. A conservative estimate was that it would take a few more days for the sea creatures to climb ashore and for terrestrial animals to appear and completely develop. As for the form of life on this planet, he was also looking forward to it. He could only turn his gaze back to the orchard. More than 1,000 years had passed in the sorcerer world sand table on the surface. Logically speaking, the energy of the second mixed origin saint should have been gathered soon. However, Ermin used this energy to cultivate herself and rose to the realm of a mid-stage mixed origin saint. She was many times stronger than before. In the past few years, she had begun to explore the land of the gods in the sky, hoping to communicate with it. However, there was no news. Suji stretched out his hand and summoned a strange black bird that slowly landed on his arm. The land of the gods has been replaced by the second batch of players. It can be considered to have taken shape. There are more than 500 level 4 wizard organizations in its body. The space inside is not small, but we don't have any gods inside. Moreover, it's a barren world. Suji sighed. He felt that it was better to continue hiding this land of the gods. After all, as the god of wisdom, Mercury, he had laid the groundwork for the war against the otherworld. The gods had suffered heavy losses, and only a few heavenly gods were left. Now that they were all dead, it made sense. He glanced at Ermin and Medusa. The two of them controlled the harmonious development of the world. Suji did not care about them. Instead, something happened in the primordial world. First of all, Mengmei had taught 2 new disciples. She had taught them for 30 to 40 years and let them explore on their own. After all, in this new era, there were no gods and humans living together. They had to explore new cultivation methods by themselves. She did not have much time left, so she had to make the best use of her time to break through. Now, more than a day had passed. In the Spore Forum. Cute girl wants to evolve into a dragon, ha 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 ha, I broke through. I, the Mother Green Vine, am not fated to die. With the blessings of the heavens, I am destined to rule the new primordial era and become a celestial emperor in charge of the earth dragon veins. Congratulations! Congratulations! Everyone was celebrating, but they did not know whether to laugh or cry. They all knew cute girl's personality. She was a lazy fish and belonged to the category of casual players. She might be the only one who did not cherish the time inside. She muddled along, often watching movies, taking baths, and sleeping. She would often sleep for more than 10 years inside just to watch TV shows outside. This dead salted fish, who had lived for less than 50 years, was already an emperor. Countless people were heartbroken. This person was still alive. It was too scary. He was like the Emperor of Fortune. Cute girl, ha 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 ha, I worked hard and broke through. My aptitude is not weaker than my disciple, Dao Chongqing. Also, let me tell you. I have always been a salted fish. When I came in, I listened to the Dao Lord's lecture and somehow became the oldest existence in the world, as famous as the sun. I was treated as a builder tree for hundreds of years. In reality, I just ate, drank, and had fun. Then, I lived through the ancient god era. Then, with the help of the 9 revolutions mystic art, I did nothing but take Dao Chongqing as my disciple. Inexplicably, I became the highly respected master of the heavenly Dao. Now, I have the highest status in the primordial era. Even Su Wei and the other celestial emperors are very respectful to me, a super weakling who does not even know how to fight. Now, I have broken through to the celestial emperor and reached the peak of salted fish. Ha 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 ha. I am the weakest celestial emperor in history. I have not even fought before. Let me tell you the truth. Now, I have caught up with the trend of the world from the previous era and become a dragon vein. Maybe I can steal the essence of an era and eat like crazy. As long as I lie there, not to mention the celestial emperors, even the heavenly Dao will envy me. I might be the second sage of the primordial era. Everyone was speechless. They were all stunned. Was this one of the legendary immemorial Dao techniques, the salted fish lying down holy technique? Becoming a primordial chaos saint required a huge amount of energy. Perhaps she could achieve it if she worked in the dragon veins of the entire primordial era and worked in the various courts for hundreds of years. Instantly, a group of people cursed the lucky emperor. Comparisons are odious. The alchemy emperor, Mt. Akina's speed, and all the red-named players didn't have such a heaven-defying opportunity. But cute sister didn't do anything. She sat on the wave of every era and reached the peak as soon as she entered, becoming Mother Earth. Now, after lying down for hundreds of years, she became a master of the heavenly Dao, broke through the celestial emperor, and even had the opportunity to become a primordial chaos saint. Heartbroken, F***CK. I've never heard of this before. I've only heard of becoming a saint by virtue, killing 3 corpses to become a saint, and proving one's Dao by force. I've never heard of the sage method of proving one's Dao by luck. The strongest casual player in history. She didn't kill a single person and doesn't even know how to fight. Lucky cute sister. Stupid game producer, get the F***ck out here. You must have adjusted your luck to 99.99, right? Are you coveting Meng Mei's beauty? Lusting after her beauty? Game producer, if you need, you can find me. She's also a cute sister. Shy, many people were excited. This was too exaggerated. Her hard work didn't succeed. Instead, she reached the peak of her life. Cute sister begged, he, the higher-ups are jealous. You're jealous of my cute sister. Do you know how hard she worked? Angry, go to hell, bootlicker. Countless people were even more heartbroken. Suji was also a little dumbfounded. This time, it really has nothing to do with me. Could it be that she's blessed with great luck? The world was unpredictable. Suji didn't expect things to develop like this. He sorted out the matter. This person is a lucky emperor. If this continues, she might really be the first reclining saint in history. Although she's weak, no one would dare to touch her and snatch her opportunity to prove one's Tao. After all, cute sister has been blessed by virtue. As the world tree, she has protected all living beings for hundreds of years. Now, she's the master of the heavenly Tao. Who would dare touch her? If he continued to develop, he might really become a supreme primordial chaos saint. The player's first primordial chaos saint? Suji was speechless. He felt that the development of this matter was too bizarre. Looking at the lively forums, he didn't know how to deal with it. Neither side was easy to deal with. They were all stirring up trouble. They had just finished dealing with Di Qi and now they were starting to have a headache. If it were any other red names, it would be impossible for them to become saints. However, if it were a normal solo player, should they be stopped, he could block it once now, but what about in the future? It was necessary to settle the rules and regulations as soon as possible. Suji raised his eyebrows. What will happen if the player becomes a primordial chaos saint? A voice came from the subbrain. In our Zerg system, there are 5 genetic levels, corresponding to the 5 levels of life. Primordial Chaos Saint is a level 2 life, which is a qualitative change. Once a player becomes a saint, they will completely transform into a Zerg life, and their real body will be a subsidiary. Suji asked, the real body is a subsidiary, and the one in the sand table is the main body? In other words, the primary and secondary are reversed. The death of the real body is not a true death, but the death of the saint in the sand table will be a true death? The subbrain replied, yes. Suji understood. He thought about it. Let's leave it alone for now. After all, it's only a possibility. It's still extremely far away from becoming a primordial chaos saint. Besides, with Sister Meng's talent, I don't think she can bear the ability of a saint yet. The amount of world energy needed is too much. This saint spot must be carefully considered. At this moment, the subbrain suddenly said, there's an urgent matter that requires the Zerg Queen to deal with. What urgent matter? Suji stood up, went to the fridge, and took out another can of Phoenix Spirit tea. After drinking for so long, there wasn't much left. There were only 7 bottles left, so he had to drink it sparingly. The subbrain's voice came again. Queen, please look at the Phoenix Spirit tea you are drinking. Suji was stunned for a moment and slowly lowered his head. In the next second, his hair stood on end, a black Tao pattern array the size of a bottle cap appeared silently on the mineral water bottle on top of the Phoenix Spirit tea. The fine patterns were natural, exquisite, simple, and profound, as if they contained the truth of heaven and earth. The subbrain replied. This is the space teleportation array opened by the Phoenix. Using it, it locates space and crosses space. Suji, so, she actually locates my fridge. Is she going to appear in my fridge? The subbrain explained again. The coordinates are very random, but there's a high probability that she will be localized in an object related to her aura, so, I understand now. So, the Phoenix is localized in her bathwater? Suji understood. He held the bottle of Phoenix Spirit tea and couldn't help but take another sip to calm his nerves. But fortunately, she isn't localized in my stomach. However, what he was worried about still happened. At that time, he was just fooling her and letting her rely on herself to cross worlds. However, the Phoenix was extremely enthusiastic in her research and actually succeeded. As expected of the founder of the space system. Swoosh. With a wave of his hand, Suji circulated his mind and erased the positioning array on the mineral water bottle. He slowly focused his gaze on the Phoenix. At this moment, in the Phoenix's inner space, birds were singing and flowers were fragrant. There were countless insects, fish, birds, and beasts. It was an extremely quiet and beautiful fairyland. In front of the ancient thatched hut, on the green grass, next to a wooden table, a woman in an ancient costume with a flower on her head sat with a joyful expression. I've succeeded. I'm localized in another space. Sure enough, my theory is correct. Our inner space is established in a brand new space. It's just that the coordinates of the entrance are in our bodies. What if we change the spatial coordinates of the entrance after we enter the space? Where will we be after we come out of the inner space? This was a very terrifying knowledge. It was very likely that they would appear in an unknown location in an unknown dimension, or even be lost in an unknown space and completely exiled. Now, she did not dare to change the existing spatial coordinates for fear that she would not be able to go back. She just set up another spatial coordinate on the original inner space, set up a real coordinate, and opened it. This also formed the original coordinates of the entrance and the new coordinates of the exit. It was like a space tunnel to cross two worlds. At this time, in the house, there were densely packed books and laid on the entire bookshelf. They were the contents of the 9 Revolutions Mysterious Art. She had already secretly copied and studied the books. Their 9 Revolutions Mysterious Art uses positioning calculation to open up space. But I reverse it and use the already opened space to locate the real position, form a space tunnel, and carry out space travel. At this moment, she had already calculated and located a coordinate. It was not in this world, but instinctively felt that it was not very far away. Locating a coordinate requires extremely terrifying calculation and energy. It will take several months. Do you want to travel? She had just taken a deep breath, but the next second, the spatial coordinate suddenly disappeared. How is it possible? She was shocked and quickly stood up in front of the wooden table. She began to check where she had gone wrong. It will take another 3 months. I must succeed. At this moment, Suji was also speechless. He opened the fridge again and saw another bottle of Phoenix Spirit tea. Gradually, a spatial array began to appear out of thin air, and he began to locate it. Again, what are you doing? You were born in the oven and became a fire phoenix. Now, you want to enter the fridge and become an ice phoenix. Suji was speechless. After thinking for a moment, he took out the bottle of Phoenix Spirit tea, opened the cap, and drank it in one gulp. This time, he did not erase the spatial coordinate. Instead, a wave of witchcraft flashed in his hand, and the mineral water bottle was cut, leaving only a spatial array on the transparent plastic. It seems that you are homesick, he casually threw the positioning array. Whoosh. A piece of transparent mineral water bottle was thrown into the periphery of the sorcerer world, into a vast emerald green mountain range. This time, I actually succeeded again. At this moment, Phoenix Dowlord was overjoyed. Her heart was filled with excitement and excitement. Being able to travel through space would have a great impact on her life. I am about to leave the primordial world and enter the myriad worlds to begin my journey. Her expression suddenly became extremely calm. I hope that there are no saint-level existences in that world. Even if there are, they should not be too strong. Phoenix quickly packed up and brought everything into the inner space to embark on her journey to the 9 heavens. I've cultivated the 9 Revolutions Mysterious Art just for this day. The 9 worlds in my body have given birth to countless living beings over the years. At this moment, she had cultivated the 9 Revolutions Mysterious Art to an extremely profound level. Her terrifying combat power contained the infinite energy of a world, which was also why she was not afraid of not having enough energy to replenish herself. She dared to cross the heavens and worlds. She looked calmly at the 9 heavens. The 9 Revolutions Mysterious Art could only be cultivated by a primordial spirit sun. It was originally a cultivation technique tailored for her. So far, only Dicky, Dao Chongqing, and Phoenix had successfully cultivated it. Perhaps no one else would be able to cultivate it in the future. After all, the dantian in the center needed a solar furnace to provide the core energy. Compared to the 9 revolutions mysterious art, the phoenix was the true sun surrounded by 9 stars. That was why she said the 9 revolutions mysterious art was tailor-made for her. Moreover, the 9 revolutions mysterious art had the characteristics of immortality of the soul and body. It was the most powerful physical cultivation method, which could be a perfect match with her rebirth in fire. Her rebirth in fire was a real death every time, and a new soul, which was her own descendants, would inherit the body and memory of the phoenix. It was as if she had inherited the memories of the previous generations of phoenixes when she was born, forming a unique inheritance of the phoenix bloodline. But the undying characteristic of the 9 revolutions mysterious art allows my soul to be divided into 9 parts and live in the 9 heavens. When I'm reborn from the ashes, my soul won't be destroyed, and I can live in the 9 heavens as a parasite. With this, I won't die. When I'm completely reborn from the ashes, my soul will take the opportunity to return to my phoenix body before the next generation of phoenixes is born. This was the true rebirth from the ashes. It was a perfect match with the undying characteristic of the 9 revolutions mysterious art. They complemented each other's flaws. In the future, when she was reborn in fire, she wouldn't have to worry about not being herself. Unless she killed it completely, she wouldn't even have the chance to escape and become a phoenix egg. But to kill her completely, that was too difficult. The 9 revolutions mysterious art had terrifying vitality. This was the most terrifying combination. The 9 revolutions mysterious art guaranteed that it would be difficult to be killed, and then he would escape after being wounded. He would be reborn from the fire, become stronger once, and return to his peak state. The combination of the 2 immortal and indestructible elements was simply disgusting to the extreme. In the 9 heavens, birds were singing and flowers were fragrant. Countless plants and animals multiplied, and because of the dense spiritual chi of heaven and earth, many monsters were born. Golden sunlight shone down eternally, turning the dark green forest into a golden color. The plant spirits and animal spirits were all interacting with each other, whispering to each other in a peaceful and tranquil manner. Unlike the schemes of those intelligent beings, the entire ninefold wood world was very simple. It stood aloof from worldly affairs and had no conflicts of interest. The spirits and monsters of the mountains and rivers were all absorbing the primordial Tao fruit sun that resided in the center of the void to rest and cultivate. Then, they were also emitting auras to feed the sun in the center. They don't have a human form. They keep their pure hearts and cultivate in silence, standing aloof from worldly affairs. This is the peaceful paradise I want. Phoenixes liked peace and quiet. They didn't like their inner worlds to be filled with blood and intrigue. Tap tap, she looked at this small space with a calm expression and stepped into the space channel. Whoosh. In front of her, the space in front of her rippled slowly. A woman in an ancient costume slowly walked out. Her hands were soft, her skin smooth, and her long black hair was tied up with a hairband. She looked very fairy. She appeared in a dense and lush forest, and the tranquil sunlight shone down. This world is very natural. She looked up at the sun indifferently and revealed a peaceful smile. The white hazy clouds were very tall and broad, giving people a sense of vastness. It's different from the primordial world. There are no artificial suns or stars here. The rules of this world are somewhat similar to the sorcerer world. Tap, she took a step and disappeared again. In the distant ocean, on the other side of Oceanus and in the land of darkness, under the deep sea, at the gate to the underworld, a beautiful and enchanting snake-haired demoness slowly opened her eyes. The space is fluctuating. An otherworldly god has arrived in our world. Ermin, I'm here. In the underworld garden, Ermin silently sensed everything. It's a lower god. I've already become a middle god. Unless he's like the evil god Cthulhu, invincible in the same realm and a heaven-defying life form that can fight beyond realms, he won't be a match for me. The further one went, the greater the gap between realms. Even small realms were extremely terrifying. Ermin divided the realm of gods into the levels of lower, middle, and upper gods. The combat power of each level was like the difference between heaven and earth, and one could easily crush the other to death. Ermin was very worried. But I don't have the experience of fighting gods in the same realm. Besides, if we both descend into the mortal world at the same time, I'm afraid this world will be destroyed. When he reappeared, Phoenix Downlord had already arrived at a small town at the edge of a mountain range. It was a very retro Victorian-style building. Small square buildings were carved with pale yellow and white stones. The residential area was surrounded by walls, and there was a round arch downstairs with green vines crawling beside it. Thump, thump, thump. On the green flagstone street, a group of powerful knights passed by. They were riding huge magical beasts, wearing solid black armor and carrying long swords. The ground shook. Next to them was a shop. Ermine Magic Potion Shop. The door plate was carved with strange letters, black and twisted like earthworms. It was a little familiar to her. Not only the words, but even the language they used to communicate was a little familiar. In fact, it was natural that she couldn't understand it. The mythical civilization of the wizards 1,000 years ago was already a distant myth to the current era of magic potions. After that world-destroying catastrophe, the survivors were reproducing. After 1,000 years of development, the language and writing had been reborn. Only the professional archaeologists who studied prehistoric culture could barely understand the ancient words of that era. But the cultivation aura of these strong people is evil, strange. It's somehow familiar. She slowly shifted her gaze. Suddenly, a group of professionals walked by. The leader of the group was an old teacher and principal of the academy. He held a brown cane in his hand and had short, curly blonde hair. He had a beautiful mustache on his chin and his eyes were like sapphires. He gave off a mature and elegant temperament. Behind him, there were professionals, magic swordsmen, fighters, alchemists, astrologers. They were wearing a uniform that looked like a black suit. The girl wore a black long-sleeved shirt with a star map logo on her chest, a miniskirt, and black pantyhose, which highlighted a pair of round and slender legs, outlining the beautiful curves. The boy wore a slim and handsome black suit, looking delicate and clean. From time to time, passers-by and shops on the side of the street looked at them with awe and admiration. They were talking. It's said that the alchemy-era relic of the prehistoric civilization has been found. The legendary Tartarus tomb is the real location of the tomb. It's said that the B** stars from Spectre College have started to excavate it. The enthusiasm of those grave diggers is really amazing. Our country must send people to stop them. That's an ancient hero of human legend. According to the ancient legend, the epic alchemy emperor buried himself and his 7 concubines in the Devil's Cave of Tartarus. Then, he used the world-class alchemy wonder Adolf to excavate it. In the underground, the most powerful alchemy creation of Babylon, the Hanging Garden of Babylon, was buried with them. The Hanging Garden of Babylon is a legendary giant ancient city that can fly. Just thinking about it is terrifying. The civilization of more than 1,000 years ago is really fascinating. I want to travel through the long river of time to see the sages of the past. In the alchemy era, there are still countless ancient scholars arguing about which is more brilliant, the wizard civilization of 1,000 years ago or the current era. It's said that our current clothes are adapted from the style left by the alchemy emperor. At that time, the alchemy emperor publicly commented that this is the sexy black silk long-legged wizard robe. When they passed by, they glanced at the Phoenix Downlord with surprise and curiosity. The black-haired, black-eyed woman was tall and slender. She was wearing an ancient costume that did not belong to this world. Her hair was tied up in a bun, which made her look like a fairy. This kind of costume did not reveal a pair of beautiful, round legs and stockings. Instead, it wrapped her legs, which looked strangely beautiful. Among them, there were a few delicate and handsome academy boys who came over to strike up a conversation with this girl. However, before they could say a few words, they were interrupted by a few girls next to them. They pushed them away and the girls surrounded her and chattered, seemingly very interested in her clothing. They tried to communicate for a while and found that they could not speak the language. Disappointed, they stuffed a few dark brown silver coins into her hands and left. Is this the currency of this world? She lowered her head and looked at the dark brown coins, which seemed to be some kind of special biological metal. She smiled faintly. I can't understand their language, but this is a terrifying and mature world of the extraordinary. The leader is a celestial emperor and a group of people in the Tau Insight state. I can't believe they can be seen everywhere. Judging from their power system, they are not weaker than the primordial world. She looked at the back of the group of people and really liked the kindness that could be seen everywhere. Their cultivation speed is very fast. They must have many masters, but correspondingly, they are much weaker than the primordial world in the same realm. They are far from our opponents. This is the price that comes with fast cultivation speed. Their combat power is relatively low. Phoenix strode into the Elmi potion shop. At the front desk of the shop, the boss was an old man wearing a pair of presbyopic glasses invented by Messiah the Great. He seemed to be reading a black animal skin newspaper. On the shelf were the potion lists, which were densely arranged on the table. This aura is very familiar. I remember, it's the Cthulhu evil god. She raised her eyes. Just like those professionals, they seem to be small Cthulhu evil gods. Was this world also invaded by Cthulhu evil god? She stopped here for a few seconds, chose a potion bottle, and tried to pass the money over. The old man shook his head and communicated with her in a language that she did not understand. He pointed at a few potion bottles that she could afford. She nodded and chose to buy one of the potion bottles he pointed at. She went to a forest outside the town and sat down. She began to look around. How brilliant was her vision! She instantly understood the power system of this world. She integrated the tissues of the malevolent gods into her own body for cultivation. The malevolent gods were the rulers of this world. They believed in the malevolent gods and used them to obtain power. They obtained power when they were alive, and in exchange for this power, their corpses would be sent to the malevolent gods. The organs of the malevolent gods that they cultivated for their entire lives would become extremely powerful and return to the malevolent gods. Back then, the malevolent gods from another world invaded the sorcerer world. This place is probably the lair of the malevolent gods. I've come to the main world of the malevolent gods, and here are the followers and clansmen of the malevolent gods. They might have invaded other worlds from here, including the sorcerer world. If I expose my world's coordinates now, it might be the same as the sorcerer world and the primordial world being invaded by the malevolent gods. Her hair stood on end. For a moment, she had the urge to escape. This world was a terrifying conspiracy. I'll learn their language first. She took a deep breath and began to visualize the world. Boom, her divine sense, which belonged to her own cultivation system, covered the entire town. She sensed their incense, their language, their emotions, and gradually, she understood the language of this world. She stood up and slowly left the town, taking small steps on the road. Is this the civilization of another world? It's novel, interesting, and unbelievable. It's a journey full of surprises. And I'm about to start my journey in this world, exploring the traces of their civilization. Suddenly, her gaze shifted to a certain lush forest. Rumble, the air was distorted, as if something was making a terrifying vibration. In the depths of the forest, the ground was covered in blood. Students collapsed on the ground, drenched in blood. Grandmaster of combat, astrologer, magic swordsman. The eyes of the corpses revealed deep fear and disbelief that they would lose their young lives. The golden-haired teacher who led the team earlier was already covered in blood. He stood in front of the remaining two students, fending off a giant monster with a bright red body. The remaining two students seemed to be a pair of beautiful twin girls. Their bodies were trembling slightly. Looking at the monster in front of them, a wave of fear surged from the depths of their hearts and took over their bodies. This is the legendary hidden profession, flesh manipulator. Such an enemy. How can we win? Bang, 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 rays of light flashed as the golden-haired instructor waved his brown staff. His attacks landed on the terrifyingly strong figure, causing bright sparks to fly. Time has destroyed generations of epic heroes. You're already more than 500 years old. You've witnessed 3 generations of kings and protected their ruling kingdoms. But now, you're old. Bringing the younger generation of students out to train will be the end of your life. The blood-red monster's body silently looked at the golden-haired teacher in front of him. This golden-haired teacher was a level 7 epic hidden profession, fire astrologer Pei-Ku, who was as powerful as him. This was the strongest man in the Federsi kingdom, and also the principal of the Holy Firefly Academy. If he fell, the Fitch kingdom would not be far from being conquered by the Nightingale kingdom of the undead. Huff. Huff, Pei-Ku gasped for breath and staggered to his feet. He stared at the new epic profession of the undead kingdom. Today, I won't die. Even if I die, I'll drag you down with me. This is your determination? He stared at the man who still looked like a middle-aged man. This epic hero who had lived for more than 500 years was an epic existence who was regarded as a religion by a country. And today, he was going to die here. The Phoenix Daylord's eyes were cold. He shook his head and continued to walk forward. Not far away, Pekka roared loudly. I'm only left with 30% of my strength at my peak. Otherwise, how could a young man who has just entered the epic profession be my match? At your peak, the legendary epic man Pekka, you only had 3 times your current strength? The flesh manipulator showed a hint of disappointment. Pekka was stunned. This is a new profession with a potion system. It has been innovated by a genius in our Nightingale Kingdom. The combat strength of our country's professionals will be 5 times higher than the current one. A new potion era is coming. It won't be the era of your old epic profession. He smiled calmly and reached out his hand. However, before you die, you'll more or less counterattack. Pekka, as a benevolent epic hero who has protected the kingdom for 500 years, you're too old-fashioned. You cherish each and every one of your students too much. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been ambushed by me. Now, I'll let you see what it's like to be surrounded and killed by your own students. Whoosh, on the ground, the corpses of the students slowly stood up and walked over shakily. Also, I won't kill you. I've specially left your 2 favorite students alive so that they can only be ravaged by me in front of you. He revealed an evil and lascivious gaze. The twin sisters behind him began to tremble even more. Don't look. It'll be over in a blink of an eye. A pair of fair and delicate palms appeared soundlessly in a strange manner, blocking the eyes of the 2 girls at the same time. Bam! In the next second, the hands that covered their eyes were released. In front of them, the flesh manipulator, one of the strongest epic professions in the world, was smashed into the ground. Only a head was left, looking at them angrily. Although a massacre is unavoidable, I hate cruel killings. Dignity is something that every life must have. Playing with corpses, being cunning and sinister, and your bright red monstrous body. All of these remind me of some bad memories. The woman looked at him calmly. I've imprisoned the soil. Stay here for a month. She turned around and left, not caring about the people behind her, as if it was a trivial matter on the side of the road. The twin sisters and the blonde Pekka next to her trembled and widened their eyes, looking at her in disbelief. They looked at the strangely dressed woman who had just given them a few coins casually. That was the existence of the epic realm. One of the strongest existences below the level 8 god. Today's battle would affect the distribution of national forces in the entire potion era. The epic profession Pekka was secretly ambushed and killed. With this, the war and invasion that was about to break out in the whole land. They could already imagine the darkness and suffering that their country would encounter in the future, but now. Suddenly, this bizarre and funny thing happened. A powerful epic-ranked professional was smashed into the ground in a strange way, leaving only his head above the ground. Like a child's play, he was smashed into the soil. You are. Pekka's voice was extremely respectful. You can leave. Don't follow me. The Phoenix Town monarch continued to move forward slowly. I've been discovered and will be found soon. I'm going to try to communicate with them. Discovered? Is there an enemy chasing after your excellency? Pekka hurriedly said respectfully, our Fitch kingdom is extremely powerful. Your excellency has saved me, so we will do our best to protect your excellency. Please come to our capital as a guest. Speaking of communication, we have very powerful politicians who can help us negotiate. The Phoenix Town monarch shook her head and continued to move forward. However, she had not taken 2 steps. In the next second, a familiar aura suddenly shook, the clouds in the sky stirred, and a voice slowly descended from countless mountains. A great existence from a different world, Medusa? At this moment, the Phoenix Town monarch's mind shook slightly when she heard the voice. She suddenly understood that she had not entered the main world of the evil gods, but had returned to the sorcerer's world. However, 1,000 years later, Medusa had become the evil god Cthulhu, and this once familiar world had changed beyond recognition. This was the sorcerer's world 1,000 years later. Could this voice be a demon god? Pei Ku, who was beside her, trembled all over and almost fainted. This voice belonged to the legendary supreme demon god, Medusa, the eternal existence that guarded the gates to the underworld. All potion professionals believed in the ancient great existence and obtained their own power from her. When he had broken through to the epic realm, he had set up a summoning circle and prayed for potions. He had heard the voice of this supreme demon god. But this supreme devil god had actually addressed this strangely dressed woman as a mighty existence. A demon god could only call a great existence, a god that had descended from a different world. He was familiar with history, and his mind shook. In shock, he recalled the historical record of the last god from a different world that had descended into this world, the spear of the grand sorcerer, Frowny Face. In the year 836 of the Babylonian kingdom, the evil god Cthulhu descended and invaded the world. The people were plunged into misery and suffering. The sorcerer's world joined forces to resist. After hundreds of years, they killed the evil god Cthulhu, and the sorcerer's era was thus destroyed. Hurry up and leave. Pei Ku's voice could not help but tremble, and his legs turned to jelly. This had a terrible impact on his worldview. He hurriedly pulled his 2 apprentices and strode forward. Teacher, someone has come to attack her. It sounds like a woman. Should we help? The 2 apprentices hurriedly said. No. Our country can't help. He roared and hurriedly pulled his 2 apprentices away. His mind had already exploded. He clearly understood that he had not escaped, but had been sucked into an even more terrifying vortex of death. His mind was trembling, almost going crazy. How long has it been? How long has it been since the disaster of that year? Calculating the time, it had been about 1,000 years. 1,000 years ago, in the Age of Decay, a god from a different world descended and destroyed the civilization of the Sorcerer Kingdom and the glorious Babylonian mythology of the ancient times. Now, another god has descended into our world. Is he going to destroy this age of potions? The gears of the world were turning violently. A new and terrifying era was about to arrive. The battle between the various potion kingdoms may have ended, and we are about to face an incomparably terrifying existence together. Will we be able to survive the waves of catastrophe? His whole body trembled, and his mind almost collapsed. God, where did you come from? Medusa's divine sense slightly surged, and he once again sent out a thought. This was a soul-to-soul communication, and it could transcend language. The phoenix was silent for a moment, looked at Medusa, and suddenly smiled faintly. This monarch comes from the barren world. I have traveled around the world and passed by this place. This is the first time I have seen such an evil creature like you. Chaos, rage, evil, darkness. It is better to bring you back to the barren world, suppress you for 3,000 years, wash away your sins, and then let you out. Suppress me? Just because you're a god? Haha. She slowly lowered her eyes, and with one step, she crossed 1,000 miles. Thud. Thud. 2 huge footsteps seemed to come from the sky, shaking the earth. Not far away, in the countless cities, kingdoms, and people near the mountain range, everyone subconsciously raised their heads and looked at the colossal giant in the sky. A gigantic and elegant snake-haired banshee, covered in a black halo, quickly strode over. Boom, a white palm, comparable to a mountain, bent down and pressed down. God from another world, descending into our world was your biggest mistake. We are no longer as weak and easily bullied as we were in the past. The last heavenly god who descended has already been dismembered by us, and even possessed by me. Now, if I can destroy you, that vast energy will allow me to become a god, Medusa immediately sneered. He was extremely daring and fearless. She was ambitious, and if it was not because she was unwilling to use the body of the evil god Cthulhu to prove her Tao, she would have long replaced Ermin as a god. The phoenix had already dodged this palm, and stood on a nearby mountain, looking at this enemy from more than 1,000 years ago. Medusa's body was full of a strong aura, but he did not recognize her. He took a big step forward, looking down at her tiny figure. Just a god. Watch me blow you up in the same realm, forcing you to descend to the mortal world. Ermin told her that she did not have the combat experience of a god, and that she might not be able to win even if she was one realm stronger than the other. But one thing she knew, if the real body descended to the mortal world first, it would inevitably leave a flaw, exposing its body to the other gods, and the other gods could take the opportunity to attack it in the void. Medusa was forcing her to descend to the mortal world first. Medusa, we meet again. The phoenix whispered in her heart. The phoenix whispered in her heart. She knew the other party's intentions. She knew how terrifying the evil god Cthulhu was. If it was really a level 7 god of the same realm, she might really blow up the mortal body of an ordinary god. She could only let her own body descend to the mortal world to fight. The highest power in the mortal world was the level 7 epic, the celestial emperor realm, and Cthulhu was almost invincible in this realm. But my Pangareal body has also walked another path. Now that I am a dual cultivator, why should I be afraid of you? Phoenix Dowlord was calm. Rumble, her body grew inch by inch, turning into a giant that could support the heavens and the earth. Her body was as huge as the evil god Cthulhu. This is? Medusa's hair was like a long snake, dancing wildly behind his head, revealing a touch of disbelief. This is the cultivation system and civilization of a different world. There is a combat form, and it can change its body size freely? Even a mortal body walking in the mortal world is comparable to the battle power of the evil god Cthulhu. Is this the power of a god? Medusa gazed over. In the middle of the boundless mountains, there stood a cold beauty dressed in ancient attire who did not belong to the mortal world. Screenshots. Screenshots. Suji was sitting on the rooftop of his little house, holding a huge parasol under the scorching golden sun. He was lying on a chair and drinking iced phoenix spirit tea, as if he was taking a vacation on the beach under the sun. From time to time, he would look at the 100-acre sand table not far away, where 2 middle school-sized girls were fighting. They really started fighting as soon as Phoenix went in. It's quite spectacular. However, their movements were too fast. Suji was still watching them fight through his subbrain. The true form of Panga fighting against the evil god Cthulhu. It reminds me of Calabash fighting against the Transformers. In reality, it was a good opportunity for him to see what these two masterminds, who had been in seclusion and hiding behind the scenes, had come up with after going into seclusion for over 1,000 years. After all, as invincible existences in their respective worlds, it was not a long-term solution to not have any opponents to fight. Since Phoenix was thinking of a way to go out, he would let her go to the sorcerer world and find an old opponent. At this time, Phoenix's Panga true form was the same as Dickie's. The 9 Revolutions mysterious art had also found its own path and improved. Dickie's 8 arms Panga true form used all kinds of celestial Thearka's secret arts. Phoenix, on the other hand, didn't have 8 arms. She remained in her original form and didn't get close to the fight. After all, the 9 Revolutions mysterious art was famous for its immortality and regeneration. Its defense was amazing, but it didn't have too much combat power. It relied on physical fists and wasn't too strong after all. Therefore, she had the same idea as Dickie. Relying on her amazing talent and long time, she chose to dual cultivate. Body cultivation for defense and Dao cultivation for offense. On the ground, mountains collapsed and trees were overturned, gradually turning into a mess of mud. You people, the shockwaves might kill you. Phoenix Dowlord lowered her head slightly and reached out. Whoosh, Pei Ke and his 2 disciples, who were running on the ground, were taken into the space within her body. Me too. One of the heads on the ground shouted anxiously. Phoenix ignored it and looked at Medusa in front of her with a solemn expression. The battle between Dickie and Dao Chongqing was extremely terrifying. The world inside his body was the power source, which made her realize the horror of the Panga true form. But the Cthulhu evil god was so terrifying that she still had lingering fears. At this moment, the 2 heaven-defying existences of the same realm were fighting. She might not be able to win, after all, she could only fight with the strength of a celestial ruler. If the Saint of Primordial Chaos tore the space apart and descended to the mortal world to kill Medusa, he would expose his real body in front of Ermin. Perhaps that would be the opportunity for Ermin to kill her. In front of her was a snake-haired demoness with a strange beauty. The 2 earth-shattering giants stood facing each other from a distance. Inner space? What kind of cultivation system was this? This is unimaginable. Medusa was surprised to see her taking a few people into her body, but he suddenly laughed and said, "As a god who travels the heavens and worlds, will you also care about the lives of mortals?" You, a god, are very merciful. Is that why you want to suppress me, a heinous evil demon? She sneered and took a step forward. Boom. Rumble, the two giants blotted out the sky and covered the earth. Streaks of light revolved around them as they fought at close quarters. Flower of death. In the darkness, a large number of delicate black roses flew out and hovered in the air. They had sharp thorns and an invincible sense of terror and sharpness. Medusa was a creature of aggregation, and the evil god Cthulhu was originally a magic-type creature. Although it was immortal, every part of its body was a powerful wizard. When gathered together, the witchcraft that erupted could crush any life form. After she gained control of her body, her combat power had long surpassed that of the evil god Cthulhu. My god! What is that? That face, the tail of a snake, the body of a human, and the hair of a snake dancing in the wind. I've seen it in the mythological books. It's the ancient mythological creature Medusa who guards the gate to the underworld, the origin of all things, and the other woman, she's dressed strangely as if she doesn't belong to this world. Who is she? On the ground, countless kingdoms were in an uproar. The kingdom of the dead, the kingdom of the human, and the kingdom of the beast men, countless people saw this terrifying scene. One by one, the masters of the level 7 epic professions rushed over from the major kingdoms. This is the legendary Medusa. Pekka hid in the inner world and looked at the towering snake-haired demoness with a dull face. Known as the world's magic potion land. The origin of all things. The power of our professions and the magical beasts of the world are all obtained by worshipping this ancient and eternal existence. She's clearly in the same realm as us, a demigod. But just by looking at her, we can't bear it. Compared to other level 7 beings, although they were in the same realm, they were no longer on the same level. At this moment, Medusa had experienced 1,000 years. Her body tissues were all that of a level 4 wizard, and there were even many level 5, level 6, and even level 7 epic bodies. How could a single level 7 epic body compare to her? Moreover, for 1,000 years, her body tissues were constantly dying and alternating. But the energy of the deaths of the masters had been fed back into her body, achieving the maximum utilization. The masters of the era of potions, Ermin was the emperor of the underworld, and she collected souls. Medusa was the origin demon god, and she collected bodies, achieving the maximum utilization of double. After more than 1,000 years, not only had Ermin collected the energy of a saint of primordial chaos, but Medusa had also collected the energy of a saint of primordial chaos and stored it. However, the amount of energy she needed was too huge. A saint of primordial chaos was only 1 in 10,000, in other words, she needed the power of 10,000 mixed origin saints to break through. Pekka stood and looked at the world outside. Even as a legend emperor who had lived for more than 500 years, he could not help but sweat profusely. In my lifetime, I can't believe I've seen a legendary ancient existence in action. And now, I'm actually in the body of a god. The two students next to him were the elder sister, Ailey, and the younger sister, Mickey. They were wearing miniskirts and pantyhose. Their bodies were curvaceous, and their faces were beautiful. They slowly woke up on the grass. Ailey stood up, and when she opened her eyes, she saw a golden sun in the center. Oh my god! Where is outside? It's a sun. There are 9 worlds surrounding it, and we're actually in one of them. What kind of world is this? And these plants and animals, they seem to be species from another world. It's too exaggerated and wondrous. Mickey was also in awe. Her mind was blank, and it was as if she was in a dreamy wonderland. The two twin girls were talented and were already 5th level professionals, but their minds were blank. That sun in the center is a god. This god's body actually contains a great world, and he lives in the center as the sun, Pekka slowly explained. As a legend emperor who had lived for more than 500 years and experienced the rise and fall of countless eras, he naturally woke up earlier than the other two. He had just sent out his consciousness to sense that sun, but he instantly collapsed to the ground. That terrifying god's aura was enough to instantly crush the legs of a legend emperor. The difference of one realm was like the difference between heaven and earth. Whoosh, as the two ancient existences fought, countless experts from various countries secretly rushed over. In fact, many demigods who had been in hiding for thousands of years all appeared. Peiko looked at one of the legend emperors who rushed over and suddenly said in a hoarse voice, "That is our country's third king, Beifian, the heroic man in human history. He quelled the Beastman's invasion in the Northwest Mountains and fought against 3 Beastman emperors alone. He suppressed an era of humans, and he's still alive? Before, I was worried that if I died, our country would perish. If this ancient existence is still alive, then our country can still be saved." Ailey suddenly opened her mouth and exclaimed, "Oh my god. I've seen that face in the Undead Empire Chronicles before. It's the first monarch emperor of the Undead Empire, Wyndham, that super old monster. Back then, he attacked Undead Knight Albert and stole the necromancer profession potion recipe. He built the Undead Empire and created the Undead race. He's still alive? He didn't return to the embrace of the underworld because he doesn't want to be one of the gods of the underworld? That face belongs to the legendary 8th monarch emperor of the Beastmen. He's still alive? How many secrets are hidden in history?" Millie also shouted excitedly and joined in the discussion. They were so shocked that they forgot that students of the same level as them from other academies had died in front of them. The truth of history was slowly revealed in front of them. For countless thousands of years, it was an era of heroes. During the era of the grand emperors of various countries, heroes rose up and gradually died of old age. Their souls chose to belong to the netherworld and live a little longer. However, no one would have thought that some of them were still hiding in the dark, hibernating to extend their lifespans. At this moment, it wasn't just Peiko who was shocked. Ancient epic heroes walked out and looked at the sky in fear. So terrifying. Is this the eternal ancient existence that bestowed us the potion as the source of our power, the origin demon god Medusa? Countless hidden ancient existences sighed, and they revealed shocked expressions as they looked at the sky being torn apart. Too powerful. That terrifying might made them feel even more suffocated. Every one of them was a hero of their era, but they couldn't help but feel dizzy from fear. They suddenly felt lucky to be able to hibernate until today and witness such a terrifying battle in this great era. Perhaps, the epic emperors of each era could fight for their dreams and start a new era of great competition. A god from another world has descended. Perhaps in the future, it will be another era of great power. Someone looked at the cold beauty in the ancient costume. That terrifying Tao was all-encompassing. Rays of resplendent light flowed, but it was like a shadow that seeped into their hearts, causing them to feel fear. Perhaps all of us here will really die. No one will survive. We will repeat the mistakes of the Babylonian mythological civilization from 1,000 years ago, someone said nervously. The hymn of humanity is the hymn of history. Someone smiled and suddenly thought of an ancient saying from the Sumer mythological ancient hero king. It had once run through the history of the Babylonian mythological civilization. Perhaps this is a disaster, but also an opportunity. It gives us the opportunity to become a god. Didn't we seal ourselves for the opportunity to become a god? They were all earth-shattering hidden existences, ancient epic emperors who had been accumulating power for 1,000 years. However, they felt the terrifying pressure pressing down on everyone's hearts. We have hibernated in all kinds of ways, but what's the use of waking up? We can't do anything except wait. They looked at the battle again. No one spoke, and the atmosphere was heavy. Everyone knew that the demon god Medusa and the Emin underworld great emperor were the strongest existences in this world. If even they couldn't resist, then their world would perish. The sky was shaking. The mountains were being torn apart, and trees were overturned. Large numbers of animals tried to escape from the mountains, but they were drowned by the terrifying attacks. Gradually, the ground began to melt and collapse. It was as if it had turned into bright red lava, turning into a high-temperature zone. It was like a huge, deep, circular crater. Rumble, the 2 earth-shattering ancient existences were fighting with all their might. Not only did they have endless combat power, but they also had extremely long endurance. Their recovery and defense power were terrifying. They were both known as almost immortal existences. Cthulhu could be reborn from a single drop of blood. Pengu's golden body had a world inside his body, and he kept regenerating. They had all thought that they were invincible in the same realm, but they didn't expect to meet an opponent of equal strength. The battle lasted for a day and a night. Gradually, Medusa's strength was exhausted. Yes, her combat power wasn't inferior to the Pangareel body. However, although the phoenix couldn't descend to the mortal world herself, she could still help him secretly. A primordial chaos saint, as the power source of the Pangareel body, couldn't run out of energy. But Medusa didn't have an eternal power source. The origin demon god is going to lose. Despair gradually appeared in everyone's eyes. This otherworldly god was too terrifying, and the origin demonic god, who had bestowed power to the world, was ultimately not a living god. The earth shook violently. All the kingdoms on the ground, including some of the past monarchs and emperors not far away, felt a roar in their minds. Their bodies were slightly numb from the shock, and they could not exert any strength. The entire battlefield turned into a huge arc. The earth turned into fiery red lava. Violent ripples continued to spread, like a blazing and dazzling sea of golden lava. Bang! The two giants on the ground instantly separated in the sea of heat. A black shadow instantly flew out, crossing a small part of the country's territory, and fiercely smashed into a stretch of green mountain range. As the dust settled, the figure gradually became clear. It was the origin demon god Medusa. Her whole body was slightly trembling. Traces of red blood flowed along her damaged skin and silently dripped to the ground. As expected of a god from a different world. I was actually defeated. This is what a true expert should be like. Her voice was low, but there was a faint trace of excitement and fighting spirit in it. Speaking of gods, I have only met two. Cthulhu, that demon god with a chaotic will, does not have any strong fighting spirit. The other one is the young heavenly phoenix from the land of the gods. It is so weak that it makes one's hair stand on end. You are the real opponent. You are also not bad. The phoenix Dowlord was silent for a moment. She calmly healed the wound on her arm. In the same realm, your fighting spirit is indeed terrifying, but it is precisely because of a demon god like you that I have to suppress you for 5,000 years to wash away your sins. She knew that Medusa was a complete madman. After not seeing him for 1,000 years, he still did not change. Just like back then when he challenged the demon god Cthulhu, the closer he was to death, the more excited he became. She had a cold personality and could not understand Medusa's madness. The ancient beauty took a step forward and said word by word, I will bring you back to the desolate ancient world and guard Mount Putua in the southern divine region for 3,000 years. At this moment, Medusa could no longer stand up. The phoenix Dowlord approached Medusa step by step. She was extremely vigilant. She knew that once she got close to the seriously injured Medusa, Ermin would definitely tear the space apart and descend to the mortal world to attack her. What she had to do was to be on guard. Moreover, he would take the opportunity to kill her real body. In this instant, both sides would definitely unleash all their trump cards and all their magical powers. It was either you die or I die. This was a battle of assassins. Whoever descended to the mortal world first would be exposed to the other side's sight and would suffer a fatal blow from the other god. Torrential storm of rose flowers, thud thud, 1 step, 2 steps. Dowlord Phoenix walked forward slowly. Buzz, suddenly, the space began to tremble violently, and a large hole tore open. It was as if some ancient existence had descended into the mortal world. A boundless aura filled the air, and the sky trembled as countless silver specks of light flickered. Whoosh! A snow-white arm, shaped like a lotus, descended from the sky and gently pressed down. Waves of ripples spread out, forming a strange vibration that attacked the phoenix's Pangu body. This was Ermin's essential witchcraft. Ripples vibrated. She couldn't let Medusa be taken away. Even if she was at a disadvantage and exposed herself in the eyes of the enemy, she could only do her best to resist the terrorist attack of the other party. She had to withstand the pressure and blow the other party up. She has indeed broken through. If I hadn't forced her to make the first move and let me see her strength, I would have lost. Phoenix's heart sank, and with a clear voice, she began to attack slowly. Ermin's character is still the same. In order to save people, she is willing to expose herself to danger. But once she makes the first move, the weakness of her attack will be clear to me. Furthermore, we can follow her attack and chase after her and destroy her true body. Whoosh! In the inner world, a bright golden phoenix soared into the sky, bursting with terrifying energy. A fiery red light turned into a divine flame, carrying with it a 5-colored glaze. Her magical power was exhausted in an instant, and it turned into her most powerful Taoist technique, crossing the space to attack. No one held back. Holding back would lead to defeat. The two level 8 gods were using all their strength to kill the other party. Whoosh, the world suddenly turned white. Oh my god! Is the world destroyed? We, the whole sorcerer world, all the countries, and all the people around the world raised their heads. They didn't even have time to cry when they saw the white world turned upside down. Witchcraft and Taoist techniques collided, and it was as if the world had lost its sound. La la la, after the white light, there were circles of 5-colored ripples, which shook heavily. In an instant, it smashed the entire nearby land, and the gravel, trees, and animals turned into nothingness. The light lasted for an unknown amount of time and finally stopped. The land returned to peace, leaving only dead silence. Who won? Everyone's mind was in a mess. When they looked again, the giant beauty had disappeared. Only the origin demonic god, Medusa, was bathed in blood, quietly standing in the same place, her eyes filled with fatigue. The underworld emperor, Ermin, won. Joy flashed in the minds of countless people. Medusa stood up and disappeared, leaving behind a hoarse voice. Both sides are injured. This is the first time we have contact with another world. All the countries in the world are preparing for war. The invasion of the evil god 1,000 years ago may come to this era again. Countless people felt their blood run cold. In the inner space, Ermin was seriously injured, and blood flowed from the corner of her mouth. Her voice gradually became cold. Logically speaking, the difference in combat power between a middle god and a lower god should be more than 10 times. Even if I was at a great disadvantage, I should have been able to destroy the opponent. But my defense was correct. The opponent's combat power is really heaven-defying, enough to fight across ranks. Phoenix was a creature with 4 genes. Before, it was equivalent to a beast, which was why it was hunted. Now that it had started cultivating, it could easily defeat the ordinary god Ermin who only had 2 genes. Although Phoenix's realm was a level lower, it had the advantage of being the first to attack, and its combat power was heaven-defying. It made up for this battle, causing both sides to be injured. The opponent is also seriously injured. Otherwise, he would not have fled this world. Ermin's face was cold and elegant. She said to Medusa, moreover, I don't know if it was an illusion, but the opponent's aura is vaguely familiar. Ermin's voice gradually returned to the depths of the underworld. I need to recuperate for a period of time to recover from my injuries. The opponent may not give up and come to this world again to start the next war. Ermin slowly sat cross-legged. What flashed through her eyes were all the living things in this world, all the living beings in this world. Her teacher Grantham had handed the throne of Babylon to her, and she had shouldered an extremely heavy mission. Charlotte, Lucy, those old friends, the lives of the wizards of an era were on her shoulders. She had protected the wizard era until the potion era 1,000 years later, and she would continue to protect it from now on. She had already dedicated her life to this lovely land. Medusa was also seriously injured. He slowly returned to the bottom of the deep sea and fell into a deep sleep. Another world? Finally, something new. If the opponent can come to our world, we might be able to come to the opponent's world. Her eyes flickered, and the amazing teleportation array flashed in her mind. Crossing space seems to be an ability that all gods have. Is it related to space? Can it be used to locate the real world? A few days later, she began to research in this area. There was an inner space in the wizard world, and the magic cube was a space. She continued to study it as if she had opened the door to a new world. The principle of a god tearing space to come to this world doesn't seem complicated. The only thing needed is to locate the real world, form a space tunnel with a small space, and the power of a god. When Ermin wakes up, I'll let her try it. Cold and bloody light flashed in Medusa's eyes. It's too slow for me to become a god. If I can invade another world, that world has endless lives and strong masters. Unlike Ermin, she had always been cold. She didn't care about other people's lives, and she even had the idea of coming to the opponent's world. Wizards were a group of people who pursued truth and knowledge. Today, after 1,000 years, Ermin gave up the idea of the wizard era, but she never gave up and still protected the last glory of the wizards. She never feared death. She only feared stopping the pursuit of truth. And what was truth? In her mind, she vaguely remembered the scene when the god of creation came to this world. The figure of the giant young man bathed in the divine light, and when he stretched out his hand, the time of the world changed. That is the truth. It is the truth. In the past 1,000 years, the ultimate goal she pursued had gradually overlapped with the figure of the indescribable eternal existence. The ultimate goal that we wizards have been pursuing all our lives, maybe it is it. I will replace the will of all the wizards in the past to pursue it and explore the legendary supreme eternal existence. Boom. The entire barren world shook slightly. A terrifying giant beauty in ancient costume came across time and space. She quickly discarded her flesh and blood and filled the ninth heaven, turning it into fertilizer to nourish the plants, animals, and monsters in the ninth heaven. She returned to a small human body and said lightly, "Ermin, Medusa. I didn't think it would be such a coincidence that I would meet you again. Previously, you used my hands to break through, and now it's my turn to use your hands to break through." Her face was calm. She was seriously injured and was about to be reborn. Phoenix's heaven-defying talent, Nirvana rebirth. Every time she was seriously injured and died, she would become stronger after being reborn. As long as she could find an opponent of the same level, she would be able to quickly reach the peak of this level. The previous rebirth had a great side effect, which was real death. Now, with the help of the 9 Revolutions mysterious art, the side effect had been erased. After this Nirvana rebirth and recovery, my cultivation will definitely increase greatly. Then, I will go to Ermin, die again, and be reborn twice. Then, I will probably be able to break through to the mid-stage of the Mixed Essence Saint. She looked calm. As long as she kept breaking through, she would reach the peak of the Mixed Essence Saint. The cultivation speed of Ermin, Dicky, and the others would not be faster than her talent was heaven-defying. The only thing that could stop her was the Great Realm. Rebirth. Let's begin. The flames burned fiercely. She curled up in the golden wings, looking peaceful as if she had returned to the warm embrace of her mother. Her consciousness was parasitized in the ninth heaven. She watched her body gradually weaken and turn back into an egg. The warm flame seemed to remind her of the warm situation in the arms of the god of creation. I really want to go back to that period of time. She sighed faintly. When her life was reborn, she still felt a little emotional. Perhaps this was the only thing that kept her strong after all these years of killing. After a few days, the young phoenix broke out of her shell again. She smiled. I'm finally reborn. She stretched her body. She was too weak after her rebirth, and her physical energy was almost exhausted. She needed some time to recuperate before she could return to her peak. Suddenly, she turned her head and saw 3 golden-haired old men in strange clothes from another world and her 2 twin apprentices. They were still hiding in the lush forest, shivering. Ailey, with blonde hair, held a staff in her hand, hugged her round legs, and curled up in a dark corner of the forest. Here, where is this? It must be a dream, a dream. Mickey also curled up into a ball. Sister, could it be that we've traveled to another world? Can we still go back? His 2 disciples were too young and did not understand the ways of the world. This was the first time they had come out to train, and they had already encountered such bizarre things. As for their teacher, Pei-Ku, an epic hero who had lived for more than 500 years, he was also at a loss. However, he was calm and resigned to his fate. He silently waited for the god to deal with the 3 of them. I left in a hurry and did not remember to leave them behind. In the end, I brought them back to the ancient world. Phoenix pondered for a moment and gently threw out her inner world. She sat on a wooden chair in a small space and looked at the 3 people in front of her. Great God, Pei-Ku hurriedly pulled the 2 sisters to kneel down respectfully. Phoenix sat on the wooden chair and tapped her white fingertips. She chuckled and said, Celestial ruler of another world, tell me about your potion system. Pei-Ku trembled and hurriedly opened his mouth to speak. Phoenix listened with great interest and took a sip of tea from time to time. She was intoxicated, as if she had opened the door to a new world. The potion system had a lot of flaws. It needed to rely on Medusa as the foundation, but it had a rich variety of occupations, 7 combinations, and endless possibilities. It could even imitate all kinds of cultivation systems. Many of the occupations imitated the previous spirit, curse, wind, fire, and lightning sorcerers. Even their Joss flame cultivation system could be imitated. At its peak, it had surpassed the sorcerer world in the past. In the sorcerer world, there were only a few sovereigns in each era, and they could be counted on one hand. And now, in the potion era, each of the three kingdoms had a few epic professionals on the surface, suppressing one side. However, there were countless hidden powerhouses. The more the Phoenix understood, the more amazed she became. The possibilities are practically limitless. Every one of them is a miniature Cthulhu evil god. Even the geniuses over there can imitate the Taoist arts that I left behind and reverse engineer the civilization system of our world. Even professions similar to Taoist cultivators have begun to appear. It was difficult to cultivate in the barren ancient world. Relatively speaking, there were fewer experts. On the other hand, the sorcerer world's cultivation was simple, and the number of experts was relatively more common. Furthermore, with Medusa's personality, he will definitely launch a counterattack against the desolate era. She took a deep breath, feeling a bit serious inside. She knew how terrifying it was to be targeted by such a tyrannical extraordinary world. Traveling through space wasn't difficult, but it was also extremely simple. A god, as long as they had a train of thought, would research it sooner or later. All they needed was a space, and they had the Rubik's Cube. My world's coordinates may have been recorded. In less than 100 years, the sorcerer world may have the ability to enter our desolate era. The Phoenix closed her eyes slightly and thought for a while before coming to an answer. The war is about to begin. She didn't rule out war. Even other gods and celestial rulers didn't reject war, because only in troubled times, when the world was bathed in blood and the world's calamity was about to arrive, would the celestial rulers have the opportunity to prove their Tao and become mixed elements. It's just that I didn't expect that I would go to the original sorcerer world when I wanted to leave the desolate era and travel around the heavens, causing the situation to develop to this point. She slowly stood up. She didn't regret it. Being able to reach the sorcerer world was also her biggest opportunity. If she went to an unknown world, she might have to face gods with unknown powers. There were too many variables, and she might be killed alive without the opportunity to rise from the ashes. As for Ermin, she knew that the other party couldn't kill her, and she could constantly find Ermin to challenge and continuously rise from the ashes to become stronger. I can use this to enter the middle stage of Saint, and then the peak of Saint. After that, I'll think about the path to the next 9 levels. With a path to become stronger in front of her, she naturally wouldn't let it go. Normally, gods needed countless years to cross a small realm. Ermin had experienced more than 1,000 years, but it would probably take another 2,000 to 3,000 years to become a middle god before she could become a higher god. However, if war breaks out between the two worlds, the desolate era is too weak. The Western era has just passed, and there's still a gap between the old and the new. In the mortal world, the strongest is only the 5th realm, Tao Palace. In the heaven realm, there are only 7 celestial rulers. The other side has lived in peace for 1,000 years and is extremely prosperous. They haven't experienced any damage. In an extraordinary world and the underworld, there are hundreds of epic emperors and countless legendary masters. Phoenix Downlord spent a few days thoroughly learning the magic potion system. Peika's profession was a fire astrologer, and he was an expert in fire spells. Ailey's profession was a fire master, and Mickey's was an ice master. The two twins had a tacit understanding, and when they worked together, they formed a hidden legendary profession, ice and fire manipulator. After that, Phoenix had no intention of taking the 3 of them in, nor did he want to kill them. With a wave of his hand, he threw them into a mountain range outside, leaving them to fend for themselves in this desolate era. "Teacher, what should we do? Can't we go back?" The twins held the ice and fire staff in their hands, still wearing the exquisite black uniform of the Holy Firefly Academy. They looked at the new world around them. The plants and animals were completely different, new and strange. "Let's just take it as our previous experience in the academy." Peika took a deep breath, also a little confused. He comforted the 2 students and began the journey. "You've been cultivating all this time and you haven't been stained with blood. Let's take it as an experience in the academy." Next, they walked along the lush forest, and after a few days, they gradually arrived at the bluestone street. In a town under a mountain, at the foot of the mountain, a few wisps of smoke slowly floated up. On the bluestone path, 2 or 3 children were playing on the street, and from time to time, some swordsmen in green robes with long swords on their backs walked by. Not far away, there were tea-houses and taverns, and from time to time, scholars came in and out. Of course, there were also some beautiful prostitutes who were soliciting customers, but they only sold their skills, not their bodies. Suddenly, a child's voice was heard. In 3 days, the immortals of the mountain, which only happens once every 10 years, will come to recruit disciples. They are looking for geniuses with amazing bones. Those who are fated to immortality can go up the mountain to cultivate and become the disciple of the earth immortal ancestor. The surroundings were bustling. The exalted immortal came to our town to recruit disciples? The path of immortality is hard to come by. In the tavern, a swordsman and another swordsman were drinking, looking at the bustling outside with a calm expression. The earth immortal ancestor, martial god Duan Qianyu, has long left the pugilistic world and secluded himself in the misty immortal mountain, planting ginseng fruit trees, and aiming for the 5 realms of the Tao Palace. He once said that the world was too lonely, and pointed to the heavens. Is there a god? Martial god Duan Qianyu is already an earth immortal, and has lived for more than 100 years. Even if there are rumors in the pugilistic world that he has broken through the void and ascended to the world of immortals one day, I wouldn't be surprised. Suddenly, whistling sounds came from the side. Clang, 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 the shocking sounds of fighting could be heard, and the shadows of swords and blades could be seen. Everyone looked over and saw a middle-aged man with a protruding mouth and ape-like cheeks. He held 2 broken bone knives in his hands, and behind him was a swordsman with a large machete. They were chasing from the eaves, leaping over eaves and vaulting over walls. That's the number 1 wanted criminal in the pugilistic world of the South, the rapist Lu Qingfeng. He's notorious, and everyone has the right to kill him. A swordsman who was drinking suddenly exclaimed and smashed his wine cup. The one chasing behind us is Ling Hufei from the Sword of the 5 Moons sect. Lu Qingfeng was a famous expert in the divine treasure realm. Although Ling Hufei was a young swordsman, he might not be a match for him. Lu Qingfeng's qinggong was extremely strong. He leaped over eaves and vaulted over walls while laughing. Suddenly, he looked down at the street below and saw 2 cute twin beauties. His eyes immediately lit up. Not good. He has another prey. Which family's young ladies are they? How dare they be so bold on the street? Don't they know how to hide? Ling Hufei's eyes flashed as he looked ahead. It turned out to be 2 blonde women wearing revealing outfits that would make people blush. It was simply a disgrace to the culture. They wore sexy black stockings that would make people envious, dark red high boots, and miniskirts. They held a gray and black staff in their hands, giving them an exotic beauty. They were eating candied fruits invented by the mother ivy and all kinds of street food. They looked happy as they curiously looked at the surrounding streets. Whoosh! Lu Qingfeng revealed an evil look and quickly landed on the ground, wanting to take the 2 away. Those 2 girls, run! The swordsman in green roared behind him. He knew what a terrible end it would be for such beautiful twin girls to fall into the hands of that rapist. Those 2 girls, run! Bastard! Where are the major sects in broad daylight? How dare they let such an evil thief do as he pleases? The scholars and swordsmen on the surrounding streets, in the taverns, and in the tea-houses high above could not help but look anxious. At that moment, a young scholar, Hu Renong, walked over with a small white fox on his shoulder. He exclaimed, "Those 2 girls, get out of the way. The imperial court is enforcing the law to punish that Jianghu thief." The twins also came to their senses and put down the candied fruits. Under the stunned gazes of the swordsmen, they slowly waved their staffs in front of them and chanted at the same time. "Great demon god of all things, please listen to my prayer. Blazing flames, gentle water, please listen to my call. Grade 5 spells, water and fire." Boom, spiritual waves erupted from the staff. Blue and fiery red circulated and converged. Lu Qingfeng, the rapist, was instantly sent flying. Everyone? They were all stunned. This scene was obviously not right. What kind of weapons were those 2 staffs? Long-handled wooden sticks? How could such a terrifying torrent of sword energy burst out? Looking at the scene of two beautiful foreign girls holding staffs killing the rapist in an instant, the entire street, restaurants, and tea houses were instantly boiling. These two heroines were wearing revealing clothes. They were deliberately seducing the rapist and killing him. All the swordsmen felt hearty and refreshed to the extreme. This was the most wanted criminal in the southern Jianghu, the rapist Lu Chengfeng. He was highly skilled in martial arts and cunning. Countless swordsmen besieged him but failed to catch him. Instead, because the other party bore a grudge, he defiled his wife and family and died in front of them. In the Jianghu, many swordsmen wanted to eat his flesh and blood, but they didn't expect him to fall here so easily. The tea houses and restaurants were very stirred. This would cause a sensation in the entire southern Jianghu. There were two new swordsmen of the younger generation who rose to fame by stepping on the corpse of the rapist. These two girls are holding two big wooden sticks. Is it some kind of earth-shattering divine weapon? Such power seems to remind me of the earth immortals who once pointed their swords to the sky and broke through the magnificent scene of 500 armored cavalrymen. Could it be that they have already entered the fifth Dao Palace realm? It's impossible. How can two little girls be comparable to earth immortals? However, they are dressed strangely and so hot and bold. In order to seduce the rapist, they are not afraid of not being able to get married. It makes people sigh that they are worthy of being called the heroic children of the Jianghu. In the Jianghu, we often name ourselves after weapons. Their weapons are unique. Perhaps we can call them big stick heroines. Everyone was talking about it. And the cute girl lying in the dark was eating and drinking in a wine shop at a high place. She came to find her apprentice Hurenong and the little white fox. She saw two sexy twins wearing black silk and holding a staff. She was stunned instantly. Hot and bold to hell, this was clearly a sexy outfit with a short black silk skirt and high boots. Did I just transmigrate? She rubbed her eyes and looked down at the street to confirm that she was not mistaken. It was really two beautiful twin magicians. What the hell? Magicians versus swordsmen of the Jianghu. What the F***ck is this? She was just about to carefully study the two beautiful blonde girls when all of a sudden, her hair stood on end. She felt the aura of a celestial emperor slowly descending. She turned her head to look. She saw an old man dressed like the headmaster of a magic academy, holding a brown cane. He had a head of light blonde short curly hair and a beautiful mustache on his chin, silently approaching her. His divine consciousness surged as he began to communicate with his consciousness. Sir, you must be the sovereign emperor of this world. I'm the headmaster of the Holy Firefly Academy and an epic-class hero who has lived for more than 500 years. These are my two disciples who have come to your world to travel. Cute girl. The amount of information was too much. She choked for a long time and began to panic. She was a super weak chicken and had never even fought before. Although she felt that this man who claimed to be a legendary hero was very weak as a heavenly emperor realm cultivator, she was far from being his opponent. Hello. The cute girl shook her hand and laughed dryly. She pointed at the sky and threatened, I am the mother of green vine earth, and I control the dragon veins of this world. I am the ancestor of the earth, and the sky is my disciple. The earth demon god, Peiku, was stunned. He tried to translate it into her language and suddenly thought of the ancestor demon god Medusa. He suddenly felt that this world was very scary. Although it looked weak, it was not simple. The woman in front of him was even more terrifying. Her aura was endless, as if her roots had spread all over the land. He could not fight against her. You're from another world? The cute girl quickly asked. Her curiosity won over her fear. Peiku did not hide it and explained directly. After all, they came to this world alone. Their lives were in the hands of the powerhouses of this world. If they hid it and caused dissatisfaction, they might not be far from death. Especially the mother of green vine in front of them. It looked too terrifying. It was as vast as the land. It was very likely that its combat power was no weaker than the origin demon god Medusa. In fact, Peiku was too old. He was already more than 500 years old. The epic emperor only had a lifespan of 600 years. He was already on the verge of death, otherwise he would not have been ambushed. Now, his only wish before he died was to let his two disciples find a way to survive in this world. So, the Tao Lord came to your world? After hearing this, the cute girl's mind went blank. She slowly organized her thoughts. He even fought with Medusa and Ermin and accidentally brought you back. She was shocked. This was an extra plot. There was such a huge war in the sorcerer world, and these three people in front of him had actually transmigrated to the primordial world because of this. Since you're here, take things as they come. Accompany my disciple and rise together. The cute girl laughed. He's slowly climbing up the ranks to prepare for the dragon bloodline reform. Our great Zhou dynasty here needs a blonde foreigner to be the grand preceptor. You're the style. Two cute girls who are ice and fire magicians will be the imperial astronomer. They'll wield their staffs and cast ice and fire spells to kill those sword-wielding Jianghu warriors. That scene will definitely be very exciting. Peika could not understand at all. But he still chose to believe this terrifying existence. After all, her combat power was comparable to the origin demon god. Since he came to this world and could not go back, he could only think of a way to live here. Screenshot, in the Spore Forum. Shocking. True transmigrators, magicians versus Jianghu swordsmen. Meng Mei's post immediately caused a huge commotion outside. The cute girl wants to evolve into a dragon, ha, isn't it cool? My disciple was just preparing to cause trouble for the great Zhou dynasty's reform, and 3 SSR warriors from another world fell from the sky and were summoned by me. Especially those two cute girls, they're so cute and innocent. I dragged them to sleep at night and chatted with my 3 best friends. I listened to the customs of their world and secretly touched their beautiful legs and black stockings. I'm so satisfied. Everyone was shocked. Was the cute girl so flirtatious? Damn salted fish, as expected of the Queen of Luck. However, among a group of beautiful women in ancient costumes, 2 hot and sexy magician twins suddenly appeared. The style was indeed too incompatible. It was not an exaggeration to treat them as national treasures. Suji looked at this scene helplessly. This cute girl couldn't really be the chosen one, right? The kind that was blessed with great luck? Now Phoenix Tao Lord has already communicated with the heavenly Tao. After all, Ermin has a helper, Medusa. She must also find a helper comparable to Medusa. At this moment, the 9 heavens had already begun to prepare for war and entered a tense state, but the mortal world was still unaware. After all, the combat power of the mortal world was too low and could not be used in a short period of time. The focus of attention was naturally not on the mortal world, but the gods of the old era in the Western era's heavenly court. However, they would soon inform the cute girl and let her take charge of the mortal world's affairs. They would speed up the progress of cultivation in the mortal world and recover from the destruction of the Western era. After all, she doesn't know how to fight. This is the only place where she can come in handy. Suji was very indifferent. However, the heavenly court would not have thought that the whirlpool of the tide of the era was on the cute girl's 2 disciples. Hu Renong and the little white fox, as well as the 2 magicians' twins. Others did not know, not even Phoenix. Although the location of the transmission array was random, there was a high probability that it would appear on familiar things. And for the sorcerer's world, what were familiar things? The 2 sisters from the sorcerer's world, they would become the entrance coordinates of Medusa's transmission array. After all, their teacher Pei-ku was more than 500 years old. By the time the invasion happened, he would have died of old age. Will the era change like this? Suji showed a faint smile and looked at the great scholar, Hu Renong, who hoped to promote the reform of the great Zhou dynasty and implement the dragon bloodline system. He was working hard with the little white fox. Now, their lineup had roped in 3 guests from another world. Their group has gathered the civilizations of 2 worlds. How will they develop? In front of them is the reform of the great Zhou dynasty. In the future, what will stop them is the catastrophe of the 2 worlds. Can they stop it? Another wave of the era had begun. Suji's face was calm. The sand table world above his house and the sand table world below the ground were about to begin to connect. The Orchard War. He shifted his gaze and looked at the situation in Dicky. The planet had plants all over the ocean, and even marine animals had appeared, but they had not yet evolved into amphibians, walked out of the ocean, and even became land creatures. However, it was quite strange. Dickie's protective dharma was not a real atmosphere. It could not block out cosmic rays and radiation, and Dickie did not know about this. The entire planet was exposed to cosmic radiation, and it seemed that some kind of strange radiation life had appeared. A planet contaminated by radiation? Suji stood up and began to return to his room. He no longer looked at the sand table of the sorcerer's world on the ground. He closed the window, drew the curtains, and began to cultivate in seclusion. He was going to start cultivating the 9 revolutions mysterious art. Because it had been through the hands of Dao Chongqing, Dickie, and Phoenix, it was already very complete and maturing. Suji said, "Subbrain of the Zerg, bring out the gene bank and integrate the Rubik's Cube gene." The mechanical voice of the insect's subbrain came slowly. Merging. Please be prepared. Suji felt numbness all over his body, and the familiar pain came again. It was as if he was going to faint at any moment. After an unknown period of time, he regained his senses and opened his eyes, looking at his genetic talent. The gene chain was displayed: human gene, immortality talent, evil eye gene, Rubik's Cube gene 4 empty 5 empty. In the blink of an eye, I've become a 3-gene life form. Suji looked calm. Although my level is still low, my life form is already very high. It's time to learn the 9 revolution mysterious art. He sat in front of the computer and opened a book that the insect's subbrain had taken screenshots of for him. Calculus, from exuberance to baldness. He began to study it with great interest. He didn't laugh at them before because he knew that he would have to face such a day sooner or later. This was the path that the strong had to go through. No one was an exception. Time flow is adjusted. 100 years a day, Suji said. Clatter. Suddenly, the speed of his thinking and the movement of sitting in front of the computer became extremely fast. Previously, he used the alias Monarch Messiah to enter the sorcerer world to study books and learn the knowledge of the entire sorcerer world civilization. Of course, he didn't need to do that now. Because he already had the talent of immortality, he could accelerate his life without any side effects. He was not afraid of dying of old age, although he would fall into a deep sleep every once in a while. Clatter, wake up, sleep, wake up. 1 hour, 2 hours, that was equivalent to 8 years. Suji stopped and began to confirm that he had learned all the knowledge in this area. The 9 revolution mysterious art was based on the system of the primordial world. Naturally, he learned the existing knowledge of the incense system and thoroughly understood the theory of the 9 revolution mysterious art. As expected, although I have immortality, I can't accelerate too much. Suji sensed his body and frowned slightly. I used to sleep for 4 hours a day, but now it has become 5 hours. Although, as he gradually became stronger, sooner or later he would wake up for 12 hours and sleep for 12 hours. This was the greatest flaw of eternal life. However, this kind of method would crazily increase one's lifespan, and it would undoubtedly speed up the time one would fall into a deep slumber. Although I usually sleep for 10 hours a day, 2 more hours is nothing. Earth is also a very safe environment, but it is still a hidden danger. I have to find a way to improve it. Suji stood up and went to the kitchen to wash his face to refresh himself. Medusa is also trying to overcome the defects of the immortal talent. Her sleep time is 10 times longer than mine, but now it has changed from 5% to 10%. Someday, I will go and see her research results secretly. Phoenix, on the other hand, had already overcome the flaw of her immortality thanks to the 9 revolutions mysterious art. Perhaps, if Suji had no other way, she could remove the immortality talent of the human gene and fuse it with the Phoenix's rebirth in flames gene to eliminate this flaw and achieve immortality in her way. However, that was just a backup plan. However, the rebirth in flames gene talent was too heaven-defying. It was the most heaven-defying of all the current talents, and its cultivation speed was terrifying. If he could successfully cultivate the 9 revolutions mysterious art and overcome the talent flaw, it would be the next gene that Suji needed. With this, he could quickly break through the realm. It's time to open up the inner space. According to our conversion ratio, when I was a level 5 life form, the inner space was only 20 cubic meters, and the inner space of a level 6 life form was 200 cubic meters. And this space of 200 cubic meters was equivalent to the size of a suite with 5 rooms and 2 living rooms, but it had to be divided into 9 spaces. First, open up the first Dantian space. Suji closed his eyes and activated time acceleration. After a while, it was successfully opened. He did not stop and continuously opened up the first aperture. Boom, a crisp sound rang out, and his bones buzzed. Gradually, a space appeared in his body. He continued to open up the second aperture, and only stopped when he opened up the third aperture. The 9 revolutions mysterious art, it's very easy to prepare for the first 3 revolutions. After all, I'm already in the level 6 Grotto Heaven realm, the strongest existence under the Celestial Emperor. Later, the deduction position is more difficult, and I can't be so fast. It's easy to be unstable. At this time, the 3 aperture spaces had already rotated around the central Dantian. The Dantian was 20 cubic meters, and each aperture was also 20 cubic meters. Suji silently looked inside and felt that he finally had a piece of land that belonged to him. The property on Earth was limited, and he finally had a house that belonged to him. Although each of them was not big, after all of them were cultivated, they added up to a large area of 5 rooms and 2 living rooms. However, his 9 revolutions mysterious art was incomplete, and missing the last link. It was simply an empty frame with no actual combat power, because there was no sun as the power furnace in the Dantian. It was like a Gundam robot without an engine. Not only was there no power source, but there was also no way to illuminate the 9 surrounding worlds, nourish countless creatures in the body, form the real body of Pangu, and form an ecological circle for the creatures in the body. The 9 revolutions mysterious art must have a sun primordial spirit, otherwise it would be a waste, but I really don't have a sun primordial spirit, and I can't find one now. The most suitable one for me is the phoenix, but there is no way for the phoenix to be my primordial spirit. Suji understood that his sun primordial spirit couldn't be solved now, and his 9 revolutions mysterious art was a defective product. However, he didn't care. He would find a way later. Anyway, the aperture space in his body was too small now, and he didn't intend to open a new sand table in it and reproduce a new world sand table. But I have to raise something, right? Let's celebrate. Otherwise, it will be a waste of so much effort. So, what should I plant in my body? His spiritual power was exhausted as he opened up the inner space. After thinking about it, he rode out the door on an electric scooter. He went to the agricultural furniture store in the county, got a few plant lights for greenhouse planting, and then got a few batteries, and returned to the house. Clatter. The plant lights were connected to the batteries and were put into the central Dantian, emitting a faint light, like a round of sun, illuminating the 3 surrounding worlds. Clatter, clatter. Streams of water and soil flowed into the 3 aperture points surrounding it. Intelligent subbrain, reproduce the delicious plants from the wizard world and the remote ancient world that I have selected before, and put them in. A mechanical voice came. Yes. Clatter. Patches of land began to reproduce, emitting green. Before he had the sun primordial spirit, he would find a few plant lights and replace them in the Dantian of the 9 revolutions mysterious art. It would be a scientific and technological artificial sun. I love peace as much as the phoenix. I will reproduce a small wood world. In the future, I will sit on a chair and eat fruits. It won't be so troublesome, and I can grab them from the inner space at any time. Suji thought about it and added another animal to the wood world, the hen chicken. In the future, when he was hungry, he could catch it a few times and roast it using witchcraft. It would also be very nice. In the inner world, it was a scene of vegetable greenhouses. In the center was a plant lamp, emitting a bright and gentle light, illuminating the 3 small dark worlds. The 3 small worlds were lush with green grass and only had a small space of 20 cubic meters. There were also shelves set up to provide green vines to climb, bloom, and bear fruit. Coo, coo, coo. On the grassland, there were roosters that were crowing, jumping all over the mountains and plains. They were very lively. And in these 3 farms, Suji specially separated a storage room of 1 cubic meter, which stored soy sauce, salt, mineral water, and a series of kitchen condiments. Inside my body, there is a scene of a garden of flowers and fruits, achieving a self-sufficient rural ecological environment. In the future, I don't need to go out to buy rice, this foodie in my orchard, I can provide food and drink for myself. Suji looked at Achilles, who was eating dog food in a bowl beside him. This was an aggregated biological bird, one of the strongest combat forces he had high hopes for in the future. But, I'm practicing the 9 transformations mysterious art here, and Cute Sister is still secretly planning the reform. Dicky still needs a few days to evolve, I might as well use this time to start the next open beta. After all, Dicky's new world is about to open, and it needs a new species. Let's see how this wave of talents is like. Suji sat on the chair, planning the future of the 2 sand tables. He suddenly reached out and took out a funeral chicken out of thin air. Coo, coo, coo. Suji quickly turned around, plucked out the feathers, and roasted it with a flame in his hand. At this moment, on the small sand table of 30 square meters, a group of players were evolving creatures, also looking at the creator sitting on the chair in the distance, observing him, afraid that there was a hidden mission. F***CK. The creator has been kind recently. Instead of catching a funeral chicken, he just waved his hand and created a funeral chicken out of thin air. Oh my god. The speed of Mount Akina can finally be saved. In a group of 30 square meters of miniature mountains and rivers, a group of strange-looking creatures stood in a pile of plants in 2s and 3s, constantly whispering and shouting. I need some cumin. Suji ignored them. Every time he ate, they would make a fuss about nothing. He sat on the chair and stretched out his hand. Walala, in the inner space, the lid of a bottle of cumin was opened. The powder turned into ribbons and floated out. They looked like sparkles of fluorescent light and covered the roasted chicken. Wow! What kind of spell was this? So beautiful. The sparks sprinkled on the funeral chicken like a magical girl. It looks like the funeral chicken is even more delicious. A dish that glows? I want to learn. The group of people were heartbroken, and their eyes were green with envy. This was too handsome. Suji was already used to it. He ate a mouthful of the farewell chicken and was very satisfied. With a light bite, the juices flowed everywhere. It was incomparably delicious. He felt that he knew how to enjoy life. But in the next second, he looked at the sand table and his face froze. Ha ha ha, Mumu keeps silent. Magical cuisine is officially open. Come on, come on. The god of creation's favorite delicacy, farewell chicken. There are all kinds of flavors, and it only costs 500 sand coins from the wizard community. Suddenly, a strange-looking humanoid plant set up a small wooden shed by the roadside and set up a barbecue stall. Behind him, there were live funeral chickens that were tied up, cooing. Although the big boss of Mount Akina was not around recently, the species that he left behind were carefully bred by everyone. They cherished them very much and did not let them go extinct. Walala, in the wooden shed, the fiery charcoal fire roasted the entire stone stove red. A funeral chicken was decapitated and spun on the charcoal fire. It was roasted red and sizzled, emitting the fragrance of meat. The grease was smooth, and it looked like the best roasted chicken that was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. Damn! A big boss evolved into a seasoning? Instantly, everyone was shocked. Although the taste of the funeral chicken was amazing, it had become a delicacy enjoyed regularly during the evolution of the mutated zergs in the sand table. Every player would raise it to eat, but what they ate was the original taste. There was no seasoning, so they lived like primitive people. This is a ruthless person. He worked so hard to become bald just to evolve into a seasoning and improve his life. Everyone could not help but turn their heads to look, casting admiring gazes. I'll have one. A pink octopus passed by the roadside. What flavor do you want? There's spicy, garlic, yogurt, soy sauce, stinky tofu. The humanoid plant did not expect that it would have a customer so soon. I'll have a spicy funeral chicken. I'll transfer the money to you at the wizard community, the octopus said. Okay, a spicy one. Please wait for a moment. The plant calmly lowered its head and pulled out its black roots from the ground. Slowly, it used its hands to tear off a piece of old skin. Rip, it tore it into pieces and sprinkled the scraps of skin on the funeral chicken. Instantly, a fragrant spicy aroma wafted over, tempting one's appetite. The octopus? Its face instantly darkened. What are you doing? Damn. You tore off the calluses of such a serious foot and sprinkled them on it. Are you a pervert? I'm a seasoning species. The spiciness evolved from the horseradish. Naturally, it's buried in the soil under my feet. This is to maintain the best taste. The plant looked innocent and pointed at its feet. My feet are horseradish. It pointed at its twisted spiral arms that looked like garlic cloves. My hands are garlic. Then, it raised its hand and pointed at its vine afro. Soy sauce. Everyone looked at it and was instantly shocked. Was this a plant that had knocked over a can of 5 flavors? The octopus felt a headache coming on. It looked at this strange chef and the spicy roast chicken, not knowing whether it should eat it or not. Suddenly, it said, "This spiciness seems to have the fragrance of malt." You're an expert. The humanoid plant seemed to have met a confidant. Its eyes lit up and it continued to explain. This is the spiciness I created. It's somewhat similar to the taste of wasabi and chili, mixed with the fragrance of malt and peanuts. I guarantee you'll like it. It's indeed too fragrant. I can't help it. I don't care if the seasoning is feed or not. When the octopus heard and smelled the aroma, he could not help himself. This person was a big foodie in real life. He could not help but smell the aroma. It was too tempting. He immediately took a bite and was moved to tears the moment he tasted it. Delicious, it was too delicious, it was fragrant and spicy. He felt like his whole body was floating. It was as if he had entered a fairyland. There was a mellow fragrance of wheat flowers in the spiciness. It even felt like it surpassed the current chili varieties. It was a treasure among seasonings. This plant player can evolve such delicious spiciness. He definitely knows how to eat. Suddenly, his impression of this plant-based player changed. This is too good. He immediately swallowed in big mouthfuls. He could no longer care about where the spiciness came from. It was delicious to the extreme. Suddenly, the tree beside him could not help but ask him, who was swallowing in big mouthfuls. Its eyes were full of innocence. "Big brother, this is the first time an outsider has eaten it. Can you give me a comment? Is it delicious? Is my athlete's foot hot enough for your eyes?" Halfway through eating, the octopus slowly took out a chicken bone from its mouth and looked at him with a red face. The people who were watching from the side also widened their eyes. They felt extremely annoyed. They could already imagine the struggle and grief in the person's heart. It was too tragic. However, the octopus was indeed an old foodie. It was completely fascinated by the taste in an instant. It could not help but eat again. After eating, it still wanted more. It said, "Big brother, give me another spicy one. Put more chili." Everyone looked at it. This was also King ruthless person, he did not care about anything for the sake of eating. All right. The humanoid plant became agile and quickly tore the skin on its feet. Looks like my athlete's foot is not strong enough. This match will make your eyes hot. The pink octopus was shocked. Can we not talk about this? No. However, everyone watched the two of them entertain themselves. The delicious aroma wafted through the entire shed. They could not help but swallow their saliva as they smelled the tempting smell of roasted chicken in the air. Brother, you're a ruthless person. I admit defeat. Give me a serving of minced garlic. You're good. Give me a serving of mustard. However, no one ordered the spicy flavor. Which of the players present wasn't clever? This person was too sinister and too vicious. They were afraid that they would become addicted like this octopus player and sink under the skin of his feet, unable to extricate themselves. Suddenly, everyone was addicted to the delicious taste and swallowed in big mouthfuls. It was too delicious. Each seasoning had a unique and excellent taste. They kept trying other flavors and felt completely satisfied. Suddenly, someone said, "Then, big brother, give me a serving of stinky tofu." "All right, please wait for a moment," the plant said. "Wait." Suddenly, the person stopped him. "Tell me first, where's your stinky tofu flavor?" The plant obediently pointed behind its body. "There's a tree hole here. I'll use it as a fermentation room. There are also microorganisms in this sand table world. I'll put things in it to ferment. It's very delicious. I guarantee that you won't be able to stop eating it once." Everyone? Fermentation? Could it be biogas fermentation? Your name is Mumu doesn't speak, but you can choke people to death when you speak. The person was stunned and instantly shut himself up. He felt that eating stinky tofu in the future would have a psychological scar. He hurriedly said, "Big brother, I'm afraid that I won't be able to stop eating at once. I don't dare to try. I'll give you a serving of minced garlic." Suji was also stunned. He had not seen the small sand table for a long time. There was actually such a talented player. This person was openly releasing poison. His ability was terrifying. He could actually make people addicted to eating the skin of his feet. In a sand table evolution game, another talent played a trick and evolved himself into a seasoning. Suji found it terrifying and did not dare to try, fearing that he would also sink into it. However, when it comes to food, I want to build a small world of food. My body is a very good environment. After all, if all the worlds in the universe are fighting systems, it won't be colorful at all. It's better to have some small worlds. Suji suddenly said, "Why didn't you tell me about the appearance of a creature with infinite potential comparable to a phoenix?" The intelligent subbrain replied mechanically, "This creature, Seven Wonders Treasure Tree, has ordinary potential." Nonsense, he clearly had limitless potential. Suji felt that the intelligence of this intelligent subbrain was beyond saving. Fortunately, he took a look, or such a peerless genius would be instantly covered in dust. Sure enough, horses of 1,000 li were common, but talent scouts were rare. He had to watch more evolution sand tables in the future in case he missed some species with potential. He understood more and more that the intelligent subbrain was too stupid. It was not omnipotent after all. The next second, Suji made an announcement himself. Announcement: Congratulations to the player Mumu doesn't talk for the species 7 Wonders Treasure Tree, which has great potential. Achievement reward obtained. F***CK. This is a brother who chokes people to death, and whose athlete's foot stings the eyes. He actually obtained an achievement? Oh my god. This kind of dirty B***TCH can do it too? There's a conspiracy, there's definitely a conspiracy. Instantly, the whole sand table was shocked. I can do it too. Even the person himself was very surprised. He could not evolve into a powerful species and could only evolve into a seasoning species without any combat power. He did not expect that happiness would come so suddenly. On the other hand, Suji was very calm. He investigated the real identity of this person and found that he was a super chef. For his own food, he painstakingly studied the theory of evolution, and a lot of his hair went bald before he evolved into this species. His love for food made Suji feel that he was like-minded, and he greatly appreciated this kind of talent. What a genius chef. Cooking is as exaggerated as putting poison, and he even has his own seasoning. If he is sent to study food for hundreds of years, what will happen? Even Suji himself was looking forward to it. He felt that he could secretly open a back door for this person, and he could not let this kind of talent be hidden in the dust. Will he be sent to the wizard world or the ancient world? Western food or Chinese food? The food culture of both worlds is relatively crude, and he might be able to research many new recipes. Suji knew that no matter how delicious the food was, without a chef to research the recipes and tailor-make the food, the original taste of the ingredients could not be brought out. Now, he had a few farms in his inner space. Although the food was naturally delicious, it was just a reckless waste of God's resources. Now, he could pin his hopes on him to develop a new school of cuisine. Aha! At this moment, in the sand table, Mumu doesn't talk also shouted excitedly, "Great creator, I want to treat you to spicy funeral chicken. To express my gratitude. I'm so happy. If I can go to the heavens, I'll definitely eat his fill. I'll slice him up and make him a delicacy." Suji's face gradually darkened. The people around him were also dumbfounded, and there was a lot of discussion. This Mumu doesn't talk was a well-known super glutton. Although he did not have any talent for evolution and evolved into a heaven-defying extraordinary species, he was famous for his ability to cause trouble and was the most active person in the crowd. Previously, when the phoenix had an audience with the god of creation, it was he who sneaked up and wanted to pull off the phoenix's feathers. It was also he who said that he wanted to sneak up on the god of creation and then take the opportunity to tear off the skin of the phoenix's feet. According to people's speculations, this guy's goal was obviously to have a taste of what it was like. Even if it was a god, he would eat it. Suji, he was also stunned for a moment. Hearing the discussion in the distance about what he had done and his previous record, he looked at the cheering humanoid plant and was extremely happy. He suddenly shook his head. Forget it, this kind of talent, it's better to send him to outer space and let him talk about life and ideals with Di Chi. On the internet, there was a lot of cheering. Previously, everyone thought that extraordinary species must have strong combat power. For example, although the final chicken was delicious, it was highly poisonous and had terrifying combat power. Another example was the tall tree of Cutie, which was originally an extremely terrifying creature. Even a slime could be turned into an engine. The Sky Fortress, a war alchemy creation, defeated Medusa. Damn it, it seems that we have been misled by the extraordinary species. The extraordinary species refers to the top creatures in various fields, as long as they have strong potential. We always thought that we needed combat power? Crying, if we don't need combat power, I will also make a gourmet creature, and everyone will say it's good. Then we can enter another world, laughing, then 10 rose coins for one, delicious, 8 times the protein of beef, laughing, countless people were talking enthusiastically, and the voices were full of surprise. Everyone felt that they had a brand new road in front of them. The heavens and the worlds, I'm coming, watch me, your grandfather, show off my might. Although they were all very happy, they did not expect that although it was a cooking plant, it was far superior to its peers, and it had a variety of flavors, and it was delicious to the extreme. Suji looked at the selection mode of the subbrain. Before, he quite agreed with it, but now as his vision gradually deepened, he knew that he had embarked on a completely different path from the Zerg tribe's mother nest. The other party was a violent army, a terrifying combat race that only needed combat power and units. Species that had nothing to do with combat power were all ignored. They went into battle lightly and formed an army. But I can't do this. I am the school of world creation. If I don't give any space for diversity, how can I create the heavens and the worlds? Suji blinked. He felt that combat power should not be too pure. It was also superimposed on the basis of diverse civilizations. There was no other color at all. Pure violence and blood would not last long. It's time to start updating the sand table. Suji adjusted the review standards of the subbrain in the future. After dealing with some chores. In the next second, a new announcement appeared in the entire Spore Evolution sand table. Spore Evolution, closed beta version 0. 5 officially updated online. 1. 30 closed beta slots will be opened again. The maximum number of online players can reach 240. 2. The internal testing quota will still be reviewed in the form of a biological thesis. 3. Implement the elimination system. In this 5th beta testing, 80 of the 210 closed beta players will be eliminated. The number of eliminated players is 4. The wizard community has expanded by 500 people, and will soon expand to 1,000 people. 5. A new hidden dungeon, Gourmet World, will be opened in the wizard community. The players who meditate the longest every week and place in the top few in the PvP arena will be qualified to travel for a week. Hard work and good food go well together. The first 2 announcements were still fine, but the following 2 new update announcements completely stirred up the atmosphere. The number of characters in the Magus community has doubled. I'm afraid that the number of people who can go online will become more and more terrifying. Perhaps it will become the second leisure community, completely defeating all the current social media apps. Also, a new world, a world of delicacies? What does that mean? It looked like a very special place. Many people were discussing it. The forum refreshed more than 10 pages. They were all discussing the details of this update announcement. They were looking forward to the arrival of the update day tomorrow. The gourmet world, of course, will enter my stomach and start your journey of culinary delicacies. Suji sipped his tea and said softly, in the future, my stomach will be the prototype of a small world of delicacies. This is a world of delicacies. There are no fancy and powerful witchcraft or Taoist spells. There are only delicacies that have multiplied to the peak. A world of delicacies filled with fantasy and rare ingredients. There are all kinds of food hunters who can cook and become food cultivators. Suji continued to imagine. As for the Rubik's Cube creatures, it was time for the wizard community to start a new expansion. Because the previous god realm had not been established, it was not a mature path. He didn't dare to let it cultivate too quickly. Now that it had been established, he could expand it again and slowly build it up. The next day, the sun shone brightly in the orchard. Suji returned from his trip in the sky. The new closed beta had begun. In just 10 minutes, the official mailbox of the Spore Evolution game forum had received countless theses. At this moment, the price of a slot had been raised to $1 million on the market. There was still a price but no supply. Some rich people even said in private that they could name a price as long as there was a slot. For this thesis, everyone put in all their effort and took out all of their accumulated results. However, Suji had recently seen an investigation report. The stock prices of several domestic hair care and shampoo companies had skyrocketed. Many professionals began to analyze that it might be the influence of the phenomenal game, Spore Evolution, that transcended its time. For hair care. Countless experts expressed their opinions. As usual, he began to observe the talents of this year. Evolution of slime, lightning slime, electric eel, evolution of biological generator. Suji looked at the long explanation and the evolution route of the design and became calmer. The last person who said he wanted to make a lightning bird is still missing. However, this player's evolution route was very specific. It could be put in for a try. After all, no one could guarantee absolute success. As long as there was potential in the thesis and a certain degree of feasibility, it would be enough. Green food production line, edible mushrooms, effectively solve the problem of famine. Suji kept flipping through and soon, he saw a very special thesis marked by the intelligent subbrain on the evolution and process of system life. There are transmigrators in the universe, how can there be no system? I can evolve into a system life. Suji almost vomited blood. Where did this F*King genius come from? When the players evolved into food, someone immediately turned himself into a seasoning. All the players wanted to become transmigrators and leave the world, and now you're turning yourself into a system? What a strange brain circuit. This was not the best part. The best part was that it seemed to be feasible in theory. Otherwise, it would not have been put in his hands by the intelligent subbrain. While not knowing whether to laugh or cry, he could not help but sigh at the player's ability to cause trouble. The opening paragraph of the thesis read, "The so-called system, I understand it as some kind of mechanical AI life, equivalent to the artificial intelligence on the current processor, providing data to help. This is the creature I want to evolve into. Simply put, it can be understood as a kind of computer carried on a human body, equivalent to the Android phone in human society, or the Wingdao system in computers. To put it more simply, it is equivalent to a mobile phone carried by modern people. Then, let me talk about the possibility of system evolution, the evolution of silicon-based life. As we all know, as carbon-based life, we have always discussed whether there is silicon-based life in the universe. You have to know that modern computer chips, circuit boards, and storage devices are all made of silicon. Silicon is born with the ability to access a large amount of information. For example, computers, artificial intelligence, mechanical creatures, after the birth of intelligence in the future, may be an alternative silicon-based life prototype created by us humans. The natural world is mystical. Time will allow even mice without intelligence to rely on made-up methods to type on the keyboard and write Gort's poems. It will also allow us, a pile of meat and carbohydrate mixtures, to be able to arrange ourselves in a bizarre manner and form single cells. After hundreds of millions of years, we will develop intelligence and continue to evolve. Every cell in our body is more complex than any precision instrument made by humans today. Then, is it possible in nature that a large amount of silicon happens to be attached to a stone, copper, and aluminum, arranged in a coincidental way, forming a simple computer with intelligence? This is the possibility of the origin of silicon-based life in the universe. At this point, I believe that the game designers of Spore Evolution can understand the concept of my thesis. Suji quickly nodded, indicating that he understood. Although, he didn't really understand. As expected of a big boss. Everyone had their own specialties. He continued reading. It continued to write, then, can we create it now? Pure silicon-based life in nature is likely to be composed of more silicon-based sand, crystals, and glass. Single cells are carbon-based life at the beginning, so naturally, it is impossible to evolve into silicon-based life. The initial structure of life is different. But in our flesh and blood, spores evolve into a hard-shelled creature that swallows sand and can contain a large amount of silicon. Most of the body is made of bones and silicon slate. The surface is like a shell, with a large number of lines, forming a natural circuit board, similar to the subbrain of a creature, forming a pseudo-silicon-based life. This is the system. As long as I, a system creature, can attach to a creature, I can provide it with data layouts. Suji broke out in a cold sweat. This big boss was simply too amazing. When others were studying evolved creatures, he had already crossed the era and began to study silicon-based life, evolving a system creature group. Simply too amazing. In Suji's mind, he had already begun to imagine a scene. A chip circuit board creature was whispering to other circuit boards. Big brother, how about your host? We parasitized on them, secretly developed, issued various tasks, and took the opportunity to improve our strength. Were we discovered? No. That guy is too king stupid. I claim to be the Golden Eyes system, but he actually wants to see beautiful women all day long. Can't he go gamble on a stone and open an imperial jade? He makes money and buys some good things, so that I can cultivate and become stronger. *CK. My side is even more miserable, okay. My side is simply a problem boy. I claim to be the strongest immortal cultivation system, but that guy doesn't cultivate all day long. I clearly need a little resources recently to break through, and I've been stuck for a long time. Should I issue a mission that will definitely kill him, trick him to carry it out, secretly kill this host, and change the master? My side is also AB** starred. He fights monsters all day long, challenges people of a higher level, and recently participated in the school tournament, making a big splash. Doesn't he know how to hide and grow, and become invincible again? Why don't we issue a mission and let our hosts kill each other? A bunch of systems formed a group chat, whispering. They were all complaining about the deceptive hosts they usually met. You guys are fine. As the attribute modifier, I'm really under a lot of pressure. My host is a muscular brother who tears his shirt at every turn, and shamelessly says that he's a gifted genius. He was born to save the world, and he didn't rely on the system to get to this point. I usually don't dare to speak, and I don't even dare to cultivate, for fear that he will find out that I have consciousness and beat me to death. Trembling, as Suji thought about it, he suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. Why does this feel similar to me? He felt his scalp go numb as he slowly spoke to the artificial intelligence subbrain. System, about this? What do you think? Another species that transcends time, equivalent to an intelligent subbrain like me. The mechanical voice replied. This seems too exaggerated. Is it really feasible? Suji asked tentatively. At this moment, the artificial intelligence subbrain replied, in the vast universe, there are many different life forms, energy life forms, ionic life forms, and even the legendary quantum life form with the terrifying law of causality. Among them, the largest type are naturally carbon-based life forms and silicon-based life forms, accounting for 99%. After all, carbon and silicon are extremely common in the natural world. Silicon-based life forms are called mechanical life forms. They are different from flesh and blood life forms. Their biggest characteristic is the terrifying processing capacity, just like the artificial intelligence you mentioned. Suji understood that humans were also carbon-based life forms, but the insectoids were at the top of the carbon-based life forms. Of course, at this moment, Suji also understood that the insectoids could evolve all life forms based on their existing life structure. They were very limited in other aspects and were not omnipotent. He was very calm about this. There was no such thing as an invincible life form in the world. This was the true reality. The artificial intelligence subbrain continued to speak. The system life form inside. This has long been used on the insectoid mother nest. The combat subbrain is the standard for every advanced warrior in the technological side. And I am the combat support subbrain of the insectoid queen. Strictly speaking, I am also a pseudosilicon-based life form. This player's thesis is the way to create life forms like us. However, our technological side uses life factories to create life forms, while this player used the evolution of supernatural creatures to create it. Moreover, as a parasitic supernatural life form, it can cultivate on its own. Its effect is completely different from us pure support, and it has walked a completely different path from us. Suji was stunned. The existence of the insectoid subbrain had always been vague to him. It was only now that it became clear. It turned out that in the technological side of the insectoid race, almost every high-level race would be equipped with the insectoid subbrain. This thought instantly made sense, even inevitable. In our modern society, everyone has a mobile phone. It would be strange if the technological side of the insectoid queen did not have an artificial intelligence subbrain. The voice of the insect nest subbrain came again. Of course, the previous generation's great and wise Zerg queen was an overlord of the universe who had traversed countless years. As the Zerg queen's intelligent subbrain, strictly speaking, I am an ultimate Zerg hero. Suji broke out in a cold sweat. The Zerg spores evolved into brand new races, and every race could give birth to a Zerg hero. The intelligent subbrain in front of him was the Zerg subbrain's Zerg hero. So you're an ultimate Zerg hero at the pentagene level? Suji was shocked. So the real SSR was right beside him? I was the only non-combat insectoid hero back then, used as an intelligent subbrain. The mechanical voice said, in the later stages, the Zerg queen had already abandoned her original reproductive body, unwilling to become a reproductive machine like the ant queen. I fused with her original hive body and became the control panel, equipped with various talents to control the entire race. So, you have become a heartless reproduction tool, how tragic. After a moment of silence, Suji tried to pull out the gene chain of the hive subbrain. 1. Spore release 2. Super fast calculation 3. Cell division speed adjustment 4. Transcending latitude domination of the Zerg 5. Zerg gene lock. Suji looked at this ultimate Zerg subbrain in a daze. As the core authority of the hive Zerg queen, it now gathered all the dominating talents of the Zerg race. Each genetic talent could be said to be heaven-defying, comparable to the phoenix's rebirth in flames, not to mention the talent of spore release. It had unlimited possibilities. It was the strongest ability of the Zerg race. And super fast calculation was naturally a basic ability of the intelligent subbrain. Cell division speed adjustment, not to mention, was heaven-defying, transcending latitude domination of the Zerg, able to communicate with subordinates regardless of distance. This was the Zerg queen's greatest confidence in commanding troops from countless planets and conquering the universe. Now, it was also because of this ability that Suji could communicate with Dicky, who was far away. The Zerg gene lock set all kinds of restrictions. It was written in their genes, leaving a dark door Achilles' heel. They were not allowed to betray and could be killed at any time, just like how they could not leave the range of the orchard sand table. This was the ability of the gene lock. At this moment, Suji completely understood the true origin of the Zerg race's subbrain. It was born from the previous Zerg queen's evolution into a parasitic race called the intelligent subbrain. As a combat support for the race, every higher-up of the Zerg race would be equipped with an auxiliary subbrain, equivalent to a combat pet. It could carry some genetic talents that they didn't want to carry but needed, such as detection, calculation, long-distance communication, and it wasn't afraid of betrayal. The Zerg Queen Mother was a cunning and ambitious character. This subbrain race had its emotions and various thoughts cruelly erased. It was not allowed to give birth to intelligence. It had no joy, anger, sorrow, or joy. It was a pure computer. No wonder it's so stupid. The intelligence of the intelligent subbrain is so trashy. Suji took a deep breath and felt that the Zerg race was very cruel back then. He immediately felt relieved. The Zerg race clearly possessed the highest level of technology, yet they wanted to create an ordinary computer that was similar to Earth's technology. No wonder its functions were so simple. It could only hack into the network and eavesdrop on the conversations of various research institutes. Clearly, even the highest level of civilization feared betrayal. Suji could understand this. After all, it was best to control one's core lifeline without intelligence. It was best if it was the simplest computer. Even as strong as the Zerg race was, they didn't dare to entrust their technological civilization to supercomputers. They didn't allow them to develop intelligence. Instead, they used their evolved flesh and blood brains to make deductions, even if this kind of progress was relatively slow. The subbrain is an emotionless machine tool computer. Its 5 bug race talents are very heaven-defying, but I have no intention of putting them on my body. I'll just let it continue producing spores. Suji had the same thoughts as the previous Zerg queen. Thinking about it, the previous Zerg queen had given up the ability to reproduce. Why did he want to integrate it? Even if he integrated the spore release gene, where would the spores come from? I'm a man. As for the previous boss, it was so powerful, but it died. What world did it enter? What extraordinary civilization did it come into contact with? Suji didn't intend to know. What did it say before it died? Asking him to take revenge? That didn't exist. I'll obediently farm and develop my strength. I'll only come out after I've defeated the world. Then, do you want to carry out the deduction of this creature? The mechanical voice sounded. Let this player with a clear brain circuit in and pay close attention to him. Suji felt that it was worth a try. Although it was a core technology of the technological side, the supernatural side could also use it as a reference. Okay, moreover, they were mechanical intelligence brains, while we were biological intelligence brains. This batch is also full of talents. Very good. Just like usual, the thesis submission period is only 24 hours. We'll confirm the quota tomorrow morning and let the next batch of closed beta players in to start the open beta. Suji munched on the farewell chicken and looked toward Dicky. The quality this time is not bad. A new species is already being bred. It's been more than 2 days on this side of the planet, so the conditions should be about right. In the pitch-black universe, stars twinkled as a sphere moved forward rapidly. In the white atmosphere, life was constantly multiplying in the ocean, undergoing rapid evolution. Whoosh, a gust of hot wind blew past. This was a planet that was exposed to the universe. The ground had become extremely strange at this time. It did not isolate the terrifying radiation in the universe, resulting in an extremely harsh environment. In the ocean, there were still flourishing plants, constantly wandering and floating. It was a vibrant scene. But there were only plants in the ocean, no marine animals. Logically speaking, after the appearance of marine plants, some of them would gradually evolve into marine animals, but they did not. Animals seemed to find it difficult to survive under such radiation. After a few days, although there were still no animals, the plants became more prosperous. Gradually, a small purple flower that looked like a 3-leaf clover began to grow tenaciously from the ocean, gradually taking root in the ground. They began to withstand the intense cosmic radiation, even absorbing it as sunlight to grow. Plants have appeared on land, but there are still no animals born. Will this be a world without animals? Dichi could not help but ask from the depths of the Earth's core. 1 hour, 2 hours, these plants were growing at a visible speed, towering into the clouds. They began to absorb all kinds of radiation from the universe as energy to breed fruits. From the roots of small grasses to the fruits of trees? Dichi was shocked. The birth and evolution of life was the most beautiful process in the world. It contained the ultimate beauty of all the incomparable mysteries of life. But there are still no animals. When will they appear? Or perhaps the environment in this ultimate land of the ultimate is too harsh. The starlight emitted everywhere is a form of poison. There will be no animals at all. He called the cosmic radiation as starlight. Dichi continued to watch. After a long time, these plants completely reached their peak. The entire planet was covered by towering trees. From afar, it was full of vitality and extremely lush. It was a vast ocean of trees. The plants gradually began to differentiate, becoming purple and red factions. In order to obtain nutrients and sunlight, the dark red umbrella-shaped plants constantly expanded in size. They were like broccoli, towering on the land. They were extremely huge, covering the sky and sun, so that they could absorb more nutrients. The original purple plants were only a third of their height. They were seriously blocked and fell into darkness. Without sunlight and starlight, they gradually began to go extinct. After some time, just as they were about to go extinct, the purple plants began to mutate. Rumble. A large purple tree began to transform. It was like an ancient tree of war. It uprooted itself from the ground and began to slowly walk, causing the earth to tremble. Yes, the animals didn't appear before because of the strong radiation. It was the dark red plants in the sky that blocked the absorption of radiation. In this low radiation environment, the bloodline of the witches started to awaken. They gradually evolved and became the first animals that could move. In other words, it was a half-animal, half-plant life form. This world was very unimaginable. At this moment, the first animal was born, and it was even transformed from a plant on land. Rumble, the ancient war trees had huge bodies and moved extremely slowly. As half-plant life forms, they began to develop their own consciousness. They uprooted small red trees and put them into their bloody mouths to chew, just like a panda chewing on bamboo. They began to become herbivores. After they finished eating, they continued to take root in the earth. They lazily turned into trees and continued to absorb nutrients from the earth. In the following days, they welcomed spring. Since there were no natural enemies, the number of ancient war trees continued to increase. They fed on the red plants like worms gnawing on their towering trunks, causing them to collapse. The red plants were used crazily and gradually became scarce. This is the passage of time. Time flies. No life is eternal unless it lives in seclusion behind the scenes. Dichi couldn't help but exclaim, who can predict the future between success and failure? In order to fight for sunlight and cosmic rays, the red plants defeated the purple plants. They grew larger and took over the sunlight. It seemed like a great victory, but the purple plants lost because they lost the starlight. It was a blessing in disguise. Without the poisonous rays, they took the opportunity to become the first animals to feed on plants. Just when Dichi thought that the ancient war trees were about to win. Amidst the mass extinction, the red plants also survived. For the continuation of their race, they began to mutate and fight back. It was one of the red plants. It towered into the clouds. The fruits it nurtured could not reproduce. In human terms, it was a defective product. It was infertile and could not reproduce. However, small spaces began to appear in the center of its fruits. If the purple plants and ancient war trees had inherited the witch ancestors' terrifying flesh and blood body, regenerative ability, and terrifying combat power, then the red plants had inherited the witch ancestors' internal space attribute. These red plants began to take advantage of their greatest advantages, their towering bodies, lush branches, and lush leaves. They could absorb sunlight and astral rays and use photosynthesis to generate a large amount of energy, which gathered in the spaces inside the fruits. The spatial energy inside the fruits was constantly increasing. In the space, a tree seed was slowly floating up and down. Whoosh! The seed seemed to have life. This is a primordial spirit? This tree gave birth to a primordial spirit in its fruits. Or should I say, a demon? Dichi clearly understood that the birth of a demon and the awakening of sentience was in a space rich in energy. It could only appear by absorbing the essence of the sun and moon. The inner spaces in these star fruits met these conditions and turned his seed embryos into demons. Those purple trees that can move are too strong, so they're called ancient war trees. And these red trees that are nurturing life, I'll call them ancient life trees. I want to see what kind of life they're nurturing. Demons are extremely rare in the primordial world. After all, the conditions for their birth are too harsh. They have to be nurtured in a space rich in experts. That's why their numbers are so small. The human race, the witch race, and the ancient race all had their heyday. Only the demon race never rose. But now they're being born in batches here. Will this become the world of demons? Dichi couldn't help but be shocked. Whoosh, a few more years passed. A dark red star fruit covered in complex and mysterious patterns seemed to have reached its limit. It quickly landed on the ground. Then, a slender human figure gradually walked out of the fruit. It was an extremely beautiful woman. She had fair skin and the characteristics of trees. Her ears were sharp and her facial features were exquisite. She seemed to be the favorite of the heavens. These creatures had the bloodline of the witch ancestor celestial emperor. They were perfect and powerful. Whoosh, as the first fruit that absorbed starlight and sunlight fell to the ground, so did the second one. One woman after another slowly walked out of the fruit. They began to rest on the trees and build treehouses. In order to protect the mother tree and the species that nurtured them from being eaten, they picked up stones and spears and began to charge at the giant, sluggish ancient war trees. Whoosh! Whoosh! They roared with all their might. They smeared mud on their faces and turned it into patterns. They raised their spears and charged forward. Light shone on their faces. It was as if a new era had begun. Boom! The faces of the ancient war trees were old, as if they were 100 years old. They uprooted a purple tree and used it as a giant black stick. They waved it at the tiny fleas on the ground. As expected of demons. They're already rank 4 at birth. While Dickie was still in shock, another battle between the purple and red tree factions had begun. This was a desperate battle. There were no words, only instinctive roars. Both sides had just been born and didn't have much intelligence. They were entangled together like wild beasts, because they had the instinct to survive. When the battle reached a certain level, both sides began to calm down and reproduce. They knew that the other side was tough and would bring great casualties. Instinctively, they did not invade the other side's territory. Just like how lions would not attack bison unless they had no other choice, they went to bully other plants without intelligence. Interesting, this is too interesting. Dichi was full of praise as he watched the fire burn. The birth of this ancient tree of life is not only because I fused with the witch ancestor's corpse. I once threw in the creation wood, the god-slaying saber, the thunder hammer, the lightning whip, and other powerful beings. This ancient tree of life is so huge that it broke through the size limit because it absorbed the spiral structure of the world tree's small vines. It can grow infinitely. Its fruits are like the Tao fruits of the world tree. As the mastermind behind the scenes, he naturally had to understand the others. It was necessary to secretly obtain bodies, so he took the opportunity to throw them in. He wanted to see if similar powerful creatures could appear. At this moment, there were 3 ancient trees of life. They covered the sky, and with the protection of the tree spirits, they were the overlords of this planet. Without their natural enemies, they grew taller and bigger to absorb more sunlight. If the giant purple and red trees could not transform into ancient trees of life or ancient trees of war, they could only fall into darkness. Their living space was rapidly squeezed, and their numbers decreased rapidly. Gradually, under the Great Extinction, a large number of plants transformed into ancient trees. At this moment, there were more than 5,000 ancient trees of war moving on the ground, causing the earth to rumble and shake. There were already 11 ancient trees of life. They were magnificent life forms, black, red, blue, white, and even the forms of the spirits they gave birth to were different. They were vast and boundless, covering the entire land. The canopies of the trees covered the entire sky of planet Aquamarine. Looking from space, it looked like a huge ball covered with colorful giant arc-shaped mushrooms. It was quite enchanting. It's too big, like the pillars of the primordial world. It's like 11 world tree umbrellas holding up the entire sky of the planet. The canopies have already reached the top of my atmosphere, the highest altitude of this world. If it doesn't go further, it'll be in a vacuum without air. I have no doubt that it will continue to grow. I even feel that if I remove the protective Tao art, the canopies alone can block the small meteorites and stars in space. Of course, it was just a saying. The most important function of the protective Tao art was to protect the planet's air from leaking. Perhaps this is the true blue sky. Dichi silently sensed the outside world. When he looked up, he saw a blue sky. The swaying blue leaves are like beautiful clouds. If only Nyayun were here. This was a magnificent planet of life. Even the oceans were shrouded under the huge canopies. Only the mottled sunlight passed through the canopies. It was very beautiful. The water source has been drained by these plants. I've been forced to find a lot of water these days, but only 30% of the seawater is left. It can't be called aquamarine anymore. Dichi shook his head. His plans couldn't keep up with the changes. However, he soon discovered that as the 11 trees of life covered the entire sky and absorbed star power, the toxic radiation started to weaken like a giant protective umbrella. Then, animals started to show up. There was no power of the stars on the ground. The purple and red plants that absorbed the power of the stars went extinct in large numbers, or they gradually degenerated into ordinary plants that only needed sunlight. They survived by relying on the sparse sunlight that passed through the canopies. This is an ancient mythological era. Before animals appeared, there was a war between the giant trees. The purple trees and the red trees that absorbed the power of the stars went extinct. Only 5,000 ancient trees of war and the 11 ancient trees of life that monopolized the power of the stars on the ground were left. This era can be called the War of the Tree World. The history of this planet's evolution had finally begun. Although it was mostly isolated and there was still weak radiation, it was gradually enough for animals to reproduce. The biological explosion began. Animals of land and sea began to appear. A lizard-like creature inherited the life force of the witch ancestor and was extremely tenacious. It absorbed the genes of the thunderhammer and soared in the sky under the ancient trees of life. It could also let out terrifying roars. All kinds of strange animals appeared. It was amazing and unbelievable. After more than 100 years, the terrifying speed of the evolution of the entire land gradually stopped, returning to the speed of the desolate era. Indeed, according to the words of the Tao Lord, the creation era began to stop after 200 or 300 years. The miracle of life disappeared, and then it was time for the creatures of the entire world to gradually gain intelligence. Back then, I also gained intelligence after that. Although Dichi didn't know that living things couldn't think at 10,000 times the speed of time, he could vaguely guess through observation. Next, these beast-like fairies and the ancient trees began to give birth to their own civilization and intelligence. Dichi observed calmly. However, for some reason, only female fairies appeared. There were no males, and they couldn't reproduce with each other. They could only rely on the ancient trees of life to reproduce. What a strange life form. Soon, 2 civilizations of the major tree tribes appeared on the tree. Gradually, they began to communicate with each other. Even the 9 ancient trees of life had begun to rope in the ancient trees of war, turning enemies into friends. They established their own camps and vaguely began to fight among themselves. The birth of intelligence would give birth to killing that surpassed the instincts of living things. At this moment, Suji raised his eyebrows. After seeing what had happened to Dichi in the past few days, he also felt that it was strange. However, that wooden mute player from before should be let in. After all, he's already in front of the world passage and has begun to wait. He said that he would send him to outer space to meet Dichi. It can't be a lie, Suji said to himself. This strange plant was leading the colony and shouting at the players next to it, "Brothers, I'm going to another world. Don't worry about my athlete's foot." With that, he led the colony and strode into the world passage. Suddenly, it was pitch black. Walking in the darkness, he couldn't help but mutter to himself, "I wonder how long it'll take." Suji opened his eyes. On the other side of the planet, with the help of the gene bank, controlling spores to reproduce a colony of players and transferring their consciousness to the body over there. Can it really be done? The mechanical voice of the insectoid came. Right now, when the players log in, only part of their souls and consciousness are transferred by me to control a high body to strengthen. Part of the soul and consciousness isn't material and can be transformed into some kind of information data. I can use it as a network cable to exchange information across latitudes and let them transmit it over. The subbrain of AI spoke again. However, there can only be one king of a colony. After it dies, what it controls over there is just an ordinary species that has just reproduced from the gene bank. It doesn't have the ability to control a colony. There were gains and losses. There was no other way. After all, the body of the king was here. He could only create an ordinary body over there and secretly swap the crown prince. However, there wouldn't be a colony of creatures that could reproduce on their own to go to the other world. Without a king to lead a colony, the players with individual strength basically had no advantage. They might cause trouble. They don't have cannon fodder or subordinates. After all, the possibility of dying once they enter is too high. This was especially so for things like slimes and great university trees, which relied on the superposition of their species to have an explosive advantage. Once they went there, they would basically die. A slime or a vine would die in minutes. Suji was silent for a moment before he suddenly laughed. If that's the case, I can create a new model to compensate them. If the colony's power is gone, they can walk their own path. As long as they build the hero's altar and protect their base, they can revive infinitely. However, after they die, all their cultivation will return to zero, and they will have to start cultivating again. After all, it was just a temporarily created body. If they died, there was nothing wrong with creating a temporary one for them. Suji's eyes became brighter and brighter. This way, I can harvest unlimited energy. They can cultivate endlessly, be killed, cultivate again, and be killed. Take a celestial emperor as an example. After dying, I can only obtain the energy of a celestial emperor. He keeps cultivating, becomes a celestial emperor again, and then dies. I can obtain a lot of celestial emperor's energy. Moreover, cultivating until they are bald is their specialty. The subbrain of the Zerg, this was the compensation? This was considered compensation? Its simple mind couldn't understand. Wasn't this a conspiracy? The subbrain couldn't help but say in a mechanical voice, in order to design this spore evolution game, I have also seen some online games in this world. After the players die, they will only lose levels. Their levels will not return to zero. Using a celestial emperor as an example, this is like going from max level 100 to level 0 in an instant. This is the real world, not an online game. If they die, they really die. The dead can't be revived. They can only change to a body of the same race. Start over. Suji was speechless. He felt that the intelligence of the subbrain was indeed low. This was a pretty good idea. It could be treated as the unique rules of that world. In the past, the race would not have the power of the population. They would only be left with a single body, but they could be revived. Of course, the hero's altar also needed a large amount of energy to provide one revival. After all, although it didn't take much energy for the spores to reproduce a body, Suji needed it. Without energy, revival was forbidden. One had to know that Dichi was exploring outer space. As the bridgehead of a planet, he needed cannon fodder to travel in spaceships and collect all kinds of resources. This group of people was very suitable. As for the headache, let Dichi, the mastermind, have a headache. Suji felt that it was none of his business. A large amount of energy could be recovered for free. Just thinking about it made him feel proud of his idea. One had to know that the energy of ordinary life was extremely scarce. Only the life of the strong could provide a large amount of energy. As for how the strong could be produced, perhaps this was the best way. At this time, in the world of the ancient tree, birds sang and flowers bloomed. In the sky, a vast green sky sprinkled down bits of sunlight. It was beautiful. In an unknown corner of the tree, a spore gradually multiplied and turned into a small tree. One of the players slowly opened his eyes. Eh? How did I appear here in the blink of an eye? Did I pass through the world passage? Wasn't I in the world tunnel? How did I arrive at my destination in the blink of an eye? He widened his eyes, feeling that someone might have taken away part of his time. But he had indeed appeared here. A message came to his ears. Warning, please fully integrate into the identity of this world's native. Any information that is not from this world will be erased. So beautiful. This style, is this the primordial world? Mumu began to admire the lush greenery around him. But when he looked up, he saw a terrifying scene. The sky was covered by green leaves, like a curtain of green leaves. Sunlight shone through the translucent green leaves and onto the earth. It was beautiful, like a fairyland. The mottled sunlight formed by the leaves is an unbelievable rule. This is a different world. A brand new world. It's amazing, a world of leaves and sky. Mumu roared in ecstasy. He was intoxicated. He did not do it to dominate, but as a chef who liked to travel and enjoy the scenery, he sighed at the beauty of this different world. As expected of the myriad worlds, every world had different rules. The sky in the sorcerer world looked the most ordinary, but in the primordial world, there was the sun and the moon in the sky, and the gods toured the sky. But here, it was simply made of leaves. He suddenly had an urge to go out and brag to the netizens. He told himself that there was a storm in his heart and his ecstasy, but he suppressed it. He clearly understood that one day in the mortal world was equivalent to 100 years in the heavens. If he went out, his species might go extinct in an instant. Ha 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 ha, I'm going to find all kinds of delicious food here and bring unique Chinese dishes to the other world. I'll let them understand the breadth and depth of cuisine. The various creatures of the other world, I'm looking forward to your meat. While thinking, he turned his head to look at the species that followed behind him. There was nothing left. A cold breeze blew past. Hint, this world has unique rules. Hero's altar can be built and self-resurrection. A series of strange architectural blueprints gradually appeared in his mind, causing him to become confused. Hero's altar? Isn't this a resurrection point? Ha 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 ha. He laughed wildly on the spot, stomping his feet. I like the rules of this world. This is a real online game. This hardcore game suddenly gave out benefits and resurrection points. That's ridiculous. He wanted to build a resurrection point on the spot, but as he read on, his face stiffened. After resurrection, level will return to 0? Also, it requires a large amount of energy. The higher the level, the more energy? His face stiffened. This Spore evolution game was really hardcore, making people love and hate it at the same time. The racial characteristics of this world had been removed, and it had become individual power with resurrection points. This had both advantages and disadvantages for the players. Those players who needed to use their abilities in groups were a fatal flaw, but to him, what was the use of having a group? Bringing a bunch of cooking trees to a dinner party for the enemy, resurrection was the most powerful. However, the early stages are really difficult. This is a brand new world out of all the worlds in the universe. I'm the first to arrive here, so I have to explore it. There's no one who can help me. I need to find a way to hide and gather enough energy to revive. He looked at the towering trees around him. This was a lush and primitive environment. He immediately dug a hole in the ground. Don't underestimate me as a chef. As a veteran Minecraft player, I'll definitely have to kill trees on my first day. Then, I'll start building houses and leave behind a resurrection point. He began his journey in the alternate world as a chef. This Mumu didn't speak, and he pushed himself to the limit. He dug the ground and started hollowing out the trees. He hid inside and dug a small hole as a watchtower, constantly observing the outside of this world. Know the enemy, know yourself, and you will never be defeated. A few days later, after checking that there weren't any dangerous environments outside, he secretly attacked some small animals and used their flesh and blood to make a small altar. Only then did he feel slightly relieved. I'm a normal unranked creature, so I don't need much energy to revive. I've been busy for more than 10 days now, and I finally have enough energy for one. Whoosh, he was hunting small animals, like wild rabbits. Suddenly, a huge black lizard with wings made of flesh and blood similar to an ancestor of witches spread its wings and flew in the air. It let out a loud roar and emitted a strong pressure as it soared under the green sky. Oh my god. Mumu didn't speak. He held the small animal's corpse and looked up in shock. What a huge black dragon. Kaboom, a few days later, he found an ancient war tree. It passed by with its rough body that was like a small mountain. Dragons and moving ancient trees, all terrifying transcendent life forms. One day, I'll have a taste of you. He began to shiver. There was a gray animal skin bag hanging on the tree branch. He could only bend his back and sneak across the forest. He kept digging holes and camping at night, heading toward the main trunk of the huge leaf in the sky. What a wonderful and vast Western fantasy world. I want to see what kind of miraculous tree life forms that turn leaves into the sky are. Another 10 days passed. From afar, he saw an enormous tree that covered the heavens and covered the earth. It pierced into the heavens, and at the roots of the tree, there was a group of beautiful elves. They wore green clothes and grass skirts, and they were currently living there, constantly hunting. Holy shit. I've finally met a living person, and it's a beautiful and cute little elf lady. He was so excited that he put down his luggage and started digging holes, observing from afar. This is the life I want, to travel in search of delicious food, to be a chef who travels the world, to witness the customs of various places, as well as all kinds of great transcendent life forms. After a few more days, he sneaked a peek at a cute little elf girl wearing a grass skirt. He felt that she was super cute and naive. She especially liked to play alone in the nearby forest, She even skipped when she walked. She was very gullible. That's her. This elf girl has a cute and naive face, very gullible. As an otaku, I'm good at the game of love. It's not difficult to secretly capture the heart of an innocent little girl. To capture a girl's heart, you must first capture her stomach. Not to mention that I'm a super chef, an invincible glutton. Whoosh, on this day, he secretly roasted a small animal, roasting it until it was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. He waited silently on the path that the little elf girl must take. Tap tap tap. Smells so good. The little elf murmured in the elven language. She sniffed the fragrance and looked around. It's delicious. Little girl, do you want to have a bite? He tried to communicate, but there was a language barrier. He could only cooperate with her actions and words, handing her a piece. The little girl took a bite and looked at him with a burning desire. This oddly shaped little treant seemed a little wretched. It's useful. Mumu was overjoyed. He quickly tore off pieces of skin from his feet and handed them to her. Little girl, try something more intense. See if it's strong enough. The little girl took it and ate it innocently. Sob sob sob, in an instant, she choked and tears streamed down her face. She threw her head back and cried. She felt that it was too painful for her eyes. Her clear eyes were tearing up crazily. However, after eating it, she felt that there was a strange delicacy in it. The little girl had never eaten food like this before. The elf seemed to have a natural liking for this kind of plant seasoning. Soon, she looked at him with longing, blinking her eyes. Ha ha ha, come and eat the stinky tofu flavor that I've meticulously brewed. He was instantly pleased. As a chef, the happiest thing was to receive affirmation from a customer. After a while, when they were almost done eating, Mumu let her have a taste of all the 7 seasonings on his body. Little sister-in-law's eyes shone brightly, as if she hadn't had enough. She still looked at him innocently, as if waiting for more food. Mumu rubbed his hands and looked at the little girl. He felt that he had successfully captured the little girl's heart and was about to say something. The next second, thump, he was quickly beaten to death with a stick. The little girl dropped the stick and dismembered him with a blissful look on her face. She tore off a tree arm as if she was eating a snack. She kept chewing on it as she ran away, speaking in a language that he could not understand at all. Sister, sister. There's something delicious here. Mumu? His leg was grabbed by the little loli, and he was swung wildly behind her like a kite with a withered tree branch. Intense pain and dizziness filled his mind, but he instinctively gave the evaluation of a professional chef to a customer. She tasted 7 different flavors, and the first thing she liked was the arm. So she likes the garlic flavor. This elf's taste is quite heavy. Then he died. When he came back to his senses, he had already reappeared in the hero's altar. Luckily, I spent half a month and obtained a lot of energy to revive. I don't believe that I can't defeat this elf girl. For the next half a year. In order to prove his culinary skills, he kept collecting resurrection energy, and then steeled his heart to seduce the little loli. He kept researching the delicious ingredients of this world, waiting for her to pass by and using all kinds of tricks. Then, he had experienced more than 30 fancy ways of dying. But he gradually began to communicate with this little girl, gaining her trust and trying to learn their language. This little girl also stopped killing him and often came to ask for food and play with him. From this, he learned the elf language and understood the civilization of this world. This little girl was called Shilin, and the ancient tree of life she lived in was called the ancient night tree. These tree elves liked to appear at night. Elves had long lifespans like trees. They only reached adulthood at 80 years old, and had a lifespan of more than 300 years. She was not an adult yet, only 50 years old. These tree elves were few in number and had low reproductive abilities. Every one of them was extremely precious, and they could only rely on the fruits of the ancient tree of life to reproduce. Moreover, in this Western fantasy ancient tree world, there was the towering ancient tree of life, the powerful ancient tree of war, giant dragons, deep-sea hydras, and all kinds of terrifying behemoths. The people of this world are really simple. I died more than 30 times, and my progress is finally almost full. On this day, after playing with the little girl, he returned to his residence. According to the information on the power system on the internet, this world's power system is very high. Adult elves have the standard of grade 4, as if they were born demons. He returned to his room and began to prepare the ingredients for Xiaolin's next meal. But in the next second, a group of adult beautiful elves suddenly rushed in. This is where that strange ancient tree is. Finally found it. Xiaolin, who secretly seduced us, and seems to have the ability to continuously revive. It's also very delicious. Yes, this creature seems to be able to cook delicious food. Xiaolin once secretly brought it back, and I tasted it once. It's countless times more delicious than the meat we roasted with fire. Crack, he was quickly locked up. A group of dark elf ladies surrounded him and sized him up. He lay on the bed and looked at the group of beautiful elves with exquisite faces. For some reason, he felt a little happy. Sisters, please be gentle. I'm afraid of pain. He smiled, but his smile gradually became more and more perverted. Because the group of young ladies picked up knives and started dissecting him. Oh my God. Someone save me. After half a month, he suddenly stabilized and was released. He became a member of the elf tribe and received great treatment. He became the night elf tribe's ancient wood chef, and he conquered the entire tribe with his delicacies and cooked for them. Moreover, he didn't need to prepare the altar's energy. The powerful elf race had already prepared countless resurrection energy for him. Whoosh, smoke rose from the flames and floated into the air with a delicious fragrance. At this time, hundreds of elves were holding a bonfire dinner feast. A strange-looking tiny treant was cooking food for them. The cute ladies around them were all looking forward to it. Their eyes were burning, and they were even gulping down their saliva. Okay, this is a cake that I've tried using tree starch and yeast-like plants to make. You'll definitely be fascinated by its delicious taste. Today's main dishes are roasted meat and roasted fish. His expression became calm. Amazing. The people around him cheered. A group of young ladies quickly took wooden bowls and put the food in them. Then, they quickly swarmed forward and dismembered Mumu's limbs. His arms are mine. Hair, I want hair. I want his feet. Although the smell is so spicy that I'm crying, I don't know why, but it's addictive. Whoosh, a group of elves swarmed forward. After the chef finished cooking, he was quickly torn into pieces and smeared on the food he cooked. It was as if it had become a sacred ceremony. Delicious. The spicy taste is the best. Nonsense. It's obviously minced garlic. That's too delicious. Some people liked spicy food, while others liked minced garlic. There were all kinds of flavors. Not far away, a new Seven Wonders treasure tree gradually walked out of the hero's altar. Looking at the elves who were cheering, he would sacrifice himself to the food after cooking every day. The little girl, Xiaolin, was holding a piece of cake that was sprinkled with soy sauce. Her red lips were stained with sauce, and she looked a little pure and cute. She walked over with an apologetic expression and said in a silly manner, I didn't expect the big sisters to follow me. I just wanted to eat you alone. Are we still friends? Mumu smiled awkwardly and patted the little girl's head. It's okay. It's not your fault. Xiaolin suddenly became excited, and her eyes shone with longing. Then, can I still eat you first? Mumu? Yes. Mumu replied. He quickly adapted to this kind of life. He suddenly felt that this kind of life was very blissful. There was a group of pure and beautiful elven sisters accompanying him every day. They would affirm his food. He only needed to study food, and they would prepare all kinds of ingredients for him. Then, they would look at him eagerly. This feeling of being needed was even more satisfying than when he was a chef in a special restaurant. I've always been a chef who pursues good food. It doesn't matter if I become stronger. It's a very happy thing to become a member of this tribe and keep studying food. He gradually let go of the idea of becoming stronger. 2 years passed by. His cooking skills became more and more proficient, and he would occasionally feed the ancient war trees. The Dark Night Elf tribe was one of the weaker factions among the 11 ancient trees. They only had around 300 elves and 17 ancient war trees. The strongest, the Feather Elf tribe, had around 1,100 elves and 70 ancient war trees. They had even enslaved a green dragon. Previously, it had been peaceful. The stronger elf tribes were very far away from them. Although the neighboring elf tribes were strong, they weren't that much stronger than them. However, as the unique food of the night elves gradually spread, it attracted a lot of attention. What are they eating? It smells so tempting. If we can eat it, then, food and lust were the instinctive pursuit of all living beings. Some people would even pay a great price for food, including war. The wind elves next door started to hate simple food. They found it hard to swallow. Plunder them. A small-scale war broke out. There were casualties in the tribe. One by one, the elven ladies who chatted harmoniously with each other were brought back. Gradually, they were heavily injured and died in front of their eyes. As the chef, Mumu started to treat their wounds. Chili and garlic could be used to sterilize the wounds, so it was a simple treatment. The ancient war trees that we brought, as well as more than 10 of Big Sister Mijia's clansmen, have been captured. 3 days later, a piece of news came. Panic started to spread in the elf tribe. Mijia was the most dignified and mature elder sister among them. She was also an intimate elder sister that Mumu often chatted with. What will happen to them? Mumu's voice trembled. They were killed under the ancient tree of life to become nutrients for the next generation of wind elves. As for the ancient war trees, they have already defected to the enemy and become their ancient tree. It's the same for us. The ancient war trees were like mercenaries. They would follow the tribe of whoever provided them with food and tamed them. Most of the time, they would not die. They wandered between the major elf tribes. Why don't you hand me over? Mumu's eyes widened. This was the first time he had seen true death. It was a living, intelligent life with a voice and appearance. A few days ago, it was still laughing and joking. In reality, he was only a chef. Although he had killed chickens, ducks, fish, and pigs before and would not be soft-hearted, they were still living people. For the first time, he realized the cruelty of life. This was not a game. This was a living world, a real second life. How can we hand you over? You are the treasure of our tribe. You can provide us with weapons, healing, and delicious food. Without you, we will return to the simple life we had before. Without delicious food, we are no different from being dead. The surrounding elves shook their heads. Moreover, there will be wars every once in a while. You are only the cause of them. After saying that, they picked up their iron spears, iron bows, and arrows. They brought the ancient war trees and started the war. You helped us develop our civilization. These weapons are very helpful to us. They are stronger than us, but they might not be able to defeat us. More news came from the front lines. Another ancient war tree was captured. Moreover, it was said that the neighboring wind elves began to feel the pressure and chose to join hands with the water elves to completely eradicate the night elves. They would obtain the secret that the night elves had iron weapons that made their food delicious. The tallest tree in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. Hand me over. In the room, Mumu was trembling. Although he was very ruthless with his words, as a chef, he had some achievements in the evolution of species. As for other things, such as war, cultivation, and becoming stronger, he knew nothing about them. It's useless. The elf beside him suddenly said and walked out. This is war. There are not many reasons. Mumu was silent for a while. He could only cook for the elves in the tribe, but he could not do anything else. Although he had long regarded the 300 of them as his family. He stood on the treehouse and looked down at the entire elf tribe. They were in danger. Suddenly, he fell silent. He quietly went offline and decided to go out and ask for help. In fact, if he wanted to get rid of this slave life and not cook for this tribe, he could have gone out and asked for help a long time ago. However, he quite liked this kind of life. Now, he had no choice but to ask for help from the outside network. Back then, the Alchemy Emperor had also asked for help like this. However, the Alchemy Emperor had the ability to resist, so everyone could help him. But what about him? He was the weakest delicious plant with extremely weak combat power. How could a chef intervene in the war of the High Elves, who had an average combat power of level 4? This was almost impossible. However, he still hoped that the omnipotent netizens could help him think of a way. Soon, a post was posted. Otherworld SOS, a chef, how to solve the crisis of extermination of an elf tribe. Reward, 50,000 sand coins, in the wizard community. The officials used meditation coins to replace the currency, but the players were still used to calling it sand coins. The whole forum became very lively. The cute girl begged, 50,000 sand coins, motherf asterisk cur. You stinky chef, you've been running a restaurant in our sand table world for so long. How much hard-earned money have you squeezed out of our people? Shocked, it's the hard-earned money of countless funeral chickens. How can it not be profitable? Before, it had no seasoning and was wrapped in plant juice, and it sold for 200 sand coins. Now that it's a seasoning species, with a little seasoning, it can sell for 500 sand coins. This kind of black-hearted merchant actually made it. Devastated, countless people were angry. This person with 50,000 sand coins was definitely a local tycoon. Even those who specialized in the wizard community were not that rich. This person was too black-hearted. Wait, you said elf tribe, what's going on? Suddenly, someone asked. Mumu did not speak. Cough, cough, cough. I'm a chef. I've entered a new world, and I've been hired by a dark elf tribe with a high salary. The treatment is very good, and I have deep feelings for the elves there. Recently, the elf tribe has been fighting, and our tribe is about to go extinct. The ancient war trees are falling one by one, and the ancient tree of life is also in danger. I'd like to ask if you can let me be a chef and think of a way to help an elf tribe. Following that, he explained the information to everyone. The structure of the living world inside shocked everyone. Another brand new world, moreover, the species could not survive there, but they could build a hero altar, everyone discussed among themselves. Miss Elf. So beautiful. The group looked at the screenshots as if they were goddesses in the dimensional walls. Beautiful and beautiful, more perfect than any celebrity in reality. They were like soul-stirring treasures, perfect and flawless. Everyone was extremely jealous. This chef was actually surrounded by a bunch of girls in a cluster of flowers. It was really enviable, which other species did not end up miserable once they entered, slimes, creation trees, thunderhammers. It was normal for everyone to be miserable. After all, they were all species with great potential. However, they were incomparably weak as soon as they entered. They didn't even have time to develop before being fought over like treasures. Enslavement was unavoidable. But this person? He did not suffer any pain and reached the peak of his life, being hired as a chef by an elf tribe. Kill this heretic. Countless people were heartbroken. Mumu didn't say anything. Everyone, please spare my life. I was wrong, I was really wrong. Do you have the heart to let such young ladies die? Trembling, Meng Mei was idle. She would lie down and sleep inside. She often came out to wander around. Now, she had come out to join in the fun. The cute girl evolved into a dragon, I don't believe it. If it was any other world, it would make sense, but in this world, you're the only one with no seasoning, so where are you going to get seasoning for them? You're the only seasoning. Mumu stiffened, his face like a bitter gourd. It seemed like he couldn't hide it anymore, so he could only release a screenshot. Whoosh, a group of cheerful ladies tore apart a strange-shaped tree and poured it on their delicious meat. Everyone. F***CK. We've gone overboard. We admit our mistakes. Ha 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 ha. My stomach hurts so much. Why did you plot against me? You just don't know the disadvantages of a tribe. You can't reproduce, so you have to do it yourself. After cooking, you have to jump on it and become a seasoning. So you're also treated as a treasure, raised in captivity, and sacrificed yourself for the ladies to eat. Sacrificing your life, you can see how deep your love is. Laughing emoji, everyone's faces were flushed with excitement. You, a black market merchant, deserved to have such a day. However, after making a fuss for a while, he remembered the important matter at hand. Beauty is justice. Those little sisters who lived by Mumu's side had been laughing and chatting with him for so long. How could he let them die? But but as he said, he was a chef in a tribe, a seasoning species. He had no strength and no potential at all. How could he intervene in the war of the fourth-grade elves? Even the cleverest housewife can't cook without rice. I can't think of a way. You're thinking so hard. You weakling, there's no way. You're being torn into seasoning without any resistance. How can you, a man who lives off women, help them defeat the enemy? Be good and run for your life. Before you run, roar, life is full of ups and downs, don't bully the young. Impossible. We're players, how can we not have a way? Where's the cute girl, do you have a way? The cute girl evolved into a dragon, ah. I have no clue either. Maybe those red-named players have a way, but they've been in seclusion recently and can't be contacted at all. Shrugs, everyone was discussing and at their wits' end. This was the first time a request for help from another world was met with difficulties and couldn't be solved. You're just a rotten wood seasoning, how can you change the situation in such a short time? You're not even a first-grade creature. Even if you cultivate from the beginning, it'll take time. Now, a disaster is upon them. Akina Mountain sped up, ahem, maybe I have a way. Another well-known player appeared. Everyone was shocked. This big shot had been recuperating ever since he came out of the sorcerer world, adjusting to the time difference. He rarely appeared on the internet. The scene at that time was still vivid in his mind. Big star, who has a perfect plan. Perhaps he really has a way. Everyone was pleasantly surprised. This big shot's intelligence was extremely high, and his schemes were terrifying. Perhaps he really did have some kind of plan. Mumu didn't say anything, but he was also very excited. Boss, you're awesome. What's your plan? Mumu thanks you on behalf of the Elven Sisters. Akina Mountain sped up, ahem, ahem, ahem. Don't act cute in front of me. I heard that someone took advantage of my absence to open a barbecue shop inside the sand table. He killed hundreds and thousands of funeral chickens and kept barbecuing them. He even advertised that it's the favorite food of the god of creation. You can eat it just by turning your head. Is he trying to make a huge profit? Everyone suddenly had a strange expression. It's over, Akina Mountain drove very fast, and he was also a thief who held a grudge. Chef Mumu, who made a fortune by selling funeral chickens, now came looking for him, and he was waiting for this moment. Mumu didn't say anything, but he also had a bitter expression. He knew that no matter what the big shot said, he had to do it. After all, he was asking for help. Mumu didn't say anything. Boss, I was wrong. Shivering, kowtowing, Akina Mountain sped up. Don't worry, don't you know my character? I'm a magnanimous person. I won't care so much about you, and I won't ask you for compensation. I'll give you an idea for free, so that you can instantly turn the situation around. Everyone was stunned. The person behind the computer was himself. Akina Mountain sped up, cough, cough, cough. I've rested for so long, and I've already gone through a barren world. I've rested enough. I'm very interested in this ancient tree world, and now I'm back. From today onwards, I'll enter the sand table again and deduce a new species that belongs to me. Everyone, please take care of me. As for this matter, I'll write an ancient tree world plan review, as a sign of my return. Wait for me for 10 minutes. Everyone instantly understood. This big shot had rested for so long, and now he finally announced the return of the king. Review, this was Akina Mountain's habit. This big shot especially loved to write reviews. The first open beta review was written by him, introducing the strategy of the spore evolution sand table to everyone. Later, he wrote a hot review, Our World is the Heavens, revealing the truth of the wizard world and the identity of the giant sitting on a chair eating fruit in the yard. He was the legendary god of creation, the only existence that transcended space, time, and cause and effect. After disappearing for so long, to be honest, everyone kind of missed the days of reviews. Mumu didn't say anything. Wait. Big shot, the time difference outside is not right. If you let me wait here for 10 minutes, many days have passed inside. There is a war going on inside, and the situation is getting worse. They may have already fought near the Night Ancient Tree Tribe. Akina Mountain said, Don't worry, you don't have much time. Since I said I have a plan, I definitely don't care about this time. I'll let you reverse the situation in an instant and turn the tables. Next, my plan has a success rate of 80%, and it will let you instantly have at least grade 5 strength. I'll let you become the elf clan's hero, resurrect on the hero's altar, enter the battlefield, and lead the night elves to reverse the situation. What? Let this chef become the elf clan's hero? This is King funny. Everyone was startled. It was inconceivable. This black-hearted little chef wasn't even a grade 1 ordinary life form. How could he instantly reach grade 5? That was impossible, it was too illogical. And Mumu didn't say anything. He wasn't an old player who had experienced a world and had experience in cultivation, so he couldn't recultivate to a very high level in a short time. Even if he was an old player, it was impossible to break through to grade 5 from 0 in a few days. That's impossible. And this world didn't have a cultivation system, so you couldn't become stronger. Even the elf clan was born at grade 4. If you didn't improve, how could you get to grade 5? But the person who spoke was Akina Mountain Speed. This big boss had previously faced the Cthulhu evil god that couldn't be defeated. At that time, everyone was in despair. Ermin, Medusa, Circe. And he still used all kinds of unimaginable methods to persuade Medusa, reach an agreement, and unite with her as an ally, open up a crowdfunding method to become a god, and defeat the Cthulhu evil god. But this time, Big Star didn't enter that world at all, right? That's too exaggerated. He heard a few things from outside, and he has a plan? If Zhuge Kongming was still alive, I can't imagine what he would do to let a new player, a seasoning, instantly reach grade 5, become the elf clan's hero, and save the tribe. Everyone was discussing spiritedly as they waited. Their faces were full of anticipation, waiting to see what the big boss was going to do. Let Mumu turn the tables? That would be too exciting. After about 8 minutes, as expected, a post was posted. New World Review, Mumu's counterattack plan. Dressing up as a girl can make you stronger. Hello everyone, I'm Akina Mountain Speed. We haven't met for a long time, so don't ask questions. My speed is still as fast as ever. I just saw a post on the internet that caused a phenomenal discussion in the forum and became an explosive topic. A new unknown world has opened, and it's full of ancient trees. Many players call it the Ancient Tree World. I also took a brief look at the description. It's a very wonderful new world, and many things are still unknown. So now I'm going to ride on the wave of popularity. According to my personal opinion, I'll write my evaluation of the new world and my imagination of the future. Everyone, follow me. When the crowd saw the familiar style and sentences, they immediately confirmed that it was the same person, because their personalities were very clear. The review post was as detailed as usual, introducing a lot of content. No wonder it took 10 minutes. I've been reviewing the game since the first closed beta. I'm one of the oldest veterans. I rested for a long time, and now that I'm back, it's already the 5th beta test. Tomorrow morning, the newest batch of new 5th beta test players will come in. Tomorrow, I'll come in and start from scratch with them, evolving into a new species. You'll see me tomorrow, and we'll be comrades again. Alright, that's all for personal matters. I've been feeling emotional, so let me talk about serious matters. In fact, I haven't deviated from the times. Although I didn't participate in the previous primordial world, I've been paying attention to it. I've appeared occasionally, and everyone has seen me before. In fact, the primordial world is a strange world that cannot be measured by common sense. If we hadn't been to the primordial world, would we have thought that the sun and moon in the previous world would have such a structure? I have to admit that the various worlds are scary and colorful. Therefore, I'll continue to brag. Those who don't understand will think that this is a game, but those who understand will understand that this is a true second life. No matter how many mysteries there are, you can figure it out yourself. Personally, he felt that the rules of the third world, the world of the ancient tree, were also very special. We have to help Mumu Mute turn the tables and change the outcome of a war between the high elves with a weak chef. First, we have to understand the characteristics of that world. After listening to the description, I think there are 2 points worth paying attention to. First, the hero's altar. Under the rules of that world, a player's death was not considered as death. They could be revived. This was a very novel and very practical point. Second, the 11 miraculous ancient trees of life. I observed the life structures of the high elves and ancient trees. According to Moo Mute's explanation, it should be similar to the primordial world's demons. The energy in the fruits allows the seeds to develop intelligence. Then, the question is, where does the energy come from? For plants and animals to become demons and develop intelligence, it requires a large amount of energy. I thought for a while. The 11 ancient trees of life are very special. They cover the sky, as though they deliberately evolved to form a huge canopy that competes with each other in the sky. That's how they form such a strange scene. Then the ancient tree of life had indirectly confirmed that the energy of this world definitely came from above the sky. The 11 ancient trees of life had monopolized most of the energy in this world. They had even used part of the energy to build their own defense system, condensing the energy in their fruits to produce Xiao and form their own tree guards. This was the origin of the elves. Then, he analyzed those miraculous ancient trees of life. Why did they only produce women? No man, from the perspective of evolution, it was correct that there was only a single sex. That's because the ancient tree of life instinctively doesn't allow the fairies to reproduce themselves. If they don't rely on the ancient tree to give birth to themselves, they will break free from its control. Everyone felt that this analysis was very reasonable. Then, the secret of this world is definitely not limited to this. There must be some kind of extremely terrifying high-energy environment at the top of the sky. It's very likely that it's the source of cultivation in this world. After all, every world in the universe had a different cultivation system. In the sorcerer world, it was about cultivating one's own spiritual force without the help of external objects. The ancient desolate world absorbed the incense flames of all living beings and the soul aura they emitted. Many a little makes a mickle, and it was used to cultivate. What about the ancient wood world? What was the scene outside the sky covered by the canopy of the ancient tree? Providing an endless source of eternal energy, sun and moon? Or gods? Energy pool? Some kind of energy source? Or something even more terrifying? This is enough to make people yearn for it. This is also the reason why I want to go in and explore. To be honest, I've already broken away from vulgar interests and have no goal to contend for hegemony. As a sorcerer, I only want to pursue the truth and travel to different worlds, absorbing their civilization and constantly making myself more knowledgeable. Now that I've recuperated, I'm very interested in this ancient tree world. I want to go in and see the truth of that world. As expected of the great star of the meticulous strategist school, hearing this analysis, everyone broke out in a cold sweat. From the introduction of Moo Does Not Speak, this big shot could analyze a lot of information. Even the ancient tree of life had become a transparent existence in his eyes. And Suji also had a strange expression. Mount Akina, after coming out of the sorcerer world, you're still as fierce as ever. As soon as you analyzed the structure of the world, you guessed that the sky covered by the trees must be the source of energy of this world. However, no matter how powerful your analysis ability is, you can't guess that outside the sky of the ancient tree world is space and the vast universe of stars. But at this moment, the forum was still lively. Everyone once again looked at the next paragraph that Mount Akina posted. Well, out of personal habits of the sorcerer world, I first analyzed the structure of the ancient tree of this world and the power system. To solve the problem and reverse the desperate situation, I have to know myself and the enemy to come up with a solution. Step by step, I deduced and analyzed the life structure of the ancient tree of night and the elves, and found a sure-win method to make Moo instantly become a grade 5 powerhouse. Did you guys think of it? Sure-win method. Everyone looked at each other, feeling that their IQ was not enough. Didn't the analysis above analyze the structure of the ancient tree of life and the world? But there were still many people leaving comments. Some people said that it was possible to let Moo concoct a kind of poison and turn it into a dark cuisine, which could poison the grade 5 creatures and the elves. In this way, as a weak chicken chef, he could completely turn the situation around. Some people also guessed that he had found a way to make the eternal tree of life uproot from the ground and turn it into an ancient tree of war, which could move and kill the elves of other tribes with one slap, but it was quickly rejected by the people. The eternal tree of life covered a large part of the sky, and it was even bigger than the world tree. It would be strange if it could move. Many guesses came out, but no one could answer them correctly. How could a tree chef in an elf tribe suddenly become a peerless powerhouse with the terrible power of a grade 5 powerhouse? No one could think of this at all. In everyone's eyes, it was still a hopeless situation, but Mount Akina's speed was not unsolvable, and it was not just a 1 or 2% chance of winning. He had a 100% sure win method, and it seemed that he was being modest when he said he had an 80% chance of winning before. Well, time is running out, I will not talk in riddles. Let's begin. Didn't I just say that the doubts lie in 2 questions, the hero altar and the structure of the ancient tree of life? Then, of course, we will find the answer from these 2 questions. Simply put, the process. Mumu did not speak. You can commit suicide and set the resurrection point of the hero altar in a life fruit. You can be reborn from the elven fruit, steal the huge energy elf embryo, and grow in the life fruit. Then, will you be reborn as an elf? Everyone's mind was shocked. Why didn't they think of it before? They had just analyzed that the essence of elves was a monster. Tree monster. Then, could Mumu also be reborn in an elven fruit, absorb the energy, and become a tree elf? It was originally a plant. Naturally, it could become a tree monster. Others could not be reborn and become an embryo seed, but it could, because it had its own resurrection altar. One had to know that an elf was born with grade 3 strength, and an adult was grade 4. If it could be reborn in this way, it would already have the ability to change the situation. This was a very imaginative idea. The difficult problem that everyone had been pondering over was solved. This moment was more satisfying than drinking a can of iced beer under the scorching sun. All hail the big boss. Holy sh*t. This kid is so terrifying. In the whole world of acting cool, he's a rare existence. Everyone burst into an uproar, very enthusiastic. As expected of the famous big boss of Mount Akina. Knowledge really changed the world. This hardcore game, as long as a bald person learned it to death. There was no miracle that knowledge and learning could not create. It continued to say, you are only grade 3 when you are born. Of course, it is not enough. You need more energy from the life fruit. This requires you to communicate with the ancient tree of dark night and let it gather the energy of 7 or 8 life fruits into one life fruit. And you, after being reborn in the hero altar, will be reborn as a seed of the 7 wonders treasure tree in that extremely high energy life fruit. The 7 wonders treasure tree combines the blood of the night elf. After becoming a demon, what kind of elf will it become? That is unknown territory, and I don't know, but you must be a woman. A female elf. You can't be a man. As for why, it is the ancient tree of life. I have already analyzed it. Everyone. Their eyes suddenly widened, and their expressions changed. So all the previous analysis of the world structure was foreshadowing for us to understand it now. They sat in front of the computer and looked at the forum, their eyes full of disbelief. After the turn of events, the foreshadowing kicked off a wonderful prelude. Everyone was stunned, and this big boss was not holding a grudge, but was waiting here, to make Mumu not speak and turn him into a woman. Only now did everyone realize that the elves were all women. The big boss said to make him the hero of the elves. Didn't he turn into a girl? Instantly, they confirmed that it was Mount Akina's speed himself. As always, he held a grudge and dug a pit here to bury people. With such a high level of calculation and layout, he could trap people one after another, and he could trap people to death. It was no wonder that the few red-named players from before were killed by him alone. Cross-dressing can make you stronger. This scary word appeared in everyone's mind. No wonder this post was named earlier. It turned out that it was prepared. 6666. Scary. Who dares to mess with this boss? Dig it up, but not bury it. I won't talk about it. Instantly, everyone silently praised this speed boss on Mount Akina. This was revenge for everyone. In the entire Spore Evolution sandbox, no one had exquisite cooking skills. The only one who knew about evolution and cooking was Mumu doesn't talk. Usually, this guy opened a shop in the sandbox and monopolized it. God knows how much hard-earned money he had squeezed out. Now, Joe Boppy was defeated. Immediately, countless people began to celebrate. They even tried all sorts of ways to persuade Mumu to accept his fate. A river god floated on the river bridge. Young man, did you lose this crimson pleated skirt? Or this goth lowly costume? No effort, no struggle, just cross-dressing and become an elf hero. Become the elf queen. Slogan, no hard work, cross-dressing makes me stronger easily. A dispirited man sat in the ruins. Once upon a time, I sank in suffering and hesitated in tears. My family died in front of me, and my lover fell in a rain of blood. Smoke and blood filled the air. I was powerless and weak. In the end, I resolutely picked up my weapon and stood up. I put on a sexy dress that made people gasp for breath, and I walked towards the battlefield, bathed in the golden sunlight. Slogan: no hard work, cross-dressing makes me stronger easily. A bunch of advertisements appeared. Everyone was shocked. There were no screenshots or images in the advertisements, only text descriptions. Yet, the images felt so good. How did they do it? It was a pity that these talents didn't go into advertising. Damn it. Looking at this advertisement, something strange seemed to awaken in my body. Gritting teeth: no. I have a bottom line. Starting to be shy: no? You will want it sooner or later. Serious face: what a bunch of little bitches. Moo burst into tears. He was heartbroken. Were these animals speaking human language? He felt that these animals were too shameless and knew how to add insult to injury. All I did was become a black market chef and monopolize your food. So I secretly squeezed out all of your wealth. Mount Akina sped up. Hey, you're too much. We're seriously discussing how to turn this situation around. Why are you messing around and destroying our confidence? Mumu did not speak, but this was indeed the only way. Go and communicate with the ancient tree of darkness. It won't just sit there and wait for death. Tell it that you can save it. Take 7 fruits of life and gather their energy in 1 fruit of life. Then, set the hero's altar's rebirth formation inside the fruit. You'll be reborn inside. Mumu took a deep breath. He was somewhat touched. I started from scratch. Even if I cultivated hard for decades, I might not be able to reach the 5th order. This is the only way for me to become stronger instantly. As long as I become, ordinary elves were 3rd order when they were born and 4th order when they grew up. However, he had gathered 7 fruits of life. He would probably be 4th order when he was born and 5th order when he grew up. Moreover, the hero's altar's special feature was very terrifying. It could allow you to grow up instantly and become an adult. When he was reborn in the hero's altar, he grew up rapidly from a seed and became an adult 7 Wonders treasure tree. That was why he was dismembered. This is the only way. Although he was unwilling, the voices and smiles of Celine and the other elves kept appearing in his mind. At most, I'll kill myself after I succeed and become a 7 Wonders treasure tree again. I can't be addicted to that kind of power. He had already decided that they would start a war to protect him while he hid behind the tribe. At this time, Mount Akina spoke again. It was worth waiting for 10 minutes, right? Go back quickly. Have the power to protect everything you want. We will always help you. We will be your strongest support. Remember to send us your beautiful photos after this. We will give you some advice to prevent any negative reactions. After getting the reply, Mumu did not say anything. He had already started to ignore this group of animals and hurriedly returned to the ancient tree world. When he opened his eyes again, he appeared in a world of green trees. It was very elegant and quiet. He hurriedly ran out. In these 10 minutes, a long time had passed in the ancient tree world. The war outside had completely broken out. Although the night elves had the advantage of weapons, they were still at an extreme disadvantage and had reached the moment of extinction. Mumu was still a little hesitant. Although he was now a plant and could not distinguish between male and female, he still thought of himself as a proud male tree gentleman. Moreover, he used this tree as a seasoning to deliberately erase the pain of living things. That was why he could calmly accept his previous death. After turning into a demon and becoming a humanoid elf, he would be able to feel pain. That death would be unbearably painful for him. What will happen if we lose the war? He walked around and found the little girl, Xianxia. The war was very urgent now. They had even fought into the territory of the ancient tree of darkness and were about to reach the core area of the Dark Knight tribe. Even Xianxia and the other grade 3 elves were about to be sent to the battlefield. If they were sent to the battlefield, they might die. Xianxia can't die. He looked at this little elf with deep fear. Xianxia said, if we lose, all the elves will be killed, and our mother, the Tree of Life, will be enslaved. They will regularly steal the energy our mother absorbs and bring it back to their tree to reproduce the fruit of life. Shilin explained. It was said that the distant feather elf tribe used this method. They enslaved an ancient tree of life to collect energy for them. That was why their population was many times that of a normal tribe. I understand. Looks like I have to do it. He stood up and strode forward in the tribe. He turned his head to look at the great eternal tree of life. It was lush and green, reaching into the sky. He walked lightly on the tree trunk and stroked its old and rough green bark. It seemed to contain the vicissitudes of time. The greatest ancient life in the world. The night elves that protect you are about to lose the war. You will be robbed by other ancient trees. With your level, you must not be willing, right? Whoosh, the dense leaves in the sky shook slightly. The mottled sunlight turned into tiny light spots that flickered on the ground. It was extremely beautiful. After a long time, an ancient elf language seemed to come from the sky. The strange ancient tree of rebirth that is between the ancient tree of war and the ancient tree of life. Your arrival has led to the destruction of my tribe. I will also become a servant and lose my freedom. I will no longer be able to have an elf guard that belongs to me. I can only be slaughtered. This is destruction, but also an opportunity, isn't it? Facing an ancient and powerful life form from who knew how long ago, his heart trembled, but he tried to remain calm and said, I can become a unique elf under your command. You are not an elf, the ancient voice replied. I can become an elf. I can become one of your subordinates, Mumu said. As long as you give me the energy of 7 fruits of life and gather it in 1 fruit of life, I can enter it and become a powerful unique elf. I can change the situation of the war. The ancient voice was silent for a while. Impossible. In the fruit of life, only the initial form of life, which is the seed, can become an elf. You are not even a seed, how can you enter the fruit? What if I can become a seed? He asked again. The eternal tree of dark night was completely silent. It instantly thought of life, as if it was stunned by this idea. On the other side, after a certain someone left in a hurry, the forum was still very lively. Akina Yamashina continued, ha ha ha. As long as he becomes a woman, he can't harm the cute and charming elf ladies. When I go in, those elf ladies will be mine. Even if it's necessary, she will be mine. Laughing emoji, screenshots. Akina Yamashina shook his hand and showed the screenshots of the beautiful elf ladies from before. They were so beautiful that they were out of this world. The netizens were stunned. This she seemed to be very intelligent, no wonder he was the big star of the meticulous planning school. Not only did he dig a hole and turn the table step by step, but he also had a hidden card. He even calculated this step, an embroidery needle, F***CK. Who's driving? I want to get off, this is not the way to the kindergarten. Cute girl begs, ha 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 ha, as expected of Akina Yamashina's old driver. I secretly welded the door shut. No one can get off today. He's laughing. JPG, Haruko loves to learn, scary. Could this be the hot-blooded friendship between men? Laughing emoji, cute girl wants to evolve into a dragon, I think it's normal. Mumu has been selling funeral chickens to make money all day long. I don't know how many chickens he has sold. Now it's just the opposite. He's being treated as a chicken and is paying for the meat. It's very reasonable. Laughing emoji, whoosh, a cool breeze blew. The green mottled tree trunk pierced the sky. The 17 fruits of life hanging at the highest point contained endless plant energy. There were only about 300 night elves now. These 17 fruits were new elves that had been nurtured for nearly 100 years. They were about to be born on this land. If 7 of them were to be taken away at once, even the ancient tree of life would feel distressed, but it wasn't that it didn't know that this strange plant life might really be reborn in a strange form and become a seed again. Whoosh, a terrifying pressure suddenly pressed down on his body. Strange ancient tree of rebirth, do you know how much I have to pay for this? Mumu's body was almost pressed to the ground. He opened his mouth again with difficulty. You can only choose this, or we will all die. I will become your guardian elf. You won't lose anything. You may even get a special and powerful elf to join the tribe. There's not much time left. There was silence in the sky for a long time. Suddenly, a reply came, and then there was no more sound. Mumu instantly revealed a look of pleasant surprise. It really worked. That's right. This is a crisis for the night elves, and also the only chance for me to rise. At this time, I took the opportunity to extort it like crazy, and it had no choice but to agree. According to his estimations, the maximum power elves could withstand was the 4th level, which was why it was difficult to create anything stronger. However, he believed in the potential of his species. It had 7 sense. Even though it didn't have any combat strength, it had taken a lot of effort to evolve it. Its life form was extremely complex, and matching the 7th sense was unimaginably difficult. Its life level was extremely high, and its potential was greater than this tree's seeds, and it could carry more power. Moreover, the ancient tree of life had no other choice. It could only try to turn him back into a seed and be reborn. He was not in a hurry. Instead, he immediately returned to the warehouse and committed suicide. Once. Twice. 3 times. He began to regenerate again and again, until the enormous regenerative energy left to him by the elf tribe was completely exhausted. He knew that in the future, he might not be in this form for a short period of time, so he tried to leave as much seasoning as possible. The warehouse was filled with the corpses of humanoid plants from the 7 Wonders treasure tree. They were piled up like firewood in a warehouse. Screenshots, goodbye, my youth. He broke into a run and quickly ran in the direction of the eternal tree of life in the dark night. After the war is over, I will commit suicide and be reborn from the ordinary hero altar. I will return to the form of the 7 Wonders treasure tree and remove the form of a female elf. Thud thud thud, accompanied by the sound of light footsteps, the mottled sunlight shone on his strange and domineering way of walking like a crab. Clatter, soon, with the help of the ancient tree of life, he successfully set the rebirth point inside a fruit of life that had condensed the energy of 7 fruits. Then, he committed suicide on the spot. In the altar of rebirth. In a small white space filled with hazy energy, a seed began to grow rapidly. However, it was no longer growing into the strange form of the 7 Wonders treasure tree. It seemed to have merged the elf bloodline and the 7 Wonders treasure tree's bloodline, becoming a brand new life form. This state was like a plow grafted on an apple tree, sucking the nutrients of the apple tree to grow. Clatter. The fruit landed on the ground. A small baby quickly walked out. A slender human figure was gradually born and grew. She had a delicate face and a graceful body, and was very different from other elves. She was born at the 4th rank and was still growing rapidly. Soon, she became a breathtakingly beautiful woman. As usual, I almost became an adult in an instant. She silently sensed her own ability. She already had the strength of the 5th rank, as if she was born a powerful demon. My 7 plant flavors have evolved and turned into various body abilities. The spiciness has become a murderous spiciness. I'm afraid that the spiciness has far surpassed any chili on earth. It can kill living creatures. It's extremely useful on the battlefield and can kill in a large area. The pepper spray was made of chili water. When it was sprayed on the skin, red spots would appear. When it was sprayed on the eyes, people would be sent to the hospital. And that was not the spiciness level. Some devil chili peppers with millions of degrees of spiciness could kill people, let alone this one in front of him. My stinky tofu has fermented and turned into a poisonous fungus that is symbiotic with me. It can be smeared on weapons, quickly infecting people and killing them. One must know that fermented fungus can be poisonous or non-poisonous. In ancient wars, soldiers were often asked to smear their own feces on their weapons to infect the wounds and cause them to rot to death. This situation was quite similar. The ability of minced garlic has become more obvious. It has the vitality of plants. When smeared, the wounds will not rot. It disinfects and heals the wounds. It has even become the only antidote for the stinky tofu. She calculated her abilities one by one. She put on her clothes and strode out. Suddenly, she stopped and looked down at the pool beside her. The sunlight shone on the water, reflecting her slender figure. She had a head of dark green hair, fair skin, a determined face, and eyes as sharp as an eagle's. What an interesting, powerful elf. She has so many abilities. In the night tree of life in the sky, it was also surprised by this strange and unique elf. She was far superior to ordinary elves. Perhaps she really had the qualifications to be an elf's hero. Finally, a distant voice slowly sounded, as the mother of the ancient tree, I name every newborn elf. I name you. Xianxia. Xianxia, in the elven language, meant guardian, watchman. It was just in line with the current situation of the night elves. They needed a powerful elf's hero to protect and save them. You bear the mission of our night elf tribe. You carry the deadly poison and sneak in the darkness like an assassin. You write a song of praise for the future of our night elf tribe. Your name is. The voice paused, Song of Shadow. Go, change the whole situation. Our night elf's hero, Xianxia, Song of Shadow. Countless years later, the later generations opened the book in the library and saw the beginning of this historic moment from the chronicles of the High Elves of Xianxia. It was a very simple record. Frowny face. In the 131st year of the era of gods, the night elves were invaded. The legendary elf's hero, Xianxia, was born on the altar of heroes. Xianxia put on a woman's tight-fitting dress made of vines and found a green leaf cloak to put on her back. I have to scrape some skin off my feet. She sat on a small bench in the tree tribe. The beautiful girl instantly turned into a foot-scratching man. She lifted a foot with both hands, bent down, and sniffed with her snow-white nose. Holy shit! I can't keep this foot anymore. It's really irritating to the eyes. And this is my natural resistance. If others smell it, what will happen? She picked up a knife and gently scraped the skin off her foot. Ouch, ouch, ouch. She grimaced in pain and made a crisp and sweet sound. Sure enough, after transforming, I have a sense of pain. Before, I specially eliminated the sense of pain and constantly scraped myself as a seasoning species. Now I'm suffering. If I knew it would hurt, I wouldn't have treated myself as a seasoning species. Clatter, a layer of skin and even a layer of flesh was gently cut off. The amount was not much, but the concentration was extremely high. She then covered the leaf cloak with her own chili toxin. When necessary, the cloak's leaves would fly out and let this chili's deadly negative powder sprinkle in the air. It was enough to blind or even completely lose the ability to fight. Chili, it really is a beautiful girl's anti-pervert spray. Mumu secretly complained. She then used her garlic energy-regenerating hands to gently touch her feet to disinfect and sterilize. She found that the effect was extremely good. The wounds were quickly healing. Sure enough, garlic is a commonly used plant in nature to disinfect and sterilize. Now that I have become a demon, it has almost changed qualitatively, but using it to restore my strength requires me to consume a lot of physical energy. This is a pair of hands of spring. Touch and heal all things. She was pleasantly surprised that her talent was so terrifying. She chose to wear a pair of black exquisite animal skin gloves to avoid touching randomly. She murmured, I can only seal the power of King Peng in my hands. The chili on my feet, the garlic on my hands, and now, the stinky tofu poison on my head. She began to stroke her hair. Yes, after becoming a human, the stinky tofu's fermentation nest changed. It merged with the soy sauce smell and transferred to my hair, turning it into a poison. After all, soy sauce and stinky tofu were the same. They were also microbial fermented. Together, they became a terrible poison. His hair had already become the nest of those poisonous microorganisms. She knew that she didn't know swordsmanship or saber techniques, so she found a round wheel the size of a wash basin and made of iron like a bicycle tire as a weapon. She didn't need to consider the angle at all, and it was very convenient to use. Moreover, the main lethality of the wheel was the poison in her hair, which could easily kill people if it cut through their skin. Pepper spray, poison, and all the equipment for a man's fight. I'm fully equipped and armed to the teeth. She stood up and looked at the elven girl who had dressed herself up and was now fully armed. She wore a dark green cloak and held a ring-shaped weapon in her hand. She was slender and elegant, her skin was beautiful, her figure was hot, and she had a cold and elegant temperament. She was breathtakingly beautiful, and others couldn't help but feel pity for her. So beautiful, but it's a pity that you're a man. She did not have the perverted hobby of self-admiration. She found another half of a mask and put it on. It was a tough tree bark mask like a miser. She pretended to be a man and began to deceive herself and others. As a man, he felt that it might be novel and interesting to change his gender and start a second life as a woman. Moreover, in this world, there was no such thing as a man or a woman. There was only one gender, and there was no such thing as a man or a woman. He had become an elf because he had come to this world, but his previous concept of life had seriously affected him. It's time to join the battle. Mumu turned his head and looked at an ancient tree of the dark night and strode forward. He looked up at the green sky with light golden mottled leaves and warned himself again, time is merciless. It always polishes people's edges and turns them into people that they used to hate. When this battle is over, I will finally return to my youth. Just after Mumu left, the air suddenly stopped. The ancient tree of the dark night looked at the back of this strange elf, and then at another fruit of life, where a seed of the Seven Wonders treasure tree was floating and slowly growing. It's really a wonderful life form. It can be reborn continuously. I secretly killed its soul when it turned into a seed and began to grow. I didn't expect that it would be reborn again in the altar and continue to grow. As long as it has enough energy, it can be reborn again? The ancient tree of the dark night kept trying to figure out the characteristics of the seed, hoping to obtain its terrifying rebirth ability. Now, I can only secretly transfer the seed, which had its consciousness wiped out as soon as it was born, into a fruit of life to see if it can develop. Who would have thought that it would become an ordinary plant life again, unable to grow rapidly? The consciousness of the ancient tree of the dark night was looking at the seed of the Seven Wonders treasure tree in another fruit of life. It can only grow like an ordinary elf. It needs countless years to gestate and 80 years to reach adulthood. It kept murmuring. As one of the 11 oldest existences in this world, its wisdom was unquestionable. I hope this unique elf that I secretly copied can also bring me a different surprise. 11 gigantic ancient trees covered the entire planet. Somewhere on the verdant land, a terrifying war was taking place. Kill. Beautiful elf girls in grass skirts were holding wooden spears, stones, and wooden bows. Elves from both sides were fighting fiercely. Some elves had dark green marks drawn on their faces with mud and sap, making them look like barbarian warriors. It was a symbol of merit and strength, as well as the number of enemies they killed. The elder sister of the dark night elf, Xianxia, had 5 stripes on her face, which meant that she had killed 5 elves of the same level. She had rich combat skills and was skilled with a spear. The death of this expert was a huge blow to the dark night elves. Although the elves of this era had an affinity with nature and trees, their civilization was too primitive and simple, so they were barbaric. From the way they tore apart the mummy's body as seasoning, it was enough to see that their tribal way of life had not yet evolved from beasts. For the glory of the tribe. For the ancient tree of life. For our mother. Plunder them. Bring their corpses back to the ancient tree and use them as nutrients to breed new people. Countless beautiful elves were roaring and fighting with weapons in hand. The earth was shaking. Ancient war trees were huge and decayed. As mercenaries, they took root in the ground in the distance and slowly lifted dark gray rocks, throwing them at the enemy elves. Dong, a stone the size of a millstone accurately smashed into an elf. That elf spat out mouthfuls of blood as he was sent flying and fell to the ground, no longer breathing. There was nothing fancy about it. Their fighting style was extremely barbaric. It was a clash between weapons and flesh, just like ancient tribal wars. Although they were all grade 4, they only had a physical quality of grade 4. They didn't have a cultivation system, so they could only wait for adulthood and maintain this strength until they died of old age. At this moment, under the pincer attack of the wind elves and water elves, the dark night elves were completely defeated. A group of dark night elves hid in a forest and used it as cover. Using the advantage of being familiar with the terrain, they resisted bitterly. In the end, they gathered together. Their bodies were covered in wounds, and they were bleeding profusely. Let's retreat. No, if we retreat any further, we'll be in our tribe. The newly born elves are only grade 3. They can't hold on anymore. Many of them have already died. They're the future hope of our tribe, voices came from all around. Every grade was a threshold that caused a qualitative change. They naturally used it to differentiate the level and danger of living beings. For example, dragons. were grade 5 life forms that could slaughter large numbers of grade 4 adult elves. They're crazy. Why are they working together? No elves have ever worked together. After all, how are they going to split the ancient tree of an elven tribe? One of the elves was called Minnie. She was slender and hot, charming and mature. She had 3 dark green stripes on her face, and she also looked nervous. If this trend continued, their mother, the Night Ancient Tree, would become the second elven ancient tree to be defeated and become a servant. In the end, it was because their delicacies were too tempting, and the secret of forging iron weapons made people envious. Let's go first. Minnie could only say. There was no way out now. They would die if they stayed here. They could only return to the Dark Night Elven tribe and carry out the last resistance. However, in the next second, a hair-raising voice sounded. Oh no, the Wind Elves have surrounded us from behind. They've cut off our retreat. We're surrounded by 2 elven tribes in the forest. This news caused everyone to be in complete despair. If they were all killed here, then the Night Elven tribe would have no hope at all. Who? What monster is this? Suddenly, a shout came from the elves who were surrounding them. What's happening outside? The surrounding night elves shuddered. They hurriedly looked out of the forest and were instantly shocked. Such beautiful night elves. Who is this? A nimble dark green figure was beautiful. Like an elegant nocturne in the dark night, it moved stealthily with the strange lightness of the night elves, shuttling among the elves like a ghost. Who is that? A group of night elves hiding in the forest and standing on the trees couldn't help but ask. That terrifying aura seemed to belong to a grade 5 elf. However, there had never been a grade 5 elf in this world. No matter how much energy they nurtured, they could only be grade 4 elves. That was the limit of elves. She's wearing a mask, but that hair color and pupils are definitely us night elves. There's no doubt about it. An elf shouted excitedly. But our tribe doesn't have such a powerful night elf. Many elves stared into the distance, their minds blank. But no matter what, they were saved now. They instantly felt like they had survived a disaster. Celine and the other elf girls couldn't help but shout. That night elf is so beautiful. The more powerful the elf, the more beautiful she is. I've never seen such a beautiful creature. A group of young elves was very excited. They felt that their savior had come. This was a worshipped hero who descended from the sky to save them. However, a few adult elves at the side had serious expressions. Minnie suddenly spoke, shattering their dreams. Even a grade 5 can't win. After all, grade 4 elves can overwhelm her to death. She lost her life to save us. There was no combat system in this world. Everyone fought with their fists and legs. The ability of a grade 5 creature was countless times better than a grade 4 creature in terms of physique, speed, and strength. If surrounded, they could still be overwhelmed to death. Of course, a grade 5 giant dragon is an exception. It's said that giant dragons have the talent of dragon roar. It has a terrifying range of sound wave attacks. Their spiritual power is strong and carries pressure. They can defeat a large number of grade 4 elves. They don't fear being surrounded. Minnie said, I wonder how the strongest feather elf tribe on the other side of this world managed to tame a giant dragon. All the elves' faces paled. That's right. Giant dragons had draconic might. Elves like them were very ordinary. They relied on brute force and weapons to hurt. Even if they became grade 5, they didn't have any special abilities and would be overwhelmed to death. But in the next second, Blade Whirlwind. That beautiful figure dashed through the grass and shouted in a crisp voice. With a flick of her cloak, terrifying green leaves scattered and turned into green petals. The chili powder had a powerful ability to diffuse through the air, and it instantly enveloped the elves, causing them to wail in pain. They were blinded, and more than 20 elves fell to the ground. In the end, Moo didn't dare to kill them, so he didn't use the poisonous ring weapon to finish them off. He just let them howl in pain on the ground. He knew that they wouldn't be able to stand up in a short period of time due to the terrifying spiciness. Ta, she took off her cloak, revealing her fair and slender legs. Once again, she quickly moved forward in the forest, her movements as fast as a ghost shadow. A female elf wearing a black leather glove, holding a ring-shaped weapon, looked valiant and heroic. Even more strange was that when her feet stepped on the grass, the flowers and plants actually withered, turned yellow, and were charred black. A black trail was left on the ground, and it was soundless to the point it caused one's heart to tremble. "Quick, kill her." Among the wind elves, a mature and charming elf's expression sank. Her face was painted with 7 stripes, symbolizing her strength. "Her cloak has already been used up." The elves around them rushed forward and quickly surrounded them. They shouted in a low voice to encourage themselves. "Night elf, you're dead meat." Ta ta ta, Yumiya had a slender body, and she revealed an extremely beautiful smile. Her every movement had an intoxicating temperament. She ran quickly and turned into an afterimage on the grass. "You're all too naive. I was named by the ancient tree of life as the night elf hero, Shadow Song. I'm a night elf assassin who walks in darkness and death. My entire body is a weapon." Whoosh, facing the elves pouncing at her from all directions, she suddenly leaped up. Using her powerful physique, she turned around and held onto the ground with both hands. Her fair and slender legs turned into a whirlwind and spun rapidly. This was a move of street dance known as the Thomas Spin. Although he hadn't learned street dance and had only seen it before, he could do it with his current physique. At this moment, she turned into a whirlwind, and the tips of her fair and slender legs spun rapidly, sweeping past the noses of the surrounding elves. Boom! An indescribable spiciness surged over them. Just through the air, the smell rushed into the elves' noses. Instantly, tears and snot flowed down their faces as if they were on the verge of collapse. All the elves lowered their heads and covered their noses and faces, screaming loudly. "What's this? My eyes are so hot. I'm going to go blind." The smell of onions could make one unable to open their eyes when it entered their eyes, let alone the horrifying death chili. Countless female elves started to scream, and their wails filled the ground. That piercing dry and hot feeling made them want to find water to wash their swollen faces. In the distance, the night elves were stunned. They looked at this extremely beautiful night elf who was like an elven war god, a hero, and could actually burst out with horrifying talent. She ignored the encirclement, and the enemies along the way fell instantly upon smelling her aura without even touching them. She directly pushed them away. "This is pressure? We, the night elves, also have pressure. Oh my god. Could it be that we, the night elves, have the pressure of a giant dragon when we reach grade 5? All the night elves were dumbfounded, and their eyes were filled with unimaginable joy. There's no mistaking it. That horrifying aura will make one fall upon touching it. It's the legendary giant dragon pressure. Minnie was knowledgeable, but her eyes were still filled with disbelief. She widened her beautiful eyes. So we, the elves, also have the talent of pressure. This was another piece of common knowledge that the entire night elves had overturned for hundreds of years. After we reached grade 5, we could have the pressure of a giant dragon. That's too horrifying. We can smell that aura from far away. It makes one tremble in fear. It's filled with the aura of death, and it seems very familiar. It can't be. You said it's Moo? It's indeed similar, but the smell is 10,000 times stronger. Moo isn't one of us elves. It's not even grade 1. How can it reach grade 5 instantly? That's a realm that no elf has ever reached before. The group of night elves started to discuss, finding it too unbelievable. This mysterious night elf that descended from the sky was too powerful. It seemed to have appeared out of nowhere and saved their tribe. It's Moo. It's Moo. At this moment, Shilin suddenly shouted. She had been with her for a long time and confirmed that it was the weakest Treant chef in the tribe. She was more excited than anyone else. It's its smell. You guys actually don't remember it. We eat it every day. Shilin stomped her feet anxiously. It's really it? The whole place was dead silent. All the elves were silent. Everyone was shocked. They looked at the beautiful and mysterious night elf in disbelief, shuttling through the enemies. It was hard to imagine that it was the weak and funny plant chef in the tribe. In an instant, no elf spoke anymore. They stood quietly in the forest, watching the horrifying battle scene. She's Moo. Shilin clenched her white and tender fists. Her palms were full of sweat, but she didn't realize it. Her mind was abnormally complicated as she recalled the scene of their first meeting. Sister, sister, there's delicious food here. The scene of her grabbing a deformed treant and swinging it wildly as she ran, as well as the happy life and happy times in the Night Elf's tribe. She's become very strong. Bursts of pride and complicated emotions kept growing. No one could imagine what kind of method and price this tribe's treant chef used to grow to such a horrifying height in such a short period of time. He became a powerful and mysterious night elf and came to save them from a desperate situation. In the distance, a wind elf was also shocked. She looked at the night elf tribe that she was about to take down, but a terrifying night elf suddenly appeared and wantonly defeated countless of her elven warriors. Unforgivable. She frowned, feeling that the opponent's fighting skills were very shaky, but that terrifying aura was frightening. It seems to be some kind of pressure, like a giant dragon. Anyone who smells it will fall instantly. I can't get close to her. The wind elf raised her bow and slowly aimed at the distance, like a hidden assassin looking for the best opportunity. After more than 10 seconds, her eyes narrowed slightly. Whoosh, a faint sound of wind accompanied by a stream of light flew into the distance. Mumu was currently dashing through the crowd of fairies when his scalp suddenly went numb. It was as if he had been targeted by something, causing goosebumps to rise all over his body. However, it was already too late. He could only quickly shift his body to avoid being hit in his vitals. Poof, her lower abdomen was instantly hit by an arrow. Ouch, 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 she instantly grimaced in pain, but she resisted the strong desire to live and pulled out the sharp arrow, falling to the ground. She took a deep breath. She was a 5th grade elf, but she was almost killed by a 4th grade elf. She was a transmigrator, but she was challenged by someone who was a higher grade than her. She's seriously injured. Take this chance to kill her. The surrounding wind elves and water elves roared, instantly overjoyed. I don't have enough fighting experience, but I've already found your position. Can you escape? Her legs swayed, forming a horizontal kick in the air. Due to the intense movement, her whole body was covered in fine sweat, even her legs were sweating. Suddenly, the spicy smell became even stronger. In an instant, the elves who were rushing close to her collapsed. Countless elves were wailing, falling to the ground, screaming with their hands covering their eyes. Needless to say, as a plant-evolved chili, I'm much more useful than most poisons. I can produce them continuously, and the spicy characteristic makes it spread very quickly. I can feel the spiciness through breath, eyes, and skin, and it penetrates into the body through every orifice. Ta, 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 she quickly ran away, but slowly took off her black leather gloves, revealing her white palm. She bit her fingertip and smeared the blood on the bright red wound on her lower abdomen. Although touching the wound was effective, the fastest effect was still the blood. I feel much better in an instant. She held her waist as she ran, but she was limping a little. What did she do? The wound stopped bleeding in an instant? The complexion of the wind elf leader instantly changed. He turned his head and wanted to escape, but how could he escape from a tier 5 elf? Poochie, Mumu dashed over and ruthlessly sent a flying kick at the other party's face. The moment the sole of his foot landed on her pretty face, it left a bright red footprint that quickly turned dark red. Her face suddenly swelled up, as if she had been stung by a hornet into a pig's head. Instantly, she wailed on the ground. My face, her face was so hot that it was starting to fester and disfigure her face. She was like a person whose lips and mouth were festering after eating too much. If it wasn't a 4th stage creature, it would probably have died already. Mumu turned around and left. One had to know that some of the horrifying chilies that were artificially cultivated on Earth could reach up to 1,000,000 degrees of spiciness. Just touching those chilies was enough to make one's hand turn red, stinging and numb, as if one had touched onions or balm. What's more, it was a terrifying tens of millions of degrees of spiciness bred by a rank 5 tree fairy that far surpassed everything else. Continue to flatten them. Mumu's feet had already bid farewell to the spiciness of delicacies and turned into the most horrifying biochemical weapon toxin as he strode away. But she soon discovered that after defeating the wind elf leader, they were completely defeated. Fearing her frightening and astonishing pressure, they began to scatter and flee. In just a few short hours, the battle was over. Are you Mumu? Shilin walked over and couldn't help but ask. Yes. Mumu revealed a smile and turned to look at the night elf ladies who were covered in scars but still alive. I've already become a night elf and was given the name Xianxia by the night elf ancient tree of life. Let's go back and talk. That's great. Shilin wanted to get closer. But she instantly pinched her nose, her fair little face flushed and her eyes choked. She stumbled back a few steps and looked in front of her in horror. Ah. My eyes, it's so hot. Can you retract your pressure? Your aura is as terrifying as a giant dragon. It's too powerful, we can't even get close to you. Mumu was stunned. He hurriedly covered his legs, not knowing how to retract his aura. Has my foot odor started to leak out? Can I not control it? The night elves stood far away, not daring to get close. They were both shocked and annoyed. Naturally, they were shocked that this tree chef had suddenly become incomparably powerful and saved the night elf tribe from extinction. Even if they got close, they would choke and fall to the ground, unable to open their eyes. They were annoyed that they didn't know how to deal with this natural pressure. In the end, it was Minnie who spoke. The legendary giant dragon's pressure comes from its head, but your pressure actually comes from your legs. You can't control it yourself, so you can only think of a way to shield it. After she said that, she had a group of elves start to take off their shoes. She found a few pairs of the best leather boots and modified them on the spot, turning them into a pair of thick black leather boots. They even reached the height of one's thigh. She threw them to her from afar. This should be able to shield your powerful biological pressure. Mumu hurriedly put them on, and the terrifying aura gradually stopped spreading. But the lingering smell still made everyone feel uncomfortable. This was already a terrifying poison produced by a plant. So powerful. So wearing shoes can shield my feet from the terrifying aura. The surrounding night elves were very excited. They were all very curious about this brand new pressure. Then, everyone cleaned up the battlefield and returned together. Right, I can help you heal your wounds. On the way, Mumu took off his gloves and touched the elves' wounds to help heal them. This made the elves even more excited. His feet carried the terrifying aura of death, and his hands carried the aura of life. One foot of life, the other foot of death. It contained both sides of the plant. This talent was too terrifying. Celine couldn't help but ask, Xianxia, your pressure is so terrifying. How can I have such a terrifying pressure like yours? I can't open my eyes just by smelling it, and I can only wait to be trampled on. The surrounding night elves also stared at her with bright eyes. They felt that it was an eye-opener, so the giant dragon's pressure came from its head, while us night elves' pressure came from our feet. You want to have such a pair of feet too? Xianxia laughed dryly, and replied, I'm a special elf, different from you ordinary elves. I have my own talent, and you can't learn it for now. The surrounding elves were all disappointed. That kind of terrifying pressure was unbelievable power. Everyone wanted to obtain it. When he returned to the night elf's tribe, Mumu finally understood the cruelty of this world. Although he didn't kill a single elf, the captives were all killed by the other night elves and buried under the ancient elven tree to become nutrients. The entire tribe cheered. Complete victory. We lost more than 70 of our clansmen, and now we have more than 100 elves as captives. Perhaps, although a corpse can't be completely transformed into an elf, we can still recover more than 50 of our clansmen. Let's celebrate and eat delicious food. Mumu stood tall and graceful, turning into a beautiful kitchen maid. She picked up a kitchen knife and started to cut meat. Then, she took out the corpse of the Seven Wonders treasure tree from before. A faint voice came from the dark night ancient tree of life. It seemed to be repeating the words of this strange reborn tree. Is that so? It's a crisis, but it's also an opportunity. The night elf tribe was extremely noisy. After 3 days of joyous celebration, the night elves started to think about their future path. After all, the slightest carelessness could still lead to death. After this battle, the night elf tribe had completely become the public enemy. After a few days, Mumu also took the opportunity to come out. After a few hesitations, he gritted his teeth and closed his eyes. Then, he posted a screenshot of himself. Instantly, the entire forum welcomed an extremely terrifying uproar. A picture was posted on the forum. A tall and slender elven woman, wearing a delicate mask and carrying a ring-shaped weapon, had a dark green cloak on her back, a pair of exquisite black and purple striped gloves, and a pair of thick high boots on her feet. She was so beautiful that her beauty was natural, especially her temperament. She had a kind of tranquil elegance that was born to live in the hazy forest fairyland, untainted by mud, ethereal and otherworldly. Wow! She's so beautiful in sexy clothes. As expected of a tree elf. Mumu, why don't you take off your mask and let us admire your beauty? She's definitely one in 5,000 years in China. No. She's the most beautiful woman in the history of Earth. Countless people were shouting and yelling. After all, the black-hearted gourmet merchant in the sand table had actually turned into a girl. Everyone was overjoyed. They had finally gotten their revenge. He even covered half of his face with a mask, which gave him a sense of mystery. He was embarrassed, but everyone was even more pleased. Mumu didn't say anything and said honestly, "It's fine if you want me to show my face. I'm a little shy. Let me show everyone my legs." Screenshots. Screenshots. A few pictures of long legs were posted. They were fair, exquisite, and perfectly round. They were the most perfect shape in the world. F***ck. Brother, you know how to be a good person. You immediately gave out benefits after becoming a woman. As expected of our good brother. Like. Eh? Is there something dirty on my screen? I can't help but lick it. After giving out benefits to everyone, Mumu got down to business and told them what had happened inside. Then, countless people heard Mumu's detailed description. Now, he had become a tree elf, his various characteristics and talents, the battle process, and the current situation of the night elf tribe. Everyone was stunned. Your seasoning talent has actually evolved. Logically speaking, everyone would have guessed that he would become a demon, but they didn't expect him to be so monstrous after becoming a demon. This pair of feet were in such a tragic state? And he was emitting an invincible pressure? Getting close to him would cause his face to turn red, his respiratory tract to be choked, and his eyes to be unable to open. Just touching his skin would cause his whole body to fester. It was simply a walking biological toxin. Screenshots. Screenshots. Mumu didn't say anything. Seeing that everyone was stunned and didn't quite believe him, he directly sent out the pictures. Then, a series of screenshots showing the frightening lethality of the foot's aura, as well as countless young elves wailing in pain from the suffocation, were released. Everyone? Everyone almost vomited a mouthful of blood. Countless people were dumbfounded for a few seconds and instantly felt their balls aching. They felt they had been swindled. So it's a biological weapon. You're F***king plotting against me. F***ck. I'm in so much pain. I'm a leg fetish. My throat suddenly feels so hot. My worldview has been severely impacted. Want to kill. JPG, some of the big shots who liked beautiful legs suddenly had a deep resentment in their hearts. Just a moment ago, they were still enjoying the blissful look on their faces. Now, the huge contrast made them feel as if their brains had been struck by lightning. They felt bitter and resentful, as if they had been murdered. He had twisted his own interests. Mumu didn't say anything. This bastard was too F***king cheap. This black-hearted merchant was indeed as black-hearted as ever. He didn't usually speak, but when he did, he would choke people to death. Even though he was selling spiritual benefits as a merchant, he would still secretly contaminate people's minds. However, Mumu didn't say anything. Instead, he chuckled and posted again. I'll continue explaining the battle in detail to everyone. He continued to silently send pictures of the previous battle to everyone in great detail, increasing the horror of the biological weapon in everyone's minds. Screenshots. 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 In the pictures, countless young elves were being swept by her legs. Their noses were flowing profusely, and their eyes were so swollen that they couldn't open them. All kinds of miserable appearances were as if they had been tortured. F***ck, are you done yet? This is too F***king wicked, isn't it? In particular, some people, who had just happily set her as their phone's wallpaper and were ready to lick her, now even wanted to blow up there. Phones, however, he still pretended to be serious and sent everyone screenshots. Everyone couldn't hold it in and couldn't find a reason to refute him. After all, this was the most standard procedure. At most, these people had suffered from serious mental contamination. As for the octopus player from before, he was even more bitter and resentful. Having eaten the leg's skin, he felt even more regretful. Oh my god! This is the leg skin I ate before? This fat guy was soaking his feet in a spicy ginger chicken feet. He was reminiscing about the unique spiciness he had eaten before. Suddenly, his eyes widened, and his hands trembled as he flipped the mouse and looked at the screenshots. Oh my god, in the pictures, there was not even a blade of grass growing where she walked. A group of young elves fell to the ground, covered their eyes and noses from the foot's odor. The most miserable one was the wind elf whose feet touched her face. Her face was festered and disfigured by the foot's odor. Blarg! A strong foot's odor is so terrifying. He dropped the chicken feet and suddenly stood up from the computer. He went straight to the toilet and vomited crazily. This had a huge impact on all the male players. Akina Mountain sped up. Come, where are the long legs and head-groping fetishes? Please start your performance. Feet stinging the eyes, head poisonous. Mumu doesn't speak and says, I, the boss in female clothes, specialize in dealing with all kinds of male perverts. Laughing emoji, everyone vomited blood again. You're the real male pervert, okay? Don't pretend that you're fine. You've probably been hurt more than anyone else and have already lost your mind, right? The other passers-by who didn't participate and didn't like legs were instantly stunned. They laughed until their stomachs hurt. Mumu was a ruthless person and not to be trifled with. As expected of the black merchant who was choked to death by his cheap mouth. He had started to take revenge in silence. Mumu boss, 666. Godly operation. Soon, a bunch of women or poets who didn't like legs exploded. To make matters worse, they became excited and started to write poems to praise Mumu's peerless legs. A black-hearted swordsman walks on the road. Facing enemies from all over the country, surrounded by thousands of soldiers and horses, she is not afraid at all. So what if she is the enemy of the world? Lifting the wine pot and drinking to her heart's content, the wine enters the intestines. 70% becomes methane, and the remaining 30% ferments into foot's odor. Taking off the boots, a pair of fair and beautiful legs falls into the mortal world. All living beings fall for them. Dancing with the long legs, a white light shines 10,000 miles. What harm is there in slaughtering the whole world? I have hot blood and lofty aspirations. My head will poison the sky, the sun and moon, and my feet will shatter mountains and rivers. I have a pair of beautiful legs that have been locked by boots for a long time. Now that the dust is gone, the light shines through the mountains. Haruko loves to learn. I dress as a girl every day. I don't understand the hobbies of you men. Anyway, it's a second life. It's equivalent to the next life. Isn't it good to experience the life of a woman? Colorful, but these legs are really painful to the eyes. Scary, cute girl wants to evolve into a dragon, hee, the environment of that world is like this. There are no men, only female elves. When you go in, if you want to transform into human form, you will become beautiful elves sooner or later. This is the rule of that world. When in Rome, do as the Romans do, youngsters. Serious, Mumu didn't say anything, but he was pleasantly surprised. This group of animals were crazily talking. He didn't expect there to be a few female players who would speak up for him. But in the next second, a bitter thought flashed through his mind. They're speaking up for me. Don't tell me they think I'm on their side? Will it be the same if we go in? At this moment, the smiles on everyone's faces gradually stiffened. When they thought of this, they suddenly felt that it was a fatal blow. Immediately, someone expressed that he would rather die than submit. He was determined not to transform and become a great beauty like Mumu. Cute girl continued, are you really going to rather die than submit? Now, if you want to enter the ancient wood world, there are two paths in front of you. The first is to evolve into an animal with potential, and the second is to evolve into a plant with potential. Evolving into a plant is very much in line with the rules of the ancient wood world. Plant life has unimaginable advantages. You can use the opportunity of being reborn into a plant seed to undergo a life transformation and transform into a human elf. The stronger the plant, the stronger the elf talent. As long as you dress up as a girl, you can instantly reach level 5. To be honest, if I didn't have the opportunity of becoming a mixed essence saint, I would want to enter the ancient wood world and see what kind of heaven-defying talent it is to transform into a demon and become an elf. Nose-picking, cute girl instantly cleared up their thoughts for them. The rules of that world were as such. Animals had no advantages and could only start from 0. Meanwhile, if one evolved into a plant, they could sneak into the elves and become a tier 5 elven hero. Moreover, there were only female elves in the entire ancient tree world. If one wanted to take on a human form after entering the ancient tree world, they had to become a female elf. After all, the rules of transformation in the ancient wood world and the desolate ancient world were different. In the desolate ancient world, one only needed to parasitize the sea of consciousness and possess a human body. In the ancient wood world, there was no other humanoid male life form to possess, nor was there a sea of consciousness for one to possess. One could only follow the path of the ancient tree of life. Mount Akina, Haruko loves to learn, unless you are an animal or a plant your whole life, you will lose a lot of fun. But once you transform, you will be able to enjoy the pinnacle of life and instantly gain great strength. Can you refuse? Really fragrant warning. JPG, a few female players expressed that basically everyone who entered this world had to become an elf. If you guys taunted Mumu here, it would be your turn in the future. Mumu didn't speak. He immediately understood the logic and smiled. I see. That's right. Now you laugh at me, taunt me, and humiliate me. It will be your turn in the future. You can only transform into an elf when you come in. Those who can't even come in, have no right to laugh at you. After all, even if you become a woman, this is a brand new second life. He instantly understood everything, and his rejection of the idea lessened. He sat in front of the computer and calmed down. He even took a sip of tea and comforted himself. After playing this hardcore game for so long, I've gone bald, and only made a seasoning species. I didn't expect to get such an achievement. But when I first came in, my species was too weak, and I was beaten up. But now, all I have to do is act cute? Post a picture of me in female clothes, and the netizens will grant me whatever I want. I'm really high. He silently stroked his hairline, secretly pleased. He felt that asking for help from the netizens was one of the wisest decisions of his life. And he had even tricked them, so he began to ask the serious question. What should he do next? Cute girl wants to evolve into a dragon. Now, let's invite the beautiful elf who wants to be a lesbian, Mount Akina's racer god, to speak. Mount Akina, cough, cough, cough. Based on the photos and descriptions you sent, we analyzed your situation. Your foot chi is astonishing, and I'm afraid that you're already the strongest individual creature in that world. Perhaps only a giant dragon might be able to fight against you. Next, your development should be like this: attack the nearby wind and water elf tribes, and even attack the nearby light elf tribes. The night elf tribe bordered 3 wind, water, and light elf tribes. Previously, the wind and water elves had invaded, and the light elf tribe had stood by and watched. Mount Akina, there is no grudge between the light elf tribe, but the neighboring tribes must be ruled and conquered to prevent future troubles. These tribes are barbaric and primitive, uncivilized, and without order. We want to unify them. Before we bring civilization and order to them, we must first bring barbarism and war. The big boss was indeed a big boss. What he said was fresh and refined. To bring peace, nuclear war must be used first. Mount Akina, we only need them to become affiliated tribes. The tribute requirement is not high. 30% of the ancient tree of life's energy, and then be responsible for protecting them. In order to make iron tools, iron pots, iron shovels, and other kitchen utensils, you have already smelted iron in those 2 years. You can use your power to make iron weapons dipped in poison. Of course, you can't apply pepper water on the weapons. They probably can't stand the smell, so you can only apply diluted poison. As for your hands, I suggest making potions of life in batches to heal wounds. As for keeping the potions of life, I suggest using an ancient tree of war. You don't have to go to the front line as a catapult, but as logistics, keeping the elves' potions, weapons, and as an elven shop. It is also responsible for recording books and documents. Let's call it the ancient tree of knowledge. Everyone was stunned for a moment. A very organized plan. Then, Mount Akina continued, then, there is the problem of the cultivation system. How do you become stronger? Our time outside is too short, and we can't help you. You can only study the cultivation system by yourself. After all, you are also a bookworm. But since the war has been launched, I suggest squeezing the Night Elf's ancient tree of life again so that it will no longer condense the fruit of life. These energies will be given to you as war resources and become magic potions to replenish energy and stamina. In this way, there will be potions of life to heal wounds and magic potions to restore stamina. Everyone cheered. Mount Akina continued, as for waging war, I personally think we should start with the water elves first. Everyone suddenly didn't understand. Wasn't the biggest enemy the wind elves? Instead of looking for the enemy, they should go to the water elves first. Mount Akina, you don't understand. Look at the terrain. The wind elves live on trees that are more than 10 meters tall. The water elves live on an island and are very good at diving and swimming. It seems that the water elves on the island are very easy to defend and difficult to attack. In fact, living on a small island is their fatal weakness. As long as they put their feet into the water, all the water elves in the water will die. In the ancient tree world, the entire planet was covered by 11 towering ancient trees. They were like 11 pillars supporting the sky and earth. Below them were strange purple, red, and dark green ancient trees. Although they were not even 1% as tall as the eternal tree of life, they were still lush and lush. In the Night Elf tribe, Mumu slowly opened her eyes. After this experience, she had completely let go of the knot in her heart. She was no longer too conflicted about becoming a woman. After all, she understood that it was the rule of this world. If she wanted to transform, she had to go through the ancient tree of life and become a female elf. This was a kind of monopoly, this was the tacit understanding of the 11 ancient trees of life. Although they fought, they absolutely did not allow male elves to appear. If these elves were allowed to reproduce on their own, their tree guards would be out of control. That way, the elves would not need to protect their mother. After sorting out my thoughts, my heart is at peace. The ancient tree of life monopolizes the entire era. It seems like the elves are free, but it is still the ancient trees of life who are playing chess. Mumu instantly understood. She felt even more restless and expectant. He suddenly thought of the ancient god of the primordial world, who monopolized the entire era. As long as he was a member of the Night Elves, he had to protect the ancient tree of life like the other elves and help it develop. He suddenly said, my ultimate goal is to find a way to use some method to trick the ancient tree of life when the altar is reborn and become a male elf hero. Then, I will be the only man in the world, and I can do whatever I want. I will also become a chef who stands aloof from worldly affairs and travel the world. I must become a man. If I become a man, I can breed a whole new race in this world. His eyes became brighter and brighter. Perhaps it was not a loss to become a female elf's humiliation. Now, he was enduring hardships to realize the ultimate dream of any man. Although he had an enchanting figure, he could not stop his grand dream of becoming a man and then cooking and tasting delicious food. To achieve this, he had to overthrow the absolute rule of the 11 ancient trees of life. Soon, he buried this ambition in his heart and started to communicate with the ancient tree of life. Conquer the other ancient trees of life? All right. The ancient tree of life had no reason to refuse again. The ancient tree of life no longer used the harvested elven corpses to breed fruits of life. Instead, it used them to store energy in the tribe. What would be used to store this energy? Ancient stone wells were gradually built in the tribe. The ancient tree of life used its roots to connect to the bottom of the well, continuously sending energy from afar, turning it into a well. The well water was rich with energy, which was used to launch the elven war. Energy well. A beautiful and elegant woman stood on the elf tribe, wearing a dark green cloak, looking up at the sky. This distant germinal era will eventually become the ancient epic of this world. How will the future generations record me? He recalled the ancient poems of the sorcerer world and the desolate world. Scenes of heroic legends and songs of courage had opened the prelude to an era. Countless descendants sang praises of him, and now, he was becoming a part of the history of the distant mythological era. That heavy feeling of vicissitudes caused one to sigh with emotion. She suddenly said, "What's up in the sky?" I asked the dark night ancient tree of life, but it didn't tell me. It only said that it wasn't something I should know. Under the mottled sunlight, it was a mysterious and yearning unknown world. The moon? Sun? Stars? Yumiya kept murmuring and finally calmed down. Then, the energy source of this well comes from the sky. Let's call it the moon well. The name moon well also symbolized his dream of looking up to the sky. Whether it was the moon in the well, it would depend on the future. She began to brew poisons to make poisoned weapons. The Dark Night Elves originally had the talent of moving quickly like ghosts, and they could see in the dark. From this day onwards, they had completely transformed into assassins in the dark. Every member of the tribe was the most outstanding assassin in the night. She got the water from the moon well and made it into energy potions to restore physical strength. She began to brew life potions with her hands again to make healing potions. Finally, she turned an ancient tree of war into a shop in the tribe, selling 3 types of potions and various weapons. It became the ancient tree of knowledge of the Dark Night Elves. A civilization could not do without a historiographer. No matter what history was right or wrong, the descendants of one's own race had to learn from it in order to walk a broader path. The advancement and success of any civilization was built on the foundation of their predecessors. A civilization without a past was equivalent to a civilization without a future. In the end, she made a 3rd type of potion, the explosive potion. It was made from the skin of her own feet, but it was very dangerous. Not only would it hurt the enemy, but it could also hurt the user. Once it was opened, there would be an extremely strong and terrifying aura. Under normal circumstances, it would not be used by the elves. That's too scary. Yumiya's elven pressure can be made into potions? This is the dragon pressure, a terrifying ability that doesn't exist at all. After hearing this news, many Dark Night Elves became even more jealous of the perfect foot of God that possessed forbidden power. Half a month later, they set off to attack the Water Elf tribe. They cut down the forest and built a large ship. Riding on the dark night, they boarded the small island in the lake. This world was an artificial sun created by Dicky. It revolved around the planet in his protective Taoist technique. Naturally, the world of the ancient tree also had the concept of day and night. The wind elves were compatible with the wind, and the water elves were compatible with the water. The dark night was the home field of the Dark Night Elves. They turned into assassins and walked in the dark. The poisoned weapons glowed with a penetrating cold light. The deliberately diluted poison wasn't intended to kill people, but it was enough to make them fall to the ground instantly after their skin was cut, losing the ability to fight. Water Elf Jilna sat at the door and recalled the Dark Night Elf hero that was as terrifying as a ghost. She couldn't sleep all night. What was that? Tier 5. How could the lives of us elves reach Tier 5? Could it be that after we're born, we can use some kind of method to increase our power? She went to ask the great eternal tree of life, but she didn't get an answer. Even the most ancient existence didn't know the truth. No. She stood up, unable to sleep. I have to ask the ancient tree of life again how we elves can break through to Tier 5. She walked in the Water Elf tribe in the dark night. The night was exceptionally quiet. Suddenly, a ghostly, pitch-black figure floated out of a room and stabbed into her chest without a sound. Jilna turned sideways and quickly kicked the figure away. She narrowed her eyes slightly. Dark Night Elf. Bam, she suddenly pushed open the door and walked into the treehouse that the Dark Night Elf had left. She found a water elf lying on the ground. Her mind instantly went blank, followed by bone-deep fear and coldness. Enemy attack. A hurried scream pierced the silent night sky. The dark night was the home field of the Dark Night Elves. Moreover, after the sneak attack, the Water Elves had lost a third of their numbers. The enemy's weapon was very terrifying. With just a slight scratch, they would fall instantly. They were like the most terrifying assassins. The Water Elves held their wooden weapons and spears to resist, but it was a one-sided situation. If this goes on, we'll all die. We can only run. Then we'll look for an opportunity to counterattack. Xianxia growled and fought back frantically. She quickly led a group of clansmen into the water outside the island. The dark night elves looked at them quietly, but they didn't dare to enter the water. The water was the home field of the water elves. If they entered the lake and fought with them, it would be suicide. Soon, a group of water elves were drenched. Their curvaceous and slender figures could be vaguely seen. They slowly swam like mermaids and gathered at the bottom of the water. They were even like fish and could breathe freely. This was the talent of the water elves. They had the power similar to fish. Do you think our water elf tribe is so easy to invade? Now, they're the ones who are surrounded by us on the island and trapped to death. Voices came one after another as they began to discuss a counterattack. In the dark night, the sky swayed with dim mottled light. Leaves stuck to the firmament. A beautiful woman stood by the lake. A breeze blew Xianxia's clothes, causing them to flutter in the wind. Are we going to make a move? Shilin stood at the side. She immediately planned to stay far away, afraid that she would be infected. Mumu laughed involuntarily. You don't have to leave. Just stay by my side. As long as my legs are in the water, it won't spread through the air. Don't worry. After saying that, she sat at the edge of the lake and put her legs into the water. She slowly took off her shoes in the water. I'll wash my shoes as well. The seal is too strong. It hasn't been long and the smell is already so strong. The seal was too strong. Her feet were sweating every day. The spicy smell was fermenting crazily in her tall shoes, but she didn't dare to take off her shoes. She had stored it here for so many days just for this moment. Whoosh, her shoes were slowly washed. She sat on a rock at the edge of the lake. As she washed her shoes, she swayed her fair and slender legs, causing heavy ripples that slowly spread. What a beautiful picture of a fairy bathing her feet. It was like a fairyland. Whoosh, the fish in the lake turned their bellies white. They quickly floated on the surface of the water, forming a spectacular scene. Her feet kept swaying in the lake. She was still thinking like a chef. These fish can be used as a celebratory dinner after our victory. I'll go back and dilute it with water. It'll become an extremely tasty spicy fish. I'll grill it and sprinkle it with minced garlic. It'll be an excellent delicacy. The night elves will definitely love it. What happened? My eyes. Soon, the water fairy felt something. She struggled with all her might and quickly floated to the surface. Tears and snot flowed down her face. She cried for help loudly. She looked extremely miserable, as if she had been tortured. As expected, the pressure of our night elf hero, Xianxia, far surpasses that of a dragon. This pressure is simply too terrifying. The water has become a nightmare for the water fairies. At this moment, the night elves cheered loudly. They drove the boat and continuously fished out the water fairies who were crying for help. Snot and tears flowed out of their noses on the deck of the boat. They looked like dead twitching fish that were about to die. Seeing this, she slowly put on her shoes. So cool. Wearing clean shoes is really different. Before, they were always sticky and full of sweat. I didn't even dare to take them off when I was sleeping. Looks like I'll have to find a place to wash shoes often in the future. Oh right, I'll just find a small basin and wash my shoes and feet regularly. The water used to wash my feet can be stored in a bottle and used to make explosive potions for the night elves. Let's go see the leader of the water fairies, Xianxia. After a while, she came in front of a water fairy beauty that had been fished out. She was twitching all over and lying on the deck. She looked at the sky in confusion and disbelief. Xianxia, submit or die? If you submit, we won't kill you. We just need your ancient tree to hand over 30% of its energy and we'll protect your tribe. Xianxia was stunned. She looked at this heroic and mysterious figure. No one could resist that pressure. She couldn't help but laugh bitterly. Do we have a choice? Bring them back to the tribe to heal. 3 days later, Xianxia witnessed the power and order of the Night Elf tribe. Clothes weaving, ironware forging, order and rules, delicious dishes, all kinds of potions, moon well, and the store in charge of recording history and selling goods, the ancient tree of knowledge. They called this civilization. Such delicious food. She looked at the night elf hero who was fighting with the elves and cooking continuously, and an uncontrollable sense of worship grew in her heart. Do you want to take a bath with me? I'll heal you, Xianxia said. What is civilization? Jilna was taking a bath. Mumu was scrubbing her back and using his hands to heal her wounds. Civilization is order. It's the most powerful force in the world, Mumu said while looking at Jilna's perfect figure. He whispered, as expected of the most beautiful woman in the water fairies. Their chief is as gentle as water, smart and strong. I like her very much. This is love at first sight. She'll be one of my wives in the future. He didn't care about Shilin at all. He treated her as a cute little sister. She wasn't his type. After another half a month, they started to invade the Wind Elf tribe. The Wind Elf tribe had already heard about the fall of the Water Elf tribe and encountered strong resistance. Use bows and arrows. Shoot together. Don't let them near. They started to completely understand that in close combat, no one was a match for that terrifying poison. Moreover, once that night elf Xianxia got close, that terrifying pressure would be emitted, instantly making people feel hot all over and unable to open their eyes. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, the Wind Elf tribe lived on trees and looked down from above. They shot arrows one after another, forming a protracted battle that lasted for more than a month before they were able to take them down. After all, even the 5th grade Xianxia couldn't get close to the dense rain of arrows. She was constantly injured. Her greatest pressure was useless. After taking down the Wind Elves with great difficulty, they started to head towards the Light Elf tribe. However, the Light Elf tribe was unexpectedly prepared. They had already started to train the elven warriors. They gave up all the close combat of the elves and turned on the long-range archery mode. Now, every elf was a very powerful archer. This is destined to be a very long war. To take down the Light Elves, I'm afraid it will take more than a year, Xianxia said. She felt that none of these native elves were stupid. They quickly realized that they couldn't fight in close combat, lest they be shocked by her pressure. After another year and a half, they finally conquered the Light Elf tribe. The Night Elf tribe became one of the strongest tribes comparable to the Feather Elf tribe, and even surpassed them. They actually ruled over 3 ancient trees of life. Immediately, the remaining ancient trees of life felt threatened and began to train archers, giving up on close combat. The Chronicles of the High Elves of Xianxia recorded Frowny Face year 132 of the Era of Gods. The elves were good at close combat. The epic night elf hero Xianxia appeared. From then on, the elves became long-range archers, good at riding and shooting. Even after countless years, there were still historians from various countries studying and discussing this mysterious period of history. In the most ancient elven era, the elves were actually good at close combat. They liked to fight like barbarians. They were all elegant elves. It's hard to imagine that the entire course of history was changed because of the appearance of Xianxia. Some historians found it unbelievable. A night elf Xianxia caused the elves to change from close combat to long-range combat, walking to the other end of history. Today's elven race has countless godly archers and great wizards. They never fight in close combat with others. They are extremely elegant and good at guerrilla warfare. So it's because of the terrifying pressure from that time, passed down from generation to generation. Legend has it that Xianxia, the ancient elf king, has that kind of pressure. It's said that it surpassed the dragon's might. How terrifying is it? All the elves were forced to use bows and arrows to deal with it. It's said that they can't look at it directly, can't hear it, can't touch it. It's too mysterious. If there's hope, I'm willing to go back to ancient times and experience that kind of pressure personally. Shoo! Be careful, walls have ears. As the great elf king of the ancient era, the great elf emperor who established the Xianxia High Elven Empire, many ancient eras have passed, and he's still alive today. This existence is the warden. Legend has it that he's still alive today, and he's still in the 9 great god realms. He's imprisoning our ancient ancestor of the human race, the existence that once let her down, Irfan Stormrage. Everything was now in the past. It had long been buried in history, becoming a myth of the past. History was moving forward. The night elf tribe led by Xianxia became stronger and stronger. She united the water, light, and wind elf tribes. The 4 tribes were called the Dark Night Alliance. With all kinds of strange potions, the remaining 7 tribes were in danger. Year 135 of the Era of Gods. The leader of the Feather Elves, Omega, united the remaining elves to form the Nature Alliance of the 7 Great Elves to resist the invasion. Thus, the Era of Alliances began. Although the ancient war trees on both sides had the terrifying power of a level 6 creature and could uproot huge ancient trees and use them as clubs, they were as slow as snails and could not outrun the elves. They could only be used as long-range throwers. The Dark Knight Alliance had the level 5 Night Elf hero Xianxia. The Nature Alliance had the level 5 Green Dragon. Both sides had the only level 5 Nimble Soldier. Logically speaking, the Nature Alliance's combat power should be able to crush the 4 tribes of the Dark Knight Alliance. However, under Yumiya's guidance, they created all kinds of tactical miracles. Ambushes, outflanking, roundabout tactics, all kinds of admirable unconventional moves actually made both sides evenly matched. Year 176 of the Era of Gods. Both sides engaged in an intense battle in the Fendas Mountains. Rumble, huge ancient war trees were moved to the front lines and turned into terrifying throwers, throwing boulders. The ground shook and huge holes appeared. As for the elves of the Nature's Alliance, none of them were close combat warriors. They were all hiding in the trees and walls far away as archers. Now, even Xianxia could not pass through the defensive line and release his pressure on them. He would be shot full of holes. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, arrows were shot at the enemy from afar. Xianxia, the leader of the Feather Elves, Omega, was a great strategist. Her talent was unquestionable. She had already led the elves to conquer an ancient tree, but now, she met a strong enemy. Now, she had no choice but to ally with other tribes. Xianxia seems to be omniscient and has endless wisdom. She can counterattack at every turn. She's clearly a human, but she gives me the feeling of facing an endless number of wise people. A leader's commanding wisdom was always the same. It could be steady, unconventional, or adventurous. However, Xianxia was ever-changing. It was hard to imagine her next move. Boom! Suddenly, the ancient war trees on the night elf side threw strange wooden buckets. What's that? The elves of the Nature's Alliance held their bows and looked up in shock. Not good. The leader of the Feather Elves, Omega, was stunned for a few seconds. His expression changed, and he roared, "I'm afraid that what they're throwing at us is Xianxia's coercion. Ancient war trees. Smash it with a stone. We can't let it get close to our skies." Omega roared. Boom, the ancient war trees slowly lifted the giant rocks and threw them, shattering the wooden jars in the air. Boom boom boom, one by one, the wooden barrels shattered in midair. But in the end, their reaction was still a beat too slow. A wooden jar was rapidly shattered when it neared the sky of the Nature Alliance. In an instant, a large amount of terrifying aura flooded over. Whoosh, the aura formed a ripple-like pressure that spread out layer by layer. In an instant, a large group of elves covered their eyes and noses and screamed miserably. Green Dragon Jackson had a complicated expression on his face as he flew outwards. He was choking to the point that tears were flowing down his face. He was filled with deep fear. This pressure can actually be stored? It's beyond common sense. Such a terrifying aura that far surpasses that of a dragon. Even as a giant dragon, I can't withstand it. Retreat. Omega put on his mask and roared hysterically. On the other side, Xianxia, draped in a green cloak, took a deep breath. The leader of the Feather Elves, Omega, reacted really quickly. I have a lot of battle knowledge that surpasses this era, but she sensed it and saw through it. She is indeed a formidable character. If she had reacted a minute slower, they would have all been wiped out, and the Feather Elves are actually elves with white wings. They use bows and arrows to attack from the skies. They give off a feeling similar to angels. This is too unbelievable. What was even more unbelievable was that they were different from the other elves. They actually lived on an ancient war tree. How tall was the ancient war tree? It pierced straight into the skies. Its trunk was very straight, like a pillar. Only a few thousand meters above did it start to branch out, and a treehouse could be built. so no other elves could climb up and live there. It's easy to defend and hard to attack. The feather elves live thousands of meters above the ancient war tree. No one can attack them. Only they can fly down to attack others. Moreover, they call their eternal war tree, the Tree of Heaven. Mumu was stunned. She suddenly felt like she was living in a distant, prehistoric era. Perhaps in the future, the feather elves would be called angels. I'm actually at war with the angels of ancient times? In this war, the night elves, who were at a disadvantage, once again created a miracle and turned defeat into victory. 3 days later, the night elves tribe. Now that they are greatly weakened, even if they are much stronger than us, they won't dare to start a war against us in a short period of time. Xianxia stood beside the moon well and said to the elves of the various tribes. After all, there were too many of them in the 7 tribes. It was really difficult to resist. To solve this problem, we can only research cultivation methods. We can't compete in numbers, so we can only make qualitative changes. She raised her eyebrows. And now, we have some progress. Year 236 of the God creation era. After another few decades, the small-scale battles between the 2 elf alliances continued, and they began to return to peace. In the eyes of the Nature Alliance, even Xianxia couldn't do anything to them if the 7 tribes united. So, they gradually began to return to peace and comfort. But they didn't know that danger had already arrived. I've finally succeeded. In Mumu's room, she studied a large pile of handwriting, as if she had turned into an elf scholar. The sorcerer world cultivates one's own spiritual power, and the primordial world cultivates one's sense of the world's incense. I combined them and cultivated my own spiritual power to sense the energy in the sky. However, most of the energy had long been monopolized by the ancient war tree, and the energy that could be leaked to this world was less than 1%. She also discovered that if the concentration of this energy was too high, it would cause weak life forms to die. But cultivation at such a low concentration was too slow. But we don't need to absorb it. We have a ready-made moon well and an ancient tree to provide us with filtered cultivation energy. On this day, Xianxia announced, we have entered the cultivation era. The cultivation system had been established. This was a day that could be recorded in the history of the world. Countless rank 4 adult elves had long been stuck in their realm for hundreds of years, but after cultivating, in less than a month, they all broke through and reached rank 5. A new war broke out once again. This was a one-sided war. Countless rank 5 elves surged out, and with the help of all kinds of potions, the elves of the other tribes were no match at all. One by one, the elf tribes fell, and the ancient war tree that they guarded was controlled and enslaved. In the end, the feathered elf Omega led a group of elves from the remaining races. The feathered elves carried them and flew, hiding in the sky, on top of the Tree of Heaven. It's too high, no one can reach there. Shilin was now an adult and had become Mumu's confidant. She said, why don't we cut down this ancient war tree of elves? That way, the remaining elves won't have a place to hide. No. Xianxia flatly refused. After studying the energy leaking down from the leaves, she understood that the concentration of that energy was too high, and could poison all weak life forms. It was the 11 ancient war trees that used their canopies to isolate and protect the life forms of the entire land. Although the ancient war tree of life also had its own selfish motives, it was undoubtedly mutually beneficial. If this ancient tree of life was cut down, it would be equivalent to the collapse of a world tree that could support the heavens and earth. A huge hole would appear in the sky, and the countless living beings in that land would start dying. Who would mend the sky then? The ancient war tree of life is the root of this world. It can't fall, and can only be enslaved. For now, we can only let the remaining elves go. She had no other choice. But as long as she reached rank 6, she could soar into the air and fly to the feathered elf tribe. Once she took off her shoes, she could solve the final problem. 11 ancient war trees, 10 tribes have been unified by us. On this day, the night elf hero Xianxia spoke in the night elf tribe. Let's start building a nation. The entire tribe was in an uproar. Building a nation. Countless night elves and elves of various tribes cried tears of joy and hugged each other. They had heard Xianxia talk about the benefits of building a nation countless times, and were full of yearning for that civilized world. It symbolized the end of the barbaric tribal era of the ancient war, and the beginning of a new city-state epic. Xianxia High Elf Chronicles recorded Xianxia establish the star system, conquer the 10 ancient war tree tribes, and establish the Xianxia High Elf Empire. Time continued to pass. The Night Elf tribe, which was invincible in the entire land, began to work hard to develop their civilization. They also sent elven warriors to explore the borders of the world, and they actually discovered a terrifying fact: the exploration teams that were sent from completely different directions actually gathered together. This world is actually circular. We are on a planet? She wore a cloak and a golden crown on her head. She sat on the throne, looking valiant and extremely charming. When she heard the minister's words, she fell into shock. The third world is actually the environment of a planet? Similar to our Earth's environment? Then, were the canopies of the 11 trees of life and the sky covered by their leaves acting as the ozone layer? To resist the radiation and various harmful substances in the universe? In the end, she decided to develop a civilization on this planet first. Xianxia the Great Elf Emperor began to create a perfect currency system, unify the language of the various tribes, forge ironware, weave clothes, farm, graze animals, and breed mounts. Each of these fields required a lifetime of dedicated research, but Xianxia was like an omniscient and omnipotent god, easily opening them up. She was omnipotent, and was gradually worshipped, revered, and deified by the major tribes. Some elf tribes even began to build a black god stone statue in the central pool of the town. It was a woman wearing a dark green cloak, black high boots, exquisite striped gloves, and holding a weapon called the Wheel of Poison. Xianxia was already regarded as a living god, and was given many titles: God of the Elves, Guardian, Song of Shadows. And the entire Night Elf tribe, in the rebuilt capital of the Elven Empire, Silvermoon City, was usually handled by Selene and Gilna. Great Emperor Xianxia was always in seclusion, opening up new paths. Every time he appeared, he would push forward various new areas of civilization. Year 7, March of the Xianxia Empire. Great Emperor Xianxia ran between the 10 ancient elven trees and finally reached an agreement. The ancient trees of eternal life controlled the leaves to cover the sky, forming a magic net. Xianxia said, "The 3 layers of energy that your tribe usually offers to the Elven Empire don't need to be handed over anymore. Use these 3 layers of energy to form the magic net. This way, you won't suffer any losses, and instead, your tribe's elves can cultivate." The birth of the magic net perfected the rules of this world. Before this, only the night elves were able to cultivate. They used the energy offered by the ancient elven trees to fulfill the requirements to build a moon well. Although the other elves obtained the cultivation system, their progress was almost negligible due to the sparse power of the stars that they absorbed. Now, the formation of the magic net meant that all the major elves on the land could sense it and use this energy to cultivate. Even the various giant dragons, the 9-headed snakes in the swamp, and other high-level intelligent life forms could start cultivating. So, Great Emperor Xianxia has been designing the magic net in seclusion for the other elf tribes all these years. She actually gave up a lot of energy to provide cultivation for us elves of the major tribes. Previously, only the night elves could cultivate. Now, she's letting us cultivate. Isn't she afraid that we'll rebel after cultivating? She's already the elven god. No one will rebel. Countless elves of the tribes were praising and looking forward to it. Perhaps Xianxia never had any selfish motives. She had started the war previously not to enslave them and steal the energy of the ancient elven trees, but to bring civilization to them. However, Xianxia's actions had gradually aroused the dissatisfaction of the ancient tree of dark. Its night elves had enslaved the 9 ancient elven trees, which should have provided energy for it. Now, that energy had been taken away without permission. However, she finally calmed down. Because Xianxia had opened up the cultivation system, the various ancient elven trees could also start cultivating and increase their strength. The ancient tree of life was a level 7 life form, and the ancient tree of war was a level 6 life form. Now, only 3 layers had been released, and they were absorbing more. However, it was too far for a level 7 epic life form to break through to God. Xianxia Empire, Year 21, July. In the quiet and elegant elven palace. The domed roof was engraved with fine and dense green vine carvings, and on the walls were murals from ancient times. They recorded the history of the night elves, and the story of a knight hero who led the tribe to rise. Whoosh, faint snow-white sunlight shone through the window, and it was peaceful and quiet. A beautiful elf with a golden crown on her head sat calmly on the throne. Her eyes were slightly closed, as if she was taking a nap. Great Elven Emperor! Almighty Elven God! Your Majesty Xianxia! Elf Minister Minnie walked into the palace and stood on the carpet, her eyes filled with fanaticism. A book was placed in front of her. This is the Elven Codex. It gives us power that surpasses the primitive, and we no longer need to rely on physical strength to fight. On the throne, Xianxia opened her eyes. Her figure was elegant and slender, and she said calmly, I perfected it over the years. Today, I can announce it. Yes, Your Majesty Xianxia. Minnie stood up, took the Elven Codex, and left slowly. Magic was a cultivation system that Xianxia, the Elven Emperor, had been researching in recent years. It was said that it could use one's own power, and not rely on physical attacks. It was a supernatural power that surpassed bows and arrows. And now, it seemed to have been completely researched. Minnie suddenly stopped, and turned her head to look at the Elven King Xianxia with longing. This great elven god had led the night elves out of their predicament, created miracles, and continuously fought to establish order and civilization for the elves. She was leading a brand new era in the future. More than 100 years ago, when she was the only remaining leader of the night elves, she was attacked by 2 tribes, and fought for the survival of her tribe. And today, although she was close to death from old age, she had witnessed the birth and growth of a mythical and epic hero, and stood at the top of the world. Creating a cultivation system, building a magic net, and creating a codex. What a great god! Minnie's body trembled, and she left in small steps. It was a pity that she was about to die of old age, and could no longer follow this great existence forward. I'm leaving, but the immortal Her Majesty Xianxia will still lead us, the night elves, no, the entire elven race towards the next glorious civilization. She walked with small steps, and gently stroked the Elven Codex. Suddenly, she could no longer hold it in. Under the fragmented bright sunlight outside the corridor, her breathing quickened, and she slowly flipped open the first page of the Elven Codex like a treasure. Golden light sprinkled on the ink on the page, and the first paragraph of the preface clearly wrote, "We elves belong to nature, protect nature, and surpass nature. This world is actually a planet." When the Elven Palace was empty, Xianxia sighed for a long time. She had been deified by the entire elven race and sat on the elven throne as the omnipotent, omniscient, and omnipotent elven god. Only she knew that she was standing on the shoulders of giants to bring civilization to them. I've finally reached level 6. She suddenly closed her eyes and muttered. Everyone thought that she was talented and bold. She was studying farming, papermaking, writing, herding, and many other fields in seclusion to bring a brilliant and incredible civilization to the entire Xianxia High Elf Empire. Only he knew that in the past 100 years, all he did was study the cultivation system and write the code of nature. He spent the rest of his time on cultivation. Her body aptitude was absolutely top-notch. She was born as a level 5 great demon. However, her aptitude for understanding was very ordinary. She had only reached level 6 after cultivating for so long. But it's time for me to do my own thing. She sat on the throne and suddenly a thought flashed in her mind. All these years, he was still studying the theory of evolution and improving the species he was most familiar with, the 7 Wonders treasure tree. He wanted to use the next altar of rebirth to become a man. In the fruit of life, the seed of one's own species is equivalent to another way of evolution. Different from the long evolution of species, it uses a huge amount of life energy to nourish the life form and achieve instantaneous transformation and evolution. This is the origin of demon. She slightly closed her eyes. However, due to the monopoly and control of the ancient tree of life, it only gives birth to females. If I am born again, I have to find a way to change the hormone concentration or change my species form to deceive the ancient tree of life to become a male. All these years, a large amount of the dead body of the 7 Wonders treasure tree was no longer used for cooking. Instead, it was stored and constantly studied its structure. Now, she still had some confidence in her heart. The next time she was reborn, she would change the life form and hormone structure of the Seven Wonders treasure tree to become a male elf and get rid of the athlete's foot. She would rather not have such a powerful talent. She would never know the pain of having to wear shoes to sleep and not wearing slippers when her feet were sweaty. Otherwise, she would suffocate Gilna, who was sleeping next to her. While he was thinking, Gilna leisurely walked in from the side door of the palace. "Are you going to eat?" "I want to eat barbecue today." Celine is also waiting. She is already complaining that she is going to starve. "Okay, I'll go to the kitchen to prepare." Yumi looked at her and suddenly smiled gently. "When this matter is over, I want to marry you as my wife." "What are you going to do?" "What's a wife?" Gilna asked curiously. "It's two people who like each other, living together," Yumi replied. Confusion flashed in Gilna's eyes. "Then I'm your wife. The two of us have been living together for over 100 years. We like each other very much. This isn't a real relationship. Two girls, it's not the kind of like I want." Yumiya replied, "This world has been imprisoned, and the elven race has been cursed by the 11 most ancient existences, forbidding true love. I want to change it." Gilna was confused. Mumu looked at his beloved girl and just smiled. The magic of love really makes people yearn for it. She sat on the throne with a look of longing on her face. Her eyes slowly looked into the distance, as if she could see the fruit of life that she had fallen from the sky back then. It had turned into a meteor, and a beautiful elf had walked out and saved the Dark Knight tribe, guiding the entire elf civilization to ancient times. Like a newborn baby, she had a pure smile of nostalgia. As I said back then, time is merciless. It always polishes people's edges and turns them into what they used to hate. When this war is over, I will finally return to my youth. If it wasn't for Gilna, he might have already gotten used to this body. However, looking at the beautiful girl he liked day and night, he gradually became determined to realize this dream. If a person didn't have a brilliant dream and pursuit, what was the point of living? His idea was very simple. He wanted to marry her, and in this life, he would take her to cook delicious food, and travel the mountains and rivers. Send my order. Go to battle and deal with the remnant of the feather elves, Omega. On another day, this elf Emperor Yumi sat on the throne in the main hall of the elf royal palace. Both his left and right sides were filled with elven mages and ministers of the major elven races. It's time to start. This time, my death will completely usher in a new life that belongs to me. Year 37 of the Yumi Empire, January. Emperor Yumi, having reached the 6th level, flew alone to the Tree of Heaven. He was about to deal with the remnants of the Nature Alliance. In the sky, on the vast and ancient tree, the branches of the branches carried the treehouses of the tribe. When he looked up again, the sky was already extremely clear. It was a vast and spectacular scene. Every single dark green leaf was the size of a lake, sparkling and translucent. They flickered with moving radiance and possessed the mighty power to absorb the stars. These leaves are unimaginably huge. What a great life! No wonder people can see the mottled sky made of fine leaves on the ground. She walked in the air step by step. She could have launched a sneak attack, but she came in broad daylight. It's Yumi! The entire feather elf tribe fell into a state of panic when they saw that figure. A beautiful feather elf with pure white wings appeared. It was Omega. This ambitious and ruthless person had also reached the 6th level. As expected, he had secretly descended to the mortal world and learned cultivation methods. Then, he used the magic net to cultivate. Yumi. Omega stared at this terrifying existence and gritted his teeth, showing his determination to die. Boom. The two fought quickly in the sky, moving further and further away. After half a day, Yumi's blood-covered corpse fell from the sky. The entire elf empire wailed when they saw this. Yumi, the great elf emperor, is dead. Countless people trembled and looked like they were on the verge of collapse. No one could have imagined that such a powerful elf king would be defeated. Omega stood in the sky and stared at her hands. Yumi, what are you thinking? She clearly knew that Yumiya didn't even use his pressure or that terrifying weapon, the Wheel of Poison. His Majesty is dead. The entire High Elf Empire was in chaos. The entire Dark Knight Elf Empire was even more terrified. The Tree of Life was also nervous. It clearly understood that with the death of Emperor Yumi, the other elf tribes might start to attack the royal family of the elves, the Dark Night Elves, and seize the throne. Don't worry. Soon, Celine came out to comfort everyone. Emperor Yumi has an immortal body and can be reborn in the elf altar. He has been able to be reborn before. He will be fine. The Night Elf Ancient Tree, in the sky. The hero altar was brewing again, and a strange light flashed again. Yumi said to the Night Elf Ancient Tree, "This time, I changed my life form, and I need more energy. This time, I've changed my life form, so I need even more energy. I was born as a level 6 life form, but our elven empire is more than enough to support this rebirth that would require a huge amount of energy." The fruit of life contained more than half of the elf empire's savings over the years. Gradually, life was born and reborn. After an unknown period of time, a life suddenly started to take shape. Whoosh, a human figure slowly appeared. The man was tall and straight, and his body was golden in proportion. He was as beautiful as a Greek statue. The Night Elf Ancient Tree of Life was instantly stunned. There had never been a male elf in this world. In the knowledge of countless elves, these creatures did not exist at all, so it had never been on guard against them. It did not expect that Yumi's rebirth would turn himself into a male elf and escape its imprisonment. Yumi. The Night Elf Ancient Tree's faint voice sounded. "So, this is your goal?" Yumiya smiled. Suddenly, the Night Elf Ancient Tree's voice sounded. "Come, let's have a chat. Haven't you always wanted to know what's above the sky?" He froze for a moment, then flew into the sky. Whoosh, a leaf was slowly pushed aside, making way for a path. He passed through the sky of leaves and arrived at the top of the sky. Under his feet was a huge green ball made of leaves. It was as if he was stepping on the atmosphere of a planet. His feet stepped lightly on the overlapping green leaves, and the rustling sound of leaves could be heard. Is this the sky that covers the entire planet? He stood on the green atmosphere of the sky and looked into outer space. There was a translucent protective membrane outside, isolating the air and vacuum. The universe was pitch black, and the stars were dazzling. It was indescribably vast and intoxicating, making people feel small. Yumi, who stole the forbidden fruit of life, this land made of green leaves is our residence. There is no war here, and we usually chat with the 11 ancient trees here. We call it Eden. One by one, the soaring serpents crawled out and coiled around the leaves. There were 11 of them in total. They seemed to be 11 ancient trees, and they appeared in front of him in this way. Although they were robbing each other, they had no intention of killing each other. They could even chat frequently on the top of the sky. For them, war, invasion, and enslavement were just a game of chess to control the elves under their command. There were wins and losses, but in their long lives, they didn't care much about winning or losing, until their lives were truly threatened. Mumu looked at them, the 11 oldest great beings. The eternal trees of life opened their mouths one after another, and their voices sounded one after another. "We are your gods. You are the beings we created. We give you wisdom. We can tolerate anything in our long lives. If you want to enslave us, the ancient trees of life, we'll follow you. If you want to create a magic net, we'll follow you. If you want to establish an elven empire, we'll support you. We're willing to watch our children walk towards glory, and we want to see what kind of rotten flowers you'll bloom. In our long lives, Yumi, you may only be a splash in our lives, an excuse for the dark night ancient trees of life to brag about in front of us. You once ruled us, but it's gone in a flash, just like your lifespan. If you can transform into a long life like us, we'll sincerely welcome you to join us and become the 12th great being. We tolerate. We understand everything. Over the long years, we've accepted and accommodated more than you can imagine. In the world we created, there is no gender, no desire. It's a paradise full of joy, and happiness. We've done you favors, and you've done us favors. We've lived in peace, but the elves have betrayed the gods. They stole the forbidden fruit. They want to have the most primitive greed and desire, and want independence." The distant voices seemed to come from the sky, as if they were stern reproaches from the majestic gods above. Yumi looked at them, then turned his head to look at the green land of Eden and the fruits of life condensed under the leaves. It was the first time he saw these legendary fruits up close, and he couldn't help but admire their beauty. I stole the forbidden fruit to be with Gilna. We love each other deeply. You can also be together now. A voice came. Yumi shook his head and said, "That's not what I really want." Yumi clearly knew that the ancient trees of life couldn't do anything to him. Although they were 7th grade beings, they were still strange beings with a plant structure. They contained powerful vitality but had no fighting power. They could only protect themselves by giving birth to elves. It was like a powerful queen ant that had no fighting power, but could breed a large number of ants to protect herself. This was a special life form. The surrounding ancient trees of life were silent. It spoke again. You'll regret it. You stole the forbidden fruit. Desire is the original sin of life and the beginning of all other sins. As a woman, you've stepped into the forbidden zone. In the future, all women will suffer because of you. We'll give you one last chance. Commit suicide, turn back into Yumi, become the previous elven god Yumi, and rule the Yumi kingdom of high elves again. We'll forget this day. Yumi shook his head, looked down at his young and burly male body, and suddenly strode away. Above the sky, leaves piled up, and green arcs spread across the vast land. A curse came from behind. We'll punish them with the pain of giving birth. They'll bleed every month, and they'll experience the pain of giving birth, and they'll even die because of it. And you, Yumi, the strongest elven king, you took advantage of the tolerance of us, the eternal trees of life, to betray us, to betray your own mother. You'll lose all your glory. You'll become a prisoner and be locked up forever. Yumi shook her head, not afraid at all. She clearly understood that she had already won. No one could be born high and mighty. Just like those ancient witches, she overthrew their absolute rule and achieved freedom similar to the primordial world. The freedom that belonged to living beings. In the future, the elves would no longer have to rely on others, and could live independently. So what if they didn't reproduce? As long as she was there, she could reproduce her race, even though it was a little hard. Reproducing a race for a country was a difficult task. But for Gilna, I won't do that. He revealed a gentle smile. These ancient trees of life no longer have any leverage to control me. Unless they completely shed all pretense of cordiality, they'll still obediently reproduce the next generation of elves for me, and brew the fruit of life. From today onwards, I become a man, and I'll change my name. I'll be called Ilfin. He thought for a moment, and added, Ilfin Stormrage. He immediately smiled, and landed in Silvermoon City with even more joy, heading towards the Elven Palace. His heart was filled with joy, and he even wanted to tell this good news to Gilna, share his joy with her, and tell her that the elves in this world were actually divided into genders. But in the next second, he walked into the Elven Palace, and his expression gradually froze. Because he saw another Yumi, the Elven Emperor, another guardian, Shadow Song, the Elven God, was wearing her clothes, calmly sitting on the Elven throne. She opened her mouth, and her tone was exactly the same as before. She said to herself, I'm the Elven King Yumi. Which tribe are you from? Elf King Yumia. Mumu looked at his other self in a daze, his mind was blank. Protect me. At this moment, a group of familiar elven ministers consciously stood in front of Yumiya with vigilant expressions. Emperor Yumiya just revived from the hero's altar, and a strange level 6 elf came. I'm afraid it has bad intentions. I'm afraid it's the remnants of the feather elves, Omega spy. The familiar elf ministers stood in front of him and looked at him with vigilance, showing their determination to protect him. Mumu was silent for a moment, and cold sweat appeared on his forehead. His other self, it's probably a backup plan left by the night elf ancient tree. In an instant, he understood some key points. He was probably killed when he was nurturing a seed, leaving behind a seed, and he was only reborn from the hero's altar when the second seed was planted. In these years, the night elf ancient tree had secretly nurtured another Yumiya, allowing her to cultivate and grow in the past 100 years. This Yumiya's genes and appearance were exactly the same as his. She could be considered his clone. The night elf ancient tree has been on guard against me. He instantly broke out in a cold sweat again, and he felt an indescribable shock in his heart. At this moment, the elf king Yumiya continued to look down at him and asked again, I'm the elf king Yumiya. I am the elf king Yumiya. Which tribe are you from? Mumu stood in the main hall in silence, still trembling. We players are known as the Fourth Calamity, and we've dominated several worlds. We overthrew the rule of evil god Cthulhu, the 13 ancient gods, and the 12 witches. I didn't expect that we would be tricked here in order to overthrow the elf ancient tree and fight for freedom for the elves. She stole all of my glory and the great achievement of building an empire. Xianxia continued, elf of unknown origin, the elf empire will detain you. If you resist, you will be executed on the spot. Once he surrendered, he would not be able to return. He turned and left. You want to leave? Yumiya's expression turned cold, and he quickly chased after him. King? The elf ministers behind him wanted to say something but hesitated, fearing that their elf king would be killed again. Don't worry. Xianxia quickly chased after him. In a lush and tall ancient forest. Ta-ta-ta, 2 figures flew at high speed. Mumu didn't choose to fly. Instead, he wanted to shake off Xianxia, who was behind him, through the complicated terrain. Oh my god. I'm gonna die. Mumu had a miserable expression on his face. Not only did I turn myself into a man, I even replaced all of my innate talents. Because that flaw was too great, I never thought that I would be hunted down by myself. Ta-ta-ta, behind him, Xianxia seemed to be an exact copy of himself. Carrying the wheel of poison, he quickly took off his shoes, revealing his fair legs as he walked on the grass. Walala, Xianxia, who had stepped into the 6th tier, exuded an even more astonishing might from his legs. Wherever he passed by, large patches of green plants would instantly wither. How blinding! Mumu's heart skipped a beat as he watched. Previously, he didn't care about the fear others felt toward him. Only when it was his turn did he realize how terrifying it was. Once she gets close to me, I'll instantly lose my ability to fight. This horrifying thought appeared in his mind. Instantly, it'll be so spicy that I can't open my eyes, my nose can't breathe, and even my eardrums will be pierced. Only he knew the fear. From the eyes, ears, mouth, and nose, it completely sealed the opponent's 5 senses. This was another form of indescribable fear. If he got close to her, he would definitely die. But, although I've changed, I still have enough resistance. I'm much better than other creatures. I can only try to resist. He suddenly stopped. He knew that if he continued to run like this, it wouldn't work. He could only face her head-on. He stopped, turned his head, and looked at this exact copy of himself. Suddenly, he asked, "When were you born?" Xianxia looked at him, looked at his original body, and felt a little complicated. I was born at the same time as you, but I didn't grow up instantly. Instead, I was nurtured in the fruit of life for a long time, and then slowly grew up in the dark. I only became an adult after 80 years, and then I cultivated until today. She hid in the dark and slowly grew up, watching this original body that looked exactly like her grow up. She continued to rule the elf tribes, and finally established the Great Elf Dynasty. When she was young, she looked forward to and worshipped this elf god, this great existence that created all kinds of miracles, opened up all kinds of brilliant civilizations, created the cultivation system, and created the magic net, Shadow Song Xianxia. There were no elves that didn't worship this great elf emperor. She had always been hiding in the dark, watching this gentle Xianxia take care of Gilna and Celine. She cooked all kinds of strange delicacies for them and laughed with them. At every moment, she didn't look forward to replacing them. Until today, she heard the words of the Dark Knight ancient tree of life. Xianxia betrayed our great elf race. I'm holding it back. You go take over the entire elf dynasty. That one sentence had turned her entire life upside down. I don't want to replace you. Xianxia was silent, looking at this completely different male elf in front of her. Go back, maybe I can plead for you. Looking at the beautiful face that she was incomparably familiar with, Mumu smiled. She knew that there was no going back. There was no turning back after breaking off their relationship. The elf race can't be slaves to the mother tree. This elf is a cursed perfect life, and can't have love. I want the freedom that belongs to living beings. From today onwards, my name is Ilvan. Looks like I can't go back to those days. Xianxia forced a smile. Her heart ached, and she couldn't help but close her eyes. She knew that the dream that she once had in her heart was slowly being shattered. Since the great elf god Xianxia betrayed the elf race, and tarnished the Watcher and Shadow Song's glory, then she would replace Xianxia and become Xianxia, the emperor of the elves, and continue her glory. Xianxia, no, I should call you Ilvan. I won't allow your life to be tainted. Please die here. You've always been resisting your legs. You don't know how terrifying they are, nor do you know how to use them. The Xianxia in front of me took a deep breath. Combustion. Whoosh, she used the simplest burning spell, which actually enveloped her legs. Along with the high temperature, her delicate and round legs were quickly covered in sweat, dense and fragrant sweat. She jumped into the air and swung her legs, the dense sweat was flung out, and the sky above the entire forest was suddenly covered by a layer of gray film. This is the true release of a domain. Whoosh, large amounts of life and plants were enveloped by the spicy smell, and they rapidly withered, forming an unbelievable death field. Even powerful 5th and 6th grade life forms couldn't open their eyes at this moment. In the next second, she turned into a shadowy assassin and attacked. She was as fast as lightning, and she ruthlessly swept her leg towards his head. From far away, I can smell the terrifying hot sweaty legs, and the even more terrifying aura it emits, spreading it through sweat. This was the first time Mumu knew that legs could be used like this, but he had already used a black eye mask soaked in water to cover his eyes, ears, mouth, and nose. He hid outside, and his body quickly grew taller, changing the shape of his body. Don't look down on me, Ilvan said in a low voice. After all, we're the same life form, but different. Although your legs are terrifying, and I've lost this power, I still have a lot of resistance. Devil transformation. Crack crack crack, 2 demon-like black goat horns grew from his head, and 2 bat wings quickly extended from his back. The black nails on his legs gradually grew longer, and they turned into a pair of huge eagle claws. Whoosh, his whole body was emitting tiny flames. That was the change of the spiciness, turning into a terrifying black flame with a low temperature. Although the spiciness was sacrificed, it was closer to the aura, and it became controllable, so he didn't have to worry about hurting the people around him. Goat horns, bat wings, and bird claws. It was very similar to the strange ancestral witch true body. This was indeed a combat form similar to the ancestral witch true body. This time, his transformation of the 7 Wonders treasure tree had undoubtedly brought him closer to the powerful physical life form of the ancestral witch true body. Yumi looked at the twisted demonic figure covered in flames, and her expression tightened. You really have fallen. To protect Shadow Song and the glory of the Watchers, I must kill you. Her hawk-like gaze instantly focused on the demonic figure in front of her. Whoosh, terrifying energy waves flickered. Whoosh, the entire forest quickly withered. Dead silence. 2 figures emitting terrifying auras were madly fighting. This time, Mumu combined the life structure of this world that was similar to the witches, and achieved a transformation, gaining a battle form. His poisonous hair, spicy legs, and hand of life were distributed as his poisonous nails, low-temperature flames, and life recovery that had completely integrated into his body. Yes. I weakened my talent and made it more nimble. I sacrificed a lot in order to let people get close to me. I'm not your match. Irfan growled. But no matter how strong you are, your legs and poisonous will are greatly reducing the damage they can do to me. Irfan growled. Both of them were quickly heavily injured in the fight. However, the advantages and disadvantages of both sides were gradually revealed. Although Yumi's hands could heal, there were still too many limitations. It was not as good as Irfan's body recovery. Yumi's injuries were gradually increasing. But if we continue fighting, I'm afraid I'll die first. Mumu's expression was solemn. Although his resistance was strong, her spiciness was still too terrifying. It had already corroded his body, and the poison was beginning to spread in his body. He could only forcefully suppress the poison. I have to take this chance to leave, or else the poison will completely take effect. His figure flashed, and he flapped his wings to rise into the air. Escape? Irfan, don't you dare. Yumi's angry and shocked voice came. Panicking, he suddenly picked up the poisonous wheel and threw it into the air, but hit nothing. A few days later, Irfan, who had reverted from his demonic form to the appearance of an ordinary elf, hid and recovered from his injuries. He skillfully dressed as a woman, and walked in the elven capital, Silvermoon City. Because of his fair skin, and the fact that this world did not have the concept of masculinity, no one suspected him. After a while, he finally saw Gilna. Gilna was shocked. She also saw the strange elf who had provoked the elven emperor Yumi without permission in the elven palace, the traitor elf who escaped from Yumi's pursuit. "You are Yumi?" Gilna couldn't help but ask, her eyes widening in horror. He immediately smiled. Sure enough, Gilna had been with him for 100 years and shared the same bed with him. She could instantly recognize him and tell that he was an imposter. "Want to leave with me?" Irfan's cold and handsome face showed a hint of hesitation. A faint sense of uneasiness reverberated in his heart. "But we will be wanted by the entire elven race. We may not have a place to hide." "Yes." Gilna's eyes flashed with determination. "But Celine," Irvan thought for a moment and said, "she will be fine. She is the next queen of the Elven Empire. Countless years ago, I stopped managing the politics of the Elven Empire. She is the true ruler of the Elven Empire. Yumiya will not do anything to her. She will still be the next queen of the Elven Empire. She will still protect the glory of the elves. She will only target me." Half a day later, the news of Gilna's disappearance reached the royal palace. Chase. Sitting on the throne, the elven emperor Yumi slowly opened his eyes. Year 38 of the Yumiya Empire. Even though they tried their best to cover it up, a shocking piece of news still spread throughout the entire country. Gilna and the special dark elf Ivan had defected. The entire country fell into chaos. Isn't Gilna the confidant of His Majesty Yumiya? She is loyal and is even willing to die for His Majesty. How could she leave with other elves? That Ivan is said to be an elf wanted by the 11 elven ancient trees. He betrayed us elves and destroyed our peaceful paradise. He brought disaster, fear, and death to this world. Regardless of what was said outside, the two had already hidden in the lush forest. "Let's get married." Mumu looked at the woman he loved and smiled. They held their wedding in an uninhabited forest. A new chapter in history was opened. The Paradise of Eden in the sand calendar recorded frowny face year 47 of the Yumiya Empire. The elven traders Ivan and Gilna stole the forbidden fruit of the ancient god of life, Paradise of Eden. They lost their divinity and sank into sin and pleasure. They fell into the mortal world of desire and became barbaric and rude. God said that they committed a sin that must be redeemed from generation to generation. It was called original sin, meaning the original, innate sin. The ancient gods banished them from the elven race and put them on the wanted list. They cursed their descendants. The men became greedy and tyrannical, and the women must suffer the pain of childbirth. Mumu began to pursue the life that she wanted to pursue. She left behind the mission of raising the elves to prominence, and the husband and wife began to wander around the entire planet, visiting various elven towns and cities. Mumu also once again put on female clothing, and it was as if two beautiful elven sisters were traveling around the world, searching for delicacies, cooking them, and then improving the delicacies before asking Gilna to appraise them. They went to the Death Desert Canyon and saw the most beautiful desert sunrise. Under the guidance of the Sand Elves, they went to find the legendary delicacy, the footprints of the white treasure fruit tree. They took a ship to the ocean, wounded the hydra, cut off one of its heads, and cooked the most delicious dishes. They went to find the dragons and communicated with them. With their exquisite cooking skills, they became their guests and enjoyed the delicacies unique to the Dragon Ball. This honeymoon-like journey passed very happily. Gilna also began to get pregnant. As a rank 4 life form, her body was strong, so she didn't feel much pain. She continued to travel around with a big belly. The curse of the elven ancient trees might be fake. I don't feel pain during pregnancy. I also don't bleed every month, and I won't die because of childbirth. Gilna smiled and stroked her belly. She felt that there were 2 twins in her belly. 2 brand new lives. In this world, they didn't need to rely on the elven ancient trees. They were lives that belonged to the elves themselves. Our elven race, perhaps in the future, we really don't need to rely on the elven ancient trees. We are free. She smiled. We might become a brand new race, a unique elven race. She smiled. Neither of them wanted to be enemies with the elves. They just wanted to live in seclusion and live the peaceful life they wanted. They didn't want to be pregnant for 10 months. After a full 9 years, Gilna gradually gave birth to the children. Or rather, they didn't give birth to human shapes. Instead, they gave birth to 2 bloody spheres. One was white, the other was black. They had the structure of elven fruits, but they were different. They emitted a red and transparent radiance. They were like hearts, constantly contracting and beating as if they were alive. Hee hee hee. Hee hee hee. Gradually, the strange spheres began to play with each other. They began to give birth to intelligence. After a few days, they ate the outer layer of flesh and turned into 2 baby boys. The baby boy that hatched from the white sphere was similar to an elf, but there were some differences. If the elves were the reproduction of the elven ancient trees, a perfect life form that was half plant and half animal, then this baby seemed to be transforming into a living creature. His sharp leaf ears became round, and his appearance was no longer perfect. Gradually, he became ordinary. The other baby boy that hatched from the black sphere had sharp demon goat horns, long and narrow eyes, and a pair of flesh wings on his back. He was still an extremely perfect life form. 2 strange children, our descendants. Their strength is weakening. They are only at the 2nd level when they are born, and only at the 3rd level when they grow up. Mumu was stunned. One of the children has an ordinary human form. It seems that it's difficult for him to transform into a demon and transform into my battle form. He's very weak. The other child is born in the eternal battle form of a demon? He can't transform into a human form? One was extremely strong, and the other was extremely weak. They seemed to have inherited his 2 life forms. Gilna suddenly looked at the demon baby and scolded him coquettishly. It's all your fault for liking to transform into that demon form. You must have gotten pregnant at that time. The 2 of them laughed and hugged the 2 babies. They felt that a new life had begun. Year 61 of Xianxia Empire. Xianxia Elven Emperor opened a new field and created space rings. This was a precious magic artifact made from the inner space of the fruit of life that nurtured elves. Irvin heard the news and was sitting in the forest with Gilna, eating barbecue with the 2 kids. She's very talented and worked hard to maintain the reputation of Xianxia. Also, the ancient tree of life didn't trust me before, but now it trusts her completely. It even gave her the fruit of life to study. Year 67 of Xianxia Empire. In the Mirsai forest, Irvin's footprints were found. Xianxia Emperor personally went there and flattened the entire land. Irvin escaped with heavy injuries. Year 71 of Xianxia Empire. The ordinary child was named Arthur and the demon child was named Roar. They gradually grew up. They even met elven girls they liked on their journey and married them. Another few years passed. Arthur gave birth to 3 children, 2 boys and 1 girl. Roar gave birth to a demon boy. The more the tribe expanded, the more likely it was to be found. After several hesitations, he decided to separate the tribe and let his 2 children live independently. You've grown up after all. The cooking skills have been taught to you too. You can travel and do whatever you want. Year 94 of Xianxia Empire. Several years passed. The elves gradually found out that other than them, there were 2 humanoid intelligent races in this land. They could abandon the breeding of the ancient tree of life and reproduce independently. They also had unique male lives. We have to follow the rules of our ancestors. We can only be together if we are willing and truly love each other. They told their descendants. Are you saying that we can have children ourselves? Can we give it a try? Some beautiful elves were even curious that they could give birth to life like the ancient tree of life. Some elves fell in love with them and gradually lived together. They gave birth to many descendants. In the Elven Royal Palace. Those are the descendants of sinners. Xianxia Elven Emperor established a prison and became the warden himself. Any elf who is with these sinners and produces offspring for them will be imprisoned. They are the traitors of the elves. They have lost their divinity and are mixed with desire. These 2 evil races must all be arrested. After a short 100 years of peace, the Elven Empire welcomed war and turmoil again. It was even more terrifying than the war of unification of the elves. The Tree Realm prison was established. After unifying the elf race, more than 400 ancient war trees had been recuperating. 300 ancient war trees had formed a square-shaped prison, and no one could escape from it. We have our race and our dignity. Freedom for the human race. You dare to resist the god who created the elves. Arthur, the great mage of the human race, led the human race to reproduce and resist. Although the demons could reproduce themselves, their reproduction ability was as low as that of the elves. Now there were only dozens of demons, so Roar chose to give up the war. He dug a cave and hid deep underground. Several years passed. A large number of male sinners were captured and brought inside. If it was the previous war of the elves, the ancient trees of life wouldn't care too much about it even if it was an internal strife. However, the current situation involved a threat to their lives. It was very likely that their rule would be overthrown, so they had to eliminate all males. The world belonged to the elves. Spore evolution sandbox on the entire emerald green miniature mountains and rivers, all kinds of species were evolving crazily. Now, everyone was working hard and silently evolving their species, striving to catch the train of this world. However, the scene was a little strange. Animals had become extremely rare, and many people were immersed in evolving plants. There were almost no beasts in the entire sandbox. A bunch of plants were multiplying, and the atmosphere was extremely strange. Everyone had a tacit understanding that their own plant species were overthrown one by one and were evolving again. They were working very hard. Some newbie players couldn't help but ask questions, which immediately caused a huge reaction. What? You said that I listened to the cute girl and started evolving into a plant in order to enter the ancient tree world and immediately obtain great power? Impossible. I'm not that kind of person without principles. You can become stronger by dressing up as a girl? Impossible. Ha ha ha. What a joke. I'm a straight man, okay. Young man. I have a wife. I'm already in my 30s, and my son is already in school. What will my son think of me if I become a woman? I've been evolving plants for God knows how long. I can't just give up, can I? Countless big shots expressed that they would never be fooled by power and lose their principles. Chi Ming of Mount Akina was turning into a plant and taking root in the ground. He took the lead and warned the newbies around him. What a joke. I'm a dignified old player. I've worked hard for 50 or 60 years and spent an ordinary person's lifespan to recultivate to level 5. How can I be so unprincipled? Isn't it just giving me levels and nature-defying talents? How can I be easily attracted by the tempting salary and benefits of the ancient tree of spirits? Become the spirit clan's hero that they employ? I'm not that kind of person. Everyone expressed that they were dignified men. How could they not resist the temptation? These shameless people. Suji was stunned. He felt that after these people became bald, they had become even smarter and more wretched. Moreover, their skin was as thick as a city wall. Ordinary people couldn't be as shameless as these fools. Suji didn't expect that the planet of the ancient tree world would be so chaotic. It had just developed, and the civilization had just begun to take the embryonic form of the cultivation system. It had left the barbaric tribes and entered the era of city-states, and such a terrifying situation had already happened. Suji imagined the scene. At that time, under the ancient tree of spirits, a bunch of beautiful elves would come out and pick their feet and noses, shouting all day long that they were going to defy the heavens. He believed that Di Chi would also be dumbfounded. Hee, if you anger the sun, Di Chi, be careful that he doesn't *ck all of you. Suji chuckled, feeling that they wouldn't be able to cause much trouble in Di Chi's hands. Suddenly, a player came out to report. Breaking news! Mumu has already posted that it has become a man getting married. *ck. Everyone's eyes widened in shock. Mumu was still so flirtatious. They hadn't even entered the sea of bitterness, but Mumu had already left it and was enjoying the fruits of life. They all gave up on evolving their species and planned to go out and take a look. At this time, the forum outside was also in an uproar. Screenshots. 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 Photos of the wedding dress were posted one after another. Countless people were extremely envious. I got the beauties just like that? Damn it. I finally understand why I don't have a girlfriend. It's because I didn't put on women's clothes and become friends with them, then take the opportunity to win their hearts. I think I found a way to get rid of being single. Happy, so that's how it is. To have a girlfriend, you have to first become a woman? Deep in thought. JPG, I'm just afraid that after I become a woman, I'll start looking for a boyfriend, laughing emoji. A group of animals were driving, but wedding photos were still being posted, making others envious. A beautiful water elf beauty and a tall and handsome male elf were taking photos everywhere, posing for wedding photos. He even transformed into his true demon form, covered in flames, and kissed the elf beauty. F***CK. Western fantasy wedding photos, they were actually fed a mouthful of dog food. Countless people were heartbroken. However, Mumu had endured the bitter days. After spending more than 100 years, he had finally changed from a bitter sister's identity to a lover. However, gradually, some people noticed that something was wrong. The wedding was not held in the elf palace, but in the deep mountains, after Mumu posted the photos, he began to explain the current situation very seriously. He had become a man, but was tricked by the ancient elf tree. Now, he had lost all his glory and had to wander the world. Everyone was instantly stunned. You brat, you've been using foot odor to suffocate people all day long. You asked people if their feet felt strong and if they smelled good. Now, it's finally your turn, you've spun a cocoon of your own. Everyone felt that it was wonderful and laughed happily. Even a little slut like you has such a day. Mumu did not speak and continued to post screenshots. All kinds of travel and food pictures turned into a scenery party, including pictures of his 2 children. Are you AF** king fugitive or a vacation? Your 2 children, one looks like a human, and the other looks like a demon. You're simply an animal. Give you a woman, and you can create 2 races? I'm sour, lemon. JPG, everyone felt that something was wrong on the spot. Was there still any law? Shouldn't you be the target of the crazy foot odor and then be suppressed? Mumu did not speak. Ha ha ha. Let me explain to everyone. My descendants are constantly reproducing and are in a mess. I have no ambition, but my 2 sons are quite ambitious and want to lead their own race to rise. Everyone was silent, and their teeth were aching. Give you a woman, and you create 2 races, then use the 2 races to fight against the elves, and you can solve the security crisis and escape? Mumu did not speak. She can't catch us anymore, and her foot odor is irritating to the eyes, but it can't kill me. I'm born to restrain her. Mumu, will not speak. I swear here. Even if I kick a stone on the road and fall to my death, or get beaten to death by my wife's family, or die in a fancy way, I won't be caught and imprisoned by Xianxia. On the contrary, once you go in, don't blame me for not reminding you. If you want to cause trouble, there's a high chance that Xianxia will suffocate you to death. Ha 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 ha. Everyone experienced the fear of being suffocated to death by the foot odor of a beautiful elf girl. I'll take my leave. I'm going to continue traveling around the world with my wife and enjoy all kinds of delicious food. Are you kidding us? Everyone instantly felt a headache. The person involved was not affected much, and had already become a man as she wished, but instead left a mess for them to clean up, and Mumu had already walked a dead end. They had no way to go. It was impossible to use the same method to fool the ancient tree of life. They would certainly be vigilant. In the future, they could only become female elves, especially Qiu Mingyu, who had already gone mad with anger. He was anxiously pacing around in front of the computer. He wanted to use this trick to become a man, but he didn't expect Mumu, this bitch, to be 1 step ahead of him. And your foot odor, it's so irritating to the eyes. Even if you completely turned into the legs of a real beautiful elf girl, who could stand it, no one could solve Xianxia. He instantly wanted to go through the network cable and beat him to death. In the end, he still took a deep breath, calmed his resentment, and returned to the table. He rearranged the densely packed books and carefully studied them. It seems that in order to solve Xianxia, I have to evolve into a species that can become stronger by eating spicy food. End of chapter 251. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.